My parents excluded me from my sister's $80,000 celebration, so I canceled everything, exposing their financial struggle in front of 160 guests. My folks called as I was fixing my durag before going to bed. Don't take this the wrong way, but we believe it's best if you don't attend your sister's gotcha day. The club just began accepting mixed families. We aren't pushing it by bringing both of you. You see, Lily was my adoptive sister. They had white skin, blonde hair that didn't move, gorgeous blue eyes, and I was their mixed-race kid with black skin that couldn't be bleached. I assumed that if I paid for her day, people would perceive me differently. Dad jumped in. Look, we've already allocated your payment to other expenditures. The $80,000 you gave has been put to good use. They had no idea that the venue, caterers and florists had one thing in common. I was their employer. So you're retaining my money while not inviting me. It's Lily's day, Mom stated simply. Do you understand? I gulped and said sure before hanging up. That's when I realized my family was going to discover what happens when you bite the hand that feeds you. I pondered about my childhood. Mine and Lily's birthdays are in the same month, 3 weeks apart. Lily's parties cost $6,000, which includes a bouncy house and catered food. Mine was a grocery store cake that Mom neglected to pick up until 6 p.m., owing to budgetary constraints. By the time Lily entered high school, I was essentially invisible unless I did something wrong. When she hurled my Xbox down the stairs during an argument, my parents said, "It's just a game, Jameson. Grow up." However, when I inadvertently scratched her bike, I was grounded and had to pay for repairs with my allowance. My phone rang an hour after they ended the call. Sophia was my company's event planner. "Mr. Jameson, your family just phoned to inform you of your sister's celebration. What happens now?" They want to verify that the meals is acceptable for their actual visitors, not metropolitan preferences. They were quite precise about menu adjustments. "Sophia, can we still cancel the full booking?" "Cancel? Sir, the event is in 4 weeks. What did they book with us?" "The Skyline Ballroom, Golden Catering, Divine Flowers, our vehicle fleet, and photographers." "Sir, they have booked approximately $210,000 in services." I laughed. I couldn't help it. My parents hired my whole firm while attempting to keep me out. Cancel everything. Silence. Then, "Sir, cancel everything. Everything, from the venue to the food and flowers. Send them a note that their event has been canceled due to a breach of our inclusive policy. But sir, the event is in 4 weeks. They have 160 guests. Then they should start making calls." My phone began buzzing within minutes. I let it go to voicemail 5 times before eventually answering Mom's 6th call. "Jameson," she screamed. Actually, shouting. "What have you done? I own every vendor you hired. Every single one. You have been paying my firms the entire time. But we did pay deposits. Almost $110,000 in deposits, which you're receiving back, less my $80,000. Use it to discover new merchants. With only 4 weeks' notice, good luck booking anything great." Mom was crying now. "Jameson, please. Lily's been discussing this for months. She did nothing wrong. Did Lily know you didn't invite me?" "It makes no difference to her, Jameson." "Did she?" Number. More quietness. Then quiet. She stated that the images would look better with only her. "I don't care if she has her party on a park bench. Jameson's father is once again desperate. Your sister's buddies, our pals. Everyone will. Everyone will do what? Discover that you cannot afford the lifestyle you have been promoting. Your kid, whom you've been disparaging for 20 years, now owns half of the city. We are your parents. No, you are Lily's parents. You made that apparent to me when I was 7. I could hear Mom weeping in the background. Dad was breathing heavily, like if he had been sprinting. "What do you want?" Dad eventually asked. "Money? An apology?" I reflected on every birthday party, graduation, and celebration I'd been excluded from because I didn't match their vision. "I want you to tell Lily the truth. All of it. Who funded for her party, who owns the vendors, and who exactly are you, Jameson? And I want you both to acknowledge something you've never been able to do." "What?" "That I am your only successful child. Say it to me, Lily, and your country club pals. Tell them I'm the only one of your children that doesn't rely on daddy's money." The stillness was terrible. "We can't." "Then, enjoy explaining to 160 people why there is no party." "Wait, Dad's voice broke. I smirked. Come to my office tomorrow at 9 a.m. Your office? Excellence Events. Headquarters is the structure you see every day downtown. The next morning they entered my conference room. Lily stood beside them, her face puffy from sobbing. Say it, I said. No greeting or casual conversation. Dad gazed at the floor. You're successful in my eyes. He lifted his eyes. Lily, you are successful. Have you heard that? She nodded. Now for the rest. Mother spoke forward, her voice breaking. You're more successful than Lily, and you are our sole successful kid. Good. You may now convey this to your 160 visitors without a venue. But you said, I lied just like you did for 20 years. Mom dipped inside her purse and took out something unexpected. It was a letter on expensive paper, with a gold seal on top. Mom's hands trembled as she unfolded and passed it over the meeting table. I took it up and read the heading. Silver Oak Country Club's Board of Directors. The letter was dated 3 weeks ago. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Hargrave, this email is to inform you that your family membership has been placed on probationary status, awaiting evaluation. Several longtime members have recently expressed their worries about member demographics and sponsor connections. We believe you appreciate the importance of upholding our club's established traditions and culture. The board expects complete cooperation in resolving these issues, particularly with regard to guest lists for club-hosted events or those linked with membership. Failure to comply may lead to membership suspension or termination. I read it twice before looking up at Mom, who was flushed and blotchy. She could not even look at me. Dad cleared his throat and shuffled in his seat. His voice sounded hushed and strained. He informed me that they were 4 months late on their home equity payments. The mansion, the vehicles, and the lifestyle they'd been flaunting for years were all borrowed funds. Lily's Gotcha Day party was more than simply a celebration. It was meant to be their opportunity to meet with possible investors who could help them get out of their financial problem. They had invited business owners, real estate developers, and wealthy individuals who may be able to help them. That's why the venue was so important. That's why everything has to be flawless. That's why I couldn't go, because the country club was essentially blackmailing them into keeping me away or losing their membership totally. I sat back in my conference chair and took it all in. My parents were not only racist, they were also destitute and desperate. They had been exploiting Lily's celebration as a commercial opportunity, hoping to rescue themselves while forcing me out. The country club wasn't only telling me to stay away, they were forcing it. My parents prioritized their social status and financial survival over their own kid. Lily sat softly sobbing, her flawless blonde hair cascading over her face. She appeared little and unhappy, but I couldn't feel sorry for her right away. She had gone along with it. She had stated the images would be better without me. I rose up and approached my office door. I opened it and called out to my corporation attorney, Maya Brooks. A minute later, she emerged in the doorway, dressed professionally in a gray suit and spectacles. I asked her to come in and examine the legal implications of my most recent cancellation. Maya walked inside the meeting room and saw my parents and Lily seated there. She said nothing about them. She just took out a chair and sat down, opening her leather folder and taking out a pen. My parents moved uneasily in their chairs. This was no longer a family affair. This was business. Maya requested me to walk her through the dates and reasons for the cancellation. I described the discriminatory wording Sophia had used in their vendor solicitations. The real guests, not urban preferences remark. The fact that they had uninvited me while retaining my $80,000. Maya took notes and nodded. When I finished, she requested to talk with me privately. We walked out into the corridor, and she closed the conference room door behind us. She informed me that I have to provide a complete refund of all deposits, every penny. I was unable to offset my personal contribution using business funds. That would involve combining personal and company money, which might lead to legal issues for Excellence Events. She also stated that I needed to capture everything. The discriminatory emails, the sequence of events, and the cancellation notice. If my parents sought to sue, we'd need a paper trail to prove we had solid grounds. I felt my jaw tighten. I wanted my parents to experience financial hardship. I wanted them to rush, panic, and understand the cost of treating me as if I didn't matter. Maya must have noticed the expression on my face, for she placed her hand on my arm. She reminded me that I had workers that relied on Excellence Events for revenue. I had a corporate reputation to preserve. Regardless of how much I was hurting, my personal sentiments could not influence corporate choices. She was correct. I knew she was correct. But it irritated me that I had to be the responsible one while my parents got to behave like children. We walked back into the conference room, and I informed my parents that they would get a complete refund within 5 business days. Mom seemed relieved. Dad began to say something, but I raised my hand. Sophia knocked on the door and entered before he could finish speaking. She seemed anxious. Her generally perfect bun had a few hairs coming out, and she had black bags under her eyes. She sat down at the table without waiting for my invitation. She told me right away that our personnel was stressed because of the unexpected cancellation and last-minute confusion. People had been working overtime to deal with the repercussions. Other clients called with queries. She suggested we needed a defined approach and a timeline that was not influenced by my family's problems. I sensed myself becoming defensive. This was my company, family, and decision. However, Sophia persisted in her conversation. She reminded our team that they had families to feed and expenses to pay. They shouldn't have to cope with uncertainty. Because I was upset with my parents. She was not being rude about it. She was only being honest. And she was correct. I had been allowing my upset sentiments influence my business decisions, which was unfair to others who worked with me. I drew a long breath and nodded. I informed Sophia and Maya that I understood. I then turned to my parents and Lily. I told them that if they wanted their services returned, they needed to satisfy 3 requirements. First, I issued a formal apology to my workers for the discriminatory wording in their vendor requests, specifically to Sophia and everyone else who had been harmed. Second, public recognition of my involvement in the family. No more hiding or pretending I do not exist. Third, a formal pledge to follow our inclusiveness standards at all future events. They have 84 hours to answer. Following that, the offer was permanently withdrawn. Dad began to protest, but Mom placed her hand on his arm. Lily only gazed at the table. They all seemed exhausted and discouraged. Maya took notes on the requirements and stated she would create the formal statement. Sophia added that we required a written answer rather than a phone call or verbal assurance. Everything needed to be documented. My parents stood to go. Dad's shoulders were drooping. Mom's eyes were crimson. Lily followed them out, without looking at me. The meeting room was unusually silent after they departed. I sat for a minute, simply breathing. Maya and Sophia remained with me. Neither of them said anything. They just sat there, and I appreciated that. That evening I was at home attempting to unwind when my phone vibrated with a text from Lily. I nearly didn't open it, but curiosity won. The material was lengthy and skillfully crafted. Lily apologized for the way things appeared and admitted that she had not thought it through. She discussed the strain she felt from her parents and their expectations of her. She stated that she now saw why excluding me was wrong. But while I was reading it, I noticed something. Lily was apologetic for the optics, the way things appeared, and for not thinking. She wasn't apologetic for true bigotry, or for agreeing to exclude her own brother because of his skin color. She had no idea why it was incorrect except that it made her seem horrible. I put down my phone without replying. I was exhausted. I'm weary of explaining, of having to educate my own family how to treat me like a human being. I'd given them terms and a deadline. Now I only had to wait and see what they'd decide. My phone rang the next morning before I had even arrived at work. Unknown number. I responded anyhow. A silky voice came through, the type that is accustomed to obtaining what it wants. He introduced himself as Ryan Carter of the Country Club Board. He stated that he had heard about the problem with my parents and wanted to smooth things up, but the way he spoke made it plain that he was not concerned about me. He was concerned about the club's image. He continued using language like delicate position and understanding the situation. He urged that I evaluate how this appeared for everyone concerned. Code meaning stop making waves. I let him ramble in circles for a minute before cutting him off. I told him I didn't want to assist the club keep doing what they were doing. If they were pressuring families to exclude members based on race, they should be prepared to face legal challenges. The silky voice became less smooth very quickly. He started backpedaling, claiming I had misunderstood. That was not what he meant at all. I hung up before he could continue. That afternoon, I opened up a therapist directory and began scrolling. I needed to speak with someone before doing anything I would regret. The wrath remained in my chest, like a hot coal. And a part of me wanted to keep going until my parents had nothing left. I discovered a therapist called Lorraine Walker who specialized in family issues and had an opening next week. I scheduled it. Simply having the appointment on my schedule allowed me to breathe a bit better. My email went off about 4 p.m. subject line from Dad's address. Apology. Despite having no expectations, I was disappointed. The entire thing was corporate talk. Phrases such as unfortunate mistake and unforeseen consequences. They did not once use the word racist. Not once did they confess what they did. They were sorry I was hurt. I apologize for any confusion. Sorry for the matter escalating, but not sorry for barring me from my own sister's celebration because of my skin tone. I forwarded it to Maya with only one line. Is this what responsibility looks like? She phoned me 10 minutes later. She said the email was junk, but we wanted to talk about something else. I sent my parents $80,000 for the celebration. I couldn't use the company's return procedures to keep that money. This was personal money, not corporate money. Combining the two might cause legal issues for Excellence events. I hated hearing that, but I knew she was correct. I told her everything was okay. I'd manage personal finances separately. Keep the business tidy. She sounded relieved. Sophia knocked on my office door shortly after I hung up with Maya. She was holding her tablet and wearing a troubled expression. She explained that we had an issue. The cancellation was being known across the vendor community. Other firms were speaking. Some of them said Excellence Events was untrustworthy, that the proprietor let personal matters interfere with business, and that we couldn't be trusted for large events. My stomach sank. I had been so focused on my parents. I hadn't considered how this appeared to everyone else. My reputation suffered as a result of family conflict. Sophia stated that she was getting queries from other suppliers and didn't know what to tell them. We needed a plan. Before I could respond to her, my phone rang again. Victor Hayes is one of my largest corporate clients. His firm participated in 3 large events with us each year. Large sums of money. I grabbed it up, and he got right to it. He had heard a few things. He wanted to know if our corporate policies were trustworthy, or if personal ties influenced how we conducted business. He wasn't being harsh about it, just straightforward. He had a board to report to, and he wanted to know if Excellence Events was stable. I said I'd send him anything in writing. He indicated he would wait to hear from me before making a choice. The call lasted around 3 minutes, but it seemed like an hour. After he hung up, I sat there, gazing at my desk. This was getting out of control. I spent the entire evening at my kitchen table, preparing a statement. Nothing about my parents exactly. Nothing about the Gotcha Day celebration. Just a straightforward notice about our inclusiveness policy and our right to reject service if customers break them. I kept everything neutral and professional. We discussed our commitment to treating all individuals with respect and decency. How we stuck to our ideals, even when it lost us business. By midnight, I had something that I didn't dislike. I forwarded it to Maya and Sophia for evaluation. Then I attempted to sleep but largely glanced at the ceiling. The following morning, Dad called. There will be no slick talk this time. He was angry. He stated I had breached their contract and they were hiring a lawyer. Breach of contract, pecuniary damages, the entire works. I did not even react. I just forwarded the voicemail to Maya. She emailed me a draft answer an hour later. It detailed how their discriminatory vendor requests had broken our inclusion policy, how we had documented proof of their rhetoric concerning genuine visitors and urban preferences, and how this provided us with obvious legal grounds to cancel. She told them to let her handle whatever lawyers they hired. Do not interact immediately. On Wednesday morning, I traveled to Lorraine's office for my first visit. The waiting room featured generic peaceful paintings and a water feature that was intended to be pleasant but instead made me want to urinate. Lorraine arrived precisely on time. She was younger than I imagined, maybe in her early 40s, with gentle eyes and a solid handshake. We sat down in her office and she inquired what brought me there. I told her everything. The uninvite, the cancellation, the confrontation, the false apologies, the business fallout, all of it. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked me a single question. What is the distinction between justice and revenge? I did not have a decent answer. She replied that was okay. That is what we were going to work on. She instructed me to prepare 2 lists for our next session. One list of things I absolutely needed out of this circumstance. Another list of things I intended to punish my parents for. She said that most individuals couldn't tell the difference at first, and that the challenge was determining which was which. I left her office feeling strange. Not necessarily better, but different, as if someone had pointed out that I was holding something heavy and that I may not have to carry it in the same manner. That night, Lily texted me and asked if we could chat. There are no parents. Only the two of us. I glanced at the message for about 10 minutes before answering. I told her we could meet for coffee, but I had some stipulations. No justifications for what occurred. Please do not ask me to mend things for Mom and Dad. And if she tried to guilt me, I'd walk out. She consented quickly. We scheduled it for the next morning at a coffee shop near my office. I barely slept. Part of me wanted to cancel, but another part needed to hear what she had to say without our parents interfering with anything. I arrived at the coffee shop early and sat in the back corner, where I could see the door. Lily arrived perfectly on time. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been sobbing for days. She ordered something at the counter before coming over and sitting across from me. For a minute, none of us spoke. Then she started speaking. She said that she picked the no Jameson option because she felt the photographs would look better with just her and our white parents. She really stated it out. The shots would appear better, as if I were a problem that would damage them. But she kept going. She discussed how she had always felt pressured to be the perfect adoptive daughter. How Mom and Dad would tell their acquaintances about rescuing her from foster care. How she had to demonstrate that she belonged to the family and was appreciative and well-adjusted. How every mistake she made seemed to reflect on whether adoption was a smart decision. She stated that she believed that if the party looked beautiful, and the images depicted an ideal white family, it would somehow validate all of her years of trying to establish her worth. I felt my fury doing something strange. It didn't go away, but it became more confusing because I understood what she was expressing, even if it didn't justify her actions. She had been dealing with being the show pony for Mom and Dad's white savior act. Proof they were nice people who saved a child, and she believed excluding me from the celebration would help to clean up the story. It was twisted up, but I got it. I leaned back in my chair and saw her fidgeting with her coffee cup. Then I uttered something I had not intended to say. What if instead of throwing a large celebration, we did something different? A modest family dinner for just the four of us, where individuals had to be honest and accept real responsibility rather than perform for 160 guests, but only if she was prepared to do meaningful work rather than simply apologize and go on. Lily gazed up at me with an expression that I couldn't decipher. She inquired about the type of employment. I told her about therapy, honest talks about race and adoption, and how I grew up in that house. She nodded slowly and said she would think about it. We finished our coffees without saying anything more. When I returned to my office that afternoon, Sophia handed me a printed statement. The country club had made it available an hour earlier. It was all corporate speak about their dedication to diversity and inclusion, how they welcomed families from all backgrounds, and how any indication different was a misinterpretation of their policy. I read it twice and wanted to chuck something because I knew what was going to happen. They were hiding their asses in public while pushing my parents secretly over their guest list. The statement was for show. The actual policy had not changed at all. I submitted it to Maya with a letter asking whether we had any legal issues. She said that she would probably not unless we had proof of intentional prejudice, which we did not have, only my parents' phone conversation and their anxiety of bringing me with them. That same evening, I got down and penned a response to my parents' inadequate apologies. I made it specific. They needed to sincerely apologize to my team by name for the discriminatory wording in their vendor demands. They needed to donate to a racial justice group and show me a receipt. And they had to promise that I would be involved in any family celebrations that my companies wished to sponsor. There are no exceptions, no excuses. I emailed it to each of them by email. Mom phoned within 20 minutes. Her voice was tense and aggressive. She said I was attempting to disgrace the family in front of their social circle, and that forcing them to apologize to my staff and give to an organization would make them appear racist. I told her they had already made themselves appear racist. This was only asking them to take ownership of it. Dad went on the phone and attempted a fresh approach. He offered to enhance their payment for the services by an additional $25,000 to compensate for the difficulties. I truly laughed. He still didn't get it. This was not about money. It was about them accepting responsibility for treating me as if I didn't matter. The next morning, Maya knocked on my office door with an offer. She prepared a business settlement. My parents may have received restricted resumption of some services if they signed an acknowledgement of policy infractions and a non-disparagement agreement. It would shield the corporation from any legal claims and provide a partial answer. She had arranged for flowers and photographs, but not the venue or complete catering, in a scaled-down version. I reviewed the paperwork she had created. They were comprehensive and competent, just what a decent lawyer would do to defend the business. But I felt stuck since I didn't want to offer them anything. Sophia came in while I was still reading the newspaper. She did not wait for me to ask her to talk. She told me straight out that she needs a solid go or no-go date. The staff's timetable was becoming disorganized. Other clients need our services. She was not going to allow me keep the entire team in limbo while I dealt with my family problems. Her tone wasn't nasty, but it was straightforward. She was correct, and I knew it. I looked at the two of them seated across from my desk. My lawyer was attempting to defend the company, and my event organizer was trying to safeguard the workforce. Both were doing their jobs while I was allowing personal hurt to dictate business choices. I made a choice. I instructed them to create the settlement documentation. But I was establishing a deadline. My parents had 84 hours to examine the conditions, sign the acknowledgement, and agree to the restricted services. If they did not answer or attempted to negotiate, I was finished. They might locate other vendors and accept the consequences. Maya nodded and said she'd email everything along with a cover note outlining the schedule. Sophia made a note in her phone to block the dates tentatively. They both went, and I sat there with a sensation I hadn't had in days. Calmer, not joyful, not content, but calmer because I had established a boundary that I could truly live with. Now it was up to my parents. With only 2 weeks remaining, they could either accept the terms or seek for alternatives. In any case, I had done everything I could to safeguard my company and its employees, and that seemed sufficient. Sophia entered my office 2 days later, carrying her phone and wearing a strange expression. She informed me that the email my parents submitted with genuine guests and urban preferences had been passed to other event businesses in the city. 3 merchants contacted her directly, expressing their appreciation for Excellence Events' position on the inclusiveness policy. One catering firm even inquired whether we wanted to collaborate on future occasions since they appreciated how we handled discriminatory demands. My gut tightened as I read the messages Sophia displayed to me. The talk I'd been worrying about was evolving into something else. People noticed us sticking up for our ideals rather than simply canceling out of spite. That afternoon, Lily arrived at my workplace without contacting beforehand. She asked the receptionist if she could see me, and I nearly declined. But something made me tell them to send her back. She went in clutching a document, her hands trembling. She took out a prepared letter addressed to my employees by name. It was an apology for her involvement in the discriminating vendor request. She explained that she understood if they didn't want to work the event, but she wanted them to know she accepted responsibility for her role. I read it twice. It was not flawless, but it was authentic. She requested if she could sign it and leave it with me so I could share it with the team. I handed her a pen and watched as she signed at the bottom. After she went, I prepared duplicates and delivered them to everyone's mailbox. That small piece of paper altered the office vibe. My colleagues noticed Lily taking individual responsibility rather than cowering behind our parents. The next morning, I contacted my parents and told them that I would only re-establish 2 services: flowers and photographs. Not the location, food, or transportation. They could only have these 2 things. Mom began to object, but I stopped her off by saying the deal ended in 24 hours. They had till tomorrow to accept, or I will withdraw everything forever. My phone rang 6 hours later, with a voicemail from Dad. I could hear him breathing heavily before he began speaking. He referred to the scaled-down package as an insult. I said I was ruining Lily's wonderful day for Pride. His voice grew stronger as he explained how I was punishing Lily for something that was not her fault. He concluded by adding, "I'd regret this when I had kids of my own and understood what real family meant." I listened to it 3 times. Every time I had the impulse to call back and cancel everything, I refrained. I stored the voicemail and returned to work. On Thursday afternoon, I headed to Lorraine's office for my second therapy appointment. She inquired how I felt about the partial reinstatement, and I replied that I was conflicted. A part of me wanted to offer my parents nothing. Another part of me felt like I was being petty by withholding services that they had already paid for. Lorraine proposed a notion called enoughness. She went on. Sometimes we don't get perfect justice or complete transformation from people who hurt us. By the end of the session, I felt more confident in my decision. She asked me to consider what I actually needed versus what I wanted as punishment, and we talked about the distinction between setting boundaries and seeking retribution. I wasn't going to have my parents begging for forgiveness or fully changing who they were, but I could safeguard my business and my workers while giving Lily a chance to do better, which seemed like something I could live with. Harrison contacted my office straight on Friday morning. He said his company reviewed our public statement about inclusion policies and the documentation Maya sent over, and he wanted to confirm that Excellence Events would continue handling their annual conference in 8 months. The relief that hit me was about keeping a major account, not winning against my parents, so I thanked him and promised his event would receive our full professional attention. After we hung up, I sat at my desk, feeling something loosen in my shoulders. My business would be fine. The same afternoon, Ryan Carter from the country club called with what he described as an exciting opportunity. The board was launching a diversity initiative, and they wanted to invite me to serve on the committee. He used words like inclusive and forward-thinking, but I could hear the performance in his voice. They wanted a black face on their committee while keeping their actual membership practices the same. I told him no thanks, and he pushed back, saying it would be good for my business profile in the community. I said I wasn't interested in helping them maintain their image while excluding people like myself. That weekend, I learned from a mutual contact that my parents had booked a restaurant banquet hall as a backup venue and were scrambling to find caterers who could handle 160 people with less than 2 weeks' notice. I felt detached hearing about it because it was now their problem to solve. I concentrated on ensuring Sophia had all she needed to accomplish the flowers and pictures effectively. On Monday morning, Sophia gathered the team to go over the partial reinstatement details, explicitly explaining the restricted scope and assigning duties for the scaled-down services. After the meeting, 3 staff members stopped by my office separately to express their gratitude for how I handled everything. They said it felt good to work for a company that set clear boundaries rather than allowing personal drama to cause ongoing chaos. One person told me that my leadership felt more stable now than it did 2 weeks ago, which stuck with me more than I expected. The night before Lily's event, I sat in my apartment staring at my phone. The partial reinstatement meant I wasn't technically excluded anymore, so I could show up if I wanted, but something in me knew I shouldn't. This was Lily's day, and my presence would create tension that wasn't fair to her. I ordered a nice gift basket online and wrote a short note wishing her a happy celebration. I kept it neutral and honest, then switched off my phone and went to bed early. I didn't need to be there to show anything anymore. It was a letter from the country club board, putting their family membership on probation because of concerns regarding member demographics and sponsor ties. Dad added that they were 4 months behind on their home equity payments, and the gotcha day party was supposed to help them network with potential investors who could bail them out. The club was pressuring them to maintain certain appearances, and bringing me would appear to violate those unspoken rules. Their entire lifestyle was more fragile than I had realized. I sat back in my conference chair, processing this information and understanding that my parents weren't just prejudiced. They were desperate and using Lily's celebration as a business opportunity. The country club was basically blackmailing them into excluding me. I told them to leave my office and that I would think about it. They walked out quietly, and Lily looked back at me once before following. 2 days later, I agreed to partially restart services for flowers and photography only. 4 weeks later, the event day arrived, and I spent it at my apartment working on other client tasks. Around midday, my phone buzzed with Sophia's updates on the restaurant setup. Despite the fact that the outdoor cocktail hour had to be moved indoors due to unexpected rain, the backup caterers they hired were running behind schedule. One of the rented table linens arrived in the wrong color, and the DJ arrived an hour late due to the weather. The celebration was still going on, but it was nothing like the original vision they had planned. Reading about the minor disasters unfolding left me feeling detached. That evening, Lily emailed me a photo of the flower arrangements we'd delivered, which looked professional and lovely in the dim restaurant lighting. Her message was simple. Thank you for the flowers. They made the day special. It felt real rather than artificial, and I was grateful that she reached out. The next day, I learned via a common acquaintance that my parents had made explanations to their 160 guests about the intimate venue change, claiming they wanted something more personal and meaningful than a large ballroom wedding. I emailed her a brief message wishing her well. Some people saw through the facade, and I knew their social standing was shaky, but it hadn't completely collapsed. That evening, I sat at my kitchen table, completing therapy homework Lorraine had assigned me. Write an unscathed letter to my younger self about the pain of being erased by my own family. The words came slowly at first, but then poured out over 3 pages. I wrote about the birthday cakes that never arrived, the Xbox that was thrown down the stairs, and the graduations where I stood alone in the crowd, acknowledging that grief helped me process it in a way that revenge never could. The day after the event, Lily called and asked for an honest conversation without our parents present. We met for lunch at a quiet cafe downtown, and she admitted that she had always felt pressure as the adopted daughter to prove she belonged, and that excluding me seemed like the easiest way to fit their image. I listened without interrupting, and my anger shifted into something more complicated. Lily asked if we could work on repairing our sibling relationship gradually and acknowledged that it would take time and consistent effort. I told her that I was willing to try, but that I needed her to continue showing up with this kind of honesty. She agreed, and we finished lunch with plans to meet again in 2 weeks. Maya returned to my office to confirm that the legal files had been closed, that no lawsuit had been filed, and that my parents had made no further threats. We had set up a monitoring period to ensure that they did not retaliate through other channels, but Maya was confident that the situation had been resolved legally. I thanked her for keeping the company safe through everything, and the next morning, I gathered my team for a debriefing on the entire situation. I apologized for the stress my family situation had caused, and I announced a new conflict of interest policy for dealing with personal relationships. Taking accountability felt important, and several staff members told me afterwards that they appreciated the clear boundaries going forward. Sophia mentioned that morale had improved significantly now that everyone knew personal drama would not disrupt their work environment again. That afternoon, Ryan sent another email floating a diversity committee invitation at the country club. I responded explicitly that I was not interested in tokenism or helping institutions retain discriminatory practices with a progressive veneer. He didn't react, so I erased his contact information from my phone. 2 days later, Dad sent a brusque message that simply stated, "Proud of you." Mom remained completely silent, which told me everything about who might eventually be capable of real change and who wouldn't. I saved Dad's text, but didn't respond right away because I needed time to figure out what kind of relationship I wanted with either of them in the future. I scheduled my next session with Lorraine for the following week because I needed help sorting through everything that had happened. Walking into her office felt different this time, less like I was looking for strategy, and more like I needed to face something more difficult. She asked me to sit in my usual chair and asked how I was doing with the family situation now that Lily's event was over. I told her about Dad's text and Mom's silence, and how I kept waiting to feel better, but mostly just felt tired. Lorraine nodded and said we needed to talk about grieving, which startled me because no one had died. She explained that I was mourning the family I always wanted versus the family I actually have, and that the loss was genuine, even if it appeared different. We spent the hour figuring out what healthy contact with my parents might look like, assuming they could change at all. Lorraine helped me write down specific boundaries that would protect me while leaving room for possible repair if they did the work. By the end, I had a rough outline of rules that felt both scary and necessary. That night, I sat at my kitchen table and turned Lorraine's outline into an actual document. I typed out clear rules for any future contact with my parents. No financial support of any kind, no mixing family and business, which meant they could never hire excellence events again, and all communication had to take place via email unless there was a genuine emergency, which I could define. I included exceptions for major health crises or deaths, but nothing else. Writing it all down made my chest feel lighter, as if I was finally taking control of something that had been controlling me for years. I saved the document and emailed a copy to Lorraine for our next session. 2 days later, Lily texted to ask if we could meet for coffee. I almost said no, but I remembered my conversation with her after the event, and how she seemed willing to do actual work. We met at a quiet downtown location, away from where our parents might show up. Lily ordered first and paid for both of our drinks, which felt like a small gesture toward responsibility. I told her I was willing to help her think through some career stuff if she wanted, but we needed ground rules. We agreed to meet once a month, always at neutral locations, and our parents were off limits as a topic unless absolutely necessary. Lily looked relieved and thanked me for giving her a chance. I felt cautious but not completely closed off, which seemed to be progress. Over the following month, my business began to return to normal rhythms. Harrison's firm continued with us, which helped, but I did lose one smaller customer who told Sophia they were uncomfortable with all of the family drama. It hurt, but I understood. Then, 2 new clients approached us specifically because they had heard about our inclusion policies and wanted to work with a company that upheld those values. One was a nonprofit focused on racial justice, and the other was a tech startup with a diverse leadership team. Both contracts were solid, and I felt that having clear principles made the business stronger. I heard from a mutual friend who knew my parents socially that they were making quiet changes at home. They sold Dad's boat and traded Mom's luxury car for something more practical. Their country club membership remained active, But they stopped hosting large parties, and their social circle seemed smaller. The following weekend, my company sponsored a small community event at a local park, which aligned with our values, and I decided to attend instead of sending staff. According to the friend, people were adjusting to the new reality, but no one was completely cut off. This was probably the most realistic outcome I could hope for. I strolled around chatting to individuals, handing out business cards, and spending time in an environment that seemed authentic rather than theatrical. They didn't care about my family issues or whatever club I belonged to. They simply wanted good event services and were glad we showed up for community events. It reminded me of why I started Excellence Events in the first place. The following week, Sophia stopped by my desk with feedback from the team, stating that staff morale had improved significantly now that we had clear policies in place, and everyone knew personal drama would not disrupt their work environment. People felt safer knowing there were boundaries and rules that applied to everyone, including me. Hearing that made me realize how much my initial reaction had affected people beyond just my family. Setting professional boundaries benefited everyone, not just me. A few weeks later, Lily texted me that she had started seeing a therapist to work through her adoption issues and the pressure she felt growing up. Lily shared that her therapist was assisting her in understanding the trauma of being the perfect white daughter who had to prove she belonged, which I appreciated because it felt like she was doing her own work. Instead of expecting me to carry her emotional load, I spent an afternoon writing a mission statement for Excellence Events that clearly stated our values. I wrote about our commitment to serving all clients with dignity, our right to refuse service when requests violated our principles, and our belief that events should celebrate people as they are. I printed it, framed it, and hung it in our main office. Sophia assisted me in adding it to our website as well. 3 months after the confrontation in my conference room, a letter arrived at my office with Dad's handwriting on the envelope. I almost threw it away, but curiosity won out, and inside were 3 pages of his actual handwriting, not typed, discussing specific events from my childhood. He mentioned the Xbox incident and how wrong it was to dismiss my feelings. He mentioned my 7th birthday when they forgot the cake and how that must have hurt. He wrote about constantly comparing me to Lily and how unfair that was. The letter was not perfect, and he still made some excuses, but it was more honest than anything he had said to me in years. I read it twice and filed it away, not knowing if I would respond. A week later, Mom's email arrived in my inbox with the subject line, "Coffee." I opened it and read her short message asking if we could meet just the 2 of us to talk. She said she wanted to understand what happened and work on repairing our relationship. I sat at my computer, gazing at the screen for a good 10 minutes before I started typing my response. I told her I wasn't ready for coffee yet, but recommended we start with occasional phone conversations and see how it worked. I clicked send before I could overthink it, and I was fine with that barrier. The same afternoon, Sophia knocked on my office door, holding a contract folder and a huge smile on her face. Harrison's company had just booked Excellence Events for their major annual conference worth over $320,000, and she showed me the email from their team, citing our professionalism and clear values as the deciding factors in choosing us over 3 other event companies. I read their message twice, feeling a strange mix of pride and relief wash over me. The business growth felt like proof that standing by my principles hadn't destroyed my company, but had actually strengthened it in ways I never expected. Lily and I started meeting for lunch every other week, with no involvement from our parents. We talked openly about race, adoption, and all the messed up family stuff we'd never talked about before. She told me about feeling pressured to be the perfect white daughter who proved our parents' right choice in adopting her, and I told her about feeling invisible as a child and how their treatment taught me I didn't belong in my own family. Our conversations weren't easy, and we sometimes disagreed about what certain moments meant, but it felt real in a way our relationship had never felt before. We were building something genuine between us, independent of Mom and Dad's influence. I realized one morning, while reviewing quarterly reports, that I hadn't gotten the clean victory I had hoped for. My parents had not completely transformed into different people who suddenly understood everything they had done wrong. The country club continued to operate in the same way, with its barely hidden discrimination. Some relationships in my family remained broken and may remain so indefinitely. But I had clear boundaries I could live behind that protected my peace. I had a business I was proud of that reflected my true values, and I had the real possibility of slow repair with Lily based on honesty rather than pretending. As I sat there looking at our company's growth numbers and planning my next lunch with Lily, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. It was enough. After my father ignored me for years, he tried to steal my gaming PC for his twin son's birthday. I sold it for $2,600 before he could throw it away. I'm Lucas, a 17-year-old guy, and I need some perspective since my father, 43, and his fiancée, Lori, 39, are upset about something I did last week. For background, I should explain how I ended up living with my father in the first place. My parents separated when I was just 2 years old. My mother reared me on her own in a separate state. Throughout my youth, she worked 2 jobs, and we never had much money. But we were okay. She had to take my father to court for child support when I was 4 because he stopped paying. After that, he mailed the checks, but I only saw him 4 times in my life. He never phoned or sent birthday cards. My mother informed me he had begun a new life, and I accepted it. 4 years ago, my mother became ill. Cancer. She struggled for 15 months but died 2 days after my 14th birthday. I didn't have any other family. My mother's parents died before I was born, and she was the only kid. So, Child Services located my father, and I was forced to collect my belongings and go across the country to live with him, his girlfriend of 4 years, and her twin boys, all of whom were 9 years old. When I arrived, the entire situation seemed strange. My father resided in this lovely mansion in the suburbs. Lori worked in marketing, and my father operated a car dealership. The twins, James and Matthew, were in 4th grade. My father put me up in the spare bedroom, and that was pretty much it. No greeting, no attempt to get to know me. Just here's your room, and supper is at 7 o'clock. Lori scarcely glanced at me for the first month. The twins were merely youngsters, so they didn't really care either way. I kept to myself. I went to school, returned home, completed my schoolwork, ate dinner with them in quiet, and then spent the rest of the time in my room. That first year, my father and I only had about 6 serious chats. It was like having roommates who barely tolerated you. I acquired a job around 15 months ago. A community center 4 blocks from the residence offers after-school programs and summer camps. They required assistance with their computer lab because half of the equipment were outdated and frequently broke down. The director recognized my proficiency with computers from school and offered me $17 per hour to work there after school and on weekends. The nicest part was that they provided me food on evenings when I worked late and let me complete my schoolwork when things were sluggish. I accepted the job instantly. During the academic year, I worked around 25 hours per week, and in the summer, it was closer to 40. I saved practically everything because I didn't have any costs. My father provided me a tiny stipend for clothing and school supplies, but that was all. After 10 months, I had saved around $4,500. I spent around $2,500 on my room. I purchased a suitable workstation, a comfortable chair, a second-hand gaming PC from an internet seller, a monitor, a keyboard, a headset, and several games. I also purchased a small refrigerator since I was weary of coming downstairs late at night and running into Lori in the kitchen. She never said anything, but I could tell she disliked having me around. The twins spotted the new arrangement right away. They often knocked on my door, begging to play games. I did not mind at first. I purchased a second controller and some games suitable for 10-year-olds. My rule was straightforward. They could play anytime they wanted as long as I didn't use it. If I required the computer for homework or to play my own games, they had to go. This worked nicely for about 2 months. Then, one afternoon, I returned home from work and discovered Matthew weeping in my room. James stood next to him, appearing guilty. There was Coke all over my keyboard. The whole thing was sticky, and half of the keys didn't work. I'd told him 100 times, no food or drink near the computer. I did not shout or anything. I merely ordered them to leave and modified the regulation. From then on, kids could only use my computer while I was around to oversee. I wasn't going to risk them damaging anything else I'd paid for. They instantly raced to their mother. Lori came to my home that night and told me I was acting ridiculous. She explained that the guys were simply youngsters, and accidents happen. I stated that I understood, but it was my property, and I had the right to establish limits. She didn't like the response. The next day my father summoned me into the living room. He and Lori sat on the couch. He advised me that since I had such great goods, I should relocate the gaming PC to the living room so that everyone could enjoy it. I said no. I purchased it with my own money and keep it in my room. My father became annoyed. He accused me of being greedy, and that if I could afford all of this, I must have a lot of money. He then dropped the bomb. He told me that I would have to start paying rent from now on. $350 per month, plus $150 for utilities and another $150 for food. Total, $550. I knew it was rubbish. I looked it up later, and in our state, parents cannot charge young children rent unless there is a legal agreement, and even that is difficult. I called his bluff right then. I urged him to draft a formal contract, which I would submit to a lawyer to ensure it was legal. My mother had a lawyer who dealt with her estate, and I still had his phone number. My dad's cheeks turned crimson. He said nothing for a minute. Then he merely instructed me to leave the room. Lori grinned. 3 weeks went by. My father didn't bring up the rent issue again. But then the twins' birthdays rolled around. They were turning 12. Lori and my father inquired what they wanted, and both boys stated that they wanted a gaming PC like mine. My father assured them he would get them one. This is where the trouble began. My father definitely did not do any research. Gaming PCs are pricey, particularly pre-built models. He must have worried after seeing the pricing online. Also, the GPU I had was from an earlier generation, and the current ones were either out of stock or ridiculously priced due to scarcity. My father visited my room 4 days before the twins' birthdays. He stated he couldn't find an acceptable price for a PC and suggested I give mine to the boys as a birthday gift. He suggested it would be a good gesture and help me connect with them. I said no. I paid for it, and I'm not giving it away. He became angry. He said that if I did not give it to them freely, he would steal it while I was at school and throw it in the rubbish. He said that it was his house and his rules. Then he exited my room. I did not sleep that night. I knew he was serious. The next morning, before school, I photographed my PC and uploaded it on Facebook Marketplace. I priced it 20% more than what I spent since the GPU had increased in value. By lunchtime, I had received 3 offers. I missed my final lesson, went home, packed everything, and met the buyer at the community center. He paid me $2,600 in cash. When I arrived home that afternoon, my room was barren. The desk remained, but the PC, monitor, keyboard, headset, and all other components were missing. I placed the money in my backpack and headed downstairs. My father wasn't home yet, but Lori was preparing supper. She inquired where I was after school. I stated I was working. She did not push it. That evening, during supper, my father returned home with a large wrapped box. The twins were quite delighted. However, when they opened it, it was only a Nintendo Switch, not a gaming PC. They appeared bewildered. My father made up an explanation about how the Switch was better for kids their age and that they could have a PC when they grew up. The youngsters were disappointed, but they accepted the situation. After supper, my father came to my room. When he spotted the vacant desk, his expression shifted. He inquired where the computer was. I told him I had sold it. He lost it. He began ranting at me, asking how I could do that, accusing me of ruining the twins' birthday, and calling me selfish and cruel. I just shrugged and claimed he had informed me he was going to throw it out, so I felt I may as well be paid for it. He couldn't disagree with the reasoning, but he was enraged. The twins discovered my empty room the next morning and inquired as to what had transpired. I told them I sold my belongings. They began weeping. I felt awful for them because nothing was their fault. They were merely youngsters who desired what their mom and dad had promised them. My father and Lori did not talk to me for 3 days. They spent a lot of time in their room, having loud chats that I couldn't hear. I just continued to work and stayed out of their path. I'm writing this now since I'm not sure whether I did something incorrectly. My father claimed I could have just given them the PC and been the greater person, but I purchased it with money I earned, and he threatened to burn it. Was it wrong for me to sell it rather than hand it over? The twins are upset, and Lori continues mentioning how I destroyed everything. My father is scarcely speaking to me. I don't have anybody else to ask, so I'll ask here. Is there something I did wrong? Update 1. I didn't expect anyone to reply to my post, and I certainly didn't expect the response I received. Many people told me I did the right thing and that my father was acting inappropriately. Some of you inquired about my mother's estate and if I had access to funds from it. I'll explain that here since it's important to what happens next. When my mother died, she had a life insurance policy via her employment and some funds. Her lawyer explained to me that everything had been put into a trust, and I would have access when I was 19. I was 14 at the time and still trying to digest the reality that mom was gone, so I didn't pay attention to the details. I just felt there was money somewhere I couldn't get yet. The lawyer gave me a folder containing paperwork and instructed me to keep it secure. I put it in a box beneath my bed and essentially forgot about it. Lori came to my room after reading my article and begged to speak with me. This was the longest chat I've ever had with her. She sat on my desk chair as I sat on my bed, and she said she owed me an apology. She stated that when my father informed her that I was moving in 4 years ago, it was the first time she had heard of my existence. She stated my father never mentioned having a son. Nothing happened when they first started dating, or when they moved in together. She found out 3 weeks before I came, when child services called him. She stated she was outraged with him for hiding something so major, and they almost split up over it. She admitted that she took out her fury on me and apologized for it. Then she informed me she had no idea my father had threatened to throw out my computer. She stated that if she had known, she would have stopped him. She stated that the twins revealed to her that they had poured Pepsi over my keyboard, and she understood why I amended the rules. She argued my father was wrong to make I give them my belongings. She also informed me that she had previously purchased the twins a Switch for their birthdays before my father promised them a computer. She said he made that pledge without asking her and then expected her to assist him figure it out. She said he panicked when he saw the pricing and devised a scheme to grab mine. She stated that she disagreed with it but did not stop him, which she regretted. She stated that she wanted to set things right. She offered to pay me the difference between what I paid for my PC and what it would cost to acquire a new one now to compensate for the mess she and my father had caused. It was a good deal, but I told her I didn't need her money. I had already profited from the sale, and all I had to do now was wait for prices to drop or discover another nice offer online. She seemed relieved. She asked if we could start over and attempt to improve our relationship. I said yes. I didn't have strong sentiments for her either way, but I did appreciate the apology. My father still hadn't said anything to me. He ignored me at meals and went for work before I was awake. Lori usually stated he felt humiliated, but I'm not sure whether that's accurate. Lori informed me a week later that her parents were hosting a large family Christmas celebration, to which I was invited. I hadn't met either of my father's or Lori's families throughout my 4 years there. My father never brought me to any family occasions. I assumed this was because he didn't know how to describe me to others without revealing he'd been a deadbeat for the most of my existence. I wasn't sure I wanted to go, but Lori said it would be beneficial for me to meet everyone. She described her family as large and boisterous, but kind. I consented primarily because I had nothing else to do. The event took place 3 days after Christmas at Lori's parents' house. There were at least 60 persons present. Aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, relatives, and pals. Lori introduced me to everyone. She made it clear that I was her boyfriend's son and a wonderful child. Everyone was friendly. A number of the younger relatives were about my age, so we ended up playing games in the basement. One of them had the identical gaming headset I used to have, and we spent about an hour discussing builds and specifications. Lori summoned everyone to the living room. I assumed it was for food, but instead, she took out her phone and began reading. It was my Reddit post, read out in front of everyone. I wanted to disappear, but the room fell quiet, and people began to respond. Lori's father inquired whether it was true. My father stated it was more difficult than that. Then my father's elder sister, whom I had only met that day, claimed it didn't seem complex at all. She stated it seemed like my father was attempting to coerce me into giving away something I purchased. Then other folks joined in. Lori's brother claimed my father was out of line. My father's younger brother, who evidently reads Reddit, claimed he saw my post and assumed the father in the tale was a jerk until realizing it was his own brother. People were chatting over one another. My dad attempted to defend himself, but it just made everything worse. My father's mother, who I believe is my grandmother, approached me amid all of this and inquired about my mother. She said she met my mother years ago and thought she was gorgeous. She inquired how I was doing and if I was all right. I assured her I was okay. We spoke for a while, and she told me some things about my mother that I had never heard. Apparently, my mother and grandma had chatted briefly several times throughout the years, but my father had no idea. The entire evening was hectic. My father spent much of it bickering with his brothers and Lori's relatives. He once walked into Lori's father's office and refused to leave. Lori's brother, David, went to check on him and returned laughing. He stated, "My father was on his laptop, writing his own Reddit post to defend himself." David thought it was funny and urged my father to submit it. My father asked on the Am I the subreddit whether he was wrong to expect his son to share valuable stuff with his girlfriend's children. He described the scenario from his point of view. He claimed he took me in since I had nowhere else to go. He said I had money from my mother's inheritance and was acting entitled. He said he only wanted his family to get along, And I was making things tough. The post was broken apart. People described him as egotistical, domineering, and a bad parent. They pointed out that I purchased my own items using money I earned. They said he was attempting to take credit for being a dad when he had disregarded me for the majority of my childhood. My father sat in the office for hours, refreshing the website and reading the comments. He did not even come out for supper. I left the gathering at 9 p.m., with Lori and the twins. My father stayed behind. He didn't get home until after midnight. The following several days were stressful. My father seldom spoke to anyone. He went to work, got home, and went directly to his room. Lori tried to talk to him, but he ignored her. I've never seen him like this. Part of me feels horrible that he was humiliated in front of his entire family. But another part of me believes he brought it upon himself. He made decisions and is now coping with the repercussions. I'm still living here, and things are weird, but I now have Lori's family. Her brother David gave me his phone number and said to call if I ever needed anything. My grandmother calls me once a week to check in. The cousins added me to the group chat. I'm not sure what happens next with my dad, but I don't feel as alone as I did before. Update: things have grown worse. My father's conduct has become increasingly unpredictable, and there has been a significant development that I did not anticipate. A few weeks ago, my father tried to ground me. It was my birthday week, and I had planned to go to an arcade with some school friends and a few of relatives I'd met at the Christmas celebration. I took the day off from work and was looking forward to it. My father entered the kitchen when I was eating breakfast on my birthday morning. He said I didn't take out the garbage the night before, which was unacceptable. I honestly forgot since I worked late and arrived home sleepy. I apologized and said I would do it when I came back from the arcade. He stated it wasn't good enough. He stated I was grounded for 2 weeks and couldn't go. I knew it was about control, not the waste. I told him he couldn't ground me on my birthday because I forgot one chore. He said he could do whatever he pleased in his home. I ordered him to leave me alone and walked back into my room. He followed me and continued talking, but I simply put on my headset and ignored him. He eventually departed. I went to an arcade. When I went home that night, Lori grabbed me aside and said she told my father he was being foolish and that I wasn't grounded. She stated I could go about my life normally. My father said nothing to me about it, but I could sense he was upset. The next day, my father made another Reddit post. Another post. This one was about his teenage son's disdain and refusal to obey family rules, and he sought to ground him, but his girlfriend sided with the son, rather than him. He made it seem like I was an out-of-control child when, in reality, I had only forgotten to take out the garbage once. People in the comments trashed him again. They pointed out that this was the same parent as in the gaming PC article, and he definitely had difficulties. Some individuals informed him that he needed professional aid. Others claimed his girlfriend was wise to side with me. My father erased the message after a few hours, but screenshots had already circulated. David gave me a screenshot, claiming that my father was in a downward spiral. He suggested I stay with him and his wife for a bit if things were too unpleasant. I thanked him but stated I was okay for now. My dad and Lori's relationship began to deteriorate 2 weeks after my birthday. I don't have all the specifics, but I could hear them arguing late at night. One disagreement was over money. Lori was upset because my father spent a lot of money on something without informing her. Another point of contention included his family. Lori said his brother called him out for his actions, while my father responded his family should mind their own business. Then one night, I got home from work and heard them arguing in their bedroom. It was noisy. Lori yelled that she was weary of him attempting to control everything. My father yelled back that she was undermining him in front of his kid and making him appear weak. She claimed he made himself appear weak by behaving like a child. The twins were downstairs, watching television while pretending not to hear. The battle concluded with the doors slamming. Lori came downstairs with the twins and said that they were heading to her parents' place for the night. She asked whether I wanted to come, and I responded I was all right. They departed. My father came downstairs 1 hour later. He seemed weary. He inquired if I ate dinner, and I said that I grabbed something at work. He nodded and returned upstairs. I didn't see him for the rest of the night. Lori and the twins returned the next afternoon. But things were changed. Lori hardly looked at my father. She prepared supper but did not sit with us to eat. The twins remained silent. After supper, Lori informed my father that they needed to talk, and they returned to I went to my room and tried to ignore what was going on. But, at bedroom. Approximately 10 o'clock, I heard the front door bang. I peered out my window and watched my father get into his car and drive away. He did not return that night or the next morning. Lori was on her phone a lot, messaging someone. When the twins inquired about their stepfather's whereabouts, she said that he needed some space and would return shortly. He eventually returned 3 days later. He looked awful. He had not shaven, and his clothing was disheveled. He headed directly to the bedroom. Lori followed him in, and the two of them spoke for quite some time. When she came out, she appeared to have been sobbing. Lori invited me into her living room that evening. She took me down and informed me that she and my father were splitting. She stated it wasn't working and she needed to consider what was best for herself and the twins. She stated that she was intending to move out with the boys and get her own apartment. She asked what I wanted to do. I wasn't sure what to say. I didn't want to stay with my father, and I didn't think it was my place to accompany Lori. She stated I was invited to accompany them, but she understood if I preferred alternative arrangements. She said that David had previously volunteered to let me remain with him and his family. I informed her that I needed time to think about it. She claimed that was all right, and nothing would happen right away. My father stayed in the bedroom for the majority of the next week. He called out ill from work. Lori grabbed some luggage and returned to her parents' house with the twins. She promised to return later to get more of their belongings. I contacted David to see whether his offer was still available. He stated unequivocally. He stated that his wife Sarah was on board, and they had a spare room. He said that his daughter Emily was my age and would be delighted to have someone else in the house. He told me that I could move in whenever I wanted. I packed my belongings that weekend. I didn't have much: clothing, a laptop, a few books, and a folder with my mother's documents. I left the furnishings because it was included with the room. My father came out of the bedroom when he heard me move. He inquired where I was heading. I said that I was staying with David for a time. He questioned why. I informed him since Lori was going and I didn't want to be here alone with him. He did not argue, he merely nodded and returned to his room. David picked me up that afternoon. My father came outside while we were moving my belongings into his car. He inquired whether I was certain about this. I said yes. He suggested we chat first. I claimed there was nothing to discuss. He just stood there till we drove away. I've been at David's place for 4 weeks now. Lori texted me to say she had officially moved out. She acquired a little apartment closer to her workplace. The twins are adapting. She stated that my father attempted to contact her several times, but she has not responded. David's family is kind. His wife Sarah is a teacher, and their daughter Emily is 1 year younger than me. They treat me like a member of the family. David assisted me in setting up a new workstation in the spare room and even sourced a desk from a junk store. I'm still working at the community center, and my grades remain good. I'm not sure what will happen to my dad. Part of me believes he'll attempt to contact me someday, but I'm not ready to talk to him. David says I don't have to do anything I don't want to do and may stay here for as long as I need. For the time being, I'm trying to concentrate on school and job and avoid thinking about everything that has gone wrong. Update 3. I hadn't planned to publish again, but so many people had messaged me asking for an update that I decided to make one last piece to wrap things up. I still live with David and his family. It's been 8 months overall. They have made it plain that I am not a burden and may remain for as long as I need to. I give them $250 per month for rent now that I work more hours at the community center, but they initially refused it. I insisted since I don't want to be perceived as taking advantage. Sarah helped me improve my academics, and I'm on schedule to graduate next year with good grades. Emily and I got along great. She enjoys photography, and I occasionally assist her edit images on my laptop. David showed me how to change the oil in a car and fix a leaking faucet. My father never bothered to show me the basics. Lori moved to a larger apartment a few months ago. I see her and the twins every other weekend. We enjoy gaming and watching movies. The twins are doing well. James is now enjoying soccer, while Matthew is beginning to play the guitar. Lori appears lighter, if this makes sense. She grins more. She began dating someone new, a man who works in her building. She introduced me to him last month and he seems okay. The twins like him. The divorce was completed last month. Lori has primary custody of the twins, and my father takes them every other weekend, although he only shows up about half of the time. Lori claims he makes excuses regarding work. The settlement was not beautiful. Lori's lawyer was harsh and my father didn't have a strong case considering all that had transpired. My father reached out to me twice. The first time happened approximately a month after I moved in with David. He arrived to David's residence uninvited. David answered the door and informed him I did not want to see him. My father begged to speak with me nevertheless. David said, "No," and closed the door. My father waited on the porch for a few minutes before leaving. The second occurrence occurred 3 weeks ago. He visited the community center when I was working. Mrs. Turner, the director, noticed him chatting to me and came over to make sure everything was well. My father stated he just wanted to chat. I assured Mrs. Turner everything was great and we could chat outdoors. We sat on a bench in the parking lot. He looked better than the previous time I saw him, but he was still worn out. He apologized for everything. He admitted he made mistakes and was working to improve. He said that he was seeing a counselor since the court mandated it as part of the custody arrangement. He stated he wanted me to return home. I asked him why. He argued that because I was his son, I belonged to him. I told him he didn't treat me like a son for the first 14 years of my life and just took me in because he had to. He said that wasn't fair. I assured him it was perfectly fair. He took a different strategy. He added that when I reached 19, I'd need help obtaining my inheritance, which he could assist with. He stated he wanted to be engaged in my life in the future and that excluding him now would complicate matters later. That sent off alarms. I thanked him for stopping by and said that I needed to get back to work. He attempted to continue chatting, but I walked away. When I arrived home, I informed David about our talk. He felt it was strange that my father brought up the inheritance. We decided to contact the law company that manages my mother's trust. David accompanied me to the appointment. Mr. Hansen, the lawyer, was the same person who helped my mother put things up. He's semi-retired now, but he still manages the trust. He verified that my father had phoned the business several times over the previous 7 months seeking information regarding the trust. He wanted to know how much money was in it, when I'd have access, and whether he could be recognized as a financial guardian while I was still a child. Mr. Hansen stated that he turned down every request. He claimed the trust is unbreakable and my father has no legal right to any of it. He added that when I reach 19, I will meet with him and a financial consultant to go over everything and open accounts in my name. He stated that my mother made certain that it was secured so that my father would not be able to access it. Hearing it made me realize that my father's sudden interest in reconciling was not motivated by a desire for a relationship. He merely wanted access to my mother's money. David asked Mr. Hansen if there was anything we could do to prevent my father from causing difficulties. Mr. Hansen added, "As long as you keep the paperwork safe and don't sign anything your dad gives you, you'll be fine." He gave me his card and told me to call him if my father tried anything more. I have not heard from my father since our talk at the community center. Lori claims he's been irregular with the twins. He either cancels visits at the last minute or fails to show up altogether. When he sees them, he spends half of the time on his phone. She claims that the lads are losing interest in whether or not dad shows up. I'll turn 18 next month. David and Sarah are organizing a little celebration with some of my school classmates and cousins. Emily is baking a cake. It'll be my first true birthday since my mother died. I was promoted in the community center. I am currently operating the computer lab full-time and offering basic coding workshops to children on Saturdays. Mrs. Turner informed me that she will be sending me a college recommendation letter. Considering programs in computer science and possibly business. Even without the bequest, I have enough savings to last the first year. I don't think about my father much anymore. I occasionally worry if he'll get his act together, but I don't lose sleep over it. He made his pick. I miss my mother every day. I wish she was here to see how everything came out. But I think she'd be pleased that I discovered folks who genuinely care about me. David and Sarah treat me like I am their own child. Lori and the twins remind me of the family I never had growing up. My cousins and grandma visit on a regular basis. When I reach 19, I plan to read whatever letter my mother left me with trust. Mr. Hansen stated that there was one, but it was sealed until I reached the legal age. I'm nervous, but yet interested. For the time being, my main priorities are finishing school, accumulating money and finding out what happens next. I don't have all the answers, but I'm in a better place now than I was a year ago, when I was living in that home with people who didn't want me there. That is it. I don't believe I'll update again until anything significant occurs. Thank you to everyone who left comments and messages, it helped more than you realize. Now, let us go to the following story. Story 2. My brother-in-law lost his job and wants to reside at my place for free. He's been lazy. He is a filthy slob and my wife is on his side. I, 34, was married to Emily, 32, for 8 years. We had been living in my house, which I had acquired before we married. It was a respectable 3-bedroom house in a pleasant area. Emily's brother, Ryan, 28, was forced out of his apartment around 6 months ago because he couldn't pay the rent after losing his job during the epidemic. His assets were entirely depleted, and he had nowhere to go. Emily requested that he remain with us temporarily until he could get back on his feet financially. I was apprehensive at first since I treasured my privacy and personal space. However, after Emily begged with me and explained that Ryan was family and had no other alternatives, I decided to let him remain in our spare bedroom for a few months. Ryan had moved in with only a couple suitcases of goods. For the first several weeks, everything was fine. He had stayed to himself, cleaned up after himself in the communal spaces, and had been actively looking for work. However, after approximately a month, Ryan's conduct began to change. Instead of looking for work, he had started spending more time at home, lying about and playing video games. His bathroom habits had deteriorated to the point that there were pubic hairs everywhere, urine stains on the toilet, and the bathroom reeked of his foul body odor at all times. He had also started consuming all of our meals without contributing anything. I politely mentioned these concerns with Ryan several times, but he always answered dismissively, promising to do better but never following through. Emily had originally taken my side in these things, believing that Ryan ought to respect our house and take his job search seriously. However, after a few months, she began to make excuses for his lethargy and messiness, claiming that he was simply going through a difficult period and that I should be patient with him. By the 4th month of Ryan's stay, I'd had enough. Not only had his filthy conduct continued, but he had begun inviting strange people over without permission, blaring loud music and video games all night, and even vaping indoors, leaving the house smelling like a nightclub. I had to put my foot down and tell Ryan that he needed to get his act together and start looking for work, or he would have to find another place to live. This resulted in a major blowout confrontation between Emily and me. Emily had shockingly taken Ryan's side, saying, "What's the big deal? He's just having some fun after going through a rough patch. Why are you being so uptight and cruel to my own brother?" I was astounded that she was justifying and enabling Ryan's complete lack of responsibility or respect as a guest in my home. When I refused to back down from giving Ryan an ultimatum, Emily issued her own. "If you kick Ryan out, I'll leave with him. You will have to pick between us." In that instant, I understood my marriage was already finished. Emily's willingness to abandon her marriage vows and return home rather than allow her bum-loser brother walk all over me demonstrated her true values. Her family would always come before me, regardless of how insulting or inappropriate their behavior was. Then I took the tough decision to inform Emily that if that was her preference, then be it. Ryan would stay, and she would go, not vice versa. I wasn't going to let them push me out of my own house, which I had owned before to the marriage. Needless to say, this resulted in World War II between Emily and I. She had called me every name in the book, including selfish, uncaring, domineering, abusive, and more. She accused me of preferring brick walls over your wife and said I would live to regret wrecking our marriage over it. She had hurriedly packed her bags and rushed off, planning to remain with her parents for the time being. However, in her wrath, she had neglected certain critical documents and emotional objects that were meaningful to her. A few days later, she sent Ryan over to retrieve her remaining stuff. I have to admit that in that moment, I was tempted to use her belongings as a bargaining chip to get Ryan out of my house. However, I had taken the high road. Ryan had not been denied any goods, and he had obtained everything Emily desired. As he departed with her belongings, he told me that I would regret my choice, and that she was the finest thing that had ever happened to me. In the 2 months since I had begun the formal process of divorcing Emily, she had continued to put pressure on me to keep Ryan in my house, claiming that he had nowhere else to go and that forcing him out would wreck his life. However, I declined. Ryan had brought this position upon himself with a lack of drive and disregard for limits. I owe him nothing. My soon-to-be ex-wife could let her bum brother mooch off her if she wanted, but he would not be residing in my house any longer. Ryan eventually found a new place to live after I stood firm in my decision. However, this circumstance had caused significant harm to my marriage. Emily had made it apparent that she would always prioritize her brother above me. So, Reddit, I refused to let my lazy, disrespectful brother-in-law continue to live in my house rent-free, even if it meant the ruin of my marriage. I had to decide between condoning Ryan's worthless behavior and losing my wife. I don't think I was the terrible guy at all, but I'd want to hear some other viewpoints. Update 1. I realize it's been a few months since my previous update, but there's a lot need to get off my chest. What I'm going to describe may appear strange and ridiculous, but I vow on my life that every word is true. After the events of my previous piece, in which my marriage to Emily self-destructed due to her helping her lazy bum of a brother Ryan, life had been rough, but I was attempting to move ahead. Emily's divorce processes were already begun, but she insisted on allowing Ryan back into my house before agreeing to any settlement. Of course I declined, having been pushed too far by Ryan's filthy behavior and disregard for my house and regulations. Ryan had ultimately found a new apartment after I forced him out, but I was still responsible for paying rent there in order to meet Emily's requests and get the divorce completed quickly. I had been focused on my job, trying to immerse myself in it to distract myself from the agony of my marriage dissolving for such an asinine cause. Emily's unwavering loyalty to her worthless brother over her spouse. I had been revisiting all of the battles and insults in my head, her calling me selfish and nasty for merely seeking basic respect and responsibility in my own house. Part of me questioned whether I was the bad person after all, for allowing my ego and stubbornness to destroy an 8-year marriage. Maybe I should have just tolerated Ryan's nonsense to make Emily happy, but another part of me understood her priorities were entirely incorrect, and allowing Ryan's loser lifestyle would just exacerbate the situation in the long run. In any event, I had attempted for several months to simply go on and accept that my marriage had ended. I'd become accustomed to having the home to myself again, without having to walk on eggshells around Ryan's filth and scents. I had begun making house modifications and renovating to my own style, something I could not have done without Emily's assistance. However, approximately a month ago, something unexpected occurred, reopening the can of worms. I had been out grocery shopping when I ran into an old college acquaintance named Ben. Ben and I were great friends in university, but we grew away when we began our professions and he married and had children. After exchanging some basic catch-up chit-chat, Ben had cautiously asked me, "Hey man, I have to ask, are the rumors true that you and Emily split up because you kicked out her brother for being lazy?" I had been surprised that mine and Emily's private marital issues had seemingly become public gossip, but I had figured it was a small town and these things tend to spread like wildfire when people divorce. So, I clarified to Ben that sure, it was really the circumstances that led to our parting. To my amazement, Ben expressed incredulity. He then remarked something unexpected that I had never considered. "Dude, what if I told you the story? You think you know is only scratching the surface? That things are way more messed up than you could ever imagine." I had prodded Ben for further information, but he was first hesitant to share anything, claiming he didn't want to disseminate unproven allegations. However, when I pushed and reminded him of our previous trust, Ben consented and began describing something that, if accurate, called into question all I believed I understood. According to Ben, he had a close friend named Chris who had known Ryan since high school. Though Ben didn't know Ryan well, Chris had told him several stories about Ryan being a deadbeat loser over the years. Borrowing money from friends to support his sedentary lifestyle, mooching off women, you name it. According to what Chris informed Ben, Ryan sponging off of me and Emily was no accident or coincidence. Ryan and his friend Chris had devised a carefully thought-out long-term strategy. According to the narrative, approximately a year ago, when everything was going well in my marriage, Chris went to a party and caught eyes with Emily. According to Ben, Chris was immediately drawn to Emily's beauty and decided to pursue her, although knowing she was married to me. Ryan owed Chris a large quantity of money, thousands of dollars, from previous debts and escapades. Chris had been hounding Ryan for money, threatening him with trouble if he didn't pay. That's when Chris devised a strategy. He would get Ryan to pursue effectively ending my marriage to Emily. If Ryan could infiltrate our family and gradually turn Emily against me, ultimately generating a wedge that would lead to our divorce, Chris would have the opportunity to worm his way in and pursue the newly single Emily for himself. In exchange for Ryan's attempts to end my marriage, Chris would forgive the massive debt that hung over Ryan's head, thereby releasing him of the burden. It's a win-win for the two jackals. I listened to Ben's narrative with incredulity and disdain. Ryan could not possibly be such a bad person. Was he intentionally working to sabotage his own sister's marriage so that his sleazy buddy could have a shot with her? But Ben maintained that everything he was telling me came straight from Chris's mouth. And the timetable appeared to fit nicely. Ryan began mooching off Emily and messing up when Chris first met her and fell in love. Ryan's demeanor quickly changed to that of a nasty, lazy slob. According to Ben, Chris had been constantly providing Ryan advice and directions on how to gradually turn Emily against me over time. Little by little, I was made out to be the evil person, Too tense and unkind for merely seeking basic obligations and respect in my own house. Emily was continually criticizing me for having unrealistic expectations of Ryan. It all sprang from Chris's fascination with my wife and desire to manipulate his way into a relationship with her by destroying my marriage in the process. They had accomplished their aim with Ryan's assistance as an inside man, chipping away at Emily's affection for me. Hearing all of this was like getting hit in the belly repeatedly. For months I tortured myself, wondering whether I was the one who had unjustly placed my home over my wife's own flesh and blood brother. But if Ben's discoveries were accurate, Ryan and Chris had orchestrated a long-planned scam. Even more painful than the treachery itself was the thought of the inevitable toll this revelation would have inflicted on Emily herself. To understand she had been used as a pawn by her own brother to undermine her marriage, all in the hopes of setting her up for Chris to finally sleep with. Ryan and Chris's vile breach of trust and deception was appalling. I spent the following 3 days in an emotional tailspin, unable to focus at work as these horrible truths occupied my mind. I prodded Ben for any more information he could supply, including how reliable a source his friend Chris was for this. While Ben conceded Chris was a little dodgy at times, he argued Chris could not have concocted a tale this detailed and well-timed. Finally, I decided that I needed to get to the bottom of this, no matter how terrible the reality might be. I vowed to address Ryan personally. If I could get him away from Chris's possible influence, I might be able to get Ryan to finally admit everything. I wrote Ryan asking if we could meet for a talk, and to my surprise, he accepted quite fast. We had agreed on a quiet cafe near his new location for the meeting. When I arrived, Ryan was waiting with the same arrogant expression and contemptuous body language he usually had. "All right, man. You said you wanted to talk," Ryan replied as I sat across from him. "What's on your mind?" I took a long breath, preferring to be direct rather than skirt the issue. "I know everything, Ryan, including the plan you and your buddy Chris devised to sabotage my marriage." Ryan's smile vanished as soon as he heard my words. His eyes had widened in amazement and worry, giving me all the evidence I needed that what I had learnt was correct. "I don't know what you're talking about, man," Ryan had blurted out unconvincingly, unable to establish eye contact with me. "Don't even try to deny it," I said firmly. "I know exactly how your scumbag friend Chris became fascinated with my wife Emily after seeing her at a party. And I know everything about the twisted agreement you two struck." Ryan remained silent, moving uneasily in his seat as I recounted the facts of their arrangement. "Chris promised to forgive all of the money you owed him if you could effectively insinuate yourself into our family and gradually turn Emily against me over time, causing a schism between us until our marriage fell apart. Chris might also pursue Emily, who is freshly single." Ryan's lack of resistance and denial told me everything. His attention eventually shifted to the table and he could no longer look me in the eye. In that moment, I felt a powerful combination of fury, disdain, and grief. "You're a real piece of work, Ryan," I spat out, struggling to keep my voice down in the diner. "Betraying your own sister, sabotaging her marriage just so your loser buddy could have a shot at getting with her. Do you have any idea how messed up and cruel that is?" Ryan had finally started muttering some garbled responses about owing Chris money, needing a place to stay, and getting it over his head with Chris's manipulation. But it all seemed like sad explanations and justifications to me. Save it. I'd cut him off. This was one of the most heinous, despicable betrayals I could possibly fathom. The saddest thing is that you exploited Emily as a pawn in your sick little game. I had considered if I should tell Emily the whole truth about her brother's actions. Part of me wanted to shield her from the sorrow of finding that her own sibling had actively sabotaged her marriage for his own selfish reasons. But another part of her felt she deserved to know the entire scope of Ryan's heinous crimes and treachery. In that moment in the cafe, with the truth fully revealed between us, I decided to shut Ryan out of my life, regardless of what happened with Emily. I stood up from the table and said, "You're done, Ryan. I don't want to see or hear from you again. If you even come near me or try to contact me, I'll make sure the full truth about what you did is plastered all over this town." Ryan sat there, totally deflated without his signature smile and nonchalant attitude to hide behind. As I turned to exit the diner, he had finally found his voice. "You'll regret this." And when Chris, I cut him off right away, feeling furious and disgusted. "If you or your degenerate buddy Chris ever comes near me or Emily again, you'll wish you had never been born." With that, I stormed out of the diner, still feeling a slew of emotions: hatred for Ryan, disgust at Chris's depravity, and torment at Emily's manipulation by her own blood without even realizing it. I had determined that Emily needed to know everything, no matter how unpleasant. Perhaps understanding about the circumstances will finally let her see the manipulation she had been exposed to. I had asked Emily if we could meet in a public area since I had something very essential to talk regarding the termination of our marriage. To her credit, she consented without objection. We had met in a quiet cafe, and I could instantly sense her fear and unease. As quietly as I could, I began telling her what Ben had told me about Ryan and his friend Chris's plan. She initially responded with surprise, unwilling to believe her brother was capable of such brutality and deception. But when I put out the jigsaw pieces, the date, and the particular information, her countenance gradually changed. By the end, I could see it all coming together for Emily. Ryan's persistent prodding to take his side against me. His seeming fixation with intruding himself into our marriage and living circumstances, as well as his advice that I was being unfair in my attitude toward his lack of accountability. It had all been a well-planned attempt to push Emily and me apart, all in service of Chris's twisted fixation and dealings with Ryan. Emily's eyes welled up with tears as she realized the unpleasant reality. To her credit, she made no attempt to justify or rationalize Ryan's behavior. I believe she knew, as I did, that this was a new low in depravity that couldn't be explained or excused in any manner. She immediately tried to reach Ryan to confront him, but he ignored all of her calls and messages. She eventually informed me that she felt utterly ill to her stomach. Sick of Ryan's nasty, selfish attempts to undermine her own marriage, and sick of seeing how horribly she had been misled and exploited as a pawn. In that instant, I saw the lady I had fallen in love with all those years before. The nice, kind-hearted individual who would never intentionally harm someone. Emily had been an innocent victim of Ryan's lies, just like me. Despite the sorrow of our marriage's collapse, I couldn't stay angry or resentful of Emily after that chat. If anything, I was relieved that she, like me, had seen Ryan for the wicked viper that he was. We had spent a long time talking about everything that day, re-examining her interactions with Ryan during his visit to our house through a fresh lens of understanding. So many of his words and behaviors that had previously been benign or equivocal suddenly took on a new, ominous significance when examined in light of the facts we now knew. Emily had made it apparent that she had realized how incredibly wrong she had been in allowing Ryan's dreadful actions toward me. No more excuses. No more justifications. She received it. We both determined that day to do whatever it needed to permanently remove Ryan's cancer from our life. Emily, like me, was sickened by Chris's perverted fascination and participation in all of this. On some way, we had reconnected because of our shared contempt for the two rascals who had abused our marriage. Emily and I maintained an open channel of contact throughout our divorce process. While we both believed our marriage was too broken to repair, there were no residual resentments or bad blood between us, which helped tremendously. We had agreed to break off all contact and communication with Ryan permanently, refusing to allow him worm his way back into our life or make any further excuses. He had made his terrible decisions and could live with the repercussions. Regarding his scumbag friend Chris, we had decided that if he ever attempted to contact or pursue Emily in any manner, we would not hesitate to seek police assistance and file restraining orders. His warped infatuation and entitlement towards Emily had already gone too far. In any event, given how terrifying this entire experience was, I'm just glad Emily and I came out on the other side with an unusual feeling of clarity and boundaries reinstated. While our marriage may be ending, a tremendous weight and load has been removed off both of our shoulders. We no longer have to live with the rage, uncertainty, and self-doubt that came from being gaslit and manipulated by those two filthy sociopaths. The truth has helped us reclaim our self-esteem and value. As we part ways and begin new chapters, I believe we are both motivated to pass on the hard lessons we learned here, such as recognizing the warning signs of poisonous personalities. My sister tried to steal half my home with a fake will. She didn't expect I'd have my husband's journal, medical records, and a lawyer waiting. My name is Andrew, and at 34 years old, I never anticipated to be a widow. Andrew, my spouse of 11 years, died of a sudden aneurysm 3 months ago. Just days after his passing, I dragged myself to my nephew Logan's first birthday party, where my sister Chloe threw a bomb. She revealed that Logan was Andrew's son, displaying a will that claimed half of my $800,000 home. What she didn't realize was why I could not contain my laughing. If you're watching from somewhere where family drama hits close to home, please like and subscribe. Trust me, you'll want to know how I handled what happened next. Andrew and I met 12 years ago at a charity auction for children with cancer. I was volunteering, assisting with the silent auction items, when he outbid everyone else on a painting I had been admiring all evening. It was a painting of the Boston skyline at sunset with bright oranges and purples pouring into the harbor. After winning, he walked right up to me and handed it up. "I noticed you looking at this all night," he remarked, smiling, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. "I believe it belongs to you." That was Andrew, attentive, observant, and kind to the extreme. I fell hard and quickly. We went on our first date the next evening, and it felt like we'd known each other forever. He was a bright but humble business attorney who recalled waiters' names and asked sincere questions about their lives. 8 months after we met, he proposed on the bay, with the actual skyline echoing the image that had drawn us together. We purchased our Victorian home on Beacon Hill shortly after our first anniversary. It was a financial stretch at $800,000, but Andrew had recently been promoted to partner at his firm, and I was establishing a strong reputation as an interior designer. The house required renovation, but it had solid foundations, high ceilings, and a tiny yard out back where I imagined future children playing. Despite their best efforts, those children never arrived. For years, we mapped, planned, and hoped. Then followed the doctors, the exams, the procedures, and 4 rounds of IVF, which depleted our savings and spirits. I still recall the last failed effort, the peaceful drive home from the clinic. Andrew stretched over the console to take my hand, and neither of us spoke because we both knew it was the end of the journey. "We can still have a beautiful life," Andrew said one night as we sat on our porch swing. "You and I, that is enough." He meant it. We gradually rebuilt our dreams. We traveled. We devoted ourselves to our careers. We refurbished the house room by room until it was the showpiece that I had always envisioned. Andrew encouraged my decision to start my own interior design firm. Our lives were full, if not exactly as anticipated. My younger sister, Chloe, was always on the edge of our enjoyment. She was 4 years younger than me and at 30, had always been the family's wild child. While I was studying design and starting a business, she was changing jobs and relationships. Our parents were continually concerned about her, which led to them making excuses for her actions and bailing her out of financial difficulty on multiple occasions. Chloe and I had a complex relationship from childhood. She was obviously gorgeous, with an effortless charisma that drew others to her, but there was always a sense of competitiveness on her side. If I accomplished something, she needed to outperform me. When I started dating Andrew, she became quite interested in law students. When we acquired our house, she whined about her apartment for months, hoping that our parents would assist her improve. It was exhausting, but Andrew urged me to continue the connection. "She is your only sister," he would tell me. "Family is important." 2 years ago, Chloe began dating Travis, a bartender she met while out with friends. He was ruggedly gorgeous, with tattoos on his arms, and a motorcycle that our parents didn't approve of. Their relationship appeared tumultuous on the outside, with dramatic breakups and passionate reconciliations. The pregnancy announcement came at Thanksgiving dinner the year before Andrew died. It was surprising, to say the least. I was living up to societal expectations. Yet there she was, announcing her pregnancy with dramatic tears and affirmations of the miracle of life. I felt a familiar twinge of jealousy. After all of our hardships and suffering, Chloe had unintentionally accomplished what we had desperately desired. But I shoved those emotions down. I was sincerely pleased for her, and I was determined to be the best aunt possible to her child. Logan weighed a healthy 8 pounds and 4 ounces at birth. I arrived at the hospital carrying flowers and a homemade blanket that I had spent months making. Chloe was overwhelmed by motherhood from the beginning, frequently contacting me in tears about Logan's colic or her weariness. I stepped in as much as I could, even watching Logan overnight so she could sleep. Andrew was less involved in Logan than I was. In retrospect, I suspected it was due to our own infertility issues, and that bonding with a baby who was not ours would be terrible for him. He was always nice when Chloe brought Logan here, but he kept a certain distance that I never questioned at the time. Then came the dreadful Tuesday morning. Andrew complained about a headache before heading for work. I advised he stay at home, but he had an important client appointment. "It was just a migraine," he insisted, kissing me goodbye. "I will call you after the meeting." That call never arrived. Instead, I received one from the hospital. When I arrived, he had already left. Brain aneurysm. They claimed nothing could have been done. He was 36 years old. The next days were a haze of arrangements and anguish. Chloe was curiously missing for the majority of it, sending text messages stating Logan was sick or that she couldn't get a babysitter. When she did attend the funeral, she only stayed short, keeping to herself and leaving before the reception. I was too numb from grief to think about it at the moment. Logan's first birthday came just 1 week after we laid Andrew to rest. Andrew would want you to go, my mother urged, during one of her regular check-in calls, despite the fact that I had no desire to attend a children's birthday celebration. He always said, family comes first. So I found myself driving to Chloe's little rental house in a less attractive area of town, with a wrapped gift on the passenger seat, and black bags under my eyes that no concealer could conceal. I had rarely slept since Andrew died, spending evenings staring at his vacant side of the bed, searching for comfort that no longer there. I parked behind a line of cars and took a few long breaths before snatching the gift and entering. Nobody should have to pretend happiness so soon after losing their husband, I reasoned, but I put on a smile and knocked on the door. Jenna, Chloe's friend, opened it, her eyes widening slightly at seeing me. "Oh Andrew, you made it," she murmured, her tone strangely strained. She took a quick check over her shoulder before stepping aside. "Come in, everyone is in the backyard." The modest house was decorated with blue balloons and streamers, and a banner reading, "Happy First Birthday Logan," hung on the living room wall. I spotted a group of strangers whispering in the kit carter. They grew silent as I passed, their gazes following me. In the backyard, more visitors gathered in small groups, holding plastic drinks. I noticed my parents seated awkwardly at a picnic table, visibly uncomfortable. My father got up when he saw me, relief on his face. "Andrew," he hugged me, "we were not sure you would come." "Of course I came," I responded, placing the gift on the specified table. "Where is the birthday boy?" "With Chloe," my mother replied, not quite addressing my gaze. "They should be out soon for the cake." I mingled awkwardly, receiving condolences and avoiding questions about how I was doing. Everyone felt on edge, and discussions came to an abrupt halt when I approached. I attributed it to people not understanding how to behave around a newlywed widow. After 30 awkward minutes, Chloe emerged from the home with Logan on her hip. She was wearing a new clothing that I had never seen before, and her hair was newly highlighted. Logan looked darling in a small button-up shirt and bow tie, his chubby legs kicking in delight at all the attention. Chloe hardly acknowledged me as she sat Logan in his high chair. She appeared energetic, almost exuberant, and moved around the yard with surprising assurance. Then a guest tapped a spoon against her cup, drawing everyone's attention. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate Logan's special day," she said, her voice echoing around the yard. "This past year has been full of surprises and challenges, as many of you know." Guests exchanged eyes. My mother grew quite interested in her shoes. "I have been keeping a secret," Chloe began, resting a hand on Logan's head. "One that I can no longer hide, especially after recent events." A shiver went down my spine. Something was extremely wrong. "Logan is not Travis's son," she said, looking across the yard at me. "He is Andrew's." The world seems to pause. I heard gasps around me and felt my father stiffen behind me, but they were only background noise to the rushing in my ears. "Andrew's husband and I had a brief affair 2 years ago," Chloe explained, her voice firm and practiced. "It was a mistake, a moment of weakness for both of us. We never meant to hurt anyone, but these things happen." I stood motionless, unable to grasp what I had heard. My sister claimed she had slept with my husband, and that her son, the nephew I had lovingly cared for, was Andrew's child. It was so ludicrous that I nearly laughed out loud. Chloe wasn't done. She dug inside her purse and retrieved a folded sheet. "Andrew knew the truth about Logan. Before he died, he updated his will," she continued, bringing up the paper. "He wanted his son to be provided for. This will states that half of the house Andrew and Andrew owned should go to Logan as his biological child." Every eye in the yard shifted to me. I could see pity, morbid interest, and discomfort. My parents appeared stunned, with my father half standing, as if undecided whether to assist. And suddenly, to everyone's surprise, including mine, I felt a smile pulling at my lips. Not a joyful smile, but one that occurs when something is so grossly false that it is almost amusing. I pushed my lips together, attempting to control the inappropriate laughter that was building up inside me. "Oh, I see," I finally said, my voice calm and even. I took a sip of water to buy time and resist the impulse to laugh in my sister's face. "May I see this will, Chloe?" Her confident expression wavered slightly. She certainly didn't expect this reaction. She approached slowly and handed me the document, which was a typed page with what appeared to be Andrew's signature at the bottom. I quickly scanned it and immediately noticed inconsistencies. The official language was completely incorrect. Nothing like the legal documents I had seen Andrew bring home. And while the signature looked similar to Andrew's, it was plainly fabricated. The connecting stroke between A and D was incorrect, and the concluding flourish was excessively pronounced. I carefully folded the paper and returned it to her. "Thank you for sharing this with me. I think I need to go now." "That is it?" Chloe inquired, her voice betraying her confusion. "You are not going to say anything else?" "Not right now," I explained gently, retrieving my handbag. "This is Logan's day, we can discuss this privately later." I bid farewell to my astonished parents and promised to call them shortly. As I walked to my car, I could hear muttering behind me, and the party atmosphere was shattered. Once inside my car, safe and out of sight, I finally let out the laugh that had been trying to escape. It started small and increased until tears streamed down my cheeks. Not tears of joy, but a bizarre mix of anguish, rage and disbelief at my sister's audacity. Because Chloe didn't know something Andrew and I had never told anyone, making her intricate falsehood not only upsetting, but also impossible. The truth about Andrew and Chloe emerged 3 years ago, before Logan was even conceived. We had brought my sister home for dinner to celebrate her new work at a marketing agency, which was her longest employment to date. Andrew had made his renowned lasagna, and we'd opened a nice bottle of wine. It was a wonderful evening until I excused myself to answer a work call from a customer with a design emergency. The call ran longer than intended, with nearly 20 minutes spent walking a wealthy client through displaying artwork. When I returned to the dining room, the atmosphere had shifted. Andrew was uncomfortable, and Chloe was seated much closer to him than when I left, her hand on his arm, laughing at something I hadn't heard. I didn't think much of it at the time. Chloe had always been affectionate, and the wine was flowing freely. But later that night, as we were getting ready for bed, Andrew appeared worried. "There is something I need to tell you," he continued, sitting on the edge of our bed. "And I do not want it to cause problems between you and your sister, but I also do not want to keep secrets from you." He stated that while I was on the phone, Chloe made a pass at him. Nothing major, just inappropriate remarks about how fortunate I was to have him, followed by the implication that he needed someone who could properly appreciate him. When he rebuffed her, she shrugged it off as a joke, claiming that I was overly sensitive if he took her seriously. I was wounded, but not completely surprised. Chloe has always pushed boundaries. We opted to dismiss it as an odd incident resulting from wine and her regular competitive nature, but it was not. Over the next 4 months, Chloe sought ways to touch Andrew when I wasn't looking, sent text messages that were both pleasant and seductive, and once showed up uninvited to his workplace, asking him to lunch. Andrew always maintained boundaries in a gentle but firm manner and informed me soon thereafter. Following the office incident, we addressed my parents about Chloe's actions. It didn't go well. They suggested Andrew was misinterpreting friendly gestures and Chloe simply looked up to him as a brother. My mother even suggested, with good intentions but poor judgment, that Andrew was being pleased by the attention and exaggerating the situation. That night, Andrew and I made a decision. We would remove ourselves from Chloe without causing a wedge in the family. We avoided invitations that included her, made sure we were never alone with her, and Andrew disabled her phone number after she sent a particularly suggestive late-night text message. Then came the medical issue, which changed everything. Andrew had been in discomfort for weeks before visiting a urologist. The diagnosis was a varicocele, an expansion of veins within the scrotum that necessitated surgery. The procedure went well, but there was one complication. The doctor advised a vasectomy during the same surgery due to the wide size of the varicocele and the possibility of recurrence. It was a difficult decision, especially given our previous fertility issues, but we both decided it was the best option for Andrew's health. Logan's vasectomy was performed 2 years before to his conception. We kept the medical information secret. Even our parents didn't know. After years of persistent questioning about our childless status, we had learned to safeguard our reproductive privacy. The only ones who knew were Andrew, me, and Andrew's doctors. Andrew made a paranoid forecast while recovering from surgery. "Chloe is not done," he replied, sitting in our garden with an ice pack strategically placed. "I have a feeling she might try something more drastic one day." I laughed it off, but Andrew was serious. The following week, he made an appointment with Jacob Warren, our family attorney. I accompanied him, listening as Andrew described Chloe's conduct and his recent medical operation. Jacob suggested documenting everything, including unwelcome advances, medical paperwork verifying the vasectomy, and even text messages and emails from Chloe. "You never know what might become relevant," Jacob advised. "Better to have documentation and never need it than wish you had it later." We took his advice and created a file containing everything pertaining to the case. Andrew also revised his will correctly, through formal means, ensuring that everything would pass to me in the case of his death. Jacob kept copies of all paperwork, while we stored the originals in a safe deposit box at our bank. Andrew had said, "Just in case," as we locked the box. Though I planned to be around to deal with any of Chloe's drama for at least another 50 years. The morning after Logan's birthday, I headed straight to the bank. The manager, who had known Andrew and me for years, offered his condolences as he took me to the vault. I sat alone in the small viewing room, opening the box Andrew and I had loaded with what he jokingly referred to as our disaster preparation kit. Andrew's legitimate will, notarized and properly executed, leaving everything to me. Medical records detailing his vasectomy 2 years before Logan's conception, making it biologically impossible for him to be the father. A journal Andrew had kept documenting every inappropriate interaction with Chloe, including dates, times, and exact quotes. Printed copies of text messages she had sent him, and a letter from our attorney confirming that. And in the bottom of the box was a sealed envelope with my name written in Andrew's familiar handwriting. With shaky fingers, I opened it and started reading. "My darling Andrew, if you're reading this, something happened to me, and you needed to see these records. I hope it is many years from now, when we are old and gray, and Chloe's antics are nothing more than a distant memory to giggle about. But if not, if the worst happens and she tries to hurt you while I'm away, please know that I tried to plan for everything. Use these documents to defend yourself. I understand how important family is to you, and how loyal you are to those you care about. But you deserve to be safe from those who would take advantage of your wonderful heart. I love you beyond words and time. Be aware of everything that occurs. Andrew." Tears ran down my cheeks as I read his words, feeling his love and protection reach out to me even in death. My realistic, thoughtful husband had foreseen this, perhaps not the particular situation, but the likelihood that Chloe would try to take advantage of his death. I carefully returned everything to the box except what I needed: copies of the medical documents, the valid will, and a few diary entries. Then I phoned Jacob Warren and set up an appointment for that afternoon. Jacob Warren's law office was in a converted brownstone in downtown Boston, which radiated old money and discretion. I'd only been there a few times with Andrew, but the receptionist remembered me immediately, her countenance softening with sorrow. "Mrs. Preston," she began, rose to welcome me. "Mr. Warren is expecting you. Please accept my condolences for your loss." Jacob was in his 60s, with silver hair and reading glasses perched at the tip of his nose. He had been Andrew's mentor when he initially joined the firm, and they remained close even when Andrew transferred to another practice. When I walked in, he stood and came around his desk to briefly embrace me. "Andrew," he murmured, motioning for me to sit. I was devastated to hear about Andrew. He was one of the good ones. "He was," I agreed, my voice breaking slightly. "And it seems he was also right about preparing for the worst with my sister." I recounted what had happened at the birthday celebration and showed him the fake will that Chloe had submitted. Jacob examined it, his expression becoming more anxious. "This is an amateurish forgery," he concluded. "The language is all wrong, and the signature, while similar, would never stand up to expert analysis. But the fact that she created this at all is deeply troubling." I showed him the paperwork from the safety deposit box, medical records verifying Andrew's vasectomy, a valid will, and Andrew's journal recording Chloe's conduct throughout time. "Andrew was nothing if not thorough," Jacob said, looking over the materials. "These medical records alone disprove her claim about Logan's paternity. The vasectomy was performed 2 years before the child's conception. Andrew cannot be the father due to biological reasons." "What should I do?" I inquired. "I do not want to humiliate her publicly, but I cannot let her take half of our home based on a lie." Jacob slumped back in his chair. "Considering first, we need more information. I recommend hiring a private investigator to look into Chloe's current situation. There is likely a motivation beyond simple cruelty here. People rarely attempt fraud of this nature without financial pressure." He recommended Felix Dawson, a former police officer who now works as a private investigator and frequently handles cases for the firm. I agreed, and Jacob called immediately, outlining the problem in broad strokes. Felix came an hour later, a stocky man with a Boston accent and a no-nonsense demeanor. He made copious notes as I outlined the scenario, asking probing questions about Chloe's relationship, past, career, and finances. I realized how little I knew about my sister's current situation. We had grown apart since Logan's birth, with my attempts to be active as an aunt sometimes ignored or overlooked. "I will need a few days," Felix replied after I was finished. My preliminary focus will be on her financial situation and relationship with the child's actual father. Is there anything else you can tell me about him? I told Chloe what little I knew about Travis, the bartender she had been dating when she became pregnant. I had only met him a few times, and he appeared uninterested in family events. They were still together, as far as I knew, but she rarely addressed him. I said that he did not attend the birthday party yesterday, which I felt was unusual for the birthday boy's father. Felix nodded and made another note. That is a good starting point. I will be in touch soon. 3 days later, Felix called to schedule a meeting at Jacob's office. When I arrived, both men were reading documents on the conference table. Mrs. Preston, Felix began after we were seated, I have uncovered some concerning information about your sister's situation. According to his findings, Chloe was in grave financial problems. She owed more than $75,000 on credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills for Logan, who needed surgery for a heart issue soon after birth. Her credit score was terrible, and she'd been turned down for 3 more loans in the last month alone. She was also facing eviction. Felix continued by sliding a document across the table. This is a copy of the notice her landlord filed last week. She has until the end of the month to pay 4 months of back rent or vacate the property. Travis presumably abandoned Chloe and Logan shortly after their birth, traveling to Seattle with a new partner. He was paying very little child support, around $200 every month, and even that infrequently. I also found these, Felix added, displaying printouts of text messages. She had been telling acquaintances about her ambitions to take over a portion of your house for weeks. These were communications sent between her and a buddy named Jenna. I knew the name from the woman who had opened the door at the party. The messages were devastating. Andrew's death is terrible, but maybe it's finally my chance to get what I deserve. That house is worth at least 800 Kelvin now. If I play this right, I'll have a nice nest egg for Logan and me. The will is almost ready. My friend Dave is good with Photoshop and found a sample of Andrew's signature online from some charity auction. It looks totally legit. Andrew has always been the golden child. Time for me to get my share. She got 11 years with a great guy. I felt physically unwell after reading my sister's icy words. This was more than simply opportunism, it was intentional deceit intended to exploit my grief. There is more, Felix stated kindly. I ran a background check on Travis Martin, the actual father. He has a history of domestic violence charges from a previous relationship, and currently has a warrant out for unpaid child support for another child in New Hampshire. He is not someone you would want around your nephew. I sat in startled silence, attempting to digest everything. My sister was not only desperate, but she was willing to destroy Andrew's reputation and our marriage to address her financial issues. And her choice of partners had put Logan in jeopardy. What do I do with all of this? I inquired, gazing between Jacob and Felix. I cannot just expose all of this publicly. Logan is innocent in all of this. He is still my nephew. Jacob removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. You have several options, Andrew. We could file charges against Chloe for attempted fraud and forgery. That would likely result in criminal penalties for her, possibly even jail time given the amount of money involved. Or, he said, recognizing my feelings, we could handle this privately. Confront her with the evidence, require her to retract her claims, and potentially work out an arrangement that protects both you and the child. I left the conference with a heavy heart and a folder filled with evidence. That evening, I called my therapist, Dr. Leah Carter, whom I had been seeing since Andrew's death, to set up an emergency session. In her serene plant-filled office, I unloaded the entire story. I am so angry I can barely see straight, I said. But Logan is just a baby. None of this is his fault. And despite everything, Chloe is still my sister. Dr. Carter listened carefully, occasionally inquiring about my relationship with Chloe throughout our lives. It sounds like this pattern of competition and manipulation has existed since childhood, she told me. The current situation is an escalation, not an anomaly. What would you do? I asked, desperate. I cannot tell you what decision to make, she said. But I will say that compassion does not mean allowing yourself to be victimized. You can be kind while still establishing firm boundaries and consequences. After much thought, I made a decision. I would address Chloe individually with all of the information, giving her the option of facing probable legal repercussions for her fraud, or accepting a compromise that would provide for Logan while holding her accountable. The following morning, I called Chloe with newfound determination. We need to talk about the will, I replied when she responded. Can you come to my house tomorrow afternoon? Just you, no Logan. I knew you would come around, she said, smugly satisfied. I will be there at 2. I spent the morning getting ready for Chloe's arrival, sorting documents in a logical sequence and setting up recording devices per Jacob's advice. Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state, he told me. So you cannot record her secretly, but you can ask for her permission at the start of your conversation, framing it as a way to ensure you both have a record of any agreement reached. The doorbell rang precisely at 2 o'clock. I took a long breath to compose myself before opening the door. Chloe stood on the porch, dressed sharply in a new costume, her confidence clear in her posture. Come in, I said, taking her to the living room, where I had set up 2 seats facing each other, with a coffee table between them, holding a recorder, water glasses, and a folder of paperwork. I hope you do not mind if we record our conversation. It seems prudent, given the legal nature of what we are discussing. Chloe hesitated briefly before nodding. Sure, whatever makes you comfortable, though I think this can be pretty straightforward. The will is clear. I put on the recorder, entered the date and time, and confirmed Chloe's approval to be recorded. Then I sat back and studied my sister's face. Before we discuss the will, I would like to understand exactly what you are claiming happened between you and Andrew. Chloe started into a well-rehearsed narrative about a rumored affair 2 years prior. According to her story, she and Andrew met during a time when he and I were having issues. She stated they met multiple times at a downtown hotel. Andrew voiced his dissatisfaction with our marriage, and Logan was conceived during these meetings. He always meant to tell you, she explained, her eyes wide with rehearsed earnestness. But then Logan was born with the heart condition, and he did not want to add stress to the situation. He promised he would provide for his son, though. I listened without interrupting, noting the anomalies in her timetable and the specifics that contradicted my knowledge of Andrew's itinerary at the time. After she finished, I started asking questions. I said, "Which hotel did you meet at?" "The Mandarin Oriental," she answered promptly. "And what room? Do you remember?" She faltered somewhat. "It was on a high floor, I do not recall the exact number." "What days of the week did you usually meet?" "Tuesdays, sometimes Thursdays." "When he told you he was working late," I continued, my questioning becoming more precise. "What did Andrew typically order from room service? Which side of the bed did he prefer? Did he shower before or after?" Only Andrew's close partner would be privy to such details, right? Chloe became increasingly embarrassed, her responses becoming ambiguous or conflicting. "Why does any of this matter?" she eventually exclaimed. "The point is that Logan is Andrew's son, and the will proves Andrew wanted to provide for him." "Actually," I explained calmly, opening my folder, "both of those claims are demonstrably false." I put the medical records on the table between us. 2 years before Logan was conceived, Andrew had a vasectomy following surgery for a varicocele. It was completely successful, confirmed by follow-up tests. It was physically impossible for him to father a child after that procedure. Chloe's face had lost its color. She grabbed the medical paperwork with shaky hands, studying the clinical language and dates. "These could be faked," she replied softly. "They are not, I told you. And Andrew's doctor is prepared to testify to their authenticity if necessary, but that is just the beginning." Next I produced the actual will, which had been notarized and duly filed with the court. This is Andrew's actual will, prepared by Jacob Warren and witnessed by 2 partners at his firm. As you can see, it leaves everything to me, with no mention of Logan. Chloe's confidence was plainly eroding, but she tried to recover. "He must have changed it after this was drawn up. The will I have is more recent." "The will you have," I replied softly, "is a forgery. A poor one, I might add. Jacob has already identified multiple legal inconsistencies in the language, and the signature is clearly fake. Creating a fraudulent will is a felony in Massachusetts, punishable by up to 5 years in prison." I continued to present evidence methodically, including Andrew's notebook showing her unwanted approaches, text conversations between her and Jenna outlining the plan, and, lastly, Felix's investigative report detailing her financial problems, eviction notice, and Travis's abandonment. "We know everything, Chloe," I continued as she sat astonished. "The question now is what happens next?" She remained silent for quite some time. Then, to my amazement, she started crying. Deep, body-racking sobs, not the theatrical tears I'd seen her employ to manipulate our parents before. I did not know what else to do, she finally answered between gasps. "I'm going to be homeless. Logan and I will be out on the street in 2 weeks. Travis left us with nothing. The medical bills just keep coming. I thought if I could just get some money from the house. So you decided to destroy Andrew's reputation? I inquired, my voice tightening. To tell everyone he cheated on me? To forge legal documents? I was desperate, she exclaimed, her despair turning to rage. You have everything. This big house, a successful business, everyone's respect. What do I have? A baby with a heart condition, $75,000 in debt, and an eviction notice. You try making good decisions in that situation. Her outburst lingered in the air between us. The basic honesty of it, stripped of manipulation and deceit, touched something in me. Not forgiveness, yet, but perhaps understanding. Logan is Travis's son, isn't he? I inquired. She nodded and wiped her eyes. Yes, Andrew never touched me, not like that. I did try with him years ago. He always shut me down immediately. He was annoyingly loyal to you. And the will? My friend Dave helped me create it. He does graphic design and thought it would be easy to fake a signature. I was going to use it to pressure you into giving me money. I never thought you would actually look into it so thoroughly. I turned off the recorder and sat back to evaluate my next move. Chloe looked at me uncomfortably, apparently expecting the worst. I could press charges, I finally responded. What you did was illegal, not to mention cruel and calculated. She nodded miserably. I know, but that would hurt Logan, I said. And despite everything, he is my nephew. I love him. I leaned forward to ensure she was staring squarely at me. So, here is what is going to happen. You are going to tell everyone the truth, that you lied about the affair, that Logan is not Andrew's son, and that you forged the will. You will apologize publicly to me and to Andrew's memory. And then? She inquired, her voice soft. We will still be evicted. I am not finished, I said. In exchange for your full confession and a legal agreement never to attempt anything like this again, I will help you and Logan, not by giving you half my house, but by setting up a trust fund for Logan's education and medical needs, and helping you find stable housing. Her eyes expanded. Why would you do that after what I did? Not for you, I replied honestly. For Logan, and because Andrew would want me to help his nephew. Even if that nephew's mother tried to destroy his reputation. There will be conditions, I told myself. You will enter therapy and financial counseling. You will maintain steady employment, and you will allow me to be part of Logan's life to ensure he is being properly cared for. If you violate any of these conditions, the support stops immediately. Chloe was quiet for a long time, digesting everything. I do not deserve your help, she finally said. No, she replied, you do not. But Logan deserves a stable home and medical care, and I deserve to have my husband's memory untarnished. This solution gives us both what we need. After additional conversation, Chloe agreed to my requirements. We'd meet with Jacob the next day to finalize the arrangement, and she'd make her public confession at a family dinner the following weekend. As I escorted her out, she halted at the door. I really am sorry, Andrew. I have been jealous of you my whole life. Everything always seemed to come so easily to you. Nothing about my life has been easy, I said. You just never bothered to look past the surface. Maybe it is time you started. The family supper I planned on Saturday evening was stressful from the beginning. My parents arrived early, and my mother brought her homemade lasagna as a peace offering. I do not know what this is about, she began as she laid the dish on my counter, but Chloe has been calling us in tears, saying you are forcing her to come to some sort of family meeting. Just wait until everyone is here, I said, pouring her a glass of wine. This needs to be addressed once, with everyone present. By 7 p.m., my parents, Chloe, minus Logan, who was with a babysitter, and I were sitting around my dining room table. Jacob had urged me to record the chat as well, and a little recorder was placed in the center of the table. Thank you all for coming, I said after explaining the recording. I have asked Chloe to share some important information with you. Chloe was pale and uncomfortable, with none of her normal confidence. She spoke while staring down at her plate. I lied about Logan being Andrew's son, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Andrew and I never had an affair. Logan is Travis's child, and I forged the will I showed at the birthday party. My parents looked at her in disbelief. But why would you do such a thing? My father insisted. Do you have any idea what that claim did to your sister? To Andrew's reputation? Chloe outlined her precarious financial predicament, her voice growing stronger as she described the rising bills, Travis's abandonment, and the eviction notice. As she spoke, I noticed my mother's look change from shock to sympathy. Oh honey, she remarked once Chloe finished. Why did you not just come to us for help? You did not need to make up such terrible lies. Would you have given me $400,000? Chloe inquired plainly. Because that is what I would have gotten if my plan had worked. Half the value of Andrew's house. Of course we could not give you that kind of money, replied my dad. But we could have helped with the rent, at least temporarily. Instead, you chose to try to defraud your own sister while she was grieving her husband. I know it was wrong, Chloe said. Andrew has already made that abundantly clear. She has the evidence to press charges against me if she wanted to. My mother looked to me, alarmed. You would not do that to your own sister, would you, Andrew? I felt annoyed by her quick defense of Chloe. Even now I could, I stated firmly. What she did was not just immoral, but illegal. Forgery and fraud are felonies. But she's family, my mother said. And she has Logan to think about. I am family too, I said, my voice rising slightly. Your daughter too, the one who just lost her husband and then had to defend his memory against false accusations of infidelity. Where was your concern for me in all this? My father appeared uneasy, shifting in his seat. Of course we care about you, Andrew, but Chloe has always needed more help, more guidance. And whose fault is that? I inquired. You have been bailing her out of her poor decisions her entire life. Maybe if you had let her face consequences occasionally, she would not have escalated to criminal behavior. My mother gave a gasp. That is hardly fair, Andrew. We have always treated you girls equally. Chloe unexpectedly shook her head. No, Mom, you have not. Andrew is right. You always made excuses for me. Always found ways to fix my mistakes. It did not help me. It just made me think I could do whatever I wanted without consequences. My parents were astonished by this statement. For arguably the first time, Chloe accepted responsibility rather than avoiding blame. So what happens now? My father inquired, glancing between us. Is Chloe going to jail? No, I replied. I have decided not to press charges under certain conditions. I described the agreement Chloe and I had formed with Jacob's assistants, Logan's trust money, treatment and financial counseling requirements, and a solid employment situation. That is very generous, my father remarked, relieved. Especially after what she did. It is more than generous, Chloe replied gently. It is more than I deserve. Well, my mom remarked with a smile, this is all working out for the best. Then Chloe has apologized, Andrew is helping with Logan, and we can put this ugly business behind us. It is not that simple, Mom, I stated firmly. Trust has been broken here. The healing will take time, if it happens at all. And there need to be boundaries going forward. What kind of boundaries? She inquired, looking concerned. For one thing, I need you both to stop enabling Chloe's behavior. No more bailouts, no more excuses. She needs to stand on her own feet, with appropriate support that does not perpetuate dependency. My father nodded slowly. That seems reasonable. And I need you to respect that my relationship with Chloe will be different now. I am involved in Logan's life because I love him and want the best for him, but Chloe and I will not be close the way we once were. At least not for a long time. My mother appeared disturbed. But we are family. We need to stick together, especially now. Being a family does not imply tolerating abuse, Mom, I added gently. What Chloe did was abusive. She tried to use my grief to manipulate me, to take advantage of me at my most vulnerable. That has consequences, even within a family. The rest of the supper was quiet, as my parents processed this new reality. When they went, my father grabbed me tight and whispered, I am proud of you, Andrew. Andrew would be too. My mother held me as well, but her eyes were already melancholy, lamenting the perfect family dynamic she had always assumed we had. Chloe was the last to depart. At the door she paused. I really am sorry, she repeated again. Not just for the will and the lies, but for everything. For the years of competition and jealousy, for not being the sister you deserved. I know, I said. And I hope the therapy helps you understand why you made these choices. Logan deserves a mother who is emotionally healthy and honest. Do you think you will ever forgive me? I thought about the question thoroughly. I don't know, I replied genuinely. But I am willing to see where this new path takes us, for Logan's sake, and maybe someday for ours too. My parents and I drove home in silence, each engrossed in our own thoughts. I knew one thing for certain, our family will never be the same. However, in the long run, it may evolve into something healthier, based on honesty rather than deception. 1 year after Andrew died, I stood in our garden, watching the spring bulbs emerge from the dirt. The daffodils Andrew had planted the previous fall were blossoming, creating a riot of yellow against the newly green lawn. I felt a bittersweet sorrow viewing them, knowing he had planted them in the ground with the intention of watching them bloom. There had been so much upheaval in that year. Logan's trust fund has been established and is already helping to meet his ongoing medical needs. His cardiac issue, while requiring monitoring, was responding positively to medication, and he was developing into a joyful, inquisitive toddler. Chloe had astonished everyone by fully accepting the terms of our arrangement. 6 months of treatment had helped her realize early patterns of behavior, such as the persistent urge to compete with me and the self-sabotage that had defined many of her decisions. She had obtained consistent employment as an office manager at a dental clinic, which offered stability and benefits. Our relationship remained official, but friendly. I saw Logan on a daily basis and took him to the park or the children's museum. Chloe and I didn't pretend to be close, but we'd found a way to live together amicably for Logan's sake. My parents had initially struggled with the new boundaries that I had set. My mother in particular struggled to accept that her daughters would not have the close relationship she had hoped for. However, they had also evolved over time, learning to help Chloe without fostering her dependency. For me, the grief support group I joined immediately after Andrew's death had been a lifeline. 12 strangers brought together by grief had become friends, understanding each other in ways that well-meaning family and friends could not. We met weekly to share our grieving experiences, celebrate little accomplishments, and encourage one another through inevitable disappointments. 3 months after the encounter with Chloe, I founded the Andrew Preston Foundation for Legal Education, which awards scholarships to students from poor backgrounds interested in corporate law. It gave me hope to see Andrew's legacy live on in the careers of young, idealistic lawyers who might not otherwise have had the opportunity to enter the profession. Old friends had stepped up in ways I could never have expected. Andrew's law partners checked in on me on a regular basis, asking me to meals and gatherings to ensure that I was not alone in my grief. Sophie, my college roommate, flew in from Chicago every month solely to spend weekends with me, sometimes doing nothing but watching movies and eating takeout. And then there was Mark. I met him at a foundation fundraising event 6 months after Andrew's death. He was an ethics professor at Boston University, thoughtful and gentle, with a quiet sense of humor that reminded me of Andrew in some respects. We began as buddies, sharing coffee after foundation meetings, and gradually progressed to occasional meals. It was different from my experience with Andrew, as it should be. Mark knew that Andrew would always be a part of my life, and that loving again did not imply replacing what had come before. We were taking things carefully, both cautious and hopeful. Standing in the yard that spring morning, I reflected on what Andrew had taught me, not only during our time together, but even after he had left. His thoughtfulness in compiling those documents had kept me safe when I was most vulnerable. His journal notes confirmed my encounters with Chloe while my own parents sought to deny them. His love protected me even when he was not present. This ordeal taught me difficult lessons. That family relationships require clear boundaries to be healthy. That documentation is not only a legal precaution, but also an emotional necessity. That forgiveness does not have to imply forgetting or allowing harmful patterns to continue. And that sometimes the people we expect to protect us are the ones we need to protect ourselves from. But I had also discovered my own strength. I had dealt with Chloe's betrayal, managed legal complications, and made difficult decisions about how to proceed, all while grieving the loss of my husband. I had discovered a way to honor Andrew's memory while starting a new life for myself. The daffodils waved in the spring breeze, proving resilient after a long winter. I thought of how sorrow is similar to that, not a straight line, but a sequence of seasons, each with its own set of problems and surprising beauty. I was not the same person I was before Andrew's death or Chloe's betrayal. I was stronger in certain areas, more careful in others, but overall more real in my approach to relationships and limits. Sometimes the most terrible betrayals force us to discover strength we didn't know we possessed. I softly murmured to the garden Andrew had loved. You could not have known what would happen after you were gone, but somehow you prepared me to face it, and in that way, your love protects me even now. As I turned to return inside, I felt a sense of calm that had been missing for so long, not because the grief had vanished, it never would, but because I had discovered a way to carry it alongside hope for the future. Andrew had given me that gift, teaching me that love lasts even after the individual is gone, and that preparation and honesty are acts of genuine compassion. If there is one piece of advice I would give to anyone dealing with treachery in their family, it is to protect themselves through documentation and limits. People who truly love you will respect your limits, while those who do not were never safe for you to begin with. Have you ever had to set harsh limits with family members? Thank you for watching. Take care. Good luck. My sister slept with my fiancé for 6 months, married him while pregnant, then admitted on tape she planned to cause my miscarriage. After my older sister Rachel discovered that Jasmine had been secretly sleeping with her fiancé Darren for 6 months and was pregnant with his child, there was a lot of tension in the whole family. Of course, Jasmine, the golden child, was shameless, and went on to marry Darren in the exact same venue Rachel had booked, wearing a white dress despite being 7 months pregnant. Rachel found it extremely hard at the beginning, especially since Jasmine had used Rachel's own wedding plans, vendors, and even tried to steal her wedding dress. We were extremely close through this time period, and we helped each other through the betrayal. Eventually, she got over it, met a really successful investment banker named Miles, who understood her past trauma and treated her like a queen. They got married in a beautiful destination wedding in Santorini, and I was actually the maid of honor. She even invited our parents to the wedding, despite the fact they had attended Jasmine's wedding to Darren, and acted like nothing was wrong. My parents didn't attend, however. A few more years went by, and eventually our parents reached out to Rachel, begging to reconcile with her. And this is where the crapstorm started. Rachel agreed to reconcile and came to dinner along with her husband Miles. Jasmine was also there with Darren and their 2 kids. Throughout the evening, I noticed Jasmine kept making snide comments about how some people can't have children, Rachel and Miles had been trying, and how Darren was such an amazing father. But Miles just held Rachel's hand under the table. When it was time for dinner, my parents made a toast. Then out of nowhere, Jasmine stood up and said that she was so blessed to have such a beautiful family, and that she was pregnant again. She then redirected to Rachel and said, "Sis, I know it must be hard for you, because Darren chose me, and we have this beautiful family now. But thanks for your blessing. I know it must be hard for you to be here, knowing you can't have children while I'm on my 3rd, but I applaud your bravery." This was the moment where Jasmine got the biggest reality check of her life. Rachel's husband Miles, who had been quietly investigating Darren's finances for months, stood up and said, "Actually, Jasmine, we have some news too. We're not only expecting twins through IVF, but I've also just finished acquiring Darren's company through a hostile takeover. As of Monday morning, your husband will be unemployed." He then turned to Darren and continued, "Oh, and those 3 other women you've been sleeping with, they've all been contacted by my wife's divorce attorney friend. Jasmine, you might want to get tested. But here's the best part. Remember that prenup you signed because you were so desperate to marry him? Well, the infidelity clause means you get nothing. You're about to be a single mother of 3 with no income, no house, and a cheating husband who's about to be served divorce papers by the woman he's been seeing for the past year. She's pregnant too, by the way. You think you're so special because you won Darren. You want a man who cheats on everyone, including you? You destroyed my wife's life for a man who's been systematically cheating on you since your honeymoon. You're such a pathetic woman that you bragged about stealing him, not realizing you stole trash. My wife upgraded to someone who would never touch another woman, while you downgraded to someone who can't keep it in his pants. How does it feel to know your whole marriage is a lie? That your children will grow up knowing their father has multiple other families? Do you sleep well at night, knowing he's with other women while you're home with the kids? Nobody respects a woman who steals another woman's man, but everybody pities a woman whose stolen man turned out to be worthless." Everyone in the room just stared as Darren's phone began buzzing non-stop. The other women had started posting about him on social media, and his divorce attorney was calling. But then Jasmine started laughing, a slow, unsettling laugh that made everyone uncomfortable. She pulled out her phone and showed us a video. "You think you've won, Rachel? Miles, I've been recording every private conversation you've had in your home for the past 2 years, including the one where you discussed the hostile takeover before it was public information. That's insider trading, sweetheart. And the best part? I have recordings of you admitting to something much, much worse. Something that happened back in college that you thought nobody knew about." Rachel's face went white as Jasmine continued. "So here's what's going to happen. You're going to call off the takeover, you're going to transfer $5 million to my account, and you're going to smile while you do it, or I send this to the FBI tomorrow morning." Miles started to speak, but Jasmine cut him off. "Oh, and Miles, I have recordings of your, let's call them, creative tax strategies too. Turns out Darren wasn't the only one who's been naughty." That's when Rachel started laughing too. She looked at Jasmine with an expression I'd never seen before and said quietly, "You really should have checked who actually owns the security company that installed those cameras, Jess." The room went dead silent. Jasmine's smile faltered for the first time. "What did you just say?" Rachel stood up slowly, her hand resting on her stomach. "I said, you should have checked who owns the security company." Plot twist, little sister. I've known about your recordings for 18 months, and I've been feeding you exactly what I wanted you to hear. Every single word. Jasmine's phone suddenly went black. Then mine. Then everyone's in the room. "The question is," Rachel continued, walking toward Jasmine, "do you want to know what I've been recording in your house? Because I promise you it's so much worse than anything you think you have on me." That's when we heard the sirens outside. The sirens grew louder, and through the dining room window I saw an ambulance pull up to our neighbor's house. Mrs. Chen from 3 doors down was being wheeled out on a stretcher. The timing was coincidental, but the tension in our dining room made it feel like the sirens were for us. Jasmine's hands shook as she frantically pressed buttons on her dead phone. Darren stood frozen, his face cycling through confusion, anger, and fear. Our parents sat speechless, their eyes darting between their 2 daughters like they were watching a tennis match they couldn't comprehend. Rachel pulled out her own phone, which somehow still worked perfectly. She tapped the screen a few times, and suddenly Jasmine's voice filled the room from hidden speakers. "Darren's so stupid, he actually thinks those other women mean something. I've been moving money from his accounts for months. By the time I'm done with him, he'll have nothing left." The recording continued, Jasmine's voice, clear as day, discussing her plans to frame Rachel for various crimes, her schemes to turn their parents against her permanently, and, most damning of all, her confession about deliberately causing Rachel's first miscarriage by slipping something into her drink at a family barbecue 2 years ago. Darren lunged for Rachel's phone, but Miles stepped between them. Despite being smaller than Darren, Miles's calm demeanor made Darren step back immediately. "Sit down," Miles said quietly. Darren sat. Jasmine's face had gone from red to white to green. She clutched her stomach, and for a moment, I thought she might actually be sick right there on our mother's Persian rug. "That's edited," Jasmine stammered. "You can't prove anything. Those recordings are fake." Rachel smiled. And it wasn't a nice smile. "Really?" "Because I have the originals. Time-stamped, location tagged. Some of them even have video, Jess. Like the one where you're in my house, going through my medical records while I was at my fertility appointments. Or the one where you're teaching your son to call me the sad auntie who can't have babies. He's 4, Jasmine. 4 years old, and you're already teaching him cruelty." Our mother finally found her voice. "Rachel, Jasmine, please, we're family. We can work this out without all this drama." "Drama?" Rachel turned to her mother, and years of suppressed anger finally surfaced. "She slept with my fiancé for 6 months. She wore white to her wedding while pregnant with his child. She used my wedding plans, my vendors, tried to steal my dress, and you called it drama. You attended her wedding like nothing happened. You chose her over me, just like you always have." "We didn't choose sides," our father protested weakly. "Silence is choosing a side," I found myself saying. Everyone turned to look at me. "You've been silent about Jasmine's behavior our whole lives. When she stole Rachel's boyfriends in high school, you said boys will be boys. When she copied Rachel's college essays and got into the same school, you said imitation was flattery. When she literally stole her fiancé, you said Rachel should be happy for her sister. You've been choosing Jasmine by enabling her for 28 years. Jasmine tried a different tactic. Tears. They came easily, they always had. "I'm pregnant," she wailed. "You can't do this to a pregnant woman. Think of my children." "I am thinking of your children," Rachel said coldly. "They deserve better than a mother who lies, cheats, and steals. They deserve better than parents who teach them that hurting others is acceptable if you can get away with it." She turned back to her phone and pulled up another file. "This one's my favorite, Jess. It's you and Darren arguing about his affairs. Not because you're hurt, but because, and I quote, 'Those better not think they're getting any of my money. You knew about every single one of them. You didn't care, as long as the checks kept coming.'" Darren's phone suddenly came back to life, buzzing with what seemed like 100 notifications at once. His face went pale as he read through them. "The business accounts. They're frozen. All of them. How did you? Turns out when you use company funds to pay for hotel rooms for your girlfriends, that's embezzlement," Miles explained calmly. "The board was very interested in those receipts. They called an emergency meeting an hour ago. You're not unemployed yet, Darren, but you will be by morning. And those women you've been seeing? They've all been very cooperative with providing evidence. Especially Samantha, the one who's pregnant. She's particularly angry about you telling her you were divorced. Jasmine stood up abruptly, knocking over her water glass. You can't prove any of this. I'll sue you for defamation. I'll take everything you have. With what lawyer? Rachel asked. The one you've been having an affair with? Oh yes, I know about Marcus too. His wife knows now as well. She's also a lawyer, by the way, senior partner at their firm. I don't think Marcus will be taking your calls anymore. The room felt like it was spinning. Our parents looked like they'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. Darren was frantically scrolling through his phone, presumably watching his life fall apart in real time. Jasmine stood there, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Here's what's going to happen, Rachel said, standing up and placing a protective hand over her stomach. You're going to leave my house, alone. You're going to stop spreading lies about me. You're going to get therapy, real therapy, not the kind where you manipulate the therapist into thinking you're the victim, and you're going to stay away from me and my family. Or what? Jasmine snarled, the mask finally completely off. You'll release some edited recordings? You think you've won? I'll destroy you. I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of person you really are. Rachel pulled up one final video on her phone. It was Jasmine sitting in what looked like Rachel's bedroom, holding a bottle of pills. These should do it, Jasmine's recorded voice said. A few of these in her smoothie and bye-bye baby, she'll think it's another miscarriage. Poor barren Rachel. The room went completely silent. Even the sirens outside had faded away. You recorded yourself planning to poison me, Rachel said quietly. You recorded yourself actually doing it. And you kept a video. Why, Jess? As a trophy. Jasmine's legs gave out, and she collapsed into her chair, all fight gone. I didn't mean, it wasn't supposed to. To what? Kill my baby? Just make me sick enough to miscarry? What exactly was your plan? Our mother started crying, real tears, not the manipulative kind Jasmine wielded like weapons. My babies, she sobbed. What have you done? What have we done? You enabled a monster, I said flatly. And now you're seeing what monsters do when they think they're invincible. Darren suddenly jumped up. I need to go. I need to. The lawyers. I have to. He headed for the door, but Miles's voice stopped him. I wouldn't go home if I were you. Samantha's there with her brothers. They're very protective of their pregnant sister, the one you told you were getting divorced to marry. Darren's face went even paler, if that was possible. He slumped against the door frame. Rachel gathered her purse and took Miles's offered hand. We're leaving now. Jess, you have 48 hours to get your cameras and any other devices out of my home. I've already changed the locks, so you'll need to call first. A security team will supervise your visit. Rachel, please, Jasmine whispered. I'm your sister. No, Rachel said firmly. You're someone who happened to share a womb with me. Sisters don't try to poison each other. Sisters don't steal each other's fiancés. Sisters don't cause miscarriages out of jealousy. You're not my sister. You're just someone I used to know. She turned to our parents. And you too. I'm done hoping you'll choose me. Choose your golden child. Live with that choice. But know that my children will never know you. They'll never know the grandparents who stood by while one daughter tried to destroy the other. As Rachel and Miles walked toward the door, Jasmine made one last desperate attempt. You're recording this too, aren't you? This whole thing? You're just as bad as me. Rachel paused at the doorway and looked back. The difference is, I'm recording evidence of crimes. You recorded yourself committing them. And for the record, this isn't being recorded. I don't need to. Everyone here heard everything. Mom, Dad, Darren, our sister. Everyone knows who you really are now. That's punishment enough. They left, and the silence that followed was deafening. Jasmine sat at the table, staring at her hands. Darren stood frozen by the door. Our parents held each other, looking lost and broken. I stood up to leave too. Where are you going? My mother asked desperately. To Rachel's, I said simply. To celebrate the twins with my actual sister, the one who never tried to poison anyone. The one you should have protected instead of enabling her abuser. As I walked out, I heard Jasmine start to sob, not the fake tears she'd perfected over years of manipulation, but real ugly crying. The kind that comes when you realize you've destroyed everything and everyone around you, and there's no one left to blame but yourself. The ambulance was gone when I stepped outside. The neighborhood was quiet. Peaceful even. But inside that house, a family was falling apart, and for once, the right person was paying the price. I drove to Rachel's house in silence, my hands gripping the steering wheel as I processed what had just happened. The quiet suburban streets felt surreal after the chaos we'd left behind. When I pulled into her driveway, I saw Miles's car already there, and the porch light was on, welcoming me. Rachel opened the door before I could knock. Her face showed exhaustion, but there was also relief. We hugged without words, and I followed her inside, where Miles was making tea in the kitchen. "How long have you known about the poisoning?" I asked, accepting the cup offered. Rachel sat down heavily, her hand unconsciously moving to her stomach. 6 months. I found the video when I was going through the security footage, looking for something else entirely. At first I couldn't believe it. Even knowing everything Jasmine had done, I never thought she'd go that far. The next morning, my phone rang at 6 a.m. It was our mother, hysterical. Jasmine had shown up at their house at midnight, demanding they help her. She'd brought the kids, who were confused and crying. Darren hadn't come home, and Jasmine had discovered he'd emptied their joint savings account before the business accounts were frozen. I met Rachel for breakfast to update her. She listened calmly, stirring her decaf coffee. "She's going to escalate," Rachel said matter-of-factly. "Jasmine never learned how to lose. This is just the beginning." She was right. By noon, Jasmine had called me 17 times. The voicemails started pleading, then angry, then threatening. She claimed she had more recordings, more secrets. She said she'd ruin all of us if we didn't help her. That afternoon, Rachel invited me to her home office. The walls were covered with timelines, documents, and photographs. It looked like a detective's investigation board. "I've been preparing for this for 2 years," she explained. "Every move Jasmine might make, every lie she might tell, I've anticipated it." She showed me folders of evidence, bank statements showing Jasmine's theft from Darren's accounts, text messages between Jasmine and her various affair partners, even recordings of Jasmine coaching her children to be cruel to Rachel at family gatherings. "The worst part," Rachel said, pulling out another folder, "is what she's done to those kids. She's been using them as weapons since they were born." 3 days passed in relative quiet. Then Jasmine made her next move. She showed up at Miles's investment firm with her children in tow, causing a scene in the lobby. She accused him of destroying her family, of stealing from innocent children. Security had to escort her out, but not before several clients witnessed the spectacle. Miles came home that evening looking stressed for the first time since this began. "She's trying to damage my professional reputation," he told Rachel. "My partners aren't happy about the drama." Rachel squeezed his hand. "I'm sorry. I never wanted this to affect your work." "Hey," Miles said firmly. "We're in this together. I knew who Jasmine was when I married you. This isn't your fault." But Jasmine wasn't done. The next day she created social media accounts under fake names and started posting Rachel's personal information online. She shared twisted versions of their childhood, painting Rachel as the jealous sister who'd always resented Jasmine's success. She even posted photos from Rachel's first wedding planning, claiming Rachel had stolen the ideas from her. I spent hours reporting the accounts, but new ones kept appearing. Rachel remained calm, documenting everything. "Let her dig her own grave," she said. "Every post is evidence of harassment." A week later, Jasmine tried a different approach. She had the children call Rachel, crying about how they missed their Auntie Becca. The 4-year-old's voice was coached, obviously reading from a script Jasmine had written. "Mommy says you hate us now, why don't you love us anymore?" Rachel had to leave the room after that call. It was the first time I'd seen her cry since this all started. "Those were kids," she whispered. "They don't deserve this." Meanwhile, Darren had resurfaced. He'd been staying with Samantha, the pregnant woman he'd been seeing. But that arrangement exploded when 2 of his other girlfriends showed up at her apartment. The resulting confrontation made it onto neighborhood social media pages, with videos of Darren being chased down the street by 3 angry women. He called me, desperate. "You have to help me talk to Rachel. This has gone too far. I'll do anything to make it stop." "You made your choices, Darren," I told him. "You destroyed your own life." Rachel just held up a mirror. Our parents were caught in the middle, housing Jasmine and the children while trying to process the revelation about the poisoning. Mom called me daily, alternating between defending Jasmine, she was probably joking in that video, and expressing horror. How could she do that to her own sister? 2 weeks into the chaos, Jasmine made her biggest mistake. She contacted Rachel's fertility doctor, posing as Rachel, to try to access her medical records. The clinic had protocols in place and immediately notified Rachel of the attempted breach. This gave Rachel the ammunition she needed. Identity theft and attempted access of medical records were serious crimes. She filed a police report, finally involving authorities, but only for these specific incidents, not the broader family drama. Jasmine panicked. She showed up at my apartment at 2 a.m., pounding on the door. "You have to make her stop," she screamed through the door. "I'm your sister too. How can you take her side?" I called building security without opening the door. As they escorted her out, she screamed threats about ruining my life too. How she knew things about me that would destroy my career. Empty threats, but the neighbors heard everything. The next morning, Rachel's lawyer sent Jasmine a cease and desist letter. It outlined every incident of harassment, every threatening message, every attempt to damage Rachel and Miles's reputations. It was comprehensive and damning. Jasmine's response was to try to manipulate our parents into taking out a loan to help her. She claimed she needed money for a lawyer to fight Rachel's lies. Dad, showing backbone for the first time in my memory, refused. "We've enabled you enough," he said. "You poisoned your sister, you recorded yourself doing it, there's no excuse for that." This rejection broke something in Jasmine. She started making increasingly erratic decisions. She pulled the children out of school, claiming Rachel had spies there. She moved out of our parents' house and into a motel, dragging the confused kids with her. Child Protective Services got involved after the school reported the children's absence and Jasmine's concerning behavior. This wasn't Rachel's doing, but Jasmine blamed her anyway. The social worker who visited found the children living in chaos, eating fast food for every meal, while Jasmine spent her time creating fake social media accounts and recording rambling videos about how she was being persecuted. During this time, Rachel focused on her pregnancy. The stress was affecting her health, and her doctor put her on partial bed rest. I spent most evenings at her house, helping with meals and just being present. We didn't talk about Jasmine during these visits. Instead, we planned for the twins, discussed baby names, and watched mindless TV shows. But Jasmine wouldn't let us have peace. She discovered where Rachel's doctor's appointments were and started showing up at the medical building. She wouldn't approach Rachel directly, just stood in the parking lot watching. It was deeply unsettling. Miles hired private security to accompany Rachel to appointments. Jasmine filmed the security guards and posted videos claiming Rachel had hired thugs to intimidate her. The comments on these videos were not what Jasmine expected. Most people could see through her manipulation and called her out for stalking a pregnant woman. 3 weeks into this nightmare, Darren's life completely imploded. The board officially fired him for embezzlement. His assets were frozen pending investigation. Samantha had her baby, a girl, and immediately filed for child support. The other women he'd been seeing came forward with their own claims. He was facing financial ruin from multiple directions. In desperation, Darren did something unexpected. He went to the police and confessed to everything: his affairs, his embezzlement, even his knowledge of Jasmine's plans to harm Rachel. He offered to testify against Jasmine in exchange for leniency on his charges. Jasmine found out about Darren's betrayal when detectives showed up at the motel to question her. According to the police report I later saw, she completely lost control, throwing objects and screaming incoherently. The children witnessed everything. That was the final straw for child services. They removed the children from Jasmine's custody, placing them temporarily with our parents while the investigation continued. Jasmine blamed Rachel for this too, even though Rachel had nothing to do with it. The night the children were removed, Jasmine sent one last message to Rachel. It was a video of her standing on a bridge, threatening to jump if Rachel didn't call off the lawyers and give her money. Rachel immediately called emergency services, who found Jasmine at the location and took her for psychiatric evaluation. During Jasmine's 72-hour hold, more truth came out. The psychiatrist discovered Jasmine had been taking Darren's ADHD medication for years, mixing it with alcohol and other substances. Her erratic behavior was partly fueled by substance abuse, though it didn't excuse her calculated cruelty. Our parents aged visibly during this period. They attended therapy themselves, finally confronting how their favoritism had created this situation. "We always gave Jasmine what she wanted," Mom told me tearfully. "We thought we were keeping peace. We were just teaching her that she could hurt people without consequences." When Jasmine was released from psychiatric hold, she found herself truly alone for the first time. Darren was gone, dealing with his own legal troubles. Her children were with her parents, who now had strict boundaries about her access to them. Her friends had distanced themselves after seeing her social media meltdowns. Even Marcus, the lawyer she'd been having an affair with, had filed a restraining order after she showed up at his house and confronted his wife. She moved into a smaller motel and got a job at a grocery store, her first real employment in years. She continued posting videos, but they became less coherent, more rambling. Her followers dwindled as people lost interest in her manufactured drama. Meanwhile, Rachel's pregnancy progressed. The twins were growing well despite the stress. She and Miles had turned the spare bedroom into a nursery, painting it soft yellow with white trim. I helped them assemble cribs one afternoon, and for a few hours, we could pretend everything was normal. But normal was still far away. Jasmine discovered Rachel's baby registry online and began ordering items to be delivered, but with disturbing notes attached. "For the babies you stole from me," one read. Another said, "Hope these replace the ones that didn't make it." Rachel had to contact every store on her registry to block Jasmine's access. It was exhausting, having to constantly defend against these small acts of harassment. But Rachel remained methodical, documenting everything, building her case. 6 weeks after the dinner confrontation, Jasmine made one final desperate play. She contacted a tabloid journalist, offering to sell her story about the evil sister who destroyed her life. She provided the recordings she'd made, the ones she thought showed Rachel and Miles confessing to crimes. The journalist, however, was more interested in Jasmine's own admissions on those recordings. Instead of the exposé Jasmine wanted, the article focused on her confession to poisoning her pregnant sister. Jasmine had accidentally given them evidence of her own crimes while trying to frame Rachel. When the article came out, Jasmine's remaining support evaporated. The few people who'd believed her victim narrative were horrified by her own words, admitting to causing Rachel's miscarriage. Even online, where she'd found some sympathizers, people turned against her. Our parents finally took decisive action. They filed for temporary custody of Jasmine's children and began the process of protecting them from their mother's influence. It was painful for them, but they recognized that those children needed stability and safety. Jasmine's response was to violate the cease and desist order, spectacularly. She showed up at Rachel's house while I was there for dinner. She didn't ring the doorbell, just stood in the yard, staring at the windows. When Miles went out to tell her to leave, she started screaming about how Rachel had ruined her life, how she'd stolen everything. The neighbors called the police. As they arrived, Jasmine pulled out her phone and started live streaming, claiming she was being arrested for loving her sister too much. The officers were professional but firm. She was violating a legal order. She needed to leave or face arrest. Jasmine chose arrest. As they handcuffed her, she looked directly at the camera and said, "Rachel, I know you're watching. This isn't over. You took everything from me. My husband, my children, my life. I'll never stop making you pay." But even as she said it, you could see the defeat in her eyes. She'd lost everything. Not because Rachel had taken it, but because she'd destroyed it herself with her lies, her cruelty, and her inability to accept responsibility for her actions. I stayed with Rachel that night. She was shaken by Jasmine's appearance, but also strangely calm. "I knew it would come to this," she said. "Jasmine always has to have the last word, even when she's already lost." The arrest was a violation of her cease and desist, which meant actual legal consequences. Jasmine spent the night in jail and was released on bail the next morning. Our parents, finally drawing firm boundaries, refused to pay her bail. She had to use a bail bondsman, adding another financial burden to her mounting problems. The stress of everything was taking its toll on Rachel. Her doctor was concerned about her blood pressure and the risk of early labor. She was put on complete bed rest for the remainder of her pregnancy. Miles took time off work to care for her, and I arranged my schedule to be there during the days when he couldn't. During this quiet period, Rachel finally opened up about the depth of Jasmine's betrayal. "It wasn't just Darren," she said one afternoon. "It was every boyfriend I ever had, every achievement I worked for, every moment of happiness. She couldn't stand to see me have anything she didn't." She showed me old diaries from high school, where she'd documented Jasmine's systematic campaign to undermine her. Teachers Jasmine had charmed into giving Rachel lower grades. Friends Jasmine had turned against her with carefully placed lies. Opportunities Jasmine had sabotaged with anonymous complaints. "I thought getting away for college would help," Rachel continued. "But she followed me, applied to the same school using my essays, got into my sorority, even dated my ex-boyfriends after I broke up with them, just to prove she could." The pattern was clear and disturbing. Jasmine's entire identity seemed built around taking things from Rachel. Without that dynamic, she didn't know who she was, and now, with nothing left to take, she was falling apart. 2 months after the confrontation, the legal consequences began catching up with everyone. Darren pled guilty to embezzlement charges and received 2 years in prison, though he'd likely serve less with good behavior. His testimony against Jasmine was part of his plea deal. Jasmine's trial for identity theft and harassment was set for the following month. Her public defender advised her to take a plea deal, but Jasmine refused. She insisted on her day in court, convinced she could make everyone see that she was the real victim. Our parents struggled with the decision to testify against Jasmine. They'd already provided statements about the poisoning video and Jasmine's confession, but taking the stand felt like a final betrayal of their daughter. Their therapist helped them see it differently. Testifying was about protecting the grandchildren and holding Jasmine accountable, not about choosing sides. During this time, Rachel went into early labor. The stress had finally overwhelmed her body's ability to protect the pregnancy. I was with her when her water broke, 5 weeks before her due date. The rush to the hospital was terrifying, with Rachel gripping my hand and whispering, "Not again, please, not again." But this time was different. The twins, a boy and a girl, were born small but healthy. They spent 2 weeks in the NICU, but there were no serious complications. Rachel and Miles named them Alyssa and Noah, new beginnings with no connection to the family drama. Jasmine found out about the births through social media. Someone had posted congratulations on Miles's company page. Her reaction was to send a card to the hospital. "Congratulations on stealing my life so completely. Enjoy my leftovers." Hospital security intercepted the card, adding it to the evidence file for Jasmine's upcoming trial. Even in what should have been Rachel's moment of joy, Jasmine couldn't resist trying to cause pain. As the twins came home and life settled into a new routine, the extended family began to heal. Our parents, granted temporary custody of Jasmine's children, worked with therapists to undo the damage of their mother's manipulation. The children slowly began to understand that love didn't mean hurting others, that family meant support, not sabotage. Darren, from prison, sent a letter of apology to Rachel. It was rambling and self-pitying, but he did acknowledge the pain he'd caused. Rachel read it once and threw it away. "He's not worth the energy," she said, focused instead on her babies and her future. Jasmine's world continued to shrink. She lost her job after missing shifts for court appearances. Her motel kicked her out for non-payment. She moved in with a distant cousin who hadn't heard the full story, but that arrangement lasted less than a week once the cousin Googled Jasmine's name and found the tabloid articles. The night before her trial, Jasmine made one last attempt at manipulation. She called her parents, sobbing about how sorry she was, how she'd gotten help and was better now. She begged them to drop the charges, to give her another chance. When they gently refused, explaining that the charges weren't theirs to drop, she exploded in rage, showing that nothing had really changed. The trial itself was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. Jasmine's own recordings, meant to blackmail Rachel, became proof of her crimes. Her social media posts showed a clear pattern of harassment. The identity theft at the medical office was documented and undeniable. Jasmine took the stand against her lawyer's advice. She tried to paint herself as a loving sister, driven to desperation by Rachel's cruelty. But under cross-examination, her story fell apart. She couldn't explain the poisoning video. She couldn't justify the identity theft. Her tears, which had always been her weapon, now seemed hollow and manipulative to everyone watching. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours. Guilty on all counts. The judge, noting the particular cruelty of poisoning a pregnant woman and the ongoing harassment, sentenced Jasmine to 18 months in prison and 3 years of probation. She was also ordered to have no contact with Rachel, Miles, or their children. As they led Jasmine away, she turned to look at Rachel one last time. The hatred in her eyes was mixed with something else, confusion maybe, as if she still couldn't understand how her lifetime of manipulation had led to this moment. Rachel didn't attend the sentencing. She was home with her twins, building the life Jasmine had tried so hard to destroy. When I told her about the verdict, she simply nodded. "It's over," she said quietly. Finally, it's over. But we all knew it wasn't really over. Jasmine would serve her time and eventually be released. She'd have to rebuild her life from nothing. Hopefully learning from her mistakes, but possibly just becoming more bitter. The children would grow up knowing their mother had chosen cruelty over family. The scars would remain. Still, as I watched Rachel cuddle her babies while Miles made dinner, I saw hope. She'd survived Jasmine's worst attacks. She'd protected herself and her family. She'd refused to let Jasmine's poison, literal and figurative, destroy her chance at happiness. Our family would never be what it once was. The illusion of harmony had been shattered, replaced by something more honest, if more painful. But maybe that was better. Maybe facing the truth, however ugly, was the first step toward real healing. As I left Rachel's house that evening, I thought about the different paths the two sisters had taken. Rachel had chosen love, building a life with Miles and their children. Jasmine had chosen hate, destroying everything she touched in her need to hurt her sister. The consequences of those choices were now clear. Rachel was surrounded by love, building a future. Jasmine was alone, facing the ruins of the life she demolished with her own hands. It was justice of a sort, not perfect, not complete, but real. The twins were crying as I reached my car. The normal sounds of a healthy family. Through the window I could see Miles and Rachel working together to soothe them, a team united in love and purpose. This was what Jasmine had tried to steal, what she'd never understood. Real love wasn't about taking from others, it was about building something together. As I drove away, I knew the hard times weren't over. There would be appeals, probation hearings, and the ongoing challenge of protecting the children from their mother's influence. But Rachel had proven she could handle whatever came next. She'd faced her sister's worst and emerged stronger. The family we'd grown up in was gone, destroyed by Jasmine's choices and our parents' enabling. But from those ashes, something new was growing. A family based on truth instead of pretense, on accountability instead of excuses. It wasn't perfect, but it was real, and for the first time in years, that felt like enough. The morning after Jasmine's sentencing, I woke to my phone buzzing with texts from an unknown number. The messages were from Jasmine's cellmate's sister, offering to deliver messages for a fee. I blocked the number immediately, but more kept coming throughout the day from different phones. Jasmine had found a way to continue her harassment, even from behind bars. Rachel and Miles decided to change their phone numbers, but Jasmine's reach extended beyond direct contact. She'd convinced another inmate to have their family members create new social media accounts, posting old photos of Rachel and Darren with captions about true love stolen by jealous sisters. The posts tagged Rachel's colleagues, Miles's business partners, even the pediatrician caring for the twins. Our parents discovered Jasmine had been calling them collect multiple times daily, leaving voicemails that alternated between tearful apologies and vicious threats. When they stopped accepting the calls, she started writing letters, dozens of them, sometimes 5 or 6 arriving in a single day. The letters contained detailed plans for what she'd do when released, how she'd get her children back, how she'd make Rachel pay. One letter particularly disturbed our father. In it, Jasmine described watching Rachel's house, noting the times Miles left for work, when I visited, even when the mail was delivered. The details were too accurate to be guesswork. Someone on the outside was feeding her information. That someone turned out to be Caleb, a man Jasmine had met through a prison pen pal website. He'd been visiting her regularly, bringing her commissary money, and promising to help her get revenge on Rachel. Our parents only discovered this when Caleb showed up at their house, claiming Jasmine had sent him to collect her belongings, which apparently included family photo albums and Rachel's old yearbooks. Dad refused to let him in, but Caleb returned the next day, and the next. He'd park outside their house for hours, just watching. When Mom finally called the police, Caleb insisted he was just visiting his fiancé's family. Jasmine had apparently accepted his proposal during a jailhouse visit, despite having known him for less than 2 months. Rachel hired a private investigator to look into Caleb. What they found was disturbing. A history of attaching himself to incarcerated women, draining their families of money with promises to help their loved ones. He had 3 restraining orders from previous fiancés' families. But Jasmine either didn't know or didn't care. She'd found someone willing to be her weapon on the outside. The investigator also discovered something else. Caleb had been in contact with Darren's former mistresses, trying to gather dirt on Rachel and Miles. Most had refused to talk to him, but one, a woman named Vanessa, had been feeding him information in exchange for money Jasmine promised she'd have soon. This explained the accurate details in Jasmine's letters. Vanessa worked at a coffee shop near Rachel's neighborhood and had been noting their routines. When confronted by the investigator, she broke down and admitted Caleb had promised her $5,000 for information that could destroy Rachel's perfect life. Meanwhile, Jasmine's children were struggling. The oldest had started having nightmares, calling out for mommy in his sleep. The middle child had become withdrawn, refusing to speak at school. The youngest, barely 2, kept asking when mommy was coming home. Our parents were doing their best, but the children needed more help than they could provide. Rachel made a difficult decision. Despite the no-contact order, she felt responsible for her nephews and niece. She couldn't interact with them directly, but she set up education funds for each child and arranged for a child psychologist to work with them weekly. The bills went to our parents, but Rachel paid them quietly, never seeking recognition. Caleb escalated his harassment. He started showing up at Miles's office, claiming to have business proposals. When security turned him away, he'd wait in the parking garage, approaching Miles's colleagues with stories about how Miles had destroyed an innocent family. Several clients expressed concern, and Miles's partners called a meeting to discuss the situation. Miles handled it brilliantly. He presented all the documentation, the restraining orders against Caleb, Jasmine's conviction, the evidence of her crimes. His partners were appalled, not at Miles, but at the lengths Jasmine was going to from prison. They hired additional security and banned Caleb from the building. But Caleb wasn't done. He showed up at the twins' daycare, claiming to be their uncle. The daycare followed protocol and called Rachel immediately. She arrived to find Caleb arguing with the director, insisting he had a right to see his family. The police arrested him for trespassing, but he was released within hours. That night, Rachel found Caleb in her backyard. He was taking photos through the windows with a telephoto lens. Miles chased him off, but not before Caleb shouted that Jasmine would never stop fighting for what was hers. The security system captured everything, and this time Caleb was arrested for stalking. But even from jail, he managed to cause problems. He'd given Jasmine's letters to other inmates' visitors to mail, circumventing the prison's monitoring system. The letters contained photos Caleb had taken: Rachel at the grocery store, Miles at a gas station, me walking into my apartment building. Our parents were at their breaking point. Mom had developed anxiety attacks, jumping every time the doorbell rang. Dad had started sleeping with a baseball bat beside the bed. They loved Jasmine's children but felt trapped between protecting them and protecting themselves from their daughter's escalating campaign of terror. Then came the breaking point. Jasmine's cellmate was released and showed up at Rachel's house with a message. She stood on the porch, reading from a paper in Jasmine's handwriting. I know where the twins go to daycare. I know what time you pick them up. I know the route you take home. Klaus will be watching. Always watching. Give me my children back, or I'll take yours. Rachel called the police immediately. The woman was arrested for communicating threats, but the damage was done. Rachel and Miles pulled the twins from daycare, hired round-the-clock security, and installed additional cameras covering every angle of their property. The stress was affecting everyone. Rachel's milk supply dropped and she struggled to feed the twins. Miles developed insomnia, checking the security feeds multiple times each night. I started varying my routes to their house, paranoid about being followed. Our parents aged years and weeks, the strain of protecting Jasmine's children while fearing their mother visible in every line on their faces. 3 months into Jasmine's sentence, she made a mistake. She'd been corresponding with multiple men through prison pen pal sites, promising each of them different things in exchange for their help. When 2 of them showed up to visit on the same day, a fight broke out in the visiting room. Both men were arrested, and Jasmine's male privileges were revoked. Without her ability to orchestrate harassment from inside, Jasmine grew desperate. She started picking fights with other inmates, hoping to extend her sentence and delay the inevitable. But the warden saw through her plan. Instead of additional charges, she was placed in solitary confinement for her own protection. Klaus, meanwhile, had violated his bail conditions by contacting Rachel's family. He was sentenced to 6 months in jail, but not before sending one final package to Rachel's house. Inside were hundreds of photos he'd taken over months. The family at parks, stores, restaurants. The detail was obsessive. Notes were written on the back of each photo, describing their activities. The prosecutor used the photos to file additional charges against both Caleb and Jasmine: conspiracy to commit kidnapping, based on the threat about taking the twins; criminal harassment; stalking by proxy. The charges would add years to Jasmine's sentence if convicted. Jasmine's public defender convinced her to take a plea deal in exchange for dropping the kidnapping conspiracy charge. She pled guilty to the harassment and stalking charges. Her sentence was extended by 3 years, and she was transferred to a facility 500 miles away, making it harder for her to maintain local connections. Our parents made the difficult decision to file for permanent custody of Jasmine's children. The court proceedings were heartbreaking. The oldest child testified via closed-circuit TV about his mother's behavior, describing how she taught him to lie about Rachel, how she told him, "Aunt Rachel stole Daddy." The judge granted permanent custody to our parents, with Rachel and Miles named as guardians should anything happen to them. Darren, from prison, signed away his parental rights without contest. He wanted nothing to do with the children or the chaos Jasmine had created. His only request was that his name be removed from their birth certificates, a legal impossibility that showed how desperately he wanted to erase his connection to Jasmine. With Caleb in jail and Jasmine's communication limited, life slowly stabilized. Rachel and Miles maintained their security measures but began venturing out more. The twins started reaching developmental milestones. First smiles, rolling over, babbling, normal baby things that felt like victories after months of crisis. I helped our parents redecorate Jasmine's children's rooms, removing reminders of their chaotic past, and creating spaces that felt safe and permanent. The children responded well to stability and therapy. The oldest stopped having nightmares. The middle child began talking again. The youngest adapted quickly, calling our parents grandma and grandpa without prompting. 6 months after Jasmine's transfer, we received word that she'd been placed on suicide watch, not because she was actually suicidal, but because she'd been threatening self-harm to manipulate staff into giving her privileges. The psychiatrist's report was damning. Patient shows no genuine remorse, continues to blame others for her situation, and demonstrates persistent antisocial behavior patterns. Rachel made another difficult decision. She wrote to the prison, offering to pay for Jasmine to receive proper psychiatric treatment. Not for Jasmine's sake, but for her children, who deserved a mother who might someday be capable of healthy relationships. The offer was made through lawyers, maintaining the no-contact order while still extending help. Jasmine refused. She sent word through her lawyer that she didn't need help, that Rachel was the one who needed treatment for her jealousy and vindictiveness. Even faced with the consequences of her actions, she couldn't admit fault. The children continued to thrive with our parents. The oldest joined Little League. The middle child discovered a love of art. The youngest started preschool. Rachel and Miles were careful to maintain boundaries, but they included the children in family gatherings, ensuring they grew up knowing they were loved despite their parents' failures. A year into Jasmine's extended sentence, Caleb was released. He immediately left the state, apparently finding another incarcerated woman to attach himself to. The restraining orders remained in place, but his departure brought relief. One less threat to monitor. Jasmine found new ways to cause trouble. She filed lawsuits from prison, against Rachel for alienation of affection, against our parents for kidnapping her children, against Miles's company for conspiracy to commit fraud. Each suit was dismissed as frivolous, but they still required responses, still cost money and time. She also began writing a memoir about her wrongful persecution, finding a vanity publisher willing to print it for a fee. When excerpts appeared online, they were so obviously fabricated that even Jasmine's few remaining supporters distanced themselves. The book portrayed her as a victim of a vast conspiracy, with Rachel as the mastermind who'd planned her downfall since childhood. Our parents had to get a restraining order against the publisher when they tried to interview Jasmine's children for a sequel. The children's therapist testified that any contact with their mother's delusions would undo years of progress. The judge agreed, placing strict limits on any mention of the children in Jasmine's writings. Rachel's twins grew into curious, happy toddlers. They took their first steps, said their first words, developed distinct personalities. Alyssa was bold and adventurous, while Noah was thoughtful and cautious. Watching them grow felt like proof that life could move forward, that Jasmine's poison hadn't infected everything. But reminders persisted. Every legal document regarding the children had to be carefully worded to prevent Jasmine from finding loopholes. Every school registration required explanations about custody arrangements. Every medical appointment meant updating security protocols to prevent unauthorized access to records. Miles's business thrived despite the early challenges. His partners, impressed by how he'd handled the situation, gave him greater responsibilities. He used his success to ensure financial security for both sets of children, setting up trusts that Jasmine couldn't touch, even after her release. I found myself becoming the family historian, documenting the truth for when the children were old enough to understand, not to poison them against their mother, but to ensure they had facts when Jasmine inevitably tried to rewrite history. The therapist said having a clear, honest record would help them process their complicated family dynamics as adults. 2 years into her extended sentence, Jasmine was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder by the prison psychiatrist. The diagnosis surprised no one but Jasmine, who fired her lawyer for not preventing the evaluation. She continued to refuse treatment, insisting there was nothing wrong with her, that getting her children back wouldn't fix. Our parents struggled with guilt. They wondered if different choices might have prevented this outcome. Their therapist helped them understand that while they'd enabled Jasmine's behavior, her choices were her own. They couldn't have loved her into being a different person. Rachel rarely spoke about Jasmine anymore. When asked, she'd simply say her sister was away and change the subject. But I knew she checked the prison website regularly, monitoring Jasmine's release date, preparing for the inevitable return. The children grew more resilient each year. They knew their mother was in prison, but not the details. The therapist advised age-appropriate honesty, so they understood their mother had made bad choices, but wasn't a bad person. It was a delicate balance, protecting them while preparing them for future contact if Jasmine ever genuinely changed. 3 years passed. Caleb died in a hammered driving accident, removing one future threat. Darren was released on parole and immediately left the state, wanting no part of his former life. He never attempted contact with his children, biological or otherwise. Jasmine's behavior in prison gradually improved, not because she'd changed, but because she'd learned that good behavior meant earlier release. She attended required programs, worked in the prison library, and avoided major infractions. But letters to our parents revealed her true thoughts. Elaborate plans for regaining custody, forcing Rachel to pay for her crimes, and reclaiming her stolen life. As Jasmine's release date approached, Rachel and Miles made preparations. They upgraded security systems, renewed restraining orders, and created detailed safety plans. The children's schools were notified, with Jasmine's photo distributed to all staff. It felt like preparing for a storm, necessary but exhausting. Our parents decided to move. They found a house in a gated community 2 hours away, far enough to discourage casual harassment, but close enough to maintain family connections. The children adjusted well, making new friends and thriving in their new schools. Rachel helped with the move, packing years of memories while trying not to think about why it was necessary. In Jasmine's old room, she found a box of childhood photos. The two of them at birthday parties, family vacations, school events, before everything went wrong. She kept one photo, tucked it away in a drawer. A reminder of the sister she'd once had, before jealousy and hatred consumed her. The twins started preschool, a milestone that felt monumental after everything. Rachel watched them run into their classroom, backpacks bouncing, and felt a moment of pure joy. They were growing up free from the poison that had infected her childhood. That alone made everything worth it. As Jasmine's release date drew closer, the family attorney filed for permanent restraining orders. The judge, reviewing the extensive history, granted them without hesitation. Jasmine would be legally barred from contacting Rachel, Miles, their children, or our parents. Violating the orders would mean immediate return to prison. A month before Jasmine's release, she sent one final letter to our parents through her lawyer. She claimed to have found religion, to have changed, to want only to make amends. She begged for one chance to see her children, promising she'd respect all boundaries. Our parents, on advice from the children's therapist, declined. Trust, once shattered so completely, couldn't be rebuilt with words. The children, now older and more aware, began asking harder questions. Why couldn't they see their mother? Why did she do bad things? Our parents answered honestly but gently, focusing on the importance of choices and consequences. The oldest, now 8, nodded solemnly and said he understood. The younger two accepted the simple explanation that mommy needed to learn how to be kind before she could visit. Rachel's twins flourished, unaware of the drama that had preceded their birth. They played with their cousins at family gatherings, the children forming bonds that transcended their complicated origins. Watching them together, it was possible to imagine a future where the past didn't define everything. The week before Jasmine's release, Rachel and Miles took a vacation. They needed distance, physical and emotional, from what was coming. I stayed with our parents, helping them prepare for whatever Jasmine might do upon release. We installed new locks, updated emergency contact lists, and practiced safety protocols with the children. Jasmine was released on a Tuesday morning. By noon, she'd already violated parole by attempting to access her children's school records online. Her parole officer warned her once. By evening she'd been caught driving past her parents' old house, apparently unaware they'd moved. Strike 2. She lasted 3 days. On Friday she appeared at Rachel's empty house. They were still on vacation, screaming at the windows, demanding her life back. Neighbors called police. When officers arrived, Jasmine attacked them, clawing and biting like a wild animal. She was arrested for assault, parole violation, and violating the restraining order. This time, the judge showed no leniency. Jasmine was sentenced to 5 more years, the maximum for her violations. As they led her away, she screamed that she'd never stop, that Rachel would pay, that the children belonged to her. The courtroom clerk later told me it was the worst meltdown she'd seen in 20 years. Rachel and Miles returned from vacation to find their home undamaged but surrounded by police tape. The security footage showed Jasmine trying every window and door, growing increasingly frantic when she couldn't get in. It was disturbing to watch. This person who shared Rachel's DNA reduced to such desperate madness. Our parents felt relief mixed with profound sadness. Their daughter was gone, replaced by someone they didn't recognize. They continued therapy, working through grief for the child Jasmine had been and acceptance of the person she'd become. The therapist reminded them that protecting the grandchildren was their priority now. Those grandchildren continued to thrive. They joined sports teams, excelled in school, made friends. Normal childhood experiences that felt like miracles considering their origins. Rachel and Miles were the fun aunt and uncle who attended every game and recital, providing stability and love without overstepping boundaries. Life settled into new rhythms, birthday parties without fear of disruption, holidays celebrated in peace, family dinners where laughter replaced tension. The scars remained but no longer defined daily existence. Jasmine's children began to understand their story in age-appropriate ways. The oldest wrote a school essay about choosing kindness over anger, clearly processing his experiences. The middle child's art evolved from dark scribbles to bright landscapes. The youngest, with no memory of chaos, simply grew up loved and secure. Rachel rarely mentioned Jasmine anymore. When she did, it was with sadness rather than anger. She chose hatred, she'd say simply. I chose happiness. And she had. Despite everything Jasmine had tried to steal or destroy, Rachel had built a beautiful life. The twins started kindergarten, riding the bus with their cousins. Watching them board together, backpacks almost bigger than they were, our parents cried happy tears. This time, the family had survived, transformed but intact. Jasmine would serve her time and probably be released again someday. She'd likely violate parole again, return to prison again, repeat the cycle until age or exhaustion stopped her. But her power was gone. The family had learned to live without fear, to find joy despite her existence. In the end, Jasmine had been right about one thing. Rachel had won. Not through manipulation or cruelty, but by choosing love over hate, building instead of destroying, protecting what mattered most. The twins' laughter echoed through the house, proof that life, real life, had triumphed over Jasmine's poison. Our family story wasn't unique. Toxic people exist in many families, causing pain and chaos until others learn to protect themselves. But survival was possible. Happiness was possible. Even after everything, love endured. As I finished writing this account, I realized Jasmine had given us an unexpected gift. In trying to destroy Rachel, she'd revealed our family's strength. We'd faced the worst and emerged not unscathed, but unbroken. That was its own victory. The children were calling for dinner, normal voices on a normal evening in a normal home. After years of quietly supporting my family, I offered my dad a retirement gift. He threw it back, accusing me of trying to show off. My name is Natalie, and at 32 years old, I started a $20 million business from scratch with no college education. For years, I silently supported my family financially while they judged my professional choices. Last month during my father's birthday dinner, everything changed when he called me illiterate trash and told me to leave his house. What he didn't realize was how accomplished I had become. 3 weeks later, the expression on his face made every tear I wept worthwhile. Before I tell you how I went from supporting my family to being called garbage by my own father, please leave a comment and tell me where you're viewing from. If you've ever felt underestimated by those who should have believed in you the most, click the like button and subscribe. I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in Columbus, Ohio, where expectations were straightforward and customary. My father, Richard, had been an accountant at the same firm for 30 years and was convinced that education was the only genuine path to success. My mother, Helen, taught elementary school and silently supported his viewpoints. From a young age, I knew I was different from my siblings, David and Claire, who both took the traditional road. Even at the age of 10, I had evidence of a business mentality that perplexed my parents. While the other kids played after school, I ran an elaborate lemonade stand with a variety of flavor selections and loyalty cards for repeat customers. By the age of 13, I was servicing computers for neighbors, charging $20 per hour instead of the local repair shop's $75. My parents saw these activities as cute hobbies, nothing more. Natalie needs to focus on academics instead of these little business projects, my father would say at supper. These games will not pay the bills when she grows up. High school was tough. I maintained good grades while spending my free time reading business books and following entrepreneurs online. While my siblings joined clubs that would seem good on college applications, I started an internet company selling personalized phone cases that I made myself, earning nearly $2,000 before graduating. Despite my reservations, I enrolled in community college to satisfy my parents. It just took one semester to prove what I already knew. The controlled environment felt like a prison, and the business classes were taught by professors who had never ran their own businesses. When I addressed my parents about skipping out to pursue my business ideas, the fight lasted several days. "You will throw your life away," my father yelled, his cheeks flushed. "No child of mine will be a college dropout working minimum wage jobs forever." Despite this, I left school at 19 with barely $2,000 saved from different side hustles. The first few months were terrible. I rented a small studio apartment in a dodgy neighborhood, the type where you never do laundry after dark. I survived on ramen noodles and inexpensive food products while working 18-hour days to establish my e-commerce website. My first 3 business ventures failed totally. I lost money on a dropshipping enterprise because vendors provided substandard products. My social media management service failed because I underpriced my services and burned out attempting to serve too many clients. My endeavor to make handcrafted jewelry did not expand beyond occasional sales at local markets. Each failure offered essential lessons that no college course could offer. I learned supply chain management the hard way, effective client contract structures through unpleasant experience, and production scalability by confronting its constraints personally. The turning point came when I met Catherine at a local business networking event, who was 20 years my senior and had many successful exits. She noticed something in me that my family never did. She became the mentor I urgently needed, imparting practical business wisdom without regard for my lack of academic education. "Education comes in many forms," Catherine told me over coffee. "Some of the most successful people I know learned by doing, not sitting in classrooms." At 22, I polished my business strategy with her advice. I established an e-commerce platform that united small American producers with customers looking for locally made products. The timing was ideal, riding a wave of enthusiasm for supporting small firms and home production. Those early days demanded tremendous sacrifice. I converted half of my little apartment into a makeshift workplace, sleeping on a sofa that also served as my couch. My desktop computer and printer took up much of my living space. I worked from 5 a.m. until 11 p.m., managing everything from website coding to customer service calls. The breakthrough came 8 months later when a well-known lifestyle blogger featured one of our artisan partners. Orders poured in, exceeding our basic systems. I worked for 72 hours straight, fulfilling orders and updating our website infrastructure. That single feature generated $10,000 in revenue, more than I'd ever seen in my account. I called my folks, eager to share my progress. My father answered with wary skepticism. "That is nice, honey, but it is probably just temporary. You know you can always go back to college when this thing runs its course." His words wounded, but they also fired my determination. I would show him wrong, not with arguments, but with incontrovertible results. The following 5 years were a whirl of constant growth and obstacles. My e-commerce site, Coastal Crafted, grew beyond its original concept. We started with only 27 artisan partners across 3 states. By year 3, we had represented over 400 manufacturers and artisans from all 50 states, connecting them with customers who appreciated American-made items. Each level of development presented unique problems. When our server broke during a large offer, I stayed up for 48 hours straight, working with developers to restore the site and personally responding customer emails to retain goodwill. When a larger competitor attempted to lure our top sellers with promises of better terms, I pushed to meet with each one in person, strengthening relationships and boosting our incentive structure. The most challenging period was in year 2, when cash flow almost choked the business. We were growing too quickly for our capital basis, with inventory requirements exceeding income. I went without a salary for 4 months, moved to a smaller apartment to save money, and negotiated longer payment terms with suppliers. Those months taught me financial discipline, which would help me as the company grew. Major milestones occurred in rapid succession. Our first office was a converted industrial facility downtown, and I employed 3 people to manage customer service and seller relations. Midway through year 3, I reached $1 million in yearly revenue, which I celebrated alone in my office with a single glass of champagne after everyone else had departed. Throughout it all, I kept my burgeoning success relatively private from my family. They knew I had a website firm that was performing well, but I minimized the full scope of our expansion. Their initial discouragement had built a barrier that I was unable to overcome. A part of me hoped they'd ultimately ask thorough questions about my job, demonstrating true curiosity, but those conversations never happened. Despite their lukewarm support, I continued to assist my family financially as needed. When my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in the 4th year of my business, I secretly paid the $75,000 in medical bills that were not covered by insurance. My father revealed an insurance payout that had spared them from medical bills, without realizing its source. My brother David struggled with the down payment for his first home. His financial account was $40,000 short of what he required. I made a family loan through a second account, making it appear to be from a distant uncle. He gladly accepted the money, but whenever we talked about my profession, he kept mentioning getting a real job with benefits. Claire, my sister, had always dreamed of having the perfect wedding. When her fiancé, Ethan, lost his job 6 months before the wedding, I covered the $50,000 difference between the location and food. Claire knew the money came from me, but she reduced it at family gatherings, alluding to my small online business, which was doing well. The gap between my actual accomplishment and my family's perceptions fueled an increasingly agonizing internal conflict. By day, I oversaw strategy meetings for a multi-million-dollar company, made choices that impacted hundreds of partner businesses, and negotiated exclusive collections with large retail chains. By night, I received texts from family members who treated me like I was a college dropout who got lucky with the internet. My company's headquarters grew to a full floor in a downtown office building, with 38 full-time employees and an active internship program. Our valuation rose to $20 million after a Business Insider piece drew the attention of numerous investors. I retained majority ownership, rejecting takeover bids that would have made me wealthy but cost me control of my vision. As my father's 60th birthday neared, I reached a conclusion. It was time to be open about my accomplishments. Not to brag, but to finally break through the myths and hopefully win the respect I had been pursuing for years. I bought a large gift, a fully funded retirement investment account, and prepared to present it along with the truth about my company during his birthday dinner. The night before the meal, I practiced what I would say. I was no longer the uncertain 19-year-old looking for acceptance. I was a successful entrepreneur who provided possibilities for hundreds of American manufacturers and dozens of employees. Surely, that would finally earn my father's respect and alter how my family perceived my odd route. I couldn't have been more wrong. The evening of my father's 60th birthday began well enough. Their house appeared precisely like it had throughout my childhood, with the same furnishings and family portraits on the walls. The sole new addition was a giant television that my brother had bought for them last Christmas, which was prominently displayed as a symbol of his financial commitment to the family. My mother greeted me with her usual reserved affection, a short hug and a pat on the back. "You look nice, Natalie. Did you cut your hair?" It was the same haircut I'd had for 3 years. David arrived with his wife Melissa, dressed nicely in business casual attire that gently emphasized their upper-middle-class background. Claire and Ethan arrived shortly after, and Claire immediately began telling stories about her recent rise at the accounting firm where she followed in our father's footsteps. "The partners are already hinting that I might make junior partner next year," she revealed, while assisting to prepare appetizers. Youngest in firm history. During the pre-dinner discussion, no one inquired about my career. When Ethan briefly mentioned viewing an article regarding e-commerce growth, my brother quickly shifted the conversation to his son's minor league accomplishments. Dinner was my mother's typical pot roast with all the fixings, served on fine china saved for special occasions. My father sat at the head of the table, accepting comments on his youthful appearance with reserved modesty. "65 looks good on you, Dad," David replied, raising his glass. "Here's to another 20 years at least." The occasion felt appropriate when dessert was presented. I had patiently waded through conversations about neighborhood gossip, David's children's accomplishments, and Claire's forthcoming vacation plans. No one has asked any questions regarding my life or business. "Dad, Mom, everyone," I said, my heart racing despite my outward calmness. "I wanted to share some news about my company." My father nodded absently, grabbing for another slice of cake. "Coastal Crafted was recently valued at $20 million, I told you. We have received several acquisition offers, and I have been featured in Business Insider and Entrepreneur magazine last month." The hush that followed seemed interminable. My mother froze with her fork halfway into her lips. Claire shared a brief glance with Ethan. David just stared. My father was the first to answer, and his tone was contemptuous. "What exactly does that mean, Natalie? These internet businesses use all sorts of funny math to come up with these valuations." I remained calm, explaining in layman's terms how business values work, our income sources, and growth trajectory. I highlighted our office of 38 employees and collaborations with over 400 American manufacturers. David intervened before I could continue. "So, you got lucky with this online thing. That is great, but some of us have been building real careers with actual qualifications." He stressed the word qualifications as he looked at his wife, who nodded in agreement. It is not luck, I explained gently. It is 7 years of working 18-hour days, solving complex problems, and building something meaningful. We have helped save dozens of American manufacturing businesses that were on the verge of closing. My mother eventually spoke, her tone uncertain. That sounds impressive, dear, though I still wish you had finished your degree. Even with this business, education is important. I was losing patience, but I persisted. Actually, I brought something for Dad. I handed him an envelope containing paperwork for the retirement account I had established. I wanted to ensure you both have a comfortable retirement. My father opened the letter, his face darkening as he recognized what he was looking at. Instead of appreciation, his cheeks heated with something resembling rage. What is this supposed to be? Some kind of charity? He dropped the papers on the table. We did not raise you to throw money around like you are better than everyone. That is not my intention at all, I explained. I just wanted to help, the same way I helped with Mom's medical bills, David's house down payment, and Claire's wedding. 3 heads snapped up at the same time. My hidden financial help was abruptly revealed. You, my father exclaimed. That was all you. Claire appeared humiliated. David's visage hardened into something unpleasant. My mother simply looked puzzled. You have been secretly paying for things behind our backs, my father's voice increased with each syllable. Playing the big shot with your internet money. I was just trying to help, I said, my voice lower than I intended. I never wanted recognition, I just wanted to support the family. Support, interrupted David, by making us feel like charity cases. Some of us work honest jobs with actual degrees, not getting rich quick with online schemes. It is not a scheme, I said, feeling the topic slide out of my control. I built a legitimate business that helps American manufacturers reach customers. We employ dozens of people with good salaries and benefits. My father stood up, letting his napkin fall to the floor. You drop out of college against our advice, disappear into your little internet world, and now you come back throwing money around like you have all the answers. That is not what I am doing, I insisted, struggling to keep my voice calm. You think your money makes you successful? He asked, his voice rising more. You are still just uneducated trash who got lucky. Anyone can get lucky. The room went silent. My mother gasped gently and offered nothing in my defense. David gazed down at his plate, a little smile forming in the corner of his mouth. Claire looked split between humiliation and agreement. Richard, my mother finally said, too late and gently to matter. No, my father insisted, now completely agitated. I have worked my entire life the right way. I got an education, built a respectable career, raised a family. I will not be shown up in my own home by my dropout daughter. I arose slowly, collecting my handbag. I should go. Yes, you should, my father retorted. Get out of my house, you lowlife. Your money does not make you part of this family. We have standards. The words landed like physical blows. I examined each face around the table, looking for any ally or hint of support. There was none. Happy birthday, Dad, I replied quietly, heading to the door with all the dignity I could summon. Nobody followed me out. Nobody called after me. I got into my car, my hands shaking so much that I could scarcely grip the steering wheel. As I drove away from the house where I grew up, I felt something essential had broken and could never be fixed. My trip back to the hotel was a jumble of lamps and tears. I had to pull over twice because emotion overcame my capacity to drive safely. The horrible irony wasn't lost on me. I had a multi-million-dollar firm, yet I was spending the night in a hotel in my hometown because my own family's home was no longer accessible to me. In the sterile silence of my hotel room, I repeated the evening's events, scrutinizing every word and emotion. Had I been too forward and proud? Had I misjudged our family dynamics all these years? The financial assistance I had supplied now felt like a silly attempt to buy acceptance that I could never obtain through my own achievements. I took out my laptop and started documenting every penny I had given my family over the years. The list was extensive. $75,000 for my mother's cancer treatment, paid straight to the hospital and doctors. My brother's house cost $120,000, which included not only the down payment but also additional renovations he wanted months later. $50,000 for my sister's wedding, including the location, catering and honeymoon, which she had no idea I paid for. Countless lesser expenses. My father's auto repair last winter, $22,000. My mother's kitchen makeover, $35,000. Christmas gifts, birthday presents, and emergency bills are all handled discreetly through accounts meant to conceal their origin. Nearly $300,000 in all, not including the retirement account my father had recently rejected. Money I never intended to get back, given freely out of love for a family who had just called me garbage. Around midnight my phone lit up with a text from Claire. Dad is still upset, but he will overcome it. You know how he reacts when his authority is challenged. There was no apology, no acknowledgement of the awful things stated, only the assumption that I would absorb the abuse and return to the family dynamic as if nothing had occurred. I did not reply. The following morning I contacted a therapist in the city where I usually lived. Dr. Mitchell consented to an emergency virtual session that afternoon. Family wounds cut deepest, she said after I told her about the dinner, especially when they target the very things we have worked hardest to overcome. Dr. Mitchell assisted me in understanding the complicated dynamics at play during the next few days. My achievement jeopardized the family structure and the principles that my parents had based their lives on. My financial support, rather than eliciting gratitude, had sparked animosity by emphasizing a shift in power dynamics that they were unable to accept. Your father's identity is built around being the provider and authority, she told me. Your success challenges both roles. I started journaling, documenting not only the previous night, but also patterns throughout my childhood. Subtle ways my entrepreneurial spirit had been discouraged. Times when academic achievements were celebrated while business successes were downplayed, and the constant reminder that, without a degree, I would never really succeed. This method indicated how thoroughly I had assimilated the messages. Despite my apparent success, a part of me still felt like the family failure, the dropout with something to prove. This explained my reluctance to openly reveal my accomplishments and ongoing financial assistance, without recognition. A week after the awful supper, my sister called. I let it go to voicemail. Natalie, please call back. Dad feels horrible about what occurred, we all do. But you have to realize how it appeared. You walking in and basically flaunting your wealth. It was inconsiderate to those of us who had worked hard for our careers. I deleted the message instead of returning the call. The plot twist was breathtaking. Somehow I had become the villain for just expressing facts about my firm after years of downplaying my success. My brother texted next. Family is family. Let's go past this. There was no apology there either, only an assumption that I would accept my assigned role and the treatment that came with it. 2 weeks after the dinner, I made a choice that felt both terrifying and freeing. I would choose self-respect above destructive familial relationships. My new home would be the beach house I had acquired as an investment property in Naples, Florida the year before. Before leaving, I sent a letter to my parents, not an angry tirade, but a genuine confession of hurt and disappointment. Dear Mother and Father, I've spent years seeking your acceptance and respect. To avoid making anyone uncomfortable, I have provided financial assistance for our family while downplaying my achievement. Despite creating a $20 million company that helps to maintain American manufacturing jobs, I've been made to feel like the family failure because I took a different path than you did. When Dad referred to me as illiterate garbage and a low life, it exposed how you truly perceive me. No amount of accomplishment can ever alter that perception. I cannot continue to be involved in a relationship in which my worth is determined by credentials rather than character and achievement. I will always love you both, but I need to separate for my own well-being. I hope that eventually we can repair our friendship on the basis of mutual respect. Love, Natalie. I sealed the letter and mailed it from the post office myself. No response arrived in the days that followed. I had my executive assistant pack and ship my personal items from Ohio to Florida. I asked her to donate the majority of my furniture and clothing to local charities, as I wanted to start over with as little baggage as possible. My company might be run remotely, with periodic visits back to attend essential meetings. The leadership team I had developed over the years was capable of handling day-to-day operations without my personal presence. As I boarded the plane to Florida, I had a strange mix of loss and freedom. The family I had worked so hard to please was behind me, but so was the pressure of seeking approval I would never receive. Naples, Florida, welcomed me with warm sunshine and salt-scented air, a sharp contrast to the dismal Ohio winter I had left behind. My beach house was a modern 2-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Gulf of Mexico, standing on a secluded stretch of shoreline. I bought it as an investment property the previous year but had only been there twice for short holidays. When I initially arrived, the property felt impersonal, more like an elite hotel than a home. The real estate agency had handled the furniture with normal luxury vacation home decor, which was lovely but soulless. Making my house genuinely mine was a type of therapy. I began in the primary bedroom, replacing the bland beige bedding with handcrafted quilts from one of my coastal crafted craftsmen in North Carolina. The mass-produced art was replaced with original works by emerging American artists I discovered through the business. Each morning, I awoke to the sound of waves and the sight of true creativity all around me. The next step was to renovate the kitchen. I set up open shelving to showcase handcrafted ceramics from our Vermont and New Mexico suppliers. The industrial-grade appliances remained, but colorful hand-woven linens and locally produced wooden serving boards added warmth to the area. Routines became vital to my healing process. Every morning started with a sunrise walk down the beach, feet in the cool sand, gathering shells and watching dolphins arc through the waves offshore. I discovered a small coffee shop managed by a Cuban-American family, where I became a regular, greeted by name rather than order. Running the business remotely was easier than expected. In-person meetings were replaced by video conferences, and our existing systems worked seamlessly with minimum changes. Without the daily drive and office distractions, I found myself more productive and able to make better judgments from my new, serene headquarters. After the first month, my executive team paid a visit and spent 3 days on my oceanfront deck conducting strategic planning meetings. Several people commented on the good changes they saw in my leadership style. "You seem more centered, Tyler," my operations director remarked, "more confident in your decisions." He was correct. Without the pressure to seek family approval, my business instincts flowed more readily. I trusted my own judgment without the specter of my father's condemnation hovering over each decision. Community involvement became another pillar in my new life. I joined both the local Chamber of Commerce and a business women's networking organization. Unlike in my hometown, where I had minimized my success, here I was forthright about my company and accomplishments. Respect came naturally, free of the baggage of who I was before to my achievement. I became friends with Samantha, the owner of a local art gallery, and she introduced me to her network of people. These were accomplished women in their 30s and 40s who admired each other for their current accomplishments, rather than their former qualifications. Our weekly dinner gatherings became a highlight, filled with laughter and talks that never featured inquiries about my schooling or claims that I had simply gotten lucky. 3 weeks after I moved to Florida, I received an unexpected visit. My brother David showed up suddenly at my door one Saturday afternoon. "Nice place," he exclaimed, whistling as he took in the seaside view from my living room. "Really nice." His arrival was unsettling in my new refuge. He seemed out of place in his button-down shirt and pressed khakis against my casual coastal decor. "What brings you to Florida, David?" I inquired, not offering a drink or a seat. "Family," he said with the same confident smile that had enchanted our parents since infancy. "And I could use some advice about an investment opportunity, possibly a loan to get in on the ground floor." Some patterns were too obvious to be shocking. His facade immediately dissipated in the absence of my parents. This was strictly a financial visit. "I'm not making any loans to family members anymore," I stated firmly. "That chapter is closed." His expression stiffened. "So that is how it is. You move to your beach mansion and forget where you came from. Dad was right about you." "Dad called me uneducated trash and kicked me out of his house," I told him later. "Is that what you came here to reinforce?" David retreated fast. "He did not mean it like that. You know how he gets. Family fights happen." "That was not a fight. It was a revelation," I responded. "Now if you will excuse me, I have plans this afternoon." After showing him around, I sat on my terrace, watching the surf, remarkably unaffected by the experience. The boundaries I was establishing felt proper, even though they were difficult to implement. That evening, I made an important decision. I called my lawyer and set up an anonymous scholarship fund at the community college I had briefly attended. The Natalie Brooks Entrepreneurship Scholarship would offer complete tuition and mentorship to 5 students each year who displayed entrepreneurial potential but lacked traditional academic advantages. Make sure the selection criteria focus on demonstrated initiative and creative problem solving, not grades, I told the applicant. And look for mentors who have actually developed businesses rather than just taught business classes. As the weeks passed, my place actually felt like home. I created a garden of native Florida plants that attracted butterflies and hummingbirds. I rescued a mixed-breed rescue dog named Milo, who accompanied me on beach walks and slept at the foot of my bed. His simple affection was a constant reminder of how relationships should feel. I discovered surprising peace in solitude. Without the continual underlying fear of family criticism, I uncovered facets of myself that had previously been overshadowed by stress. I took a pottery session at a nearby studio and enjoyed the contemplative process despite my lousy skills. I attempted paddleboard yoga, spending more time in the water than on the board, but laughing through each try. 3 weeks became a month, and then 6 weeks. The anguish of familial rejection persisted, but it became less sharp, more like an old hurt that occasionally ached than a new one. I was creating something new here, not simply a home, but a real existence based on my ideals rather than others' expectations. Then came an unforeseen revelation that would bring my family's narrative full circle in ways I never imagined. The Naples Business Journal was not a publication I usually read, but Samantha texted me early one morning and insisted I get a copy. Page 3. You will want to see this. The feature story highlighted local company owners who have an impact outside Florida. There I was, pictured on my deck with the Gulf of Mexico behind me, with the headline, "E-commerce innovator brings multi-million-dollar business to Naples." The journalist had done her research, outlining Coastal Crafted's rise from startup to $20 million valuation, our effect on American manufacturing, and my recent entrepreneurship scholarship foundation. The story presented a considerably more thorough image of achievement than anything I had seen in my hometown media. "I did not authorize this," I told Samantha after she called to congratulate me. "Public records," she clarified. "Property transfers, business registrations. Once they knew you were here, the rest was easy to piece together. Besides, it is a great article." She was correct. The post was well researched and flattering, emphasizing corporate accomplishments rather than personal information. I didn't think much about it until the next week, when my phone began to light up with social media notifications. The piece was taken up by numerous larger business publications, and then widely shared on LinkedIn and Facebook. Former high school classmates immediately recalled our bond. Teachers remarked that they had always recognized my talent. Most surprising were the letters from several small business owners in my hometown, who thanked me for demonstrating what was possible without following established channels. "You motivated me to eventually start my business," wrote one former student. "If you can develop something that substantial without a fancy degree, then perhaps my proposal has value as well." The local newspaper in my hometown published a simplified version of the article with an additional angle. "Local entrepreneur makes national impact." The irony wasn't lost on me. The same community that had discreetly reinforced my parents' disappointment suddenly recognized me as a hometown success story. My family eventually discovered the full depth of my accomplishment as a result of the media's ripple effect. The first hint was a friend request from my cousin Hannah, followed by several additional extended family members who had previously expressed little interest in my life. Then my mother texted me. "I saw the article about your company. Very impressive, my dear. Dad and I are quite proud." No mention of his unkind words, no acknowledgement of the schism, just a casual claim of pride that had been noticeably absent while I sat at their dinner table. My father's voice message arrived the following day, his tone deceptively cheerful. "Natalie, there's huge news regarding your company in the paper. I've always known you have it. There appears to have been a misunderstanding last time we spoke. Call me back as soon as you can." A misunderstanding. He referred to his daughter as illiterate trash and ordered her to leave his house. 3 days later my mother texted again. "We are thinking of visiting Florida next month. I would love to see your new place. Let us know if that works for you." The message struck like a stone in my gut. 6 weeks of mending, of creating a new life free of their judgment, and now they wanted to simply show up at my door as if nothing had occurred. I did not answer right away, instead scheduled an emergency session with Dr. Mitchell. "You have several options," she said after hearing my concerns. "You can decline the visit entirely. You can agree, but set strict boundaries about what you will and will not discuss. Or you can see this as an opportunity for honest conversation that might lead to healing, though that requires their willingness to acknowledge the harm done." After careful thinking, I wrote my mother. "You and Dad are welcome to visit, but we need to have an open discussion about what happened at his birthday dinner before we can proceed. Please let me know if you are open to that kind of conversation." Her response was quick. "Of course, dear. We just want to get this behind us and be a family again." The phrase bothered me, the desire to put everything behind us without confronting it directly, but I finalized plans for their visit the following month. As the day neared, I prepared physically and emotionally. I made arrangements for them to stay in a neighboring motel rather than my home, allowing me to maintain my privacy. I role-played unpleasant conversations with Dr. Mitchell to practice setting limits without becoming defensive. My folks arrived on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. I met them for lunch at a seaside restaurant, which provided a public atmosphere to help temper the initial meeting. They appeared smaller, less threatening than they did in Ohio. My father appeared to be losing confidence. My mother seemed more nervous than I remembered. Despite the coastal environment, they both dressed formally, my father in a button-down shirt and pants, and my mother in a structured dress more appropriate for church than beach eating. "This place is something else," my father observed, pointing to the turquoise lake visible through the restaurant windows. "You have done well for yourself, Natalie." The subtle emphasis on "for yourself" did not escape me, the hint that my success existed independently of family values. "Thank you," I said simply, not breaking the tense silence that ensued. My mother joined in with small conversation about their flight, the weather, and how different Florida was from Ohio. I responded pleasantly, but did not contribute to the conversation. Finally, once our meal arrived, my father spoke up about what had happened during my birthday dinner. Things got a bit heated. "You called me uneducated trash and a lowlife," I replied quietly. "You told me to get out of your house and that my money did not make me part of the family." His cheeks reddened. "I was surprised by the news about your business. It caught me off guard. I may have overreacted." Not an apology, but an excuse. "I need to understand," I said, keeping eye contact. "Was that reaction about me sharing my success, or about learning I had been helping the family financially?" "Both. Felt like you were showing off," my mother remarked. "Like you were saying you are better than us now." "I never said or thought that," I explained. "I spent years hiding my success to avoid making anyone uncomfortable. I helped financially because I could, and I wanted to support the family I love." My dad shifted uncomfortably. "Well, the way you presented it was very forward, and finding out you were behind those other things. It felt like charity we never asked for." The talk remained in this vein throughout lunch. There was no genuine apology, only explanations and attempts to diminish the gravity of the situation. The implication became clearer. They were here because my public achievement made rejecting me socially unpleasant, not because they had revised their opinion of my value. As we finished our lunch, I came to a decision. "I would like to show you my home. But first, I need to be very clear about something. I will not pretend the dinner never happened. I will not accept being called names or having my choices denigrated. If you want a relationship moving forward, it has to be based on mutual respect." They exchanged eyes, and my father nodded stiffly. "That seems reasonable." When they arrived at my beach property later that afternoon, their looks as they took in the magnificent ocean vista said it all. This tangible evidence of my progress could not be dismissed or minimized. The $20 million valuation was no longer an abstract figure, but rather reflected in beachfront real estate and elegant elegance. "This is quite something," my father said, his voice tense. "Would you like a tour?" I suggested. As I guided them through the house, pointing them the handcrafted artifacts from coastal crafted craftsmen that adorned each room, I realized something significant. Their acceptance, which I had desired for so long, no longer carried the same weight. I was proud of this home and the company that made it possible, regardless of how they reacted. This discovery was possibly the most valuable outcome of their visit, worth more than any apology they could have given. The talk that occurred after my parents' tour of the beach house was painful but important. We sat on the terrace overlooking the ocean, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink that seemed too lovely for such a heated debate. "I want to be clear about something," my father said, his tone more conciliatory than I'd ever heard. "I am sorry for what I said at my birthday. It was uncalled for, regardless of how surprised I was. While the apology was appreciated, it was tempered by a qualification that reduced its significance." His attention remained on his amazement, rather than the damage his comments had caused. "What hurt most," I said softly, "was that those words seemed to reveal how you truly see me, despite everything I have accomplished." My mother reached across the table, indicating toward my hand rather than touching it. "We have always been proud of you, Natalie. We just worried about your future without a degree." "My future is here," I declared, pointing to the property and the business that had made it possible. "I built it without a degree, but with 7 years of working harder than most people ever will. That deserves respect, not condescension." My dad shifted uncomfortably. "The business world can be fickle. Companies rise and fall overnight. We just wanted security for you." "I understand that concern comes from love," I told you, "but there is no perfect security in any path. Plenty of people with degrees struggle financially, while others without formal education thrive. What matters is recognizing there are multiple valid paths to success." The chat lasted several hours as the sun sank and stars appeared over the gulf. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no sobbing group hug that somehow repaired decades of misunderstanding. Instead, we achieved a shaky agreement, a beginning point rather than a conclusion. Moving forward, I said as the party ended, I am open to rebuilding our relationship, but with clear boundaries. I will not accept being demeaned for my educational choices or having my success attributed to luck rather than hard work and skill. My parents consented, but I could see my father's reluctance in his tight grin and the way he qualified his comments. My mother appeared more open, perhaps realizing for the first time the part she had played in permitting the family dynamics that had caused so much suffering. After they returned to Ohio, I reflected on my visit and the road that had brought me here. The mending process was far from complete, but great progress had been made. In the months that followed, I only spoke with my parents once a week, which grew less awkward over time. My relationship with my siblings developed differently. Claire eventually made a real apology for her role in the family dynamics, and we gradually restored a relationship based on adult friendship rather than childhood habits. David stayed distant, occasionally sending holiday pleasantries, but making no genuine attempt to understand or acknowledge the pain done. My personal recovery journey continues with frequent therapy appointments. Dr. Mitchell assisted me in seeing how family trauma had influenced my approach to business and relationships, instilling habits of seeking validation through performance and financial generosity. Success is not a substitute for self-worth, my mother informed me, and family approval cannot be purchased, no matter how much you give. This realization prompted me to set firmer limits in all interactions. I felt more comfortable talking about my successes without downplaying them. I learned to contribute out of true charity, rather than in an attempt to get acceptance. The Entrepreneurship Foundation became the focal point of my philanthropic efforts. Aside from supporting scholarships, I created a mentorship program that connects successful businesses without traditional credentials with talented students experiencing similar obstacles. Witnessing their development and achievement provided a deeper sense of happiness than any family approval could. My friend circle in Naples grew, forming a chosen family built on mutual respect and true connection. Our weekly reunions provided a sense of joy and belonging that I had never had in Ohio. These interactions, which I deliberately picked and maintained, showed me what it feels like to have healthy support. The beach house evolved completely over time, with each space representing my unique taste and beliefs rather than generic luxury. The garden thrived with native flora that attracted wildlife. Milo, my rescue dog, found a buddy when I adopted a second dog from the local shelter, a senior retriever named Daisy, whom everyone had overlooked. Running Coastal crafted remotely was such a success that I created flexible work practices for all employees, allowing them to work from anywhere for part of the year. Productivity rose, and employee satisfaction reached all-time highs. One year after moving to Florida, I organized a dinner party for my new friends. As we sat around the table on my terrace, watching dolphins frolic in the sunset waves, I thought how drastically my life had changed from that awful night at my parents' place to chosen family. Samantha toasted by raising her glass. And to having the courage to prioritize respect over obligation. The remark perfectly reflected what I had learned on my journey. Family relationships are important, but not at the expense of dignity and self-respect. Success cannot be evaluated merely by degrees or traditional accomplishments, but rather by the people we touch and the good impact we have. Most significantly, I learned that forgiving does not imply forgetting or continuing to tolerate abusive treatment. True forgiveness is an emotional process that involves releasing anger and resentment while keeping healthy boundaries. My tale, like everyone's, is still unfolding. My connection with my parents is constantly changing, sometimes improving and sometimes reverting to old patterns. I maintain my boundaries with compassionate firmness, acknowledging that total comprehension may never be possible but refusing to compromise my self-worth in the pursuit of it. If my experience has taught me anything, it's that your worth is not defined by other people's impressions, especially those clouded by obsolete beliefs and expectations. Success manifests itself in a variety of ways, often unexpectedly, and the most painful rejections can lead to the most true and gratifying future roots. Have you ever had to choose between meeting family expectations and following your own path? Did you confront criticism for your unique approach to success? Please share your experience in the comment section below. If this story spoke to you, remember to like and subscribe, and then share it with others who may be dealing with similar familial situations. Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. My sister mocked my home on Thanksgiving. I told her to leave, and we haven't spoken in 5 years. Now she wants my help for her wedding. My name's Daniel. I'm 32, and I work as a mechanic. It's not a fancy job, but it pays the bills, and I actually enjoy it. You get to see stuff getting fixed, and I like the feeling of solving a problem. Plus, owning my own little garage now means I don't have to answer to some clueless manager. Anyway, that's not the point here. The point is, my family is kind of a mess, and my sister Sophie is a huge part of that. Let me give you a bit of background. Growing up, my family wasn't poor, but we weren't well off either. My mom, Linda, worked at a local diner, and my dad, Harold, is a truck driver. Nothing glamorous. They worked hard, but there was never a ton of extra cash lying around. My parents were practical, which is why what happened with Sophie still blows my mind. So Sophie is my younger sister by about 3 years. She's always been the golden child. You know, the type who got everything handed to her on a silver platter, while I was expected to figure things out on my own. And she never worked for anything in her life. Growing up, it was like she could do no wrong. If she wanted something, my parents would bend over backward to make it happen. But if I wanted anything, I had to work for it, or forget about it. I'm not going to lie. I've always been a bit resentful about that. I mean, how could I not be? There I was, busting my ass, mowing lawns, working odd jobs, and doing whatever I could to save up for things, while Sophie was getting handed money to go shopping with her friends or whatever. My parents acted like it was no big deal, but trust me, it got under my skin. Anyway, fast forward a bit to when I was about 27. I'd finally saved up enough to buy my first house. Nothing fancy, just a little 2-bedroom fixer-upper on the edge of town. It wasn't in the best neighborhood, but it was mine, you know. I spent months fixing it up, paint, new floors, redoing the kitchen, the whole thing. I was proud of it. I mean, it was the first time in my life I really felt like I'd accomplished something big on my own, so, naturally, I decided to host Thanksgiving that year. I figured it would be a good way to show off my hard work to my family, so, I invited my parents, and even though I knew it'd be a pain, I invited Sophie too. She'd been dating this real estate guy, Nathan, for about a year at that point. This guy was loaded. Or, at least, that's what Sophie kept bragging about. Fancy car, nice clothes, living in some luxury condo downtown. Whatever. I didn't care about his money. Good for him, I guess. But what I didn't expect was how Sophie and Nathan were going to act at Thanksgiving. The day comes, and I've been cooking all day, cleaning the house, making sure everything's perfect. My parents show up, and everything's going smoothly. We're talking, catching up, eating appetizers, you know, normal stuff. Then, Sophie and Nathan roll up. Now, right off the bat, Sophie comes in with this attitude like she's better than everyone else. She walks around the house, looking at everything like she's inspecting it. I tried to let it go, but I could feel my blood starting to boil. She starts making these little comments about how small the house is, how old-fashioned the decor looks, and how the neighborhood isn't exactly safe. She doesn't stop there though. She goes on and on about how Nathan's condo is huge, with floor-to-ceiling windows, a view of the city, and some fancy security system. I kept my mouth shut, but I was seething inside. Like, seriously, who comes to someone's house for Thanksgiving and spends the whole time criticizing it? My parents didn't say anything, of course. They just sat there, probably thinking, oh, that's just Sophie. I could feel my patience slipping away, but I was trying to be the bigger person, you know. I didn't want to cause a scene. But then, she crossed the line. She starts talking about how Nathan pays for everything, how lucky she is to be with him, and how she'd never have to live in a place like mine. Like, really rubbing it in my face. That's when I lost it. I looked at her and said, at least I bought this house with my own money. I worked for it. I didn't need our parents to pay for anything, and I definitely didn't need to rely on someone else's paycheck to get it. Can you say the same? Sophie's face went red, and I could tell I'd hit a nerve. Nathan, who had been pretty quiet up until that point, gave me this annoyed look, but he didn't say anything. My parents just sat there, awkward as hell, like they had no idea what to do. I didn't care anymore. I was pissed. Then, I told her, if you think you're too good for my place, you can show yourself the door. No one's keeping you here. And that was it. She and Nathan stormed out without saying another word. My parents tried to calm me down afterward, saying things like she didn't mean it, and you know how she is, but I wasn't having it. I'd had enough. I told them I wasn't going to keep putting up with her crap just because she's family. From that moment on, Sophie and I stopped talking. I haven't seen her since that day, and honestly, I'm fine with it. My life's been a lot less stressful without her in it. My parents, though, they've never stopped trying to get us to make up. Every once in a while, they'll bring her up, saying stuff like, family's family, or, you two should let bygones be bygones. But I'm not interested. Sophie's always been a spoiled, entitled brat, and nothing's changed. So, yeah, that's how it all went down. My sister hasn't spoken to me in 5 years because I finally stood up to her. And honestly, I don't miss her. She was always a source of stress, and my life's better without her drama. Alright, so here we are, 5 years after that whole Thanksgiving disaster. Things have been pretty quiet between Sophie and me. Honestly, I thought it would just stay that way, and I was totally fine with it. No drama, no stress. But of course, nothing ever stays simple for long when family's involved. A couple of weeks ago, my mom calls me up out of the blue. I hadn't heard from her in a little while, which wasn't unusual. We'd been on decent terms since the whole Sophie thing went down, but we didn't talk every day or anything. Anyway, she calls, and the first thing she says is, "Daniel, we need to talk." Now, when someone says that, it's never good, right? My mind starts racing, thinking maybe something bad happened with Dad's health or something. But nope, it's not that. Instead, she drops this bombshell on me. Sophie's getting married to that same guy, Nathan, from 5 years ago, the guy who was with her during the Thanksgiving nightmare. I'll be honest, my first reaction wasn't great. I just kind of sighed and said, "Oh, okay." Because, well, what else was I supposed to say? It's not like I care about Sophie's relationship status anymore, but I figured that's where the conversation would end. Nope. Mom starts going on about how Sophie's wedding is this huge deal, and how it's going to be really fancy. She's talking about venues, flowers, the whole 9 yards. And of course she's excited. My parents have always been way more invested in Sophie's life than mine. It's just the way things have always been. But then, she says something that makes me pause. "We've promised Sophie that we'll cover the cost of the venue and decorations." Mom says, "But Daniel, we're going to need a little help." I had to do a double take at that. "Wait, what?" "You need help with what?" I asked, feeling a little confused. "We need you to help us cover the costs," she says, as if this is just a normal thing to ask. I'm not going to lie, I was floored. I didn't even know what to say at first. My parents wanted me to give them money for Sophie's wedding. The same Sophie I haven't spoken to in 5 years. The same Sophie who made my life miserable for most of our childhood. The same Sophie who walked out of my house without so much as an apology that Thanksgiving. It felt like I was living in some alternate reality where none of that mattered. I mean, come on. They seriously expected me to help pay for her wedding. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Mom, why would you even think I'd want to do that?" I asked, keeping my voice steady, even though I was already starting to get worked up. Mom seemed genuinely surprised. "Daniel, it's your sister. Family helps family." That's when I snapped. I told her exactly what I thought. Family helps family. Really? Where was that energy when I needed help paying for trade school? You guys didn't lift a finger back then, but now you want me to hand over money for Sophie's wedding? The same Sophie I don't even speak to. Mom got real quiet after that, probably because she didn't have a good answer. I didn't stop there though. I reminded her about all the times Sophie got whatever she wanted while I had to fend for myself. How they let her walk all over me for years, and now they're asking me for money like none of that ever happened. After a minute, Mom finally said, "It's different, Daniel." I just laughed. Not because it was funny, but because of how ridiculous it sounded. "And you think I have money to just throw at Sophie's wedding now? Do you even hear yourself? I'm not giving you a single dime for this. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't have promised it." Mom got defensive after that, saying they didn't want Sophie to feel like they couldn't support her, especially in front of Nathan's wealthy family. Apparently they've been trying to keep up with his parents, who are loaded and throwing money at the wedding left and right. My parents wanted to contribute so they didn't look like they were falling behind. It was all just so shallow. I mean, who cares if Nathan's family has more money? It doesn't change the fact that Sophie's spoiled and entitled, but my parents were so wrapped up in this image they wanted to present, that they were willing to beg me for money just to keep up appearances. I told Mom I wasn't going to help, that it wasn't my responsibility, and I didn't even care about the wedding. She tried to guilt trip me, saying how this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and how it would mean a lot to the family if I pitched in, but I wasn't budging. I told her straight up that she needed to figure this out without me. She sounded disappointed, but I wasn't backing down. We ended the call on a pretty awkward note, with her telling me she'd talk to Dad and figure out another way. The whole thing just left me feeling drained. I couldn't believe the nerve they had to even ask me for money after all these years, especially for Sophie of all people. It just brought back all the resentment I thought I'd buried after the Thanksgiving fight. The way my parents have always bent over backward for Sophie while I've had to figure everything out on my own. It's like nothing's changed. Over the next few days, I tried to forget about it, but it kept eating at me. Part of me wondered if I'd overreacted. I mean, it was my parents asking for help, and I've always been the kind of person who tries to do right by them, even when they frustrate me. But this felt different. It felt like they were crossing a line. I was still stewing over the whole thing when my dad called me a week later. Now my dad doesn't usually call unless it's something important, so I picked up right away. He cut straight to the point. "Your mom told me you won't help with Sophie's wedding," he said. No hello, no small talk, just straight into it. "Yeah, that's right," I said, feeling my stomach tighten. I could already tell this conversation wasn't going to go well. Dad let out a long sigh. "Daniel, we really need you to help us out here. We've already committed to paying for part of it, and now we're stuck. If we don't come through, it's going to look bad." There it was again. This obsession with how things looked. It wasn't even about Sophie anymore. It was about saving face in front of Nathan's family. I could feel the anger bubbling up again. "Look, Dad," I said, trying to stay calm. "I'm not responsible for the promises you made. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have offered to pay. I'm not going to bail you out." Dad didn't like that. He started going on about how family should stick together and how they've always done their best for us. But the more he talked, the more I realized something. They weren't asking for my help because they needed it. They were asking because they expected it, like it was my duty to clean up their mess. So, I cut him off. "I'm sorry, Dad, but I'm not doing it. You'll have to figure something else out." And that was it. The conversation ended on a sour note, just like the one with my mom. They weren't happy with me, but for once, I didn't feel guilty. I'd spent my whole life trying to keep the peace, but this time, I wasn't going to let them push me around. Alright, so after that conversation with my dad, I thought things would settle down. I'd made my stance pretty clear, and I figured they'd just leave it alone. I mean, what else could they do, right? But of course, that's not how my family works. It never is. A few days later, I get this message from my cousin Lucas. Now Lucas is one of the few relatives I actually get along with. He's not into the whole drama thing, and we've always been on good terms. So when he texts me saying, "Hey, can we talk?" I figured it was something casual, maybe just catching up or whatever. But when we got on the phone, it was pretty clear that wasn't the case. "Kev, man, what's going on with your folks?" he asked, not even bothering with the usual small talk. "What do you mean?" I replied, already feeling a knot form in my stomach. I had a feeling I knew where this was headed, but I wasn't about to jump to conclusions. Lucas sighed. "I just talked to your mom, and she was like, really upset. She said something about how you refused to help with Sophie's wedding, and now the whole family's talking about it." And there it was, the thing I'd been dreading. I didn't think my parents would actually start spreading this around to the rest of the family, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. They'd done it before, especially when they wanted to paint themselves as the victims. This was just their style. Go around telling everyone their version of the story, leaving out all the important details that might make people see things differently. I tried to stay calm as I explained the situation to Lucas. "Yeah, they asked me to help pay for the wedding, and I told them no. I mean, I don't even talk to Sophie, so why would I shell out money for her big day? It doesn't make sense." Lucas listened quietly, and when I finished, he just said, "Man, I get it. I really do, but you know how your parents are. They're making it sound like you're the one causing problems, and now the whole family's talking about it. It's getting kind of messy." That's when it hit me. This wasn't just about my parents and me anymore. They dragged the entire family into this, and now I was being painted as the bad guy. I could feel the frustration bubbling up, but I didn't want to take it out on Lucas. He wasn't the one stirring the pot. He was just giving me a heads up. "Great," I muttered, rubbing my temples. "So now everyone thinks I'm some selfish jerk, huh?" Lucas hesitated for a second before answering. "Well, yeah, kind of. But it's not like people know the whole story, Kev. They're only hearing what your folks are saying, and you know how they like to spin things." I laughed bitterly. Yeah, I know exactly how they like to spin things. After I got off the phone with Lucas, I was pissed. I mean, it's one thing to have a disagreement with your parents, but to have them go around telling everyone in the family, twisting the story to make you look bad, that's a whole new level of low. I wasn't about to sit back and let them trash my name without setting the record straight. So I did something I wasn't sure I'd regret or not. I sent out a group text to the family. You know, the kind of message you think twice about before hitting send, but still do it anyway, because you're just that fed up. Yeah, that kind. It wasn't anything crazy, but I laid out the situation as clearly as I could. "Hey, just wanted to clear some things up since I've heard a lot of talk going around. Yes, Mom and Dad asked me to help pay for Sophie's wedding. No, I'm not helping. I haven't spoken to Sophie in years, and it doesn't make sense for me to pay for something I'm not involved in. I didn't start this drama, but I'm not going to be guilt-tripped into doing something I'm not comfortable with. Thanks. Short, to the point, and hopefully enough to stop people from assuming the worst about me. I didn't expect anyone to respond. Honestly, I just wanted to get my side out there before the gossip got any worse. But of course, things didn't exactly go the way I planned. Within minutes my phone started blowing up. I got a text from my aunt, a call from my grandma, and even a message from some cousin I hadn't spoken to in years. Most of them were polite enough, asking if everything was okay or offering their support, which felt more like thinly veiled nosiness. But then there were the not-so-nice ones. My Uncle Peter, who's always been way too invested in family business, sent me this long-winded text about how family comes first, and how I was being petty by holding on to old grudges. He went on about how Mom and Dad were only trying to do right by Sophie, and how I should help out for the sake of the family. It was infuriating, but I decided not to respond. Engaging with people like Peter would only make things worse. Then my mom called. I could hear it in her voice. She was pissed. Daniel, what the hell is going on? Why are you sending messages to the whole family? Because Mom, you've been going around telling everyone I'm refusing to help and making me look bad. I'm just clearing the air, I said, trying to keep my cool. I didn't say anything that wasn't true, she snapped back. You are refusing to help, and now everyone's upset because they don't understand why you're being so selfish. Selfish? You've got to be kidding me, Mom. I'm not paying for a wedding I'm not even involved in. That's not selfish. That's just common sense, I shot back. Mom huffed into the phone. You don't understand, Daniel. We're trying to make sure Sophie has the wedding she deserves, and now everyone thinks we can't handle it. That's not my problem, Mom. You're the ones who promised her all this stuff. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have made those promises. Don't drag me into it. There was silence on the other end of the line. And for a moment, I thought maybe I'd finally gotten through to her. But then she hit me with this. You're turning your back on family, Daniel, and one day you're going to regret it. I didn't even know how to respond to that. I was just tired. Tired of the guilt trips, tired of the manipulation, tired of always being the one expected to clean up everyone else's mess. So I just said, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mom. And hung up. For the rest of the night, I just sat there staring at my phone as the notifications kept rolling in. I wasn't about to engage in more back and forth with my family, but I couldn't help but feel angry about how everything had blown up, all because I didn't want to fork over money for a wedding I wasn't even a part of. By the time I went to bed, I realized something. This whole situation wasn't just about money. It wasn't about the wedding, or Sophie, or even my parents. Really, it was about control. My family had always expected me to fall in line, to play along, to be the good son who never rocked the boat. And this time, I didn't. And maybe that's why they were so mad. Not because I wouldn't pay for the wedding, but because I finally said no. After that whole mess with the family texts and the phone call from my mom, I thought things would die down. I'd made my point, and I didn't really care if people were upset with me anymore. I wasn't about to keep fighting over something that, in my mind, was pretty simple. I wasn't paying for my sister's wedding. End of story. But like everything with my family, it didn't just end there. A few days after the last call, I get a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I figured it was probably just a delivery or something. But when I opened the door, I was pretty shocked to see my dad standing there. Now let me tell you, my dad doesn't just show up out of the blue like that. In fact, I don't think he's ever visited my place without calling first. So right away, I knew something was up. Hey Kev, he said, looking a little awkward. Can we talk? I didn't know what to say at first, but I nodded and stepped aside to let him in. I wasn't in the mood for another argument, but it didn't seem like I had much of a choice. He walked in, kind of glancing around the living room like he hadn't seen it before, even though he had. It felt tense, like neither of us knew how to start this conversation. So what's going on? I finally asked, figuring I'd let him make the first move. Dad sighed and sat down on the couch. I just wanted to clear the air, he said. Things have gotten pretty out of hand, and your mom's really upset. I sat down across from him, not really sure where this was going, but ready to defend myself if it turned into another guilt trip. Yeah, I've noticed, I said. But I don't know what you want me to do about it. I've already explained where I stand. I know, Dad said, rubbing his hands together like he was trying to find the right words. But this whole thing with Sophie's wedding, It's gotten bigger than it should have been. We didn't expect you to pay for everything, Kev. We were just hoping you could help out a little, as family. There it was again, family. That magic word they always throw out when they want me to bend. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel that frustration bubbling up again. Dad, I've already said no. I don't have anything against you or Mom, but this is Sophie's wedding. Sophie, who I haven't spoken to in 5 years. It doesn't make sense for me to pitch in when I'm not even involved in her life. Dad nodded, but I could tell he wasn't really getting it. I get that, Kev. I do. But your mom, she's really struggling with all this. We promised Sophie we'd help, and now it's turning into a mess. We don't want to look like we're falling short, especially with Jay's parents paying for everything. That's when I realized what this was really about. It wasn't about helping Sophie, or even the wedding itself. It was about appearances. They were more worried about how they looked compared to Nathan's family than they were about the actual situation. They didn't want to seem like they couldn't handle it. I understand that, Dad, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But that's on you guys. You promised her, I didn't. You didn't ask me before making those promises, and now you want me to bail you out because it's gotten too expensive. I'm sorry, but that's not my problem. Dad leaned back, running a hand over his face. He looked tired, like the whole situation was wearing him down. You're right. We probably bit off more than we could chew, he admitted. But we didn't want Sophie to feel like we weren't supporting her. I let out a breath, trying to be patient. And I get that, I really do. But you guys have always supported Sophie. You've done more for her than you ever did for me. And I'm not saying that to be bitter, but it's the truth. So now, when you come to me expecting me to help with something I'm not even involved in, it just feels wrong. Dad was quiet for a minute, and for the first time, it seemed like he might actually be listening. I guess we didn't see it that way, he said slowly. We just thought, well, maybe if you helped it would start to mend things between you and Sophie. I almost laughed at that. Mend things between Sophie and me, as if throwing money at her wedding was going to magically fix 5 years of silence and resentment. Dad, money's not going to fix that, I said. Sophie and I have our issues, and they go way deeper than this wedding. You can't just slap a Band-Aid on it with a check. He sighed again, nodding like he understood, but still not really getting it. I guess you're right, he said, sounding defeated. I just don't know how to make all this better. Your mom's really upset, and it's making everything harder. That was the thing about my dad. He wasn't a bad guy, but he always tried to fix everything for everyone, even when it wasn't his responsibility. And in doing that, he'd end up dragging himself into more stress than he needed. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Dad, I'm not trying to make things harder for you guys, but I'm not going to pay for Sophie's wedding. I'm not. It's just not my responsibility, and you and Mom need to stop acting like it is. He nodded, looking down at the floor. All right, Kev. I hear you. We'll figure something out. For the first time in this whole mess, it seemed like maybe, just maybe, he was starting to accept that I wasn't going to cave, that I wasn't going to swoop in and save the day with my wallet. It felt good to finally stand my ground and have him at least acknowledge it, even if I knew my mom wasn't going to be as easy to convince. Dad stayed for a little while longer, and we talked about other stuff, work, life, anything that wasn't wedding related. It was nice to just have a normal conversation with him, something we didn't do often enough. But eventually, he had to leave. And as he stood up to go, he gave me this look like he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. Take care of yourself, Kev, he said, giving me a pat on the shoulder before heading out the door. You too, Dad, I replied, watching him walk down the steps. As I closed the door behind him, I felt this weird mix of relief and frustration. I was glad we talked, but I knew this wasn't the end of it. My mom was still fuming, Sophie was still getting married, and the family drama wasn't going to disappear overnight. But at least for now, I'd said my piece. I wasn't backing down, and honestly, that felt pretty damn good. All right. So after that talk with my dad, I thought for a second that maybe things would finally settle down. He seemed to understand where I was coming from, or at least he was willing to leave it alone for a bit. But I should have known better. When it comes to my family, things are never that simple. A few days passed, and things were quiet. Too quiet. No calls, no texts, nothing. At first it was kind of a relief. I thought maybe they were finally backing off, giving me some space to breathe. But then the silence started to feel off. You know that feeling when you just know something's brewing, but you don't know what? Yeah, that. And of course, I was right. One evening, I'm sitting at home after work, just relaxing, when my phone buzzes. It's a text from my Aunt Carol. Now, Aunt Carol is one of those relatives who's always involved in everyone's business. She's never really picked sides before, but she loves to stir the pot and act like she's the mediator in the family. So, when I saw her name pop up, I already knew this wasn't going to be good. Her message said something like, "Hey Daniel. I've been hearing a lot about what's going on with the family. I think we should talk." I sighed, debating whether or not to even respond. But then I figured, what the hell, I might as well hear her out. Maybe she had some perspective I hadn't considered. Spoiler alert, she didn't. I called her, and right from the start, it was clear where this conversation was headed. "Daniel, honey, I just want to understand why you're being so stubborn about this whole wedding thing," she said, her voice dripping with that fake sweetness she always uses when she's about to lay into someone. "I mean, it's your sister's wedding. Don't you think you could just help out a little for the sake of the family?" There it was again. That same phrase, "for the sake of the family." Like that was supposed to be the magic word that made me open my wallet and forget all the crap I've been through. "I've already explained this to Mom and Dad," I said, trying to stay calm, even though I could feel my patience thinning. "I don't have a relationship with Sophie. We haven't spoken in 5 years, Carol. I'm not going to help pay for a wedding when I'm not even part of her life." And Carol sighed, like she was talking to a toddler who just couldn't understand simple logic. "But Daniel, family is family. You don't have to be best friends with Sophie to do something nice for her. Weddings are a big deal. It's one of those events where everyone comes together. It could be a chance for you two to reconnect." I almost laughed at that. Reconnect after 5 years of nothing, and I was supposed to do that by throwing money at her wedding? It sounded ridiculous. "I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Sophie and I aren't going to magically fix things just because I helped pay for her wedding. It doesn't work like that, and I'm not going to pretend like everything's fine between us when it's not." Carol was quiet for a moment, and I thought maybe, just maybe, she was starting to get it. But then she hit me with, "You're being really selfish, Daniel." That word, selfish. I'd heard it so many times over the last few weeks, and every time I heard it, it made my blood boil. Selfish for not wanting to be dragged into a situation that had nothing to do with me. For standing up for myself after years of being overlooked and ignored. "How am I being selfish?" I asked, my voice sharper now. "I've done nothing but try to keep the peace in this family for years. I've stayed quiet. I've stayed out of the drama. And now when I finally say no to something, I'm the selfish one." Aunt Carol clicked her tongue, clearly not impressed with my little rant. "You're not seeing the bigger picture, Daniel. This is about more than just you and Sophie. It's about the family. Your parents are heartbroken over this. And I'm the one who's supposed to make that happen by giving them money," I shot back. "Come on, Carol. You know that's ridiculous." She sighed again, this time sounding more annoyed than sweet. "Look, I'm just trying to help. I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. But if you're set on this, fine. Just know that you're making things harder for everyone." I didn't even know what to say to that. There was no winning here. No matter how many times I explained myself, it was never enough. I was always the bad guy in their eyes. The one causing problems. "All right, Carol," I said, tired of the whole conversation. "Thanks for the talk." Before she could respond, I hung up the phone. I didn't have the energy for it anymore. As I sat there staring at my phone, I couldn't help but feel angry. Angry at my parents for dragging the family into this. Angry at my relatives for making me out to be the villain. And honestly, a little angry at myself for even caring about what they thought. I knew I was right to say no, but the constant pressure was starting to wear on me. The next day, I went to work like usual, trying to push the family drama out of my mind. But it was harder than I thought. Every time I checked my phone, there was another message from someone in the family, cousins, uncles, even a few people I hadn't spoken to in years, all chiming in with their opinions on the situation. By lunchtime, I'd had enough. I turned off my phone and shoved it into my toolbox, deciding to just focus on the cars in front of me and forget about the rest. At least at the garage, things made sense. You fixed something. It works. Simple. None of this emotional mess that came with family. When I got home that night, I hesitated before turning my phone back on. Part of me didn't even want to deal with whatever new messages had come through. But of course, curiosity got the better of me. There were a few more texts from family, but one stood out, a message from Sophie. Now, this was the last thing I expected. I hadn't spoken to her in 5 years, and suddenly there was a message from her sitting right there on my screen. I didn't know whether to open it or ignore it. Part of me thought it might just be another guilt trip, or maybe, even worse, some kind of demand for money directly from her. But after a minute of staring at the notification, I decided to open it. Her message was short. Too short for how long we hadn't spoken. "Can we talk?" That's all it said. No apology, no explanation, just those 3 words. I didn't know what to make of it. On one hand, I was curious. On the other, I was wary. Why now, after all this time? Was it because of the wedding? Because I'd refused to pay? Or was it something else entirely? I sat there staring at the screen, my finger hovering over the keyboard as I tried to figure out what to say. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to avoid whatever new drama this was about to stir up. But another part of me, maybe the part that still cared, even just a little, wanted to hear her out. After a long pause, I typed a reply. "Sure." And just like that, the door I thought I'd closed for good creaked open a little bit. So, after I sent that sure text to Sophie, I wasn't really sure what was going to happen next. I mean, it had been 5 years, and we hadn't exchanged a single word during all that time. Now, all of a sudden she wants to talk. It felt off, like there had to be something more behind it. But I didn't know what to expect, and honestly, I wasn't sure if I wanted to. A couple of hours went by, and I started thinking maybe she wasn't actually going to respond. Maybe she just wanted to feel like she made an effort. Or maybe she was waiting for me to make the next move. Either way, I was fine with the silence. But of course, just when I'd started to relax and move on with my evening, my phone buzzed again. It was Sophie. She'd replied, "Can we meet up? I don't want to do this over text." I stared at the message for a while, not sure how to feel about it. Part of me was curious. Sure, I'd been waiting for some kind of explanation for years. But at the same time, the other part of me was still holding on to all that frustration and anger. I didn't know if I was ready to meet her face to face, and especially not with all the wedding stuff still hanging over our heads. But in the end, I figured if I didn't meet her now, I'd never get any real closure on this whole situation, so I sent back a quick reply. "All right. When and where?" We ended up agreeing to meet at this little coffee shop downtown the next afternoon. Nothing too fancy, just a quiet place where we could talk. As I walked in the next day, I could feel that familiar tension in my chest. I hadn't seen Sophie in years, and I had no idea what this conversation was going to look like. She was already sitting at a table when I walked in, staring at her phone. She looked up when I approached, and for a second, we just kind of awkwardly stared at each other. She looked different, not in a bad way, just more grown up. I guess it was weird seeing her after all this time. "Hey," she said quietly. "Hey," I replied, taking a seat across from her. The tension was thick, like neither of us knew where to start. After a long pause, she sighed. "Look, I know things between us have been bad, and I get why you're mad. I probably deserve it." That caught me off guard. I'd expected her to jump straight into wedding talk, maybe even ask for money directly, but here she was, admitting she'd screwed up. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded, letting her continue. "I messed up a lot. I know that. And I'm not asking you to forget everything. But I just wanted to try to fix things before it's too late." I leaned back in my chair, processing her words. Part of me wanted to be skeptical, to believe she was just saying this because she needed something from me. But another part of me saw how genuine she looked. Like maybe, just maybe, she really wanted to make things right. "I don't know, Sophie," I said finally. "A lot's happened. You can't just undo all of that with an apology." She nodded, looking down at her hands. "I know. But I have to try." And for the first time in years, I realized that maybe this wasn't about the wedding. My jealous sister yelled, "This is my day," at her baby shower after I revealed my twin pregnancy. Then my mom slapped me in front of 20 guests. I was heading across Buffalo University's stage, ready to receive my degree, when I heard my sister scream at the top of her lungs. Sabrina had collapsed on the floor and was hyperventilating. The entire ceremony was canceled. Paramedics raced in. She had always been an attention-seeking hoe. She fainted in the front row of my first piano recital at the age of 12. Prom night, when I was proclaimed queen, a phony heart attack scare. Every big event. It wasn't until 3 years later when I received an invitation to her baby shower that I saw an opportunity to bite back. My spouse was alongside me when I opened it, and I instantly began rubbing against him. "We're trying for a baby," I whispered in his ear. "Really? I thought we were waiting." "Now. We're trying now." The math was precise. I had about 3 cycles to get pregnant for the timing to work. Her party was in 3 months. I had to act quickly. The first test was negative. I stared at that one line. The second month was negative again. I was resting in the dark room with gel on my belly when the ultrasound technician became quiet and pushed the wand around. "Congratulations, it's twins." I really laughed. Over the next few months, I became Sabrina's biggest supporter. Anything to get her excited for what that hoe imagined would be her big moment. "Oh my gosh, girl, you need a countdown on Instagram. I'll design it." I posted daily. 5 months until my sister becomes a mom. I insisted on inviting everyone I knew, promising them all gifts and attention. When she posted her baby name online, I knew I had done the right thing. Isla Aurora, a name I wrote in my diary when I was 15 and had never told anyone about. That bitch had passed through my room. So on the morning of her party, I curled her hair and smiled extra sweetly, and it took everything I had not to laugh when she became overly emotional. If only one of us got to be pregnant, I'm glad it's me. Even mom said it's better this way since I'm the prettier sister. The photos will actually be worth framing, you know what I mean? I delicately painted her lips. "You deserve this. No interruptions this time," she said. "This is my day." Absolutely. If there's one thing my bitch sister can do, it's throw a great party. There were gorgeous balloons and a 3-tiered cake. Even though everyone knew from her post that it was a girl, she insisted on performing the entire reveal performance again. I was wearing a flowy dress, but you could see my bump if you looked closely enough. Nobody was looking at me, however. Not yet. Or so I thought, until Sabrina took our mother aside. "God, look at Claire. She's gotten huge. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was the pregnant one." She giggled. "Well, you've always been the thin one, honey. Good thing too, for the photos." When they were finished giggling, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, pop. Pink confetti everywhere. "It's a girl," Sabrina said. Everyone cheered. Cameras flashed. To be honest, I was prepared to stand up and spoil everyone's mood with my announcement. But that's when my morning sickness became severe. I dashed to the restroom, hand over mouth. When I came back out, everyone looked at me with concern. The words tumbled forth. Sorry, I exclaimed, startled. "It's just the twins. They've been making me so sick. 6 weeks with twins, and I can't keep anything down." The quiet was deafening. Then there was an explosion. "Twins?" Aunt Martha screamed. "Oh my gosh, Claire!" The crowd shifted like a tidal away from Sabrina and towards me. Hands reached for my stomach. Questions came at me from all directions. "When did you find out? Do twins run in your family? Are they identical?" Sabrina's cheeks turned pink, then scarlet, and finally purple. I saw her chest start heaving. I prepared myself for the performance. I can't breathe," she whispered, holding her chest. "Someone help." But everyone was around me. Even her husband was asking me about twin strollers. "Hello?" Sabrina yelled. "I'm having a panic attack. This is my party." Mom looked over displeased. "Sabrina, honey, not now. Claire's having twins. At her first pregnancy." Sabrina lost it. I actually lost it. She grabbed the cake knife and for a few seconds, I thought I was going to die at the baby shower. "This is my day," she exclaimed, mascara running. "Mine. I've been trying for 3 years." Liam grabbed Sabrina's wrist and yanked the knife out of her grasp while she stood still, her entire body shivering as if she were suffering a seizure. Sabrina's legs gave out completely, and the knife clattered to the floor and kicked beneath the dessert table. She dropped to her knees and began weeping so loudly that the neighbors 3 houses down were likely to hear it. Her mascara poured down her face in thick black streaks as she banged her fists on the floor, yelling that I ruined everything, that I always ruin everything, and that today was meant to be her special day. Mom raced over and put her arms around Sabrina, rocking her back and forth, utterly ignoring me as I stood there in disbelief, palm on my belly. At least 20 phones were pointed at us, with everyone recording the entire meltdown as if it were a reality show. Liam managed to push Sabrina into a chair, where she sat hyperventilating, her chest heaving up and down so quickly that I feared she'd pass out. He muttered something in her ear repeatedly, perhaps to calm her down, while the rest of the visitors milled around awkwardly, unsure where to look or what to do. Ethan grabbed my arm and dragged me to the door, his face totally white. He asked if I was okay and that we needed to leave right now before things worsened. That's when Mom charged in and smacked me hard across the face, the sound ringing around the room like a gunshot. She screamed that I was a selfish bitch who couldn't let Sabrina have a single day without making it all about me. Except for Sabrina's crying, the room fell silent, and I heard several others gasp as they realized what had happened. My cheek burned like fire, and I stroked it unconsciously, feeling the heat travel across my face. Ethan stepped up between Mom and me, urging her to back off, or he'd call the cops himself. Olivia stepped next to me and shouted, loudly enough for everyone to hear, that she would phone 911 if anyone else touched me. Thomas eventually pushed past the mob, looking like he'd seen a ghost, and stared at what his family had become. Sabrina abruptly stooped over and threw up all over the floor, splashing yellow liquid over her nice shoes. Liam sprang up and said they needed to go to the hospital right now since she was having contractions from the stress. Mom quickly pointed at me and yelled, "If Sabrina loses her baby, it will be my fault," her voice echoing around the backyard. Liam helped Sabrina rise up and began guiding her to their car, but she turned around and yelled that if she lost her kid, she would make sure I lost mine as well. At least 10 people had their phones out, recording her threat, and Ethan grabbed my hand, stating we were going to file a police report right away. We waited in Ethan's car in the parking lot as he contacted 911 to report the attack and threat to our infants. I texted Olivia, begging her to save any footage from the party, as my cheek throbbed and the twins moved around like crazy due to my anxiousness. 2 cops arrived approximately 20 minutes later and collected our statements while reviewing the footage Olivia and 3 other guests had recorded on their phones. They photographed my red face and advised us to file for a restraining order first thing Monday morning. 3 hours later, we arrived home, and Ethan was preparing me chamomile tea as I sat on the couch, trying to digest everything that had occurred. He knelt down next to me and said that he was afraid of what Sabrina would do next, recommending that we stay with his parents for a few days to be safe. I told him I was not going to allow her drive me out of my own home after everything she had done over the years. My phone began to fill up with notifications, as videos from the party went viral on TikTok and Instagram, with hashtags like baby shower meltdown and psycho sister. Comments poured in, calling Sabrina insane and mom abusive, while others said I was wrong for announcing my pregnancy at her party, even if she had it coming. The doorbell began to ring at 7 the next morning, as if someone was holding it down. Ethan got out of bed and glanced through the peephole, while I remained beneath the blankets. Margaret stood there, her cheeks flushed and puffy from tears. She repeatedly pressed the doorbell and began hammering on the door with her fist. Ethan urged me to keep back and opened the door just a crack, leaving the chain on. Margaret instantly thrust her fingers into the opening and attempted to push it open while yelling about the films. She insisted that I come to the door and take everything down right now. Her voice grew louder and louder until she was practically screaming about how I had ruined Sabrina's life and destroyed our family. Ethan kept his shoulder on the door and told her she had to leave. Margaret began kicking the door and yelling at me, claiming that I was a monster who had always been jealous of my sister. The neighbors started coming out of their apartments to see what was going on. Mrs. Chen next door stood in her bathrobe, capturing everything on her phone. Margaret spotted everyone watching and began ranting even louder about how I had plotted everything to harm Sabrina. She claimed I was nasty and had always intended to ruin my sister's happiness. Ethan finally informed her that if she did not leave immediately, he would contact the police. How did Sabrina know about the diary name I used when I was 15? That means she must have been rummaging through my belongings for years. I'm curious if the twins moving around with all that stress is normal, or if infants can actually feel. Margaret stepped away from the door, but continued to shout from the hallway about how I'd regret this. She left after another 20 minutes of shrieking threats at our door. My phone rang an hour later, and Thomas's name appeared on the screen. When I picked up, his voice sounded weary. He stated that Sabrina was still in the hospital under observation, and that the doctors were concerned about her blood pressure. He begged me to attend a family meeting to resolve this before things grew worse. I could hear the desperation in his voice as he requested me to simply talk to them. I told him I'd only meet if it was somewhere public, and Ethan accompanied me. Thomas agreed and suggested we meet at the Italian restaurant downtown in 2 days. Those 2 days passed slowly, and my anxiousness worsened by the hour. I couldn't stop wondering that all of this stress was affecting the twins. My hands shook as I scheduled an emergency appointment with my OBGYN. When we arrived, the waiting area was busy, and I noticed a few women glancing at me. One of them whispered to her companion and pointed at me while holding her phone out. They'd obviously seen the viral videos that were still circulating online. Dr. Patel phoned me back and performed a thorough examination using the ultrasound machine. She swept the wand around my belly for what felt like an eternity while checking both babies. The twins were fine, but she told me that the level of stress was risky for all of us. She recommended a modest anxiety medication and advised me to avoid future conflicts. 2 days later, we entered the restaurant for the family gathering. Margaret, Thomas, Sabrina, and Liam were already seated at a large table at the rear. Sabrina was pale and had big circles under her eyes, but she had obviously applied her makeup properly. Margaret demanded that I apologize for everything as soon as we sat down. She told me I have to admit I arranged the entire thing to hurt Sabrina. Sabrina sat there, pretending to be a victim and wiping away phony tears, stating I'd always been jealous of her. She stated I couldn't stand that she was prettier and more popular with everyone. Liam sat there silently, but I noticed him quiver when Sabrina said that. Thomas tried to calm everyone down and urged that we all move on in peace. Margaret started interrupting him and raised her voice about how I had harmed her pregnant daughter. Others in the restaurant began to look over at our table. Sabrina suddenly reached into her purse and took out a hefty envelope. She slipped it over the table, a cruel sneer on her face. "I'm suing you for intentional infliction of emotional distress and endangering my baby." Her attorney believed she had a good case and might recover significant damages. Ethan instantly grabbed out his phone and dialed his cousin Vanessa, a family lawyer. Sabrina's face plummeted when she heard him explain the scenario to a real lawyer. We left the restaurant, Margaret still yelling threats after us. That evening, Olivia arrived at our door bearing champagne for Ethan and chocolate ice cream for me. She had seen everything online and wanted to make sure we were okay. She sat on our couch, brought out her phone, and showed us something. Olivia had preserved a folder of screenshots dating back years that documented Sabrina's attention-seeking habits. There were pictures from my high school graduation where Sabrina feigned to faint. Screenshots from my college acceptance party, during which she claimed to have chest symptoms. Posts from my engagement meal, where she had an unexpected allergic reaction to nothing. Sabrina had taken the attention with faux emergencies at events that I had entirely forgotten about. Olivia had been discreetly gathering proof of this trend for years, without informing me. A week after the baby shower, Ethan's cousin Vanessa arrived to review Sabrina's case. She went through the documents and began giggling at how ludicrous it was. Vanessa claimed it was utterly frivolous and would be thrown out immediately. She advised we file a countersuit for assault because Margaret had smacked me at the party. We could also sue Sabrina for the threats she made to our babies, which were captured on tape. Vanessa assisted us in preparing all of the necessary papers for court. Having true legal support allowed me to sleep through the night for the first time since the party. We went to the county courthouse the following week to file for a restraining order. Vanessa joined us and brought printed screenshots of the threatening texts and footage from the party. The judge went over everything, including witness testimony from neighbors regarding Margaret's screaming fit. He issued a temporary restraining order barring Margaret and Sabrina from coming within 500 feet of us. The order expressly included our home, Ethan's business, and my doctor's office. Margaret violated the restraining order within 48 hours by arriving at Ethan's office building. She walked straight past security and began yelling at the receptionist to allow her see Ethan. Security apprehended her and summoned the police, as she battled and shouted about me harming her family. The cops detained her and brought her away in handcuffs, while Ethan's co-workers watched from the windows. His employer invited him into a meeting and advised he work from home until the matter was fixed. Ethan set up an office in our spare bedroom and began working remotely the next day. I awoke at 3 a.m., a few nights later, to strange noises outside our bedroom window. My pulse began racing as I crept over to peep through the slats. Sabrina's automobile was parked across the street, just past the 500-foot restriction. She was sitting in the driver's seat, staring straight at our apartment building. I watched her for 20 minutes and she did not move or look away from our windows. She remained there for 3 more hours, simply observing our house in the dark. The next morning, Ethan installed security cameras that covered every facet of our building. Sabrina spent 2 weeks parked just outside the camera range every night. Thomas arrived at our door on a Tuesday afternoon, appearing as if he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were bloodshot, and his shirt was wrinkled as if he had been wearing it for 3 days straight. He sat down on our couch and massaged his face with both hands. Margaret had been living at their house since the baby shower, and was driving Liam insane with her incessant complaints about me. Thomas stated that Liam was considering filing for divorce since Sabrina's preoccupation with ruining me was making her sick while pregnant. Liam couldn't bear the stress any longer. It was harming their baby. 3 days later, I had my 20-week anatomy scan at the hospital. The ultrasound tech swept the wand around my belly for what seemed like an eternity without saying anything. Dr. Patel walked in and took over, measuring each twin again. One twin was smaller than the other and required closer monitoring every week from now on. The worry was directly impacting my baby's growth, and I couldn't hold back the tears. Ethan held me while I wailed in the chilly, dark room, gel still on my belly. That night, Olivia called me in a panic as I was resting in bed. Someone had placed my medical information on a local mom Facebook community, including my doctor's name, clinic address, and appointment times for the next month. The message included screenshots of my medical chart, which showed I was having twins, and my due date. Only someone with access to the hospital system could have obtained the records. Ethan quickly contacted hospital security, while I called our lawyer on speakerphone. The lawyer informed us that this was a major federal crime, and that we needed to document everything immediately. Vanessa called me the next morning with disturbing news she learned from her contacts at the medical center. Thomas's wife, Paula, worked in the billing department and had unlawfully accessed my information for several weeks. The hospital's IT department discovered her logon accessing my files 17 times in the previous month. Paula was hauled out by security that afternoon and faced imminent dismissal. The hospital administrator contacted to apologize and confirm that they were fully cooperating with the criminal inquiry. Thomas walked up at our home again that evening, devastated by Paula's actions. He had no idea she had been aiding Sabrina, and he felt betrayed by his wife. The next day, I received a text from Liam that made my hands shake as I read it. He apologized for Sabrina's behavior, and revealed that she had kept a notebook full of plans to harm me since high school. He discovered it concealed in their closet, containing pages and pages of ideas dating back years. Liam was concerned for their baby's safety and planned to speak with a custody lawyer the next morning. He agreed to testify on our behalf if we needed him in court against Sabrina. 3 weeks after the baby shower, Sabrina posted a wholly fabricated narrative on Facebook, causing an internet firestorm. She said I had been tracking her for months and provided images she had manipulated to make it appear as if I was following her. The post included false text exchanges she had manufactured depicting me threatening her and her baby. Within hours, the post had been posted hundreds of times in Buffalo mommy groups. Strangers began sending me death threats via Facebook and Instagram. Someone put our home address in the comments, claiming that I deserved whatever happened to me. Ethan phoned the FBI that afternoon about the cyberstalking and murder threats. They took it seriously, and said that they would begin an investigation into the harassment campaign. Meanwhile, my blood pressure rose with each doctor appointment. Dr. Patel put me on modified bed rest, and told me I could only leave the house for medical appointments. The twin size discrepancy was worsening, and she was concerned about an early delivery. Being locked at home while Sabrina spread lies about me online felt like being imprisoned. I'm genuinely curious how Paula got engaged in all of this. Did Sabrina persuade her to help? Or was it Thomas's mother, Margaret, who drew her in? The hospital caught her viewing those files 17 times, which makes me wonder what she was doing. I watched from my bed as hateful comments flooded in on all social media platforms. Olivia started taking screenshots of everything for a slander lawsuit she was assisting us with. She documented every falsehood, threat, and act of harassment for our legal team. Ethan took time off work to stay home and care for me full-time. He brought me food in bed every morning and sat next to me while reading to the twins. He'd place his hands on my belly and express how much we already loved them. His voice was the only thing keeping me sane as our world crumbled around us. 2 days later, the cops arrived at our house with information concerning Paula. She was arrested for violating HIPAA and faced up to 10 years in federal prison. The investigation revealed that she had been feeding Sabrina information about my pregnancy for several months. She had sent Sabrina copies of my ultrasounds, blood test results, and even my weight after each session. Thomas filed for divorce on the same day, outraged by what Paula had done to our family. The family was utterly split up, with everyone taking sides and pointing fingers. A month after the baby shower, I was sitting by my bedroom window when I noticed a process server go up to our door. My heart fell when Ethan responded and accepted the hefty envelope of documents. Sabrina was suing both of us for alienation of affection and conspiracy to harm her reputation. She also sued for mental harm, claiming that we intentionally turned her family against her. The lawsuit sought $500,000 in damages, plus legal fees. We had previously spent thousands of dollars on a lawyer for the restraining order and criminal cases. We now needed a civil attorney, and the bills were piling up quicker than we could pay them. Vanessa called that night and instructed me to come into her office first thing in the morning. I sat across from her desk as she spread out papers and began creating lists. She sued Sabrina 3 times for slander, emotional anguish, and harassment. She filed criminal charges against Margaret for assault at the baby shower. She cautioned me that this could take months, if not years, to resolve, but we needed to fight back. 2 weeks later, I awoke at 3 a.m. with searing aches running through my abdomen. Ethan drove me to the hospital, and I held the door handle and tried to breathe through the contractions. The nurse connected me to monitors and summoned Dr. Patel, who hurried in still wearing his pajama pants beneath his white coat. He gave me needles to stop the labor and explained that the twins would not survive if born at 24 weeks. I spent 3 days in the hospital on bed rest, while the contractions gradually stopped. Sabrina wrote on Facebook about karma catching up with me while I was still hooked up to the monitors. Liam arrived in my hospital room the second day with roses disguised beneath his jacket. He sat in the chair next my bed and apologized for all that had transpired. He informed me that Sabrina had been prescribed medication for her mental health, but she refused to take it. He was documenting everything for the divorce and keeping track of her actions. 6 weeks after the baby shower, Olivia planned a support rally at our house. Cars lined our street, and people I hadn't seen since college arrived with casseroles and baby gifts. My co-workers brought diapers, and our neighbors put up tables in the backyard. Everyone was talking about Sabrina and Margaret's outrageous social media posts. We were all in the backyard when we heard screaming coming from the front yard. Sabrina stood on our lawn, 8 months pregnant, screaming that I was turning everyone against her. Olivia attempted to lead her back to her car, but Sabrina shoved her away. When liquid splattered into the grass, Sabrina grabbed her belly. The ambulance arrived 15 minutes later, and she yelled that I had caused her to go into early labor. The next morning, Ethan and I sat at the kitchen table in quiet, our phones buzzing with texts. Everyone was buzzing about Sabrina's successful hospital delivery of a healthy baby girl. I was relieved that the baby was fine, despite everything that had happened between us. Margaret contacted my phone that afternoon, and her voice was like poison. She claimed Sabrina named the kid Isla Aurora Claire and added my name to spite me. Liam texted me that he refused to sign the birth certificate until Sabrina consented to counseling. Olivia hosted another baby shower for me at her home 2 months after the first. I was opening presents when a process server approached and handed me paperwork. Sabrina was seeking a restraining order against me, saying that I had caused her premature labor. The judge assigned to our case visited Margaret's church, and Vanessa was incensed at the conflict of interest. Despite all of our evidence and Vanessa's arguments, the judge upheld Sabrina's restraining order against me. We couldn't be within 500 feet of each other, since that would complicate our impending court hearings. Vanessa quickly filed for recusal and began the appeals process, which would take weeks. That night, I laid in bed, feeling the twins kicking and rolling inside of me. Ethan embraced me as I grieved about the world we were bringing our babies into. We were both weary by the ongoing legal fights and emotional conflict with my family. 10 weeks passed, with lawyers submitting paperwork back and forth while I got bigger by the day. Olivia arrived at my home one morning, lugging a dusty cardboard box from her garage. She had saved all of our childhood photos after Margaret threw them away years ago. I sat on the couch, spreading them across the coffee table, while she prepared tea in my kitchen. Sabrina and I were 5 and 6 years old, with our arms around each other on the beach, both missing front teeth and smiling. Another showed us matching Halloween outfits, which she had requested me to wear with her. Photo after photo of 2 young ladies who previously adored each other. My hands shook as I picked up one from my 9th birthday, when Sabrina helped me blow out the candles. Her face brightened up with genuine joy for me. Olivia sat down and caressed my back as I cried. It wasn't about a baby shower or partiality anymore. This was mental disease eroding what was once a real connection. Liam called that afternoon with news that made my blood run cold. He had filed for emergency custody of baby Isla after discovering a notepad in which Sabrina had repeatedly written, "Destroy Claire," for 20 pages. She had also refused to take her prescribed medicine and missed 3 psychiatrist appointments. The judge granted his petition promptly based on the evidence presented. When the custody officer arrived at Margaret's house to serve the papers, Sabrina completely lost it. She grabbed Isla and dashed to her car, as Margaret blocked the officer's way. They vanished before anyone could stop them. Liam arrived at the police station within an hour and filed a missing person report for his daughter. Isla's photo and descriptions of Sabrina and Margaret were used to issue the Amber Alert that evening. I sat hooked to my phone, waiting for updates as Ethan paced our living room on the phone with Vanessa. Every news alert sent my heart racing. Around midnight, the cops discovered them in a motel 2 towns away after someone identified them from the notice. Both women were detained on the scene for custodial interference. Sabrina screamed and fought the officers, while Margaret raged about persecution. Baby Isla was safely returned to Liam, who clutched her as if he would never let go again. 3 days later, Vanessa invited us into her office to discuss the growing charges. She put files on her desk, documenting assault, threats, harassment, and now kidnapping charges between them. Given the history of escalation, the prosecutor pushed for severe jail time. Vanessa stared at me squarely and asked if I was willing to testify, perhaps sending my mother and sister to prison. The room swirled as the weight of that struck me. Ethan took my hand as I nodded yes. Thomas arrived at our place the following week, looking like he'd aged 10 years. His divorce from Paula was finalized, and he began visiting a therapist twice a week. He sat at our kitchen table and apologized for 30 years of allowing Margaret's behavior and favoritism for Sabrina. He stated that he had always knew it was bad, but preferred the easy route of avoiding controversy. He cried when he admitted he should have protected me better. 3 months after the baby shower, I was sitting in a deposition room answering questions about every occurrence when I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. The lawyer continued to ask questions as I grabbed the table edge. Another contraction struck stronger. Ethan leaped up as I doubled over. The stenographer contacted 911 while I tried to breathe through the rapid contractions. At the hospital, Dr. Patel used IV medication to swiftly stop the labor. She continuously checked the monitors, stating that the stress was causing actual labor at just 30 weeks. The twins need extra time. She was able to halt the contractions, but warned that they could start again at any time. Meanwhile, Vanessa's appeal succeeded, and the recusal was granted. A new judge reviewed everything and instantly overturned Sabrina's restraining order against me. He issued bench warrants against Sabrina and Margaret for violating the initial protective order. After months of games, justice appeared to be within reach, but Dr. Patel insisted on strict hospital bed rest for the remainder of my pregnancy. I spent my days in that sterile room, observing the twins' heartbeats on monitors. Sabrina posted on a false Instagram account about being a victim of persecution and how the system was against her. She appeared to be utterly divorced from reality, as if she were living in a fantasy world in which she had done nothing wrong. Did Sabrina actually write, "Destroy Claire" for 20 pages? That is such an unusual thing to do. I'm curious if she was attempting to work out her emotions, or if something deeper was going on in her head when she wrote everything. Ethan delivered news that complicated things even more. His firm was moving him to Seattle with a large promotion and full relocation support. After everything had happened, they wanted him to be in a different office. He held my hand as we discussed leaving Buffalo behind and starting over 3,000 miles from my family. Half of me felt relieved at the prospect of fleeing, but another half felt sorry about leaving. Sabrina returned to the hospital 2 days later, claiming to want to apologize. Security stopped her at the elevator, but she managed to shout loud enough for the entire floor to hear that she wished my babies would die in the same way that our love did. 3 nurses observed the incident, and security had to forcibly remove her. Vanessa added witness intimidation to the expanding number of charges when she learned about it. Liam arrived at my hospital window 14 weeks after that chaotic pregnancy shower, holding his daughter wrapped in a pink blanket. Baby Isla was so little and lovely, with little fingers that gripped the air as she slept. He put her up to the glass so I could see her face better and said he had filed for divorce. The papers had already been completed, and he was heading to his mother's house in Rochester to raise her away from all of this chaos. I pushed my fingers on the window and watched as they left. This innocent baby had no idea what her mother had done. Vanessa called the next morning to inform me that the district attorney was taking over our case totally. They were putting everything into a single criminal case against Sabrina and my mother for the kidnapping alone. We weren't just dealing with a lawsuit anymore, but with actual felony charges that may result in real prison time. Vanessa stated that we would now have to testify as witnesses in a criminal trial, rather than a civil matter. The arraignment was scheduled for Tuesday morning, and I watched the news broadcast from my hospital bed. Mom stood in an orange jumpsuit next to Sabrina as the judge read the charges. Mom then gripped her chest and fell right there in court. The bailiffs raced in and began CPR, as Sabrina yelled at the cameras that I was murdering our mother. They brought Mom out on a stretcher, and the news reported that she had suffered a catastrophic heart attack. Despite everything she'd done to me, I felt a strange pain in my chest as they worked on her. Thomas arrived in my room an hour later, looking fatigued from running between floors. Mom was stable but critical in the cardiac unit, 2 floors below me. He said she kept asking for me and claiming she had an epiphany about everything. Ethan shook his head and told Thomas that there was no way he was going near her after what she'd done. But I kept thinking about her lying there 2 floors down, possibly dying, and something inside me shattered. I informed the nurse that I wanted to visit her, but only with security guards present. They wheeled me down in a wheelchair, with 2 guards walking alongside me. Mom seemed so little in that hospital bed, with all the tubes and monitors blaring around her. Her face was gray, and she had aged 10 years in the previous few weeks. She reached for my hand with trembling fingers and began crying. She claimed she had been living through Sabrina because she was envious that I had achieved success without her assistance. The words didn't make things better, but seeing her admit it was something I never expected. 2 weeks later, I was back in my bed, 32 weeks pregnant, watching the local news for the 10th time about our family. The headline, "Buffalo Family Feud Turns Criminal," scrolled across the bottom, along with photographs from Sabrina's Instagram. I caressed my large tummy and realized my twins will eventually Google their family and find all of this stuff online forever. The concept made me want to vomit more than my morning sickness ever did. That's when the news anchor disclosed some leaked records from Sabrina's psychiatric evaluation. The report revealed that she had been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder and postpartum psychosis. Her lawyer had already changed their entire defense to suggest she was insane when everything happened. Liam texted me that he was exploiting the diagnosis to seek permanent custody of Isla. Olivia arrived the next day with balloons and a small cake, claiming she'd prepared a do-over baby shower right in my hospital bed. We had only a few close friends come, maybe 10 in total, and we sat about eating cake and opening presents without any drama. Everyone mentioned the nursery Ethan had put up in our new Seattle apartment, and how ideal it would be for beginning over. The twins' room was painted a soothing yellow, with 2 cribs all erected and ready for us. Ethan never left my side through it all, sleeping in that uncomfortable chair next to my bed each night. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. to hear him talk to my stomach about all the parks in Seattle and the nice schools near our apartment. He had already researched everything from specialists to infant music courses and had a detailed plan for our future existence. His voice was the only thing keeping me sane as we waited for the legal proceedings to conclude. Then, 2 weeks later, Sabrina escaped from her mental confinement, causing chaos once more. According to the press, she convinced an orderly that she had a medical emergency and sneaked away during the shift change. Security cameras captured her snatching a kitchen knife from the hospital cafeteria before heading to the elevators. She made it to the maternity unit gate, screaming my name and swinging her knife. 3 security guards apprehended her before she could pass through the locked doors, but not before frightening a group of new mothers and visitors. The entire floor was placed on lockdown for 2 hours. While police detained her, and this time, the judge ordered her detained without bail. 2 days later, the prosecutor contacted to inform me that the trial would be expedited due to the knife incident and my high-risk pregnancy. Vanessa, the assistant prosecutor, arrived at my hospital room with boxes of files and a laptop to prepare me for testimony. She showed me photos of the proof they had, such as recordings from the baby shower, witness testimonies from everyone at the party, and screenshots of Sabrina's social media posts threatening me. The entire preparation took 3 hours, with Vanessa asking me about every single time Sabrina wrecked my major moments since we were kids. Liam arrived the next afternoon, carrying Isla, who was wearing a small pink dress with ducks on it. He sat in the chair next to my bed, switched the baby to one arm, and pulled out his phone to show me photos of her nursery. After approximately 10 minutes of light talk, he requested Ethan and me to be Deli's godparents if anything happened to him. He admitted that things were chaotic, but he wanted his daughter to meet her cousins when they were born and have family who cared about her. Ethan clasped my hand and we both agreed, even though my chest tightened from thinking about how damaged everything had become. 3 days later, Dr. Patel came in during her morning rounds and highlighted a date on the calendar on my wall. She stated 34 weeks was as long as she felt comfortable letting me go with all the stress, and the twins were large enough to handle it. The C-section was scheduled for next Thursday, so my babies would arrive right in the thick of Sabrina's trial. I spent the entire night staring at that red circle on the calendar, feeling as if the cosmos had some strange sense of timing. On the morning of my testimony, Vanessa set up the camera equipment in my hospital room as a nurse checked my blood pressure every 10 minutes. The judge's face showed first on the laptop screen, followed by the jury box and lastly, the defense table, where Sabrina sat in an orange jumpsuit, facing directly ahead. Vanessa had advised me not to look at her, but I couldn't help myself and noticed her lips moving as if she was speaking to herself. The prosecution asked me to recount the baby shower incident, and I told them everything, from the cake knife to the puking to her yelling about how it was her day. Then he inquired about our youth, and I recounted every performance, graduation, birthday and milestone mother had undermined with staged medical situations or dramatic events. The jury members kept looking at each other and taking notes, while one woman in the front row held her palm over her mouth. When they inquired about the pregnancy announcement, Sabrina looked up briefly, and our gazes locked through the screen before she resumed muttering. Thomas arrived that evening with a crate of old VHS tapes that he had converted to digital using his laptop. We watched films of Sabrina and me as children, before everything went wrong, playing dress-up and having tea parties in our backyard. There was one time when she was teaching me how to ride a bike, jogging alongside me and cheering when I got my balance. Ethan held me while I grieved, seeing the sister I'd lost due to envy and mental instability. Mom took the stand 2 days later, and Vanessa emailed me updates while I was unable to watch. She admitted to beating me in the shower and told the court that she had always preferred Sabrina because she was more attractive and extroverted. The prosecution inquired if she'd noticed Sabrina's habit of disrupting my events, and Mom answered she felt I was being theatrical. However, when they showed her the timing of each incident on a board, she had to concede it appeared planned. Mom asked the judge to send Sabrina to treatment instead of prison, claiming she was unwell, not evil. However, the prosecutor argued that recognizing right and wrong entailed accepting responsibility for her actions. The next morning, they showed the baby shower recordings to the jury, and Vanessa reported that numerous people looked sick while watching them. What drives someone to swing a knife about in a hospital maternity ward? Sabrina's deception of that orderly demonstrates that she was thinking well enough to plan her escape before losing control when she approached my floor. The knife threat was terrible enough, but Sabrina's smirk while holding it made matters worse. When they got to the portion where she screamed that it was her day, she stood up in court and yelled that I had doctored the video. The judge ordered her to sit down, but she continued to shout that I had paid someone to edit the recordings until the bailiffs physically removed her from the courtroom. Olivia stopped by that afternoon with 2 little dresses, lovely yellow blankets, and a photo album she'd been working on. She had requested everyone we knew to write words for the twins, and collected them all, along with photos of Ethan and me during my pregnancy. Reading the well wishes from friends, co-workers, and even some of the nurses made me understand how much love was waiting for these babies despite the pandemonium. Liam testified the next day, and the prosecutor instructed him to bring a cardboard box to the witness stand. Inside was a notebook labeled, Operation Destroy Claire, which they discovered in Sabrina's closet, and contained entries dating back to high school. He read pages aloud, detailing elaborate preparations to disrupt my prom, college acceptance celebration, engagement party, and dozens of other events. Some entries included sketches of me crying, or suggestions of how to upstage me on various occasions. Even Mom looked stunned when they showed close-ups of the pages on the courtroom screens. According to Vanessa's texts, Liam's voice cracked when he read an item from shortly after my wedding, in which Sabrina expressed a desire to burn my dress, or put something in my meal to make me sick. When the prosecutor inquired how he found the notebook, Liam explained that he discovered it while packing up their flat following her imprisonment. During his testimony regarding the baby shower, Sabrina began yelling from her seat that the baby was not his, and that she would prove it. She shrieked that she would kill anyone who betrayed her, including me, the babies, Liam, and everybody who supported me. The judge ordered her removal, but she continued to scream threats until 4 bailiffs carried her out while she attempted to bite one of them. The judge promptly ordered a psychiatric evaluation and stated that she would be confined at the State Mental Institute until further notice. 2 weeks later, the judge confirmed Sabrina's inability to stand trial due to mental illness. The court committed her to a state facility for therapy that might last years. Margaret's case proceeded on its own, as she was mentally fine. Just cruel. Ethan clutched my hand tightly when we heard the news in our apartment. We both understood this was only the beginning of a long journey ahead. My doctor scheduled my C-section for exactly 35 weeks the next morning, citing that the twins were no longer growing sufficiently within me. Ethan and I spent the last night before surgery, lying in the hospital bed together, discussing how we'd raise our children away from all of this crazy family crap. We promised each other that we'd stop the cycle and give kids regular childhoods filled with love, not turmoil and fighting. When I was carried into surgery the next morning, Ethan dressed in scrubs and held my hand behind the curtain while they cut me open. At 7:23 a.m., our kid was born, weighing 3 pounds and wailing loudly. At 7:24 a.m., our daughter arrived, much smaller, but battling hard. Ethan cried when he held them for the first time, these little exquisite babies we'd created together. Through the recovery room window, I saw Thomas standing in the corridor, tears streaming down his cheeks, finally getting to be a grandfather to babies who would recognize him. The nurses immediately transported our twins to the NICU, where they would require assistance breathing and feeding for a while. Thomas paid Margaret a visit 3 days after the birth, bringing word of her trial. She had been convicted of assault and harassment, but was merely sentenced to 2 years probation and required therapy sessions. The judge prohibited her from contacting us unless we first contacted out, which we never did. Thomas claimed she was now coming to terms with her mistakes, but I wasn't interested in her redemption story. A week later, Vanessa delivered mail to the NICU while I was cradling my newborn son on my chest for skin-to-skin contact. The letter came from Sabrina's psychiatric facility, and as I opened it, my hands shook. She'd written to apologize, but also to reveal that she was pregnant again with Liam's child from before their split. Liam arrived an hour later, deeply crushed by the knowledge that he would be forever bound to Sabrina through 2 children. The twins lived in the NICU for 3 weeks, learning to breathe and eat on their own, and becoming stronger each day. Olivia came over every day to give me updates on our Seattle house preparations, including images of the nursery she'd painted soft yellow with clouds on the ceiling. She had found us a wonderful neighborhood with terrific schools and regular family that did not abuse each other at baby showers. Vanessa submitted all of the legal papers to secure our move, shifting the restraining orders to Washington State, where stalking laws were stricter. She ensured that Sabrina could not track us down or send personnel after us once we left Buffalo. Liam introduced Isla to her new relatives via the glass pane during the baby's 2nd week in the NICU. He pulled his daughter up so she could see the little infants in their incubators, and she placed her little hands against the glass, saying "babies" repeatedly. Watching Liam carefully explain to Isla that these were her cousins made me realize what wonderful a father he could have been if Sabrina hadn't poisoned his life. He assured me that he would keep Sabrina away from us and handle her visits with Isla so that we would never have to see her again. Sabrina's mental team contacted with critical news 2 days before the twins were scheduled to be discharged. During her treatment sessions, she became obsessed with my twins, claiming everyone that they were her babies that I had stolen. Despite the medication, her delusions were worsening, and she had attempted to flee twice before coming to see us. The psychiatrist strongly advised us to leave Buffalo as soon as the babies were able to travel. At exactly 3 weeks old, the twins had reached their weight targets and could maintain their body temperature without the incubators. As Ethan was signing the release form, Thomas arrived with the news that Paula had pleaded guilty to HIPAA violations for accessing my medical records. She was sentenced to 6 months in jail and lost her nursing license indefinitely, adding to the domino effect of the baby shower. Our last night in Buffalo was 3 days later, and Olivia had organized a goodbye supper at her house for the few family members who were still speaking to us. Thomas handed me a thick photo album filled with images from before things went crazy, back when we were all just kids playing in the backyard, not knowing what was going to happen. He promised to visit Seattle once we were situated. The twins slept for the majority of the supper in their car seats, as folks alternated cuddling and sobbing over them. Olivia made my favorite lasagna and continued refilling everyone's wine glasses, even though no one was actually drinking. I spotted her the next morning at Buffalo International Airport, while pushing the double stroller through security. Sabrina stood near Gate 12 with a medical assistant beside her, dressed in sweatpants and a hoodie I had never seen before. Her face was swollen from the medication, and her hands shook as she gripped a coffee cup. She spotted us at the same time I saw her. Her entire face crumpled like paper, and she mumbled something resembling, "I'm sorry," before the assistant turned her around and took her away via a different gate. That was the last time I saw my sister. On the plane, I nursed both twins while Ethan looked up Seattle neighborhood listings on his phone. An older woman across the aisle kept smiling at us, eventually leaning over to tell us we had beautiful babies and made a wonderful family. She had no notion we were essentially refugees escaping our hometown. When we arrived in Seattle, Vanessa's messages flooded my phone. Sabrina had been committed involuntarily for at least 6 months after threatening to find us and remove what she referred to as her babies. Liam had filed for permanent custody of both children after Sabrina was pronounced unfit. The legal battles would continue without us. Our new house in Seattle seemed ideal, with large windows and a quiet street, but I couldn't unwind. Each doorbell made me jump. I triple-checked the locks before going to bed and watched every face in the park as if they were someone Sabrina had sent. Ethan located a family therapist who specialized in trauma and scheduled our first meeting for the following week. Thomas called 2 weeks later with updates on Mom. She'd begun treatment and was finally acknowledging how she'd been enabling Sabrina's conduct for years. She had written us a lengthy letter, which Thomas offered to read over the phone. It was truly remorseful, talking about how she had failed both of her children by picking favorites and created this competition between us. After a month in Seattle, the twins smiled for the first time during a video call with Olivia. Real grins, not gas. Olivia burst into tears immediately. Then I started crying. Then Ethan began to cry. We were all bawling as we saw these two small babies smile at a phone screen. These exquisite moments reminded me why we'd battled so hard to keep them safe. Vanessa called with news that made my stomach drop. Sabrina had lost the pregnancy during what they called a psychotic episode, in which she attempted to take out the baby herself because she believed aliens had placed it there. They had transferred her to a long-term psychiatric hospital upstate. Even after everything she'd done, I felt terrible thinking about her missing baby and her broken mind. Liam chose to go to Portland with Isla and his new girlfriend, close enough for the cousins to grow up knowing each other, but far enough away from Buffalo's poison. How did Sabrina get to meet them at the airport while she was supposed to be in treatment? The timing feels weird. She's standing there with a medical assistant as they leave town for good. We agreed to meet once a month for playdates, hoping to salvage something healthy from all of this destruction. 3 months into our Seattle life, the last legal papers arrived via certified mail. All criminal accusations were handled by plea bargains or convictions. The restraining orders were made permanent. Our Buffalo home was sold to a beautiful young couple who knew nothing about its history. Sabrina's last document indicated that she will be committed indefinitely after being considered a danger to herself and others. The war had over, but no one had actually won anything. Returning to work seemed strange after everything. The office building downtown had glass doors that mirrored my face back at me, and for a brief moment, I didn't know the lady peering back. Ethan stayed at home with the twins, and I sat at my desk, answering emails about marketing strategies and quarterly reports. My co-workers discussed their weekend plans and complained about traffic, and no one mentioned the viral video, the knife, or anything else. During lunch breaks, I pumped milk in the restroom and checked my phone for images Ethan had sent of the babies. 3 weeks into the job, my manager asked if I wanted to join the team for drinks, and I genuinely agreed. Sitting in that bar, listening to normal folks talk about normal problems, felt like I was finally wearing a costume that fit. My therapist's office had beige walls and a white noise machine that produced ocean noises. I sat on her couch, picking at the throw pillow as she waited for me to speak. The word lingered in my throat for 20 minutes before I eventually spoke it aloud. I became pregnant on purpose to harm my sister. Not for love or for a family, but for vengeance. The therapist did not look startled or appalled. Instead, she nodded and asked how I felt now. I assured her that it was empty. Empty, guilty, and still angry. She claimed healing entailed accepting all of the negative aspects of how we got here. After 6 months in Seattle, the twins turned 1, and Thomas called to ask if he might come visit. I was about to hang up, but Ethan grabbed the phone and answered yes before I could stop him. Thomas arrived at our door with a wrapped package, appearing older than I remembered. He handed me the gift without looking at me and explained, "Margaret made it, but couldn't come herself." Inside, there was a quilt composed of fabric remnants in various shades of blue and green. A little envelope containing Margaret's handwriting was tucked away in the corner. I didn't open it. Not then. Thomas played with the twins for an hour, helped them blow out their birthday candles, and then went without asking for anything else. The quilt was stored in the closet rather than in the garbage. Olivia contacted 2 months later, stating she had received a job offer in Seattle. Within a week, she got an apartment 3 blocks away and was visiting us every evening after work. She delivered takeaway and held the babies while Ethan and I ate with both hands for once. When she walked in, the twins reached for her, so she began keeping diapers and formula on hand. Liam also paid us a visit, accompanied by his new girlfriend, who was unaware of our history and simply saw us as Liam's normal sister with his normal family. We had game evenings and barbecues, and no one discussed Buffalo, baby showers, or anything from the past. 8 months in Seattle felt like the perfect time to revisit something we should have done differently the first time. Ethan casually mentioned it when we were cleaning dishes, as if he were talking about the weather. "We might reaffirm our vows," he explained. "Do it correctly this time. Just us and the people that truly count. There is no large production, competition, or family drama." I kissed him with soapy hands and said yes. The ceremony took place in our backyard with Olivia, Liam, his fiancée, and baby Isla, whom Olivia was babysitting for the afternoon. Liam's girlfriend captured it on her phone as the twins attempted to eat the flowers Olivia plucked from her garden. Ethan penned his own vows to choose each other every day, especially on difficult days. I simply told him I loved him and meant it. After everyone had departed, we put the twins to bed and slow danced in the kitchen with no music. 9 months after leaving Buffalo, we received a letter from Sabrina's treatment facility. The doctor's handwriting indicated that she had been making improvement with therapy and medicines. She had sent letters of apologies to everyone as part of her treatment. Will we explore supervised video contact in the future? The letter was filed in the important papers folder, along with the twins' birth certificates and our automobile insurance. Maybe eventually I'll answer it. Today was not that day. The twins took their first steps on the same wet Tuesday as I was folding laundry. First, one twin stood up and used the coffee table. Then the other person observed and had to duplicate. They wobbled toward one another and collapsed in a fit of laughs. Ethan mentioned that they were already competing, and we both froze. Then he chuckled and remarked, "Competition could be good, like who could give the best hugs or be the kindest." We were making new family rules. Some nights I dreamed of Sabrina, but not the woman with the knife. I dreamed about my sister, who taught me how to ride my bike in the driveway. The one who shared her Halloween sweets with me despite the fact that mine ended up in a puddle. The girl who lived before things went wrong. I awoke crying from those dreams, mourning someone who may only have lived in my memory. Ethan hugged me without asking questions, because some pain does not require words. 1 year in Seattle signified 1 year since the baby shower. I shared a single photo on Instagram of the twins giggling at the park. I turned off comments before anyone could respond to the caption, "The best revenge is a life well lived." Some stories didn't require audiences anymore. The park near our house offered baby swings and a sandbox where the twins could play for hours. Ethan pushed them while I sat on the seat with my coffee, admiring our small family that we had created from turmoil. A woman sat next to me and commented on how peaceful and joyful we all looked together. For the first time I believed her. The twins would learn their story someday, when they were old enough to comprehend how families can break and mend again. They'd know about their aunt and grandparents, as well as why we lived so far away from Mommy and Daddy's childhood home. But today, they only understood that Daddy made airplane noises when he pushed them high, that Mommy always had goldfish crackers in her purse, and that their world was safe, small, and full of love. That was sufficient. That was everything. That's all for today. Thank you for discussing all of these questions with me. What a journey. Just thinking about things together. My ex cheated with my best friend. Years later, I crashed her wedding as my fake girlfriend's date, and we left the reception in total ruins. Lila was the girl in the office that made managers forget about their wives. I was the new guy who only spoke to people about code. But then she explained that her hated cousin's wedding was in 90 days, and she needed someone tall and handsome so her family would stop pressuring her to find someone. What she conveniently forgot to mention is that the cousin getting married was Serena's cousin, my ex who had left me for my best friend. We drew up an actual contract on my laptop right there. No kissing, hand-holding only when necessary. We'd break up a week after the wedding, and we'd split any cash gift 60-40 since she was paying me. She made me practice my boyfriend voice in the supply closet. "You sound like you're reading a hostage note," she said, fixing my collar. I had to practice calling her babe without cringing. Rehearse how we met until our story was bulletproof. She taught me her dad liked football, and her mom would judge my shoes. The first time I met her parents, I said we met at a conference while she said coffee shop. Her mom's eyebrow raised exactly 1 millimeter, but her dad laughed and said, "Can't keep your stories straight." Must be true love. They grilled me for hours. I left with them believing I owned a ranch back in Canada. Lila made a show of kissing my cheek on the way out. Very theatrical, very fake. But then, 2 weeks in, things started shifting subtly. At work, we kept our distance, separate lunch breaks, minimal interaction, but she'd started bringing me coffee without asking. Just left it on my desk with a sticky note for the performance tonight. Oat milk latte, extra shot, which I'd never told her. The family dinners were exhausting at first, all performance, hand-holding that felt like a business handshake, practice smiles. But by the third dinner, I wasn't checking my watch anymore. Her dad and I actually talked football. Her mom taught me recipes while Lila watched with this unreadable expression. Family game night changed everything. When we destroyed her siblings at charades, her dad pulled me aside. I've never seen her this comfortable with someone. That night in the car, Lila was quiet. "Sorry," she said suddenly. "For what?" I asked. "Just all of this." Everything I'm putting you through. I thought she meant the fake relationship. Looking back, she was apologizing for what was coming. Our text conversations evolved too. First just logistics. Dinner at 7 p.m., blue shirt. Then she'd text after family events, "You did good tonight." Then random thoughts at midnight. Then, "You awake?" at 2 a.m., followed by 40 messages about co-workers, movies, anything. She'd mention my idiot ex, who fumbled the best guy ever, and I'd tense up. "Seriously, who cheats on someone that amazing?" She'd push, watching my reaction. "Some people make mistakes," I'd mumble, and she'd look away, guilty about something I didn't understand yet. One night at the office, both staying late, we finally acknowledged it. "This is getting complicated," I said. "It's just method acting," she insisted. But her hands were shaking. "Lila, you brought me soup when I was sick last week. That wasn't for your family." She stood up, frustrated. "So what if I care?" "We need to stick to the contract," I said weakly. "Right," she agreed. But her nephew's birthday party was when pretending became impossible. I did dinosaur voices to make him laugh, and when I looked up, Lila was staring at me like I'd solved world hunger. Other moms kept asking how long we'd been together, and she'd get this soft look. The cake tasting was what broke us both. She started sobbing over chocolate versus vanilla, but I couldn't understand why. I held her in the parking lot while she ugly cried into my shirt. "I'm so sorry, Alan. I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault," I said. "Yes it is," she whispered. And no matter what I said, she refused to feel less guilty. "Pretending to care about you is killing me," I finally admitted one night. She looked like she might cry. "Alan. There's something." I perked up, but then she couldn't bring herself to say it. "After the wedding," she said. "We'll talk after the wedding." That's when it happened. The rehearsal dinner was the first time I would meet her cousin, the bride. I walked in confident, her hand in mine, ready to charm great aunts and distant cousins. I had been genuinely looking forward to it, just to spend more time with Lila. But then I saw her, Serena, in a pearly white dress. We locked eyes, and suddenly the world stopped. Her champagne glass froze halfway to her lips. Then the worst possible thing happened. Kian stepped out from behind her, my ex-best friend wearing a matching pearl white tie. The three of us stood frozen while Lila's relatives milled around, clutching cocktails. Lila went rigid, and when I looked at her, I saw it. This was what she had been apologizing for. Serena started storming toward us. Kian followed her, saying, Wait, I can't do this." I turned to Lila. "Please." Her voice broke, but I was already walking out, leaving her standing there with her hand still extended toward where mine had been. She followed me to the parking lot. "Please, just get through dinner. You knew they'd be here." "I didn't know about Kian, but you knew about Serena. That wasn't a question." "Alan, I originally just wanted," I cut her off. I told her I needed time, then got in my car and left. She had to walk back in and make up some excuse about food poisoning. She texted me all evening, 72 messages and 21 calls I didn't respond to. But then next morning at 4 a.m., she showed up at my door. "The wedding's in 10 hours. Please," she sobbed. I stood there, not knowing what to do. She was shaking so hard her teeth were chattering, even though it was warm outside. I opened the door wider, and she practically fell through it. Her makeup had run down her face in black streaks, and her dress from the rehearsal dinner was wrinkled like she'd slept in her car. The neighbors across the hall had cracked their door open to watch, so I pulled her inside before they called security. She collapsed onto my couch and immediately started digging through her purse with trembling hands. Her phone screen lit up with dozens of missed calls from her family. She swiped past them and pulled up old photos from her camera roll. Two girls in matching red Christmas sweaters smiled at the camera, maybe 12 years old. Lila pointed at the taller one with perfect teeth. That was Serena. They looked like sisters almost. Same nose, same chin. But Serena's smile was bigger and brighter, even back then. Lila scrolled to another photo from high school where Serena wore a crown at what looked like homecoming, while Lila stood in the background. Another photo showed them at some family party where everyone surrounded Serena, while Lila sat alone at a side table. My chest got tight as the pieces started clicking together in my head. She'd known exactly who my ex was when she hired me for this fake boyfriend job. She'd known I'd walk into that rehearsal dinner and see the woman who destroyed me. My hands started shaking too, but from anger, not sadness. Lila must have seen my face change, because she grabbed my arm and shook her head so hard her earrings rattled. She tried to explain that, yes, At first she just wanted to show up with someone impressive to make Serena jealous for once in her life. But then everything changed when she actually got to know me. The coffee she brought me every morning, the soup when I was sick, the way she cried at the cake tasting. None of that was fake. Her voice cracked as she talked about how Serena always got everything first. Better grades, even though Lila studied harder. The lead in every school play while Lila worked backstage. The promotion at their grandmother's company that Lila had been promised. When Serena announced her engagement at Thanksgiving, their mom literally turned to Lila and asked why she couldn't be more like her cousin. I walked to the kitchen because I needed to do something with my hands before I punched a wall. My body went through the motions of making coffee without thinking about it. 2 scoops of grounds, water to the 4-cup line. Then I reached for the oat milk without even realizing I was making her drink, not mine. Extra shot of espresso. No sugar. Exactly how she liked it. My hands shook as I poured, and I had to admit to myself that I'd memorized every little thing about her without meaning to. She followed me to the kitchen and pulled up her text messages to show me dozens of unsent drafts from weeks ago. Each one started with her trying to tell me the truth. About Serena. The timestamps showed she'd written them at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., right after our family dinners. But she never sent them, because every time I mentioned my ex, my whole face would change, and she couldn't stand being the one to hurt me like that again. The anger came rushing back, and I slammed the coffee mug down so hard that liquid splashed onto the counter. She knew I'd walk into that room and see them together. She knew what that would do to me after everything I'd told her about the betrayal. Oliver's toy dinosaur sat on my coffee table where he'd left it last week when they'd stopped by after his swimming lesson. Seeing it made everything worse, because her whole family had become part of my life, and now it was all built on lies. Lila completely fell apart then, sliding down the kitchen cabinet until she sat on my floor, sobbing. She kept saying she'd tried to prepare me by bringing up my ex in conversations to see if I was ready to face her. She thought she could somehow make it easier, but she was too scared to just tell the truth. Her whole body shook as she admitted she'd fallen for me and ruined everything because she was a coward. My phone started buzzing on the counter with text after text. What's really going through Lila's mind when she picks this specific guy for her scheme? She calls him tall and handsome, but there's something deliberate about choosing someone who only spoke to people about code. Makes me wonder if she wanted someone she thought wouldn't get too attached, or ask too many questions about her real motives. Grant asking if I was okay and saying they were worried about me. Claire saying Lila had left the dinner crying, and nobody knew where either of us went. Even little Oliver had sent a voice message that his mom helped him record, asking where Uncle Alan was and why Aunt Lila was so sad. Each message made my chest hurt more, because these people had become real family to me over the past 2 months. I sat down on the kitchen floor across from her because my legs felt too heavy to keep standing. The wedding would start in 9 hours, and I had no idea what to do about any of this. She looked up at me with red, swollen eyes, and said I should choose what happens next, and she'd accept whatever I decided. The clock on my microwave showed 4:47 a.m., and we sat there on my kitchen floor in silence while the coffee maker gurgled and dripped behind us. She finally pushed herself up from my kitchen floor and started laying out options while pacing around my tiny apartment. Option 1 was, I could come to the wedding and we'd stick to the contract like nothing changed. Pure business. She'd even pay me extra on top of the $1,000 we agreed on, and after today, she'd never bother me again if that's what I wanted. Option 2 was, I could stay home, and she'd tell everyone we broke up. Make up some story about how I wasn't ready for commitment, or whatever would make her family stop asking questions. I watched her hands shake as I gripped the counter and asked what option 3 was, even though I wasn't sure why I was asking. Her whole body went still, and she turned to look at me with this expression I'd never seen before. Option 3 was, we could go to this wedding together, not as fake anything, but as whatever we actually were to each other now. Facing this whole mess as real people instead of actors playing parts. The words hung there between us while the sun started coming up through my kitchen window. She waited for maybe 30 seconds before grabbing her keys and saying she needed to go get ready, but I should text her whatever I decided. After she left, I sat at my laptop, staring at our contract file with all the notes I'd been keeping for 3 months. There were pages of details about her family members and their quirks, inside jokes we'd created during dinners, screenshots from her mom's Facebook where she'd posted photos of us at family events, looking happier than I remembered feeling at the time. My phone buzzed with a text from Kian, saying he knew things were weird, but both he and Serena really wanted me at the wedding, and asking if we could talk. I deleted it immediately, but took a screenshot first, because something in my gut said I should document everything from here on out. The suit Lila had helped me pick. 3 weeks ago was hanging in my closet, and I pulled it on just to see how it looked. She'd spent over an hour at the store making sure the fit was perfect, smoothing down the lapels and stepping back to look at me from different angles while telling me I looked like James Bond, then turning red when she realized how excited she sounded. My phone rang, and Grant's name showed up on the screen. He said he didn't know what happened last night, but Lila hadn't been herself lately. And these past weeks with me were the happiest he'd seen her since she was a kid. Just thought I should know before making any decisions about today. After hanging up, I drove to the wedding venue but parked across the street instead of in the actual lot. Guests were starting to arrive in fancy cars, and I watched from my driver's seat as a white limo pulled up, and Serena stepped out in her wedding dress, looking perfect and laughing at something the photographer said. The weird thing was, it didn't hurt the way I thought it would. More like watching a movie about strangers than seeing my ex who destroyed me. My phone lit up with a text from Lila, saying she was at the venue and had told everyone I had food poisoning, but might show up if I felt better. No pressure though, and she attached a photo of the place card with my name still sitting next to hers at the family table. Her mom had saved it just in case. Through my windshield, I spotted Oliver in his tiny tuxedo, standing near the entrance, looking around with his sad expression while Harper bent down to whisper something to him. He shook his head and clutched the stuffed dinosaur I'd given him at his birthday party, the one he'd named Rex, and carried everywhere. Now, my chest got tight watching this little kid search the crowd for me while wedding guests streamed past him into the building. Someone knocked on my car window, and I jumped hard enough to hit my head on the roof. Serena stood there in her wedding dress, with the fabric pooling around her feet on the asphalt, gesturing for me to roll down the window. When I did, she immediately launched into this speech about how she needed to explain about Kian, and how it wasn't supposed to happen the way I thought it did. The thing that struck me wasn't what she was saying, but what she wasn't saying, because there was no actual apology in any of it, just her trying to control how the story sounded. I finally cut her off by asking how exactly it was supposed to happen. Then she started fumbling with her words while adjusting her dress against the morning breeze. She managed to get out something about how they just fell in love, and it was messy but real. Then she actually said she needed me to forgive them so everyone could move forward. The way she said it made my hands tighten on the steering wheel. I told her I didn't forgive her and didn't need to. I said she made her choice, but this wasn't about her anymore. Her face went through about 6 different expressions before she asked why I was even here. Then, that's when it hit me exactly why I'd driven all the way here. I rolled up the window while she was still standing there and drove toward the venue parking lot. The ceremony was already starting when I walked through the heavy wooden doors. Every head in the back rows turned, but I kept walking down the side aisle. Lila's eyes went huge when she spotted me sliding into the empty seat beside her. I took her hand without thinking about it, not for show but because I wanted to. She squeezed back so hard my knuckles cracked. During the vows, when Kian stood up there promising to be faithful, I felt Lila's whole body go rigid beside me. She leaned over and whispered, "We could leave if I wanted." I whispered back that we were seeing this through to the end. Claire was sitting on Lila's other side and gave me this small approving nod. The reading started, and Oliver scrambled out of Harper's lap and climbed into mine instead. He started whispering about dinosaurs while the reader droned on about love and commitment. His little hands were making pterodactyl wings against my chest. This moment felt more real than anything I'd experienced with Serena in our entire 2 years together. Lila was watching us with this look on her face I couldn't figure out. The reception moved to the ballroom next door, and we found our table assignment on the seating chart. Table 3 put us right with Serena's parents, who kept shooting looks at me every few seconds. Her mom's mouth was this tight line, while her dad wouldn't make eye contact at all. Lila handled their awkward questions like she'd been doing this her whole life, deflecting and redirecting with practiced ease. I focused on cutting Oliver's chicken into dinosaur shapes while he narrated an entire prehistoric battle. During cocktail hour, Kian cornered me by the bar while I was getting Lila a drink. He started with this whole speech about how we needed to clear the air between us. I set down the glasses and stood up slowly to face him. I told him we weren't bros, and never would be again. I said he slept with my girlfriend while pretending to be my friend, and there was nothing to clear. His face went red, and he stepped closer like he might actually try something at his own wedding. Lila appeared between us before anything could happen. She told Kian maybe he should focus on his bride instead of harassing her boyfriend on his wedding day. The way she said boyfriend hung in the air because she didn't add the word fake in front of it. Kian backed off and stalked away while Lila's hand found mine again. Grant caught up with me during the cigar break on the terrace after dinner. He lit his Cuban and started talking about how he and Claire actually had an arranged marriage. At first, he said, it took them 3 years to fall in love for real, but now he couldn't imagine life without her. He looked at me through the smoke and said, "Sometimes the best things start as business arrangements." We stood there watching the sunset, while wedding music drifted through the French doors. Back inside for dinner, Serena's maid of honor got up to give her speech about true love conquering all obstacles. She kept making these pointed looks at me every time she said the word obstacles. Under the table, Lila's hand found mine and held on tight. The maid of honor finally sat down after her speech, and servers started clearing plates while the DJ grabbed his mic to announce the bouquet toss. All the single women crowded onto the dance floor, except Lila, who stayed in her seat, shaking her head until her sister Harper physically dragged her out there. Serena stood at the front in her white dress, holding her bouquet and scanning the crowd of women behind her with this weird smile. She turned around and locked eyes directly with Lila, then spun back and threw the bouquet hard, like she was trying to knock someone out with it. The flowers sailed straight at Lila's face, and she caught them purely out of reflex to protect herself from getting hit. Serena turned around with this nasty smirk and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, that maybe Lila would be next if she could find someone real. The whole room went quiet for a second, and I saw Lila's face go from shocked to furious in about half a second. Catching a bouquet out of self-defense while your ex-best friend throws shade at your wedding, now that's a plot twist worthy of its own reality show. Someone call the producers, because this reception just got spicy. She stood up suddenly and somehow had a microphone in her hand before I could even process what was happening. I reached for her arm to pull her back down, but she was already talking into the mic, saying she wanted to make a toast to her cousin, Serena. The room went dead silent, and even the servers stopped moving as Lila raised her champagne glass and said, Serena always got what she wanted. She kept going, saying whether it was the promotion at their grandma's company, or the bigger wedding budget, or even other people's boyfriends. Gasps went through the crowd, and I saw Grant sit up straighter while Claire's mouth fell open in shock. Lila wasn't done though, and thanked Serena because her choices had led Lila to me, to Alan. Serena's face went completely white, and she tried to tell Lila to stop, but Lila kept talking into the mic. She said, I had spent 3 months pretending to love her for money, only to discover what we had was more real than anything Serena and Kian built on lies. The room exploded into chaos, with people talking over each other, and Claire trying to stand up to restore order while Grant actually started laughing at the worst possible moment. Serena's parents were demanding to know what was going on and pointing at Lila, while other relatives were pulling out their phones to record everything. I stood up and took the microphone from Lila's hand, before she could say anything else that would make this worse. I told everyone she was right about it starting fake, but that watching Lila with her family, and seeing her kindness and strength, had made me fall for real. Then I turned to look directly at Serena and Kian, who were both frozen in place, looking like they wanted to disappear. I thanked Serena for cheating on me and thanked Kian for being exactly who he was, because they both led me to find someone who actually fought for me. I turned back to Lila and said she fought for me even when she was scared of losing me, and even when I didn't deserve it. Serena grabbed her bouquet from where Lila had dropped it and threw it hard at Lila's head, screaming that she had ruined the wedding. Lila caught it and threw it right back, yelling that Serena had ruined my life first, so they were even. The two cousins started moving toward each other, and their parents had to physically hold them back while security guards in black suits rushed in from the lobby. 2 guards grabbed me and Lila by the arms and started walking us toward the exit, while the wedding guests were all standing and shouting. Claire followed us out, surprising me by how calm she seemed compared to the chaos behind us. She told us what we did was inappropriate, but then smiled just a little bit and said it wasn't undeserved since Serena had always been a bully. She said she was glad someone finally said what everyone had been thinking for years, before going back inside to deal with the mess. The security guards walked us all the way to the parking lot and stood there watching to make sure we actually left. Lila and I climbed onto the hood of my car, still wearing our formal clothes, and watched through the big windows as people inside tried to calm down. We could see Serena crying while Kian tried to comfort her, and the DJ awkwardly trying to get people to dance again. Lila looked at me and asked if we were still breaking up a week after the wedding like our contract said. I didn't answer right away, because honestly, I had no idea what to say, or what I even wanted anymore. We sat there for another hour, watching the disaster we had caused, until security came out and told us to leave the property completely. The next morning, my phone was going crazy with notifications, and I had 47 messages from numbers I didn't recognize. Someone had posted the whole thing on TikTok, and it already had 2 million views with the caption about the bride's cousin exposing a fake relationship and affair at the wedding. Lila texted me that we were apparently famous now, and also she was definitely getting fired when she went to work on Monday. Her boss had already seen the video and wanted to talk to her about representing the company poorly or something like that. I watched the video myself and saw how crazy we both looked, standing there with microphones, calling out the bride at her own wedding. The comments were split between people saying we were heroes for exposing cheaters, and others saying we were awful for ruining someone's special day. Lila's mom called me 3 times, but I didn't answer because I had no idea what to say to her after everything. Grant left me a voicemail just laughing and saying that was the most entertaining wedding he had ever been to in 60 years. My own parents started texting, asking if the video going around was really me and what the hell I was thinking causing a scene like that. The video kept spreading, and by noon it had 5 million views, and someone had already made a remix with dramatic music added. Lila came over to my apartment that afternoon, looking exhausted and carrying a box of her stuff from the office because they had already let her go. She sat on my couch, and we just stared at each other, not knowing what to say about the complete disaster we had created together. The next morning, we decided to meet at the coffee shop on 3rd Street, where we used to practice our fake couple stories before family dinners. I got there first and ordered my usual while watching the morning crowd rush past the windows. Lila walked in 10 minutes later, looking tired but determined. And when the barista saw us together, he practically jumped over the counter. He kept saying we were legends and showed us his phone, where the wedding video had another 1 million views overnight, then refused to let us pay for our drinks. We found a corner table away from everyone and sat there stirring our coffees without talking for a while. I finally asked when it stopped being fake for her. She stared at her latte and told me it was the night I made dinosaur voices for Oliver at his birthday party, when I didn't know she was watching and there was no one to perform for. Her phone started buzzing on the table, and she almost ignored it, but then saw it was her boss calling. She put it on speaker, and instead of yelling like we expected, he was laughing and talking about how the wedding video was the best thing to ever happen to their company's social media presence. Marketing wanted to meet with her about doing a whole campaign around it, and he offered her a promotion on the spot. We were both processing this when the coffee shop door chimed, and Serena walked in, still wearing her honeymoon sundress with sand on her sandals. She marched straight to our table and started going off about how we destroyed her life, and the video was everywhere, and Kian's parents wanted an annulment now. She wasn't wrong about the mess, but she also wasn't taking any responsibility for what she did to me first. Lila stayed quiet for a moment, then told her calmly that she destroyed my life first, but the difference was, I rebuilt it into something better. Serena turned to me and asked if I really loved Lila, or if this whole thing was just revenge. The answer came out simple and clear. I told her I loved Lila. Not because of revenge or the contract, but because she brought me soup when I was sick, and memorized how I took my coffee, and fought for me even when I walked away. Serena stood there for a second, looking deflated, then turned and left without another word. Lila was staring at me with this expression I couldn't read and said I just told her I loved her. I nodded, and she asked if that was part of the performance. I reminded her the contract ended when we left the wedding yesterday. She took a deep breath and said she needed to tell me something. There was no $1,000, because she spent all her savings on the suit she bought me and all those family dinners we went to. She was completely broke and couldn't have paid me even if she wanted to. I started laughing, maybe a little too hard, and asked if she really hired me as a fake boyfriend with money she didn't have. She nodded, looking miserable, and said she was desperate and stupid and figured she would find the money somehow before the 3 months were up. We sat there in silence for a minute while I processed this information. Then I pulled out my phone and deleted the contract document we had made that first day in the office. I told her it was a good thing I wasn't in it for the money. Then she looked up at me hopefully and asked if I really wasn't doing it for the money. I told her about practicing my boyfriend voice alone in my apartment for hours until my throat hurt. About the notebook I kept hidden in my desk drawer with all her favorite things written down. The oat milk lattes she liked. The way she hated cilantro but loved basil. How she always touched her ear when she was nervous. I pulled out my phone and showed her the Amazon order history full of dinosaur toys I'd been buying for Oliver with my own money. Her eyes got wide when she saw the total. Before she could respond, the coffee shop door banged open and Grant and Claire walked in looking serious. Claire said they figured we'd be here and that the family was having an emergency meeting. Grant looked right at me and said I was still family no matter what happened. We followed them to their house, where the living room was packed with people I recognized from all those family dinners. Serena's parents were standing near the window, demanding apologies, while everyone else sat wherever they could find space. In the center sat an older woman I'd never met before, watching everything with sharp eyes. This had to be Grandma Johnson that everyone always talked about. The room went quiet when we walked in. Grandma finally spoke, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. She said Serena stole her cousin's boyfriend's friend, and Lila disrupted a wedding, bringing shame to the family. Then she turned to look at me, and her face softened just a bit. Grandma Johnson shows up now, after all this mess already happened. I'm curious why the family matriarch who runs the company waited until after the wedding disaster to get involved, when she clearly knows everything about Serena's behavior and Lila's situation. She said I could have caused a scene at the rehearsal dinner but removed myself instead. Could have abandoned Lila today but stood by her. Said this was the kind of man they wanted in their family. Serena's parents started protesting, but Grandma raised one hand, and they went silent immediately. Harper stood up from the couch and said Oliver hadn't stopped talking about me for weeks. Said kids know when someone really cares, and that wasn't fake. Oliver ran over and wrapped his arms around my leg, asking if I'd still teach him about pterodactyls. I picked him up, and he buried his face in my shoulder. That's when the front door slammed open so hard it hit the wall. Keon stormed in, looking like he hadn't slept, his tie loose and his hair a mess. He started yelling about how insane this family was, how the wedding was ruined and the honeymoon canceled. Said his parents thought he was a homewrecker now. Serena turned on him fast, screaming that he was a homewrecker, and so was she. They started fighting right there in front of everyone, their voices getting louder and uglier. Serena admitted she went after Keon partly to hurt me for not proposing fast enough after 3 years together. Keon shot back that he was jealous of my promotion and my relationship, and wanted what I had. Their marriage was falling apart in real time while 40 relatives watched with their mouths open. Grandma stood up and told them both to get out until they could act like adults. They left separately, Serena crying and Keon slamming the door again. 2 hours later, after everyone had gone home and Grant and Claire were cleaning up, Lila and I sat in her childhood bedroom. Her teenage posters were still on the walls, mixed with photos from the past 3 months that her mom must have printed and framed. Pictures of us at family dinners, at Oliver's birthday, at the cake tasting where she cried. She asked what we were supposed to do now. I told her we should date for real this time. No contracts or payments or performances, just us figuring out if what we had was real without all the fake stuff around it. She looked scared and asked, "What if we were only good at pretending?" I reached over and pulled her close, kissing her right there on my doorstep, with no one watching, no family to perform for, just us. She froze for a second, then kissed me back, her hands grabbing my shirt. When we pulled apart, she was breathing hard and looking at me like she'd never seen me before. We agreed to try for real this time. No contracts or fake stories or rehearsed conversations. The next week at work was weird because everyone had seen the wedding video that went viral. Apparently someone's cousin posted it, and it got millions of views. My manager called me into his office looking worried about the company's image. But then the CEO walked in laughing and said it was the best PR we'd gotten in years. Made us look human, instead of just another tech company. He even gave me a bonus for, quote-unquote, brand enhancement. Lila and I had to figure out new rules now that we were actually dating. We kept our separate apartments, planned real dates where we didn't practice what to say beforehand, and it was harder than pretending because now everything mattered. 3 weeks later, my phone buzzed with a text from Serena asking if we could meet. Lila saw it over my shoulder and tensed up, but I decided I needed closure. We met at a coffee shop downtown, where Serena showed up looking tired, papers in her hand that turned out to be annulment documents she'd already filed. She stirred her coffee for 5 minutes before finally talking. She said even when we were supposed to be fake, Lila and I had more chemistry than she and Keon ever had. She admitted she'd been wrong about how she ended things with me, but wasn't sorry they ended because we weren't right for each other. She said I was better with Lila, and that was probably the closest thing to closure I'd ever get from her. That same week, Keon sent me this long email, trying to explain his side, asking for forgiveness, saying he'd been drunk and stupid, and it just happened. I read it 3 times, but didn't respond or delete it, because some bridges aren't meant to be rebuilt, just left as ruins you drive past sometimes. A month later was Oliver's actual birthday party, not a performance this time. When he introduced me to his friends as his uncle, who knew everything about dinosaurs, Lila got tears in her eyes, watching me do all the voices for his dinosaur toys. Claire pulled me aside while the kids were eating cake. She looked at me for a long moment, then said she'd known it was fake from the start. Because mothers always know. But she also saw the exact moment it became real. She thanked me for not giving up on Lila after she lied about Serena. Grant came over and handed me something wrapped in cloth, his father's watch that had been in their family for 3 generations. He said it stays in the family, and pushed it into my hands when I tried to refuse. He said I'd earned it by standing by Lila when she was at her worst, when most guys would have walked away. 2 months after that, Lila and I had our first real fight, about money of all things. She kept insisting she needed to pay me back the $1,000 she'd promised, even though she never actually had it. I told her the whole thing was ridiculous, since we were together now, but she wouldn't let it go. Said it was about keeping her word. We argued in my apartment for 2 hours, her pacing back and forth while I sat on the couch, trying to make her see reason. She grabbed a pillow from the couch and threw it at me, hard enough to knock my coffee over. Then started pacing again, while I cleaned up the mess with paper towels from the kitchen. The more we argued, the louder we got, until the neighbors started banging on the wall and we both froze mid-shout. She looked at me, with my shirt soaked in coffee, and started giggling, then full-on laughing until she couldn't breathe. I started laughing too, because here we were, fighting about fake money from our fake relationship, while living together in a real one. She collapsed next to me on the wet couch, still wheezing about the whole stupid thing. After we calmed down, she got this serious look and went to my kitchen cabinet, pulled out an empty pickle jar, and wrote "Truth Jar" on it with a Sharpie. "Every lie from now on costs $5, she said. Even tiny ones, like saying you're fine when you're not, and the money goes to our first real vacation. I immediately had to put in $20 for various work excuses, and she put in 15 for telling her mom we were too busy to visit last weekend. The jar filled up fast that first week. 3 months later, everything changed when Grant called us over for Sunday dinner, but wouldn't say why. We found the whole family gathered around Claire's laptop, watching some viral video about wedding disasters that turned into love stories. There we were at Serena's wedding, the fight, the kiss, everything, with over 2 million views and comments about how we were relationship goals. Someone had done research and posted that Serena and Kian's marriage lasted exactly 3 weeks before she caught him with her yoga instructor. Meanwhile, photos of Lila and me at the farmer's market the previous weekend were being shared everywhere as proof that fake relationships can become real. Love. The video licensing company contacted us that week, offering $5,000 for exclusive rights. 2 weeks after that, Lila's grandmother, who everyone just called Grandma Miller, invited us to her house for tea, just us, no one else. She lived in this massive Victorian in Pacific Heights that probably cost more than I'd make in 10 lifetimes. We sat in her parlor while she poured Earl Grey into actual china cups that looked older than the house. She put down her teacup and announced she was rewriting her will because Serena showed poor judgment. Lila showed courage, but I showed character, and that mattered most. She'd already called her lawyer and wanted us there when she signed the changes. The news spread through the family within hours. Serena called Lila, screaming that we'd manipulated a senile old woman, that we planned the whole fake relationship to steal her inheritance. Grant and Claire took our side, but Serena convinced her brother and 2 cousins that we were con artists. The family split into camps, with accusations flying on the group text that got so ugly, Claire finally deleted it. Serena hired some expensive lawyer from her father's firm to contest the will change, claiming undue influence and fraud. The lawyer sent us a letter, full of legal threats about elder abuse and conspiracy, that made my hands shake when I read it. We used the money from the viral video to hire our own lawyer, this woman named Patricia, who'd handled Claire's friend's divorce. She reviewed everything, our text messages, the contract I'd stupidly saved on my laptop, the timeline of our relationship, then leaned back in her chair. "The timeline actually helps us," she said, because our relationship clearly predated any will changes, and she found it ironic that our fake documentation would serve as real evidence. The depositions were brutal. 6 hours of questions about every detail of our relationship, under oath. When did the fake parts end, and the real parts begin? What was performance, and what was genuine? Every text message dissected for meaning. Lila cried twice during hers, and I threw up in the courthouse bathroom during a break in mine. But it felt weirdly good too, finally telling the complete truth about everything, even the embarrassing parts, like practicing boyfriend voice in the supply closet. Serena's lawyer presented our original contract in court like he'd found the smoking gun, reading it out loud with dramatic pauses. But then, Patricia presented the marketing company's whole campaign as counter-evidence, showing we'd been publicly together for months since the wedding, with no contract needed. She had receipts from dinners, tagged photos from friends, even security footage from my apartment building showing Lila basically living there. Serena's lawyer reading their fake dating contract out loud in court, like he's performing Shakespeare, while Patricia just casually pulls out security footage, is peak legal drama comedy. Nothing says true love like documented evidence and time-stamped receipts. The judge asked pointed questions about the contract terms versus our actual relationship timeline. The night before the ruling, Lila couldn't sleep, kept tossing and turning, until I finally turned on the light at 3 a.m. She sat up, panicking about losing everything, her family, the money, maybe even me if this went badly. I reminded her we started with nothing real, and built something anyway. That we were good at making fake things true. She kissed me then, really kissed me. Not like the wedding performance but like she needed to make sure I was real. 2 weeks later, we sat in the courtroom, holding hands so tight my fingers went numb while the judge read her decision. She ruled completely in our favor, stating the will changes were made by a competent adult, with no evidence of coercion. But then she added something that made Serena storm out of the courtroom. She noted that what began as deception evolved into genuine affection, which, she said, was more than could be said for many relationships that start honestly, clearly referring to Serena's 3-week marriage. Serena just stood there for a second, then her face crumpled and she started crying right there in the courtroom. Not the angry tears I expected, but tired ones, like she'd been holding them back for months. She slumped into her chair and covered her face with both hands, while her lawyer awkwardly patted her shoulder. Grandma Parker walked over and put a hand on Serena's arm, offering her a tissue from her purse. She said something quiet that made Serena look up, and after a minute, Serena nodded and signed some papers her lawyer pulled out. Later I found out Grandma Parker offered her a smaller part of the inheritance if she agreed to get therapy, which Serena accepted without fighting. 2 days later, my phone buzzed with a text from Milo, suggesting we all grab a beer and move forward. I stared at it for maybe 10 seconds before deleting it and blocking his number. Lila watched me do it and squeezed my hand, but didn't say anything. Some things you forgive, and some you just leave behind. 3 weeks passed before Lila suggested we go back to the coffee shop where we'd written our fake boyfriend contract. The same barista was working and recognized us, making a joke about framing our original contract since we'd become regulars. Instead of laughing, Lila pulled out a notebook and started writing something new. Not a contract this time, but a list of promises, real ones without payment terms or breakup clauses. She wrote that she promised to tell me when she was scared. I wrote that I promised to stay, even when things got complicated. We both signed it, but this time it wasn't legally binding, just emotionally. The paper went into her purse, where she kept it for the next 6 months. 6 months after the wedding disaster, Lila came home from work looking nervous and excited at the same time. Her company had offered her a promotion to run their Seattle office, nearly double her salary, but it meant leaving San Francisco. She explained all the details while pacing around my apartment, saying she understood if I couldn't leave my job and friends here. I let her finish her whole speech before pulling out my laptop and showing her the email I'd gotten the week before. A Seattle tech company had offered me a senior developer position with better pay and remote options for when we'd visit her family. Her mouth dropped open, and she just stared at the screen. I'd been secretly interviewing for 3 months, researching Seattle companies, and taking video calls during lunch breaks. She kept looking between me and the laptop, like she couldn't process what she was seeing. I told her I'd practiced calling her babe in a supply closet, and learned her dad's entire football roster, and made up a whole Canadian ranch. Moving to Seattle was actually the easiest thing I'd done for her. She tackled me onto the couch, and we stayed there for an hour just holding each other. That Sunday we told her family at dinner. Oliver started crying until we promised he could visit and see the Space Needle, and maybe catch a Seahawks game. Grant immediately pulled out his phone to research Seattle sports teams and started planning which games he'd fly up for. Claire just nodded, like she'd known this was coming all along, then started making lists of what furniture we'd need for the new place. Harper offered to help us pack and asked if we'd found an apartment yet. 2 months later, we were knee-deep in boxes and packing tape. Lila found the folder where we'd kept all our fake relationship props, the rehearsal notes we'd written, printed texts planning our cover story, staged. Photos from those early family dinners. She held up the original contract, with all its rules and clauses, asking if we should keep this stuff or throw it away. I took the folder and wrote "Origin Story" on the outside with a Sharpie. We packed it carefully between photo albums and other important documents, because even if it started as a lie, it became the foundation for something real. Fake scaffolding that somehow held up an actual relationship. The drive to Seattle took 12 hours straight through. We packed everything that mattered into my car and her SUV, playing the same road trip games we used to rehearse for her family gatherings. Except now the laughter came naturally, without any planning. We stopped for gas and Red Bull, and she bought every snack I reached for without asking, just like she'd been doing for months. The highway stretched ahead of us, and we took turns leading, switching positions every couple of hours, texting each other stupid observations about billboards and weird cars, even though we were literally right there. Halfway through Oregon, she pulled over at a rest stop, and I thought something was wrong with her car, but she just stood there looking at me. "I love you," she said, and my brain short-circuited, because there was no one around to perform for. I kissed her right there next to the vending machines while truckers walked past, and it was the first kiss that was just ours. We reached Seattle as the sun was setting over Puget Sound, painting everything gold, and found our new apartment building tucked between a coffee shop and a bookstore. The place was smaller than what either of us could afford alone, but we wanted to build something together from scratch. Oliver's dinosaur collection was the first thing we unpacked, because she'd promised him his own shelf in our new place. That first night, we were still setting up the bed when her phone rang with a video call from her whole family. They'd gathered at her parents' house for an impromptu goodbye dinner and wanted to show us what we were missing. "Distance doesn't change family," Claire said, and Grant held up a beer to toast us through the screen. Then, Grandma Ellis took the phone and looked straight at me through the camera. "You showed up as an employee and left as family," she said, and I felt my throat close up. We promised to visit for Thanksgiving and ended the call with everyone waving and talking over each other. 3 days later, a package arrived with no return address, but I recognized Serena's handwriting immediately. Inside was a note that made my hands shake. She wrote about starting therapy, learning to want her own happiness instead of taking everyone else's, thanking us for the wake-up call at the wedding. Under the note was a beautiful wooden frame with 2 spaces, one for a photo and one for a document. We put our favorite real picture from Oliver's birthday next to our original fake contract, the one with all its rules and payment terms. And the contrast told our whole story better than words could. 3 weeks into Seattle life, we had real routines that nobody had to plan or rehearse. Saturday mornings at the coffee shop downstairs, Sunday hikes at Discovery Park, Wednesday night video calls with Oliver where we read him stories and he showed us his new drawings. Everything felt easy in a way that our fake relationship never had, even when we got good at pretending. 6 months after that disaster of a wedding, we were walking through Pike Place Market on a random Tuesday, when Lila stopped so suddenly, I almost crashed into her. She turned around right there between the fish throwers and the flower stands, tourists flowing around us like water. "Let's get married," she said. And before I could process what was happening, I was already pulling out the ring I'd been carrying for 3 weeks. "I was thinking the same thing," I said, and she started crying and laughing at the same time. She said yes while the fish guys cheered and strangers took pictures, and everything about it was messy and public and completely, absolutely real. Well, that's been quite the journey to share with you. Plenty to wonder about after everything we've seen together. My sister screamed I was ruining her wedding after I defended her best friend. 3 weeks later, her husband told me the chilling truth. "I'm Rachel, 27 female, and I need to know if I was wrong for what I said to my sister Lauren, 31 female, at her wedding. This whole situation has torn our family apart, and I'm not sure if I made things worse. Lauren and her best friend Sophie, 32 female, have been inseparable since they were 7 years old. They met in 2nd grade when Chloe moved to our neighborhood, and Lauren was the first kid to talk to her. From that day forward, they were attached at the hip. They had sleepovers every weekend, shared clothes, went to the same college, and even got their first jobs at the same restaurant chain. Everyone in our family considered Chloe like a third daughter. She came to every family vacation, every birthday party, and every holiday gathering. Growing up, Lauren and Chloe made this pact that they would be each other's maid of honor when they got married. They talked about it constantly throughout high school and college. They even picked out each other's bridesmaid dresses when they were teenagers, saving magazine clippings in a scrapbook they called their wedding Bible. Our mom used to joke that she was planning 2 weddings because Chloe was over so much, helping Lauren dream about her future ceremony. Chloe has always been the more outgoing one. She's a fashion blogger with about 50,000 followers on Instagram, and has this really bold style. She wears vintage designer pieces, bright colors, and always looks like she stepped out of a magazine. Lauren, on the other hand, is more conservative with her clothing choices. She works as an accountant, and usually wears business casual outfits. Despite their different styles, they never had any conflicts about it. Lauren always said she loved how confident Sophie was, and how she could pull off anything. 3 years ago, Lauren started dating Adam, 33 male. He's a high school teacher and coach, who she met through a mutual friend. He seemed nice enough, though he was pretty quiet around our family. Lauren was head over heels for him from the beginning. They moved in together after 8 months of dating, and Lauren started talking about marriage almost immediately. Adam proposed 2 years into their relationship, right before the pandemic hit. That's when everything changed. The moment Lauren got engaged, her attitude towards Sophie shifted completely. She stopped inviting Chloe to family events. She would make excuses when Sophie suggested hanging out. She started declining invitations to parties where Sophie would be present. At first, our mom and I thought maybe Lauren was just stressed about wedding planning and needed some space. But weeks turned into months, and Lauren continued to distance herself from her best friend. The breaking point came when Lauren announced her wedding party. She asked me to be her maid of honor instead of Chloe. I was surprised, but tried to be supportive. I figured maybe she wanted to honor our sisterly bond. But then I found out through a group text that Chloe wasn't even invited to be a bridesmaid. Lauren had chosen 4 other girls, including 2 cousins she barely spoke to, and a co-worker she had known for less than a year. I confronted Lauren about this decision. She brushed me off and said that Sophie was too busy with her blog anyway, and probably wouldn't have time for bridesmaid duties. This excuse made no sense because Sophie had been asking about wedding plans for months, and offering to help with everything from dress shopping to venue hunting. When I pushed further, Lauren got defensive and said she could choose whoever she wanted in her wedding party. Our mom tried to talk to Lauren about the situation too. She pointed out that Chloe had been like family for 24 years, and that excluding her was cruel. Lauren's response was that people change and grow apart, and that she was focusing on her new life with Adam. She said Sophie would understand because she wasn't the type to cause drama. I decided to reach out to Sophie myself to see how she was handling everything. When I called her, she was clearly upset, but trying to put on a brave face. She said Lauren had been acting strange for months, and that she didn't understand what she had done wrong. She mentioned that Lauren had stopped responding to her texts, and had canceled their monthly dinner plans multiple times without rescheduling. Chloe said she was heartbroken, but didn't want to cause problems by confronting Lauren directly. The wedding was planned for last October. Lauren chose a beautiful outdoor venue with a rustic theme. She went dress shopping with just me and our mom, even though she had always said she wanted Sophie there for that moment. Lauren picked a simple, elegant dress with lace sleeves and a flowing skirt. It was beautiful, but very traditional and conservative, which suited her personality. As the wedding day approached, the tension in our family was obvious. Our dad kept asking why Sophie wasn't in the wedding party, and Lauren would change the subject. Our mom was clearly upset, but trying to keep the peace. I was caught in the middle, trying to be supportive of Lauren while also maintaining my friendship with Chloe. The week before the wedding, Lauren seemed increasingly anxious. She snapped at me during the rehearsal dinner preparations, and seemed on edge during the ceremony walkthrough. I assumed it was normal pre-wedding nerves, but looking back, there was something more intense about her behavior. On the wedding day, everything seemed to go smoothly at first. The venue looked beautiful, the weather was perfect, and Lauren looked stunning in her dress. The ceremony was lovely, and Adam seemed genuinely happy. But I noticed that Lauren kept scanning the crowd during the reception, and she had this tense expression that didn't match the joyful occasion. Chloe arrived at the reception wearing a navy blue wrap dress that hit just below her knees. It was form-fitting, but completely appropriate for a wedding. She had paired it with nude heels and simple jewelry. Honestly, compared to some of her usual outfits, this was quite conservative. Several other guests were wearing similar styles, and the bridesmaids were in tight-fitting dresses as well. But the moment Lauren saw Sophie, her entire demeanor changed. She went rigid and started whispering angrily to Adam. Throughout the entire reception, Lauren kept glaring at Sophie from across the room. She was clearly seething, and it was making everyone uncomfortable. Our mom kept trying to distract Lauren and get her to focus on her guests, but Lauren was fixated on Sophie. During the dinner portion of the reception, Lauren made several passive-aggressive comments about inappropriate wedding attire, within earshot of Chloe. She mentioned how some people don't know how to dress respectfully for sacred occasions. It was mortifying to watch, especially since Sophie's outfit was perfectly fine. After the cake cutting, Lauren finally exploded. She marched over to Chloe and started yelling about how she had no respect for the sanctity of marriage, and how she was trying to steal attention from the bride. She accused Chloe of being selfish and attention-seeking. Chloe was completely shocked, and tried to apologize even though she had done nothing wrong. That's when I stepped in. I told Lauren that she was being ridiculous, and that Sophie's dress was perfectly appropriate. I pointed out that Lauren had known Chloe for 24 years and knew exactly how she dressed. If Lauren had such strong opinions about her outfit, she should have included her in the wedding party so she could choose her dress, or at least communicated her concerns beforehand. I said that Lauren was looking for an excuse to be angry and that her behavior was embarrassing. Lauren completely lost it. She started screaming at me in front of all the wedding guests, calling me a terrible sister and accusing me of ruining her wedding day. She said I was supposed to support her no matter what, and that I had chosen Chloe over my own family. The argument got so heated that Adam had to physically step between us. After the confrontation, Lauren stormed off to the bridal suite. Several guests started leaving early because the atmosphere had become so uncomfortable. Our dad was furious with me for causing a scene, saying that I should have kept my mouth shut and supported Lauren no matter what. Our mom was upset with everyone, and just wanted the day to end. Adam came to find me about an hour later. He looked exhausted and said that Lauren was having a complete meltdown and refusing to come back to the reception. He asked if I could try to talk to her, but I refused. I told him that Lauren owed Sophie an apology, and that I wasn't going to enable her behavior anymore. The reception ended awkwardly, with the bride nowhere to be found. Most of the guests left without saying goodbye to Lauren. Chloe left immediately after our argument, and I haven't spoken to her since that night. Our family rode home in complete silence. Since the wedding, Lauren has been giving me the silent treatment. She's been telling everyone that I ruined her special day, and that I'm a horrible sister. Our dad has been taking her side, saying that I should have kept my opinions to myself and supported Lauren no matter what. Our mom is caught in the middle, but has hinted that she thinks Lauren was wrong to treat Chloe so poorly. I keep replaying that night in my head. Maybe I should have stayed out of it and let Lauren and Sophie work it out themselves. But watching Lauren humiliate her best friend of 24 years over a completely appropriate dress felt wrong. I couldn't stand by and watch it happen. The thing that bothers me most is that Lauren's anger seems so disproportionate to the situation. Chloe wasn't trying to upstage anyone or cause drama. She was just existing in a dress that Lauren decided to have a problem with. The whole thing felt like Lauren was looking for an excuse to push Sophie away, and the dress was just the final straw. So, I need to know, was I wrong for calling out my sister at her wedding? Should I have kept my mouth shut and let her treat Sophie however she wanted? I'm starting to question whether I made the right choice, especially since it's caused such a rift in our family. Update 1. It's been 3 weeks since Lauren's wedding, and I thought I should update everyone on what's been happening. The situation has gotten much more complicated than I initially thought. The day after the wedding, I received several text messages from Lauren, calling me selfish and saying that I had destroyed the most important day of her life. She said she never wanted to speak to me again, and that I was dead to her. Our dad sent me a long message about how disappointed he was in my behavior, and how I needed to apologize immediately. Our mom texted me separately, saying that while she didn't agree with how I handled things, she understood why I was upset. I decided to give everyone some space to cool down. I figured Lauren would eventually realize that her reaction was over the top, and we could work things out. I was wrong. Instead of reaching out to me, Lauren doubled down on her anger. She started posting passive-aggressive messages on social media about fake family members and people who pretend to care about you. She unfriended me on Facebook and blocked me on Instagram. When I tried to call her, she had blocked my number. Our dad kept pressuring me to be the bigger person and apologize. He said that Lauren was still processing the stress of the wedding, and that I should understand she was emotional. He insisted that as the older sister, I should have been more mature and supportive. I refused to apologize because I genuinely believed I had done the right thing. Our mom was trying to stay neutral, but was clearly frustrated with both of us. She kept saying that this whole situation was ridiculous, and that we needed to find a way to move past it. She had been trying to get Lauren to talk to her about what really happened with Chloe, but Lauren kept shutting down the conversation. About a week after the wedding, I ran into Chloe at the grocery store. She looked terrible, like she hadn't been sleeping well. She thanked me for standing up for her, but said she wished the whole thing had never happened. She told me that she had been trying to figure out what she did wrong to make Lauren hate her so much. She said she had been going through their old text messages and social media posts, trying to pinpoint when things changed between them. Chloe mentioned that Lauren had been acting strange since she got engaged, but she couldn't understand why. She said she had been nothing but supportive of Lauren's relationship with Adam, and had even helped her plan some of the engagement party details. She was completely baffled by Lauren's behavior, and kept asking if I knew what was really going on. I didn't have any answers for her. The whole situation was as confusing to me as it was to everyone else. Then, last Tuesday, I got a phone call that changed everything. It was Adam, and he sounded upset. He said he needed to talk to me about something important and asked if we could meet for coffee. I was hesitant because I wasn't sure if Lauren would be okay with him talking to me, but he insisted it was important. We met at a cafe near my apartment, and Adam looked exhausted. He said that he and Lauren had been fighting constantly since the wedding and that he was starting to question everything about their relationship. He told me that Lauren had been acting paranoid and defensive and that she had been making accusations that didn't make sense. Then he said something that completely shocked me. He told me that Lauren had been lying to him about Chloe for months. According to Adam, Lauren had told him that Chloe had been inappropriate with him at their engagement party and had been trying to seduce him ever since. She claimed that Chloe had been sending him flirty messages and showing up at places where she knew he would be. Adam said he was confused because none of this had actually happened. He barely knew Chloe and had only met her a handful of times. He had never received any inappropriate messages from her, and she had never acted flirty or inappropriate around him. He said he had tried to tell Lauren that her accusations were false, but she insisted that he was being naive and that Chloe was manipulating him. This explains so much about Lauren's behavior. She had been systematically pushing Chloe away because she believed her best friend was trying to steal her fiancé. But the problem was that these incidents had never actually happened. Lauren had either misinterpreted innocent interactions or had completely fabricated them in her mind. Adam said that the dress incident at the wedding was just the final excuse Lauren needed to cut Chloe out of her life permanently. She had been building up to this confrontation for months, and she saw Sophie's outfit as proof that she was trying to get attention from men, specifically Adam. But there was more. Adam told me that he had been doing some investigating on his own after the wedding. He had gone through his phone records and social media accounts to see if there was any evidence of inappropriate contact from Chloe. He found nothing. He had also asked his friends who were at the engagement party if they had noticed anything inappropriate between him and Chloe. They all said no. Adam said that when he presented this evidence to Lauren, she had a complete meltdown. She accused him of taking Sophie's side and said that everyone was against her. She claimed that Chloe had somehow deleted the evidence of her inappropriate behavior and had convinced everyone to lie for her. The final straw for Adam came when Lauren demanded that he cut contact with several of his friends who had defended Chloe. She said that anyone who didn't believe her version of events was obviously under Sophie's spell and couldn't be trusted. Adam realized that Lauren was asking him to isolate himself from his support system based on accusations that had no basis in reality. Adam said he had been trying to get Lauren to see reason, but she was completely convinced that Sophie was out to destroy their marriage. She had started monitoring his phone and social media accounts, looking for evidence of contact with Chloe. She had also been interrogating him about his whereabouts and demanding to know who he had been talking to. The situation had gotten so bad that Adam said he was considering marriage counseling, but Lauren refused to go. She said that the problem wasn't with their marriage, but with everyone else who was trying to sabotage them. She believed that I had been recruited by Sophie to help break up her marriage, which was why I had defended her at the wedding. Adam apologized for not speaking up sooner. He said he had been trying to be supportive of Lauren and had hoped that she would eventually realize her mistakes. But after 3 weeks of constant fighting and paranoid accusations, he was starting to wonder if he had married someone he didn't really know. He asked me what I thought he should do. I told him that I couldn't give him marriage advice, but that I was concerned about Lauren's mental state. The person he was describing didn't sound like the sister I had grown up with. The Lauren I knew was sometimes stubborn and jealous, but she wasn't paranoid or delusional. Adam said he was going to try one more time to get Lauren to see reason. He was planning to sit down with her and go through all of her accusations point by point, showing her the evidence that contradicted her claims. If she still refused to acknowledge reality, he said he would have to consider whether their marriage could survive this level of distrust and delusion. I asked Adam if he wanted me to talk to Lauren, but he said it would probably make things worse. Lauren was convinced that I was part of some conspiracy against her, and my involvement would only reinforce her paranoid beliefs. After Adam left, I sat in my car for a long time, trying to process everything he had told me. I realized that I had been completely wrong about the situation. I had thought Lauren was being petty and jealous, but the reality was much more serious. She had been living in a fantasy world where her best friend was trying to destroy her life, and she had been making decisions based on events that had never actually happened. I called our mom and told her about my conversation with Adam. She was shocked, but said it explained a lot about Lauren's behavior over the past few months. She said she had noticed that Lauren had been making strange comments about Sophie, and had seemed increasingly paranoid about her relationship with Adam. Our mom said she was going to try to talk to Lauren about getting professional help, but she wasn't optimistic. Lauren had been refusing to acknowledge that there was any problem with her behavior, and she was unlikely to admit that she needed help. I haven't heard from Lauren since Adam and I talked. I'm not sure if she knows about our conversation, but I suspect she does. The whole situation has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about my sister and wondering if there were signs I missed along the way. Update 2. It's been 2 months since my last update, and the situation has completely exploded. I honestly don't know where to begin because so much has happened. After Adam and I talked, he went home and tried to have a calm conversation with Lauren about her accusations against Chloe. He said he approached it carefully, trying not to make her feel attacked or defensive. He asked her to walk him through each incident she claimed had happened, thinking that if they discussed it rationally, she might realize her mistakes. Instead, Lauren doubled down on everything. She insisted that Sophie had been flirting with Adam at their engagement party by complimenting his tie and asking about his job. She said that Sophie had been driving by their house frequently, which Adam knew was impossible since Chloe lived across town and had no reason to be in their neighborhood. She claimed that Sophie had been liking Adam's social media posts in a suggestive way, but when Adam showed her the actual posts, there were no likes from Chloe at all. Adam said that Lauren had an explanation for everything. When he showed her proof that contradicted her claims, she said that Sophie had deleted the evidence or that Adam was being manipulated. She accused him of being too trusting and said that he didn't understand how devious women could be. She insisted that she was protecting their marriage from a threat that he was too naive to see. The conversation escalated into a huge fight. Lauren accused Adam of choosing Sophie over his wife and said that his refusal to believe her was proof that Sophie's seduction was working. She demanded that he admit she was right and promised to cut all contact with anyone who defended Chloe, including me. Adam said he couldn't promise that because he knew Lauren's accusations were false. He told her that he was worried about her and suggested that they talk to a counselor together. Lauren took this as another betrayal and said that Adam was trying to gaslight her into thinking she was crazy. The fight went on for hours. Lauren eventually stormed out of the house and went to stay with her parents. She told them that Adam was being manipulated by Chloe and that their marriage was falling apart because of outside interference. She painted herself as the victim of a conspiracy and said that no one was supporting her. Our dad immediately took Lauren's side and called Adam to yell at him about how he was treating his daughter. Our mom was more skeptical, but tried to stay neutral. She called me to ask what I knew about the situation, and I told her about my conversation with Adam. Our mom decided to do her own investigation. She called Sophie and asked her directly about Lauren's accusations. Chloe was horrified and completely denied everything. She said she had barely interacted with Adam and had never been anything but friendly and appropriate. She was devastated to learn that Lauren had been accusing her of trying to steal her husband. Our mom also talked to several people who had been at the engagement party. They all confirmed that Sophie had behaved normally and appropriately. No one had witnessed any flirting or inappropriate behavior. In fact, most people said that Sophie had spent most of the party talking to Lauren and helping with hosting duties. Armed with this information, our mom confronted Lauren. She told her that she had talked to multiple witnesses and that none of them supported Lauren's version of events. She said that Lauren needed to admit she had made mistakes and apologize to both Adam and Chloe. Lauren's response was to accuse our mom of being manipulated too. She said that Chloe had obviously gotten to everyone and turned them against her. She claimed that our mom had never supported her and had always loved Chloe more than her own daughter. She said that our entire family was part of the conspiracy to destroy her marriage. This is when our mom finally lost patience. She told Lauren that she was acting delusional and that she needed professional help. She said that Lauren's behavior was destroying her relationships and that she was going to lose her husband if she didn't get help. Lauren had a complete meltdown. She screamed that everyone was against her and that she was the only one who could see the truth. She accused our mom of being jealous of her marriage and said that our whole family was toxic. She packed her bags and left our parents' house that night. Lauren went back to Adam and demanded that he choose between her and everyone else. She said that if he really loved her, he would cut contact with anyone who didn't believe her about Sophie. She wanted him to stop talking to me, our mom, and several of his friends who had defended Chloe. Adam said he couldn't do that. He told Lauren that she was asking him to isolate himself from his support system based on false accusations. He said he loved her, but couldn't enable her delusions anymore. He suggested that they take a break while Lauren got help. Lauren's response was to accuse Adam of having an affair with Chloe. She said that his refusal to cut contact with people who supported Chloe was proof that he was cheating. She demanded to see his phone, and started going through his messages looking for evidence of infidelity. When Adam refused to hand over his phone, Lauren said it was confirmation that he was hiding something. She started calling him a liar and a cheater. She threatened to tell everyone that he had been unfaithful and that Sophie was a homewrecker. Adam said that was the moment he realized his marriage was over. He told Lauren that he couldn't live with someone who didn't trust him, and who was willing to make false accusations against innocent people. He said he was done trying to reason with her and that he wanted a separation. Lauren completely lost it. She started throwing things and screaming that Adam was abandoning her for Sophie. She said that she would never give him a divorce, and that she would make sure everyone knew what kind of man he really was. She threatened to destroy his reputation and his career. Adam packed a bag and left that night. He's been staying with a friend and has barely spoken to Lauren since. He said he feels like he married a stranger and that he doesn't know who Lauren really is anymore. Since then, Lauren has been on a campaign to destroy everyone who she thinks betrayed her. She's been posting on social media about how her family and friends abandoned her in her time of need. She's been sending nasty messages to Chloe, blaming her for the destruction of her marriage. She's been telling anyone who will listen that Adam is a cheater and that Chloe is a homewrecker. She's also been trying to get me and our mom to take her side. She keeps calling and texting, demanding that we support her and cut contact with Adam and Chloe. When we refuse, she accuses us of being terrible family members who care more about outsiders than our own blood. Our dad is the only one who still believes Lauren's version of events. He's been trying to convince Adam to come back and work things out. He says that Lauren is just scared, and that she'll calm down once she feels secure in her marriage again. He doesn't understand that Lauren's behavior is what's destroying her marriage, not some imaginary threat from Chloe. Last week Adam called me to say that he had filed for divorce. He said he couldn't live with someone who was willing to destroy innocent people to protect her delusions. He said he had tried everything to save their marriage, but Lauren refused to get help or admit that she was wrong. Lauren found out about the divorce papers when Adam's lawyer contacted her. She called me in hysterics, saying that Adam was abandoning her and that it was all Sophie's fault. She begged me to talk to Adam and convince him to change his mind. I told Lauren that Adam was making the right decision. I said that her behavior had been unacceptable, and that she had destroyed her own marriage with her paranoia and false accusations. I told her that she needed to take responsibility for her actions and get help. Lauren's response was to cut contact with me completely. She said that I was a terrible sister who had chosen strangers over family. She said that she never wanted to see me again, and that I was dead to her. Our mom has been trying to get Lauren to see reason, but Lauren won't listen. She's convinced that everyone is against her, and that she's the victim of a massive conspiracy. She's been living alone in the house that she and Adam bought together, and she's been spiraling further into paranoia and delusion. I talked to Chloe last week. She's been devastated by this whole situation. She said she never imagined that her best friend of 25 years would turn against her so completely. She's been considering moving to another city because she's tired of dealing with Lauren's harassment and false accusations. The worst part is that Lauren doesn't seem to understand that her behavior is what caused all of this. She genuinely believes that she's the victim and that everyone else is wrong. She's destroyed her marriage, her relationship with her family, and her friendship with Chloe, all because she couldn't accept that her accusations were false. I don't know what's going to happen next. Adam is moving forward with the divorce, and Lauren is threatening to fight it. Our family is completely fractured, and I don't see how we can ever go back to the way things were. Lauren has shown a side of herself that I never knew existed, and I'm not sure I can forgive her for what she's done to the people who loved her. Update 3. It's been 6 months since Adam filed for divorce, and I'm writing this final update because the situation has reached its conclusion. Lauren's behavior has gotten progressively worse, and she's now facing the consequences of her actions. After Lauren cut contact with me, she spent several months trying to rally support for her version of events. She created a detailed social media campaign about how her family had betrayed her and how Chloe had destroyed her marriage. She posted long rants about loyalty and betrayal, sharing screenshots of text conversations taken out of context to make it look like we were all conspiring against her. She also started contacting Adam's friends and co-workers, trying to convince them that he was having an affair with Chloe. She would show up at his workplace and cause scenes, accusing him of being a cheater and a liar. She started following him around town, claiming she was gathering evidence of his infidelity. Adam had to get a restraining order against Lauren after she broke into his apartment and went through his personal belongings. She claimed she was looking for proof of his affair, but of course there was no evidence to find because nothing had happened between him and Chloe. The restraining order was the wake-up call that our dad needed. He finally realized that Lauren's behavior was completely unacceptable, and that she wasn't the victim she claimed to be. He stopped supporting her financially and emotionally, which sent Lauren into an even deeper spiral. Lauren's harassment of Chloe also escalated. She started driving by Sophie's apartment at all hours, leaving nasty notes on her car, and sending threatening messages. She created fake social media accounts to harass Sophie online, and started spreading rumors about her in their professional circles. Chloe eventually had to get her own restraining order, and seriously considered moving to another state. The turning point came when Lauren showed up at Sophie's workplace and caused a huge scene. She accused Sophie of being a homewrecker in front of Sophie's boss and co-workers, screaming that she had destroyed her marriage. Security had to escort Lauren out of the building, and Sophie's employer was so concerned that they offered to help her with legal fees. That incident was the final straw for our mom. She had been trying to maintain some relationship with Lauren, hoping that she would eventually come to her senses. But watching Lauren destroy innocent people's lives while refusing to take any responsibility for her actions was too much. Our mom called Lauren and told her that she was cutting off all contact until Lauren got professional help. She said that Lauren's behavior was unacceptable, and that she wouldn't enable it anymore. She told Lauren that she had lost her husband, her family, and her friends because of her own choices, and that she needed to take responsibility for her actions. Lauren's response was to accuse our mom of abandoning her and choosing Chloe over her own daughter. She said that our mom had never loved her and had always been jealous of her success. She claimed that our mom was part of the conspiracy against her and that she never wanted to see her again. Around this time, the divorce proceedings were heating up. Lauren was fighting the divorce and trying to get alimony and half of Adam's assets. She was also trying to use her false accusations against Sophie as grounds for claiming that Adam had been unfaithful. Her lawyer eventually dropped her case because she couldn't provide any evidence for her claims, and because her behavior was making it impossible to represent her effectively. Lauren had to represent herself in the divorce proceedings, which went about as well as you'd expect. She used the court as a platform to air her grievances against Adam and Chloe, making wild accusations that she couldn't prove. The judge was clearly frustrated with her behavior and warned her multiple times about making false statements. The final divorce hearing was a disaster. Lauren had prepared a presentation about how Adam and Chloe had conspired to destroy her marriage, complete with printed social media posts and text messages that she claimed were evidence of their affair. When the judge asked her to explain how these posts proved infidelity, Lauren couldn't provide a coherent answer. Adam's lawyer systematically debunked each of Lauren's accusations. He presented evidence showing that Lauren had been harassing both Adam and Chloe, including the restraining orders and police reports. He showed that Lauren's accusations were not only false, but that she had been using them to justify increasingly dangerous behavior. The judge granted Adam the divorce and awarded him the majority of their shared assets. He cited Lauren's harassment and false accusations as factors in his decision. Lauren was ordered to pay Adam legal fees, and was warned that any further harassment would result in criminal charges. Lauren completely lost it in the courtroom. She started screaming that the judge was corrupt, and that everyone was against her. She accused Adam of bribing the judge, and claimed that the legal system was part of the conspiracy to destroy her. Security had to escort her out of the courthouse. After the divorce was finalized, Lauren seemed to disappear for a while. She stopped posting on social media and stopped trying to contact any of us. We later found out that she had been evicted from the house she and Adam had shared because she couldn't afford the mortgage on her own. She's apparently been living in a small apartment across town and working at a retail job. She's had to start over completely because she destroyed all of her relationships and burned all of her bridges. I heard from a mutual acquaintance that Lauren has been telling people that she's the victim of a massive conspiracy involving her family, her ex-husband, and her former best friend. She's apparently still convinced that she was right about everything, and that everyone else is wrong. Adam has been doing much better since the divorce was finalized. He's been going to counseling to process everything that happened, and he's slowly rebuilding his social life. He's been dating someone new, and he seems genuinely happy for the first time in years. Chloe decided to stay in town, but has been keeping a low profile. She's been focusing on her career, and has been slowly rebuilding her confidence after months of harassment. She's been dating someone new as well, and she seems to be doing better. As for me, I've been processing everything that happened with my own counselor. Watching my sister transform into someone I didn't recognize was traumatic, and I've had to accept that the Lauren I grew up with might not exist anymore. I've been trying to focus on my own life and relationships instead of dwelling on what happened. Our mom has been struggling with guilt and sadness about losing her daughter. She's been wondering if there were signs she missed, or if she could have done something differently. She's been going to grief counseling because she says it feels like Lauren died even though she's still alive. Our dad has been the most affected by everything. He feels terrible for enabling Lauren's behavior for so long, and for not seeing how destructive she had become. He's been trying to reach out to Adam and Chloe to apologize, but he understands that they might not be ready to forgive him. I don't know if Lauren will ever get the help she needs, or if she'll ever realize what she's done. Part of me hopes that she'll eventually come to her senses and try to make amends. But another part of me knows that some damage can't be undone. She destroyed so many relationships and hurt so many people that even if she apologized, it might not be enough. The whole situation has taught me that you can't really know someone until you see how they handle adversity. Lauren's reaction to perceived threats revealed a side of her that none of us knew existed. She chose to destroy the people who loved her rather than face the possibility that she might be wrong. I still think about that night at the wedding sometimes. I wonder if things would have turned out differently if I had handled the situation another way. But I also know that Lauren's problems went much deeper than one argument at a reception. Her willingness to fabricate an entire narrative about Sophie trying to steal her husband shows that she was struggling with issues that none of us understood. The hardest part is accepting that Lauren made her choices. She chose to believe false accusations over evidence. She chose to push away everyone who tried to help her. She chose to harass innocent people rather than get professional help. She chose to destroy her marriage rather than admit she was wrong. I've had to accept that the sister I grew up with is gone. The Lauren who laughed with Sophie over silly inside jokes and included her in every family event wouldn't recognize the person who spent months harassing her best friend based on imaginary slights. I don't know if that person was always there underneath, or if something fundamental changed in Lauren, but either way, she's not coming back. Our family will never be the same. There's an Lauren-shaped hole in every holiday and family gathering. Our mom still sets a place for her at Christmas dinner out of habit, then quietly removes it. Our dad still talks about her in present tense sometimes, as if she's just temporarily away, instead of permanently gone, but we're learning to move forward. Adam has become like a brother to me, and we check in on each other regularly. Chloe and I have maintained our friendship, though we avoid talking about Lauren. Our parents are working on healing their own relationship after all the stress and conflict. I don't regret standing up to Lauren at her wedding. Someone needed to call out her behavior, and I'm glad it was me rather than letting Chloe continue to suffer in silence. But I do regret that it took so long for all of us to see how far gone Lauren really was. Sometimes I wonder if Lauren is happy in her new life, living alone with her version of the truth. Part of me hopes she is, because the alternative is too sad to think about. But mostly I try not to think about her at all anymore. She made her choices, and now we all have to live with the consequences. The strangest part is that Lauren got exactly what she wanted. She successfully removed Chloe from her life and cut ties with anyone who supported her. She's living in a world where she's the victim and everyone else is the villain. I just don't think she realized how lonely that world would be. I'm sharing this story because I want people to understand that sometimes family members make choices that force you to choose between enabling their destructive behavior and protecting innocent people. I chose to protect Chloe and Adam, even though it meant losing my sister. I still believe it was the right choice, even though it cost me more than I ever imagined. If someone in your life is making false accusations and refusing to listen to reason, don't enable them. Don't sacrifice innocent people to keep the peace. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is to stop supporting their delusions, even if it means they'll push you away. Lauren taught me that blood doesn't automatically make someone family, and that real family is the people who support you, without asking you to destroy others. Adam and Chloe have been better family to me over the past year than Lauren was in the months leading up to her wedding. I hope Lauren finds peace someday, but I can't sacrifice my own peace waiting for her to change. She knows where to find me if she ever decides to get help and make amends, but I'm not holding my breath. Some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. My sister promised to watch my 5-year-old. Security footage caught her leaving him alone in a crowded zoo before walking out the gate. I'm a 34-year-old mother, and I need to write this down because I can't believe what happened to my family. My husband Brock, 36 male, and I have been married for 8 years. We have a son named Ford, 5 male, who just started kindergarten this year. Brock works as an IT manager at a tech company and makes decent money. I work part-time as a dental hygienist at a local clinic. We live in a suburban neighborhood about 30 minutes from the city. Our house is nothing fancy, but it's comfortable for our small family. Brock and I both come from middle-class backgrounds, and we've worked hard to build a stable life for Ford. My son is a bright kid who loves dinosaurs and building blocks. He's been asking for months to visit the Natural History Museum in the zoo for his upcoming 6th birthday. My mother, Linda, 58 female, has always been involved in our lives. She volunteers at the local animal shelter and runs a small dog grooming business from her home. She's known in our neighborhood for organizing charity drives and fundraisers. People always compliment her on how caring and generous she is with animals and children. My sister Karen, 32 female, is a stay-at-home mom with 2 kids of her own. Emily, 7 female, and Luke, 4 male. She's married to a successful accountant, and they live in a bigger house across town. Karen has always been the favorite child. She was the one who got straight A's in school, while I struggled with math. She married young to a man with good prospects, while I took longer to find my path. My parents helped Karen and her husband with a down payment on their house, but when Brock and I needed help with our mortgage, they said they didn't have extra money. I've learned to accept that Karen gets different treatment, but it still stings sometimes. 3 weeks ago, Ford kept asking about his birthday plans. He specifically wanted to go to the zoo to see the new dinosaur exhibit they had opened. The problem was that Brock and I both had work commitments on that Saturday. I was scheduled for a mandatory training session at the dental office that I couldn't miss without facing consequences. Brock had an important client presentation that had been scheduled for months. When I mentioned this to my mother during our weekly phone call, she immediately offered to take Ford to the zoo. Karen was visiting that day with her kids, so she said it would be perfect timing. They could take all 3 children together and make it a fun group outing. My mother insisted it would be no trouble at all and that Ford would have a wonderful time with his cousins. I felt hesitant about the arrangement. Ford had never been on a big outing without either Brock or me present. He's generally well behaved, but he can get excited and wander off if something catches his attention. I've always been the type of parent who keeps a close eye on him in crowded places. When I expressed my concerns, my mother laughed and said I was being overprotective. She reminded me that she had successfully raised 2 daughters and that Karen was an experienced mother of 2. Karen chimed in during the conversation and said she was looking forward to taking Ford. She mentioned that she had taken her own children to the zoo several times and knew all the best spots. She also said that Ford would benefit from spending time with his cousins and learning to be more independent. Both my mother and sister kept emphasizing how much fun it would be and how Ford would remember this birthday forever. The night before the zoo trip, I packed Ford's backpack with snacks, water, and his emergency contact information. I wrote down my phone number, Brock's phone number, and our address on a piece of paper and put it in his pocket. I also made sure he knew our phone numbers by heart. Ford was incredibly excited and kept talking about seeing the dinosaurs and playing with Emily and Luke. That Saturday morning, my mother picked up Ford at 8 a.m. She seemed cheerful and kept reassuring me that everything would be fine. Karen was already in the car with her 2 children, and they all seemed excited about the day ahead. Ford gave me a big hug and promised to tell me all about the dinosaurs when he got back. I watched them drive away and went to get ready for my training session. The training session went well, and I finished around 2 p.m. I checked my phone and saw that I had missed several calls from an unknown number. When I called back, a woman identified herself as Sarah from the zoo's Lost Children department. She told me that Ford had been found alone near the reptile house about an hour ago. She said he was safe but upset, and that they needed me to come pick him up immediately. I felt my stomach drop. I asked Sarah what had happened to the adults who were supposed to be watching him. She said that Ford told them his grandmother and aunt had left him sitting on a bench and told him to wait for them. When they didn't come back after 30 minutes, other visitors noticed him crying and brought him to the security office. I immediately called my mother's phone. It went straight to voicemail. I called Karen's phone and got the same result. I called Brock and told him what had happened. He left his presentation immediately and met me at the zoo. The drive there felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life. When we arrived at the zoo, Ford was sitting in the security office with a zoo employee. He had been crying and kept asking why his grandmother and aunt had left him. The staff member, Sarah, explained that Ford had been found around 1:30 p.m. near the reptile exhibit. He told them that his grandmother had told him to sit on a bench and wait while she and his aunt went to get ice cream. When they didn't return, he started walking around looking for them and got lost. Sarah also mentioned that they had made several announcements over the zoo's public address system, calling for Linda and Karen to come to the Lost Children area. No one had responded to these announcements. The zoo had security cameras throughout the facility, and Sarah said they could review the footage if needed to understand what had happened. Brock and I took Ford home, and he seemed subdued for the rest of the day. He kept asking if he had done something wrong, and why his grandmother and aunt had left him. We tried to reassure him that it wasn't his fault, but he clearly didn't understand what had happened. Later that evening, I finally got a call back from my mother. She sounded casual and unconcerned when she asked how Ford was doing. I asked her directly what had happened at the zoo. She said there must have been some kind of misunderstanding, and that she and Karen had been looking for Ford everywhere. She claimed they had checked with security and been told that he had already been picked up by his parents. This didn't make sense because the zoo staff had told us that Ford was found at 1:30 p.m., and no one had responded to the announcements they made. I pointed this out to my mother, and she became defensive. She said that it was a busy day at the zoo, and that children get separated from their guardians all the time. She insisted that it was just an unfortunate accident, and that everyone was making too big a deal about it. When I asked to speak to Karen, my mother said she had already gone home and was busy with her own children. She suggested that we all just move on from the incident, and focus on making sure Ford had enjoyed his birthday outing. This response made me more upset, because it showed no acknowledgement of how serious the situation had been. The next day I called Karen directly. She gave me a similar story about looking everywhere for Ford, and being told by zoo staff that he had been picked up. However, her details didn't match what my mother had told me. Karen said they had been near the gift shop when they realized Ford was missing, while my mother had said they were at the food court. I decided to call the zoo back and speak with Sarah again. I asked her if she could provide more details about what had happened. She told me that their security footage showed my mother and Karen leaving the zoo through the main entrance at approximately 1:15 p.m. Ford was not with them at that time. The footage also showed Ford sitting alone on a bench near the reptile house starting around 1 p.m. This information directly contradicted what both my mother and Karen had told me. According to the security footage, they had left the zoo 15 minutes before Ford was even found by other visitors. There was no evidence of them looking for him, or checking with security as they had claimed. I confronted my mother with this information during a phone call. She became very defensive and accused me of not trusting her. She said that the zoo security must have made a mistake, and that she would never abandon her grandson. She also mentioned that she had been volunteering with children and animals for years, and that her reputation in the community spoke for itself. Karen's response was similar when I called her. She said that the security footage must have been from a different day, or that the zoo staff had misidentified them. She also said that I was being dramatic, and that Ford was fine, so there was no reason to keep bringing up the incident. Both my mother and Karen have been avoiding my calls since then. When I do manage to reach them, they change the subject, or make excuses to end the conversation quickly. Ford has been asking when he can see his grandmother and cousins again, but I don't know what to tell him. Brock thinks we should demand a full explanation, and consider involving the police if necessary. He's particularly upset because he feels that our son could have been seriously hurt, or kidnapped, while he was alone at the zoo. I'm torn between wanting to protect my relationship with my family, and making sure that Ford's safety is never compromised again. I keep thinking about what could have happened if other visitors hadn't noticed Ford crying, and brought him to security. The zoo is a huge place with thousands of visitors on weekends. A 5-year-old child could easily get lost or hurt without proper supervision. The fact that my mother and Karen seem unwilling to take responsibility for what happened makes me question whether I can trust them with Ford in the future. I need advice on how to handle this situation. Should I give my mother and Karen the benefit of the doubt and accept their explanations? Or should I take Brock's advice and demand a full accounting of what happened that day? I'm struggling with the possibility that my own family members might have deliberately abandoned my son, but the evidence seems to point in that direction. Update 1. I posted 3 weeks ago about my mother and sister leaving my son at the zoo. I want to thank everyone who commented and gave me advice. A lot of people suggested that I needed to get to the bottom of what really happened that day, and I've learned some things that have made the situation much worse. After my original post, I decided to take Brock's advice and push for more information. I called the zoo again, and spoke with a supervisor in their security department. I explained that there seemed to be conflicting stories about what had happened, and I asked if they could provide me with more details from their security footage. The supervisor, whose name was Mark, was very helpful. He said that incidents like this were taken seriously by the zoo, and he was willing to work with me to understand what had happened. He offered to set up a meeting where I could review the relevant security footage myself. Brock and I went to the zoo the following Tuesday to meet with Mark. He took us to a security office where they had compiled footage from several different cameras that covered the areas where Ford had been that day. What we saw was much worse than I had originally thought. The footage showed my mother, Karen, and all 3 children arriving at the zoo around 9:30 a.m. For the first few hours, everything looked normal. They visited various exhibits together, and the children appeared to be having a good time. Around 12:30 p.m., the group stopped at the food court for lunch. After lunch, the footage showed them walking toward the reptile house. At 12:55 p.m., my mother could be seen talking to Ford and pointing to a bench. Ford sat down on the bench, while my mother and Karen walked away with Emily and Luke. The camera angle made it clear that my mother was giving Ford specific instructions to stay in that spot. What happened next was the most disturbing part. Instead of returning to get Ford, the footage showed my mother and Karen taking Emily and Luke to the gift shop. They spent about 15 minutes there, during which time Ford remained sitting on the bench as instructed. Then at 1:15 p.m., the footage showed all 4 adults and children leaving the zoo through the main entrance. Ford was not with them. The security footage proved that my mother and Karen had deliberately left Ford at the zoo. This wasn't an accident or a misunderstanding. They had intentionally told him to wait on a bench, and then left the premises without him. The timestamps on the footage made it impossible for them to claim they had been looking for him, or that they had checked with security. Mark also provided me with a written report that documented the incident. The report included the exact times that Ford was found, the announcements that were made over the public address system, and the lack of response from any adults claiming to be his guardians. This report would serve as official documentation of what had happened. When I got home from the zoo, I immediately called my mother and demanded an explanation. I told her that I had seen the security footage and that I knew exactly what had happened. Instead of apologizing or showing remorse, she became angry and defensive. She accused me of spying on her and said that I was making too much of a simple mistake. I asked her to explain how leaving a 5-year-old alone at the zoo could be considered a simple mistake. She said that Ford was old enough to sit still for a few minutes, and that she had planned to come back for him after taking Emily and Luke to the gift shop. She claimed that she had lost track of time, and that it was an oversight, not intentional abandonment. This explanation didn't make sense, because the footage clearly showed her leaving the zoo with everyone else. I pointed this out, and she became more defensive. She said that Karen had insisted they leave, and that she had assumed Karen would go back for Ford. She also said that she thought I was being overdramatic, and that Ford was fine, so there was no real harm done. When I called Karen to get her side of the story, she gave me a completely different explanation. She said that my mother had told her that Ford was meeting us at the zoo entrance, and that she had believed him to be with his parents already. She claimed that she had no idea Ford was still inside the zoo when they left. The fact that Karen and my mother were giving me contradictory stories made it clear that they were both lying. Neither of them was willing to take responsibility for what had happened, and both seemed more concerned with protecting themselves than with acknowledging the harm they had caused. I decided to share the security footage and the zoo's official report with other family members. I sent copies to my father and to Karen's husband Tom. I wanted them to understand the full extent of what had happened and to see the evidence for themselves. My father's response surprised me. He called me within an hour of receiving the footage and said that he was horrified by what he had seen. He said that he had been married to my mother for 35 years and had never seen her do anything like this before. He promised to talk to her and demand an explanation. Tom's response was different. He called me 2 days later and said that he had watched the footage and spoken with Karen about it. He said that Karen had admitted to him that she had known Ford was still at the zoo when they left. She had told Tom that she thought it would be a good lesson for Ford to learn independence, and that she believed zoo staff would take care of him until we arrived. This revelation made me realize that both my mother and Karen had planned to leave Ford at the zoo. This wasn't an accident or an oversight. They had made a deliberate decision to abandon a 5-year-old child in a crowded public place. The fact that they had lied to me about it afterward made their actions even worse. Tom also told me that he was reconsidering his marriage to Karen. He said that he had always known she could be selfish and manipulative, but he had never thought she would endanger a child. He said that if she was willing to abandon her own nephew, he worried about what she might do to their own children in the future. The following week, my father called me again with more information. He said that he had confronted my mother about the incident, and that she had finally admitted the truth. According to him, she had been annoyed by Ford's behavior at the zoo, and had decided to teach him a lesson by leaving him alone for a while. She had intended to come back for him after an hour or two, but Karen had convinced her to leave entirely. My father said that he was deeply disappointed in my mother's actions, and that he was considering leaving her. He said that he couldn't understand how she could have put her own grandson in danger, and then lied about it for weeks. He also said that he was worried about her judgment, and whether she could be trusted with children in the future. This information confirmed what I had suspected based on the security footage. My mother and Karen had deliberately abandoned Ford at the zoo, and they had planned to leave him there for an extended period. The fact that they had lied about it afterward showed that they knew their actions were wrong. I decided that I needed to protect Ford from any future contact with my mother and Karen. I called both of them and told them that they were no longer welcome in our home, and that they would not be allowed to spend time with Ford unsupervised. I also told them that I would be sharing the security footage and the zoo's report with other family members and friends, so that everyone would know what had happened. Both my mother and Karen became very angry when I told them this. They accused me of being vindictive and of trying to destroy their reputations in the community. They said that I was overreacting and that Ford had not been seriously harmed by their actions. I told them that the potential for harm was what mattered, not the fact that Ford had been lucky enough to be found by caring strangers. I also pointed out that their willingness to lie about the incident showed that they understood it was wrong, even if they weren't willing to admit it. Since that conversation, neither my mother nor Karen has attempted to contact me or Ford. Brock has been very supportive throughout this process, and he agrees that we need to protect our son from people who would deliberately put him in danger. Ford has been asking about his grandmother and aunt, but we've told him that they're busy with other things and won't be visiting for a while. I've also been in contact with the animal shelter where my mother volunteers. I felt that they needed to know about the incident, since she works with children there as well. The shelter's director was very concerned when I shared the security footage and the zoo's report. She said that they would be reviewing my mother's volunteer status and considering whether she should continue working with children. Looking back, I realized that there were warning signs that I should have noticed. My mother had always been somewhat controlling and had a tendency to prioritize her own convenience over other people's needs. Karen had always been selfish and had a history of manipulating situations to her advantage. I had assumed that they would put Ford's safety first, but I was wrong. The hardest part of this situation has been accepting that my own family members were willing to endanger my child. I keep thinking about what could have happened if Ford had wandered away from that bench, or if he had been approached by someone with bad intentions. The zoo is a large, crowded place, with many potential dangers for a young child. I'm still processing the fact that my mother and Karen not only abandoned Ford, but also lied about it for weeks. Their willingness to deceive me about such a serious matter makes me question whether I can trust them about anything else. I'm also concerned about what other incidents might have occurred that I don't know about. Brock and I are now planning to have Ford's 6th birthday party at our house, with just close friends and Brock's family. We want to make sure that he has a safe and happy celebration, without the stress of wondering whether his grandmother and aunt might put him in danger again. Update 2. It's been 6 weeks since my last update, and things have gotten even more complicated. I found out some additional information that has made me realize this situation was worse than I originally thought. About 2 weeks after my last update, I got a call from my cousin Rachel. She's my father's sister's daughter, and we've always been close. Rachel told me that she had been talking to other family members about what happened at the zoo, and she had learned some disturbing information. Rachel said that my Aunt Mary, who is my father's sister, had told her about an incident that happened 2 years ago. At that time, my mother had been babysitting Mary's daughter, Sophie, who was 4 years old. My mother had taken Sophie to a grocery store, and according to Mary, she had left Sophie alone in the car for over 30 minutes while she went shopping. Mary had only found out about this incident because Sophie had mentioned it weeks later during a conversation. When Mary confronted my mother about leaving Sophie alone in the car, my mother had claimed that she had only been gone for 5 minutes, and that Sophie was being dramatic. Mary had decided not to make a big deal about it at the time, but she had never allowed my mother to babysit Sophie again. Rachel also told me that my cousin Brian, who is Karen's age, had a similar story. About 3 years ago, Karen had been watching Brian's son, Michael, who was 6 at the time. Karen had taken Michael to a park, and according to Brian, she had left him there alone while she went to meet a friend for coffee. Michael had been found by other parents at the park, who had called Brian when they couldn't find any adults supervising the child. When Brian had confronted Karen about this incident, she had claimed that she had only stepped away for a few minutes, and that she had been able to see Michael the entire time. Brian had been upset about the situation, but Karen had convinced him that it was just a misunderstanding. However, Brian had never allowed Karen to watch Michael unsupervised again. Learning about these previous incidents made me realize that what happened to Ford wasn't an isolated occurrence. Both my mother and Karen had a pattern of leaving children unsupervised in potentially dangerous situations. The fact that they had lied about these incidents and tried to minimize their seriousness showed that they knew their behavior was wrong. I decided to call Mary and Brian directly to get more details about what had happened. Mary confirmed Rachel's story and said that she had been very upset about the incident with Sophie. She said that leaving a 4-year-old alone in a car, especially during warm weather, was incredibly dangerous. She also said that she had considered reporting the incident to Child Protective Services, but had decided against it because she didn't want to cause family drama. Brian also confirmed his story about Karen leaving Michael at the park. He said that he had been furious when he found out what had happened, but Karen had been very good at making excuses and convincing people that she hadn't done anything wrong. He said that he had always felt uncomfortable about the incident, but had tried to give Karen the benefit of the doubt. Both Mary and Brian said that they were not surprised to learn about what had happened to Ford at the zoo. They said that my mother and Karen had shown a pattern of putting their own convenience ahead of children's safety. They also said that they were glad I had decided to keep Ford away from them. This information made me realize that I needed to warn other family members who might be considering leaving their children with my mother or Karen. I decided to send an email to my extended family explaining what had happened at the zoo and sharing the information about the previous incidents. The response to my email was mixed. Some family members were supportive and said that they were glad I had shared the information. Others accused me of trying to destroy my mother's and Karen's reputations and said that I was being vindictive. A few family members said that they didn't want to get involved in family drama and asked me not to include them in future communications about the situation. My father's response was particularly difficult. He called me after receiving the email and said that he was upset about the additional information I had shared. He said that he had been trying to work things out with my mother and that my email had made the situation more complicated. He also said that he felt like I was airing the family's dirty laundry and that some things should be kept private. I told my father that I felt other family members had a right to know about the pattern of behavior that my mother and Karen had shown. I explained that children's safety was more important than family privacy, and that I wouldn't be able to live with myself if another child was endangered because I had kept quiet about what I knew. My father said that he understood my concerns, but that he wished I had talked to him before sending the email. He said that he was still trying to decide what to do about his marriage to my mother, and that my email had put additional pressure on him to make a decision quickly. 2 days after I sent the email, I got a call from Karen's husband, Tom. He told me that he had filed for divorce, and that he was seeking primary custody of Emily and Luke. He said that the information about Karen's previous behavior with other children had been the final straw for him. He was worried about what Karen might do to their own children if she was willing to abandon other people's children. Tom also told me that he had been documenting Karen's behavior for several months because he had been concerned about her parenting. He said that she had been increasingly neglectful of Emily and Luke, often leaving them alone while she went out with friends. He said that the zoo incident had convinced him that Karen was not a safe person to have around children. I felt bad that Tom's marriage was ending, but I also felt like he was making the right decision to protect his children. I told him that I would be willing to provide him with copies of the security footage and the zoo's report if he needed them for his custody case. A week later, my father called me again with more news. He said that he had decided to separate from my mother and that he was moving out of their house. He said that he couldn't continue to be married to someone who would endanger children and then lie about it. He also said that he was worried about my mother's judgment and whether she was mentally competent to make decisions about other people's safety. My father told me that my mother had been having difficulty accepting that people knew about what she had done. She had been calling family members and trying to convince them that I had made up the story about the zoo incident. She had also been claiming that the security footage had been doctored and that the zoo's report was inaccurate. This behavior concerned me because it showed that my mother was still not taking responsibility for her actions. Instead of apologizing and trying to make amends, she was continuing to lie and trying to make me look like the problem. This made me feel more confident that I had made the right decision to keep Ford away from her. My father also told me that he had spoken with the director of the animal shelter where my mother volunteers. The director had decided to terminate my mother's volunteer position because she felt that someone who would abandon a child could not be trusted to work with children at the shelter. My mother had been very upset about losing her volunteer position, especially since it had been a big part of her identity in the community. At this point, I realized that the consequences of my mother's and Karen's actions were extending far beyond just their relationship with Ford. Their willingness to endanger a child, and then lie about it, had damaged their relationships with multiple family members and had affected their standing in the community. I also learned that Karen had been posting on social media about the situation. She had been claiming that I was a vindictive person who was trying to destroy her family because I was jealous of her success. She had also been saying that the zoo incident had been blown out of proportion and that children get lost at public places all the time. Several friends and family members had contacted me to ask about Karen's social media posts. I had provided them with copies of the security footage and the zoo's report so that they could see what had actually happened. Most people were shocked by the evidence and said that they couldn't believe Karen was still trying to defend her actions. The situation has been very stressful for Brock and me, but we both feel like we made the right decision to protect Ford. He has been asking fewer questions about his grandmother and aunt, and he seems to be adjusting to their absence from his life. We've been making sure to spend extra time with him and to create positive experiences that will help him feel secure and loved. Looking back, I wish I had paid more attention to the warning signs that other family members had tried to share with me. If I had known about the previous incidents with Sophie and Michael, I never would have allowed my mother and Karen to take Ford to the zoo. However, I'm glad that I now know the truth about their behavior, even though it's been painful to learn. Update 3. It's been 4 months since my last update, and I wanted to share what has happened since then. This will be my final update because I think the situation has reached its conclusion. The first major development was that Tom was awarded primary custody of Emily and Luke. The court was very concerned about the evidence showing that Karen had repeatedly left children unsupervised in dangerous situations. The judge said that Karen's pattern of behavior showed a disregard for child safety that made her unsuitable for primary custody. Tom has been very good about keeping me informed about how the children are doing. He said that Emily and Luke have been asking about Ford and wondering why they don't see him anymore. Tom has been honest with them about what happened at the zoo in an age-appropriate way. He told them that their mother made some poor choices that put Ford in danger, and that's why the families aren't spending time together anymore. Karen has been allowed supervised visitation with Emily and Luke, but she has to have a court-appointed supervisor present at all times. According to Tom, she has been angry about this arrangement, and has been trying to convince the children that their father is being unfair to her. The court supervisor has had to intervene several times when Karen has tried to badmouth Tom during visits. My father followed through on his decision to separate from my mother. He moved into a small apartment across town and filed for divorce. He told me that he had tried to work things out with my mother, but she had refused to take responsibility for what she had done. She had continued to claim that everyone was overreacting, and that she had done nothing wrong. According to my father, my mother had become increasingly isolated after losing her volunteer position at the animal shelter. She had been asked to step down from several other community organizations after word spread about what had happened at the zoo. My father said that she had been spending most of her time at home, and had been refusing to see friends or family members. About 6 weeks ago, my father called me with concerning news. He said that he had gone to the house to pick up some of his belongings, and had found my mother in a very poor state. She had not been taking care of herself properly, and the house had been in disarray. He said that she had been talking to herself, and making comments that didn't make sense. My father had convinced my mother to see a doctor, and she had been diagnosed with early-stage dementia. The doctor said that the condition could have been affecting her judgment and decision-making for some time. This news made my father feel guilty about leaving her, but the doctor assured him that dementia doesn't excuse dangerous behavior, and that he had been right to protect himself and others. Learning about my mother's diagnosis made me feel conflicted. On one hand, it provided a possible explanation for her behavior at the zoo, and her inability to take responsibility for her actions afterward. On the other hand, it didn't change the fact that she had put Ford in danger, and that I needed to continue protecting him. My father asked me if I would be willing to visit my mother now that we knew about her condition. I told him that I would need to think about it. I discussed the situation with Brock, and we decided that we would not allow Ford to spend time with my mother, even with her diagnosis. We felt that her condition made her even less suitable to be around children unsupervised. However, I did decide to visit my mother one time to see how she was doing. I went to the house with my father, and I was shocked by what I found. My mother seemed confused and disoriented, and she kept asking me the same questions over and over. At one point, she asked me where Ford was and why he hadn't come to visit her. When I reminded her about what had happened at the zoo, she seemed genuinely confused and said she didn't remember anything about it. This visit was very difficult for me. Part of me felt sad to see my mother in such a deteriorated state, but another part of me was still angry about what she had done to Ford, regardless of whether she remembered it or not. I realized that I had spent months processing the betrayal and the lies, and seeing her confusion didn't erase those feelings. My father has been working with social services to arrange proper care for my mother. She is now living in a memory care facility where she can receive the supervision and medical attention she needs. My father visits her regularly, but he has said that she often doesn't recognize him or remember that they are divorced. Karen's situation has been different. She has not been diagnosed with any medical conditions, and she continues to maintain that she did nothing wrong at the zoo. According to Tom, she has been telling people that I manipulated the security footage, and that the zoo's report was falsified. She has also been claiming that my mother's dementia diagnosis proves that she wasn't responsible for what happened. Tom has been documenting Karen's continued refusal to accept responsibility for her actions. He said that this behavior has been helpful in his custody case, because it shows that Karen is not capable of making good decisions about child safety. The court has been very concerned about Karen's inability to acknowledge her mistakes and learn from them. About a month ago, Karen tried to contact me directly for the first time since the zoo incident. She called me and said that she wanted to apologize and rebuild our relationship. However, When I asked her to specifically acknowledge what she had done wrong at the zoo, she became defensive and said that I was being unreasonable. She said that she had already apologized and that I needed to move on. I told Karen that I had not received any genuine apology from her. I explained that a real apology would involve taking full responsibility for her actions, acknowledging the harm she had caused, and making a commitment to change her behavior. I said that her continued attempts to minimize what had happened showed that she was not truly sorry. Karen became angry and said that I was being vindictive and that I was keeping Ford away from his family out of spite. She said that she missed him and that he probably missed her too. I told her that Ford's safety was my priority and that I would not allow him to spend time with someone who had shown such poor judgment about child safety. Since that conversation, Karen has been posting on social media about how I've turned the family against her. She has been claiming that I am a manipulative person who has brainwashed other family members into believing lies about her. Several mutual friends have contacted me to ask about these posts, and I have shared the security footage with them so they can see what actually happened. The extended family has essentially split into two groups. Most people have sided with me after seeing the evidence of what happened at the zoo. However, a few family members have continued to support Karen and my mother, claiming that family should stick together no matter what. These relationships have been permanently damaged, and I don't expect them to be repaired. Brock and I have been focusing on building positive relationships with the family members who have been supportive. We have been spending more time with Brock's family, and with my father when he is available. Ford has been thriving with these relationships, and he rarely asks about his grandmother and aunt anymore. Ford will be turning 6 next month, and we are planning a small party at our house. We will be inviting close friends and supportive family members, but we will not be including anyone who has shown poor judgment about child safety. I want Ford to have a happy birthday celebration surrounded by people who truly care about his well-being. Looking back on this entire situation, I am grateful that I discovered the truth about my mother's and Karen's behavior before something worse happened. The security footage from the zoo provided undeniable evidence of what they had done, and it prevented them from continuing to lie about their actions. I have learned that it's important to trust my instincts when it comes to protecting my child. I had felt uneasy about allowing my mother and Karen to take Ford to the zoo, but I had ignored those feelings because I wanted to maintain family harmony. Now, I know that my child's safety is more important than keeping other people happy. The situation has also taught me that some people are not capable of taking responsibility for their actions, even when faced with clear evidence of wrongdoing. Both my mother and Karen showed a pattern of endangering children, and then lying about it afterward. This behavior is not something that can be easily forgiven or forgotten. I have had to accept that my family will never be the same after this incident. The relationships that were damaged may never be fully repaired, and some family members will always be excluded from our lives. However, I believe that protecting Ford from people who have shown poor judgment about child safety is worth the cost of these broken relationships. Brock has been incredibly supportive throughout this entire process. He has never questioned my decision to keep Ford away from my mother and Karen, and he has been willing to deal with the family drama that resulted from my actions. Having a partner who prioritizes our child's safety above all else has made this difficult situation more manageable. Ford seems to have adjusted well to the changes in our family structure. He has stopped asking about his grandmother and aunt, and he appears to be happy with the family members who remain in his life. We have been careful not to speak negatively about my mother and Karen in front of him, but we have also been honest about why certain people are no longer part of our lives. I want to thank everyone who commented on my previous posts and offered support and advice. Reading your responses helped me realize that I was not overreacting to the situation, and that protecting my child was the right thing to do. Your encouragement gave me the strength to stand up to family members who were trying to minimize what had happened. For anyone else who might be dealing with similar situations, I want to emphasize the importance of trusting your instincts and prioritizing your child's safety. Family relationships are important, but they should never come at the expense of a child's well-being. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to keep your child away from people who have shown they cannot be trusted. I don't expect to post any more updates about this situation. My mother is receiving the care she needs for her dementia, and Karen is dealing with the consequences of her actions through the court system. Ford is safe and happy, and that's what matters most to me. We are moving forward with our lives, and building positive relationships with people who truly care about our family's well-being. My sister hijacked the Hawaii trip I fully paid for, then convinced everyone to go without me, so I canceled her ticket and took back control. I, 29 male, come from what you'd call a close-knit family, but let me tell you, that term is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We're 3 siblings, me, my younger brother, 26 male, and my younger sister Linda, 24 female. Now my brother and I, we're tight. We've got that typical brotherly bond. We can go from wrestling each other 1 minute to having each other's backs the next. But Linda, that's where things get complicated. Growing up, Linda was always the golden child. You know the type. The baby of the family who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. While my brother and I were expected to be responsible and mature, Linda got away with murder. Forgot to do her chores? Oh, she's just tired from all her activities. Got a C in math? Well, she's more of a creative type anyway. Meanwhile, if I so much as left a sock on the floor, you'd think I'd committed a capital offense. This dynamic created a rift between us that only grew wider as we got older. It's not that I don't love my sister, I do, she's family after all, but her sense of entitlement has always grated on me. And it's not just me, my brother's patience with her antics is even thinner than mine. Put them in a room together for more than 5 minutes, and you can bet your bottom dollar there will be fireworks. Let me give you an example of the kind of stuff we're dealing with here. Last Christmas, Linda showed up empty-handed at our family gift exchange. Her excuse? I'm a broke college student, you guys understand, right? Fair enough, except she'd posted pictures of her brand new iPhone and designer boots on Instagram just days before. When my brother called her out on it, she burst into tears and accused him of being materialistic. Guess who our parents comforted? Yep, you guessed it, Linda. But despite all this, I've always tried to be the bigger person. I figured that, as we all got older, things would even out. Linda would mature, our parents would start treating us more equally, and we'd all laugh about the past. Earlier this year, I hit the jackpot at work. I'm talking a bonus that made my eyes pop out of my head like a cartoon character. After the initial shock wore off, my first thought was, I want to do something nice for my family. Our parents' anniversary was coming up, and I had this brilliant idea: why not treat everyone to a family vacation? It had been years since we all went on a trip together. The last time was probably when Linda was still in high school, and even then it was just a weekend at a nearby lake. This time, I wanted to go all out. I'm talking a week-long trip to Hawaii, all expenses paid. Flights, fancy resort, activities, the works. Why Hawaii, you ask? Well, that's where my parents went on their honeymoon. I thought it would be romantic for them to revisit the place where their journey began, this time with their children in tow. Plus, who doesn't love Hawaii? Sun, sand, surf. It's paradise on earth. When I announced the trip to my parents, you should have seen their faces. My mom actually teared up a little. Dad tried to play it cool, but I could tell he was over the moon. They started reminiscing about their honeymoon right there and then, sharing stories I'd never heard before. It was a beautiful moment, and I felt like the best son in the world. My brother's reaction was exactly what I expected. He gave me a bear hug and immediately started planning all the activities we could do together: surfing, hiking, maybe even skydiving if we could convince our parents. His enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself getting even more excited about the trip. And then, there was Linda. I'll admit, I was a bit apprehensive about her reaction. To my surprise, and relief, she seemed genuinely thrilled. She started rattling off all the things she wanted to do, and the Instagram reels she was going to make. I rolled my eyes internally at that last bit. But hey, at least she was excited, right? For a moment there I actually thought this trip might bring us all closer together. Maybe this was the turning point in our family dynamic I'd been hoping for. Oh, how naive I was. The problem started almost immediately. Linda, in her typical fashion, decided that since I was footing the bill, she should be in charge of planning the trip. She didn't ask, she demanded. "You're not good at planning stuff," she told me, as if I hadn't successfully organized this entire vacation. "Just hand it over to me, and I'll make sure we have the best time ever." Now let me be clear, I had my reasons for wanting to plan this trip myself. First off, it was my treat. I wanted to surprise everyone with the activities I had lined up. But more importantly, I know my sister. When someone else is paying, Linda has champagne taste on a beer budget. If I let her take charge, we'd end up with gold-plated toilets and private jet tours of the islands. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, let me tell you about the last time we went out to dinner as a family. Linda ordered the most expensive steak on the menu, paired with a $200 bottle of wine. When the bill came, she conveniently forgot her wallet. But when it's her turn to treat, we're lucky if we get a Subway sandwich. I tried to explain this to my parents, but they, in their infinite wisdom, suggested a compromise. "If you're busy," they said, "maybe you could let Linda help with planning the activities." I told them that the activities were meant to be a surprise, hoping that would put an end to it. But Linda wasn't having it. She insisted on knowing everything in advance so she could pack appropriate outfits. I assured her that there was nothing that would catch her off guard, but she kept pushing. Looking back, I should have stood my ground, but I was so desperate to keep the peace that I eventually caved and gave her the itinerary. Big mistake. Huge. The moment Linda got her hands on the schedule, she went into full control freak mode. She called me immediately, tearing apart my carefully planned itinerary. According to her, everything needed to be rearranged to make everyone feel comfortable. And you know what? Some of her suggestions actually made sense, so like an idiot, I agreed to make a few changes. That was all the encouragement Linda needed. Suddenly, she was acting like she was the mastermind behind the entire trip. She announced in the family group chat that she had taken over the planning and made some changes. At first it wasn't too bad. She suggested we all wear matching outfits each day, which was kind of cute, I guess. But then things started to spiral. A week before the trip, I logged into my account to double-check some details, and my jaw hit the floor. Linda had canceled some of the activities I had booked. Activities I had specifically chosen because I knew everyone would love them, and replaced them with her own preferences. She had even posted in the family chat about her executive decisions regarding the itinerary, instructing everyone to follow her lead. I was livid. This was supposed to be my gift to the family, and she had completely hijacked it. I called her, trying my best to keep my cool and reason with her. But Linda, in her infinite wisdom, was having none of it. "I'm better at planning," she insisted. "You should be grateful I'm helping." Grateful? Grateful? I was ready to explode. I told her, in no uncertain terms, that she had gone too far, that she needed to back off and let me handle the trip I was paying for. Her response? She accused me of being controlling and hung up on me. That night my phone rang. It was my parents, and they didn't sound happy. Apparently, Linda had run to them with some sob story about how I was ruining everything. I tried to explain the situation without giving away the surprises I still had planned, but it quickly became clear whose side they were on. "Linda's just excited about the trip," they said. "You should let her have some control over it." They didn't seem to grasp, or care, that she had completely disregarded my efforts and my money. Their attitude was essentially, what does it matter who's planning or paying? We're family. I felt like I was taking crazy pills. Was I the only one who saw how messed up this situation was? In that moment, I was tempted to cancel the whole damn trip, but I took a deep breath and decided to take the high road. Fine, I thought. If Linda wants to be in charge so badly, let her handle it. I'll just sit back and try to enjoy myself, even if it's not the trip I had envisioned. But, oh my friends, the drama was far from over. 2 days ago, just 24 hours before we were set to leave, I received a notification that my tickets had been canceled. At first, I thought it must be some kind of mistake. I called the airline in a panic, only to be told that the cancellation had come from my account. There was nothing they could do. I knew immediately who was behind this. Linda. I called her. When she answered, she had the audacity to act like nothing was wrong. "Oh yeah," she giggled when I confronted her about the tickets. "Isn't that funny? I was seeing red at this point. Care to explain?" And then she said, "Okay, I hate to say this," she said, not sounding sorry at all. "I know you were funding it and blah blah blah, but we can't have you on the trip, dude. You're too controlling, and your negative vibes would ruin the vacation for everyone. I have discussed this with everyone, and the family has agreed to dump you. You are not worth spoiling our trip." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The trip that I had paid for, that I had planned as a gift for my family, was now happening without me. Somehow Linda had convinced everyone that I was the problem, and they had all agreed to go along with it. In that moment, something in me snapped. I wasn't going to let her walk all over me anymore. Without saying another word to Linda, I hung up and logged into my account. With a few clicks, I canceled her ticket and rebooked it in my name. Then, just to be safe, I changed the password on the account so she couldn't access it anymore, or make any more changes to the travel itinerary. I typed out a message to the family group chat. "Since Linda has decided I'm not welcome on the trip I paid for, I've canceled her ticket. If any of you wants to stay with her, I'll be happy to cancel your tickets too." The fallout was immediate. My phone started blowing up with notifications. The first call came from my brother. To my relief, he seemed just as shocked as I was about the whole situation. He swore up and down that he had no idea about Linda's plan to kick me off the trip. According to him, she had made the whole thing up. Neither he nor our parents had ever agreed to dump me. While I was still on the phone with my brother, trying to process this new information, my parents called. They were furious that I had canceled Linda's ticket, accusing me of being petty and vindictive. I stood my ground, explaining again that I had planned and paid for this trip as a gift to the family. If they didn't want me there, fine. I'd take a solo trip, but I wasn't about to hand over my hard-earned money and sacrifice myself for their comfort. To their credit, my parents seemed genuinely shocked when I told them about Linda canceling my ticket. They swore they had never asked her to do that, but they also weren't thrilled that I had retaliated by canceling hers. They kept insisting that we all needed to go on this trip together as a family. I told them, point blank, that I wasn't going to let Linda dictate the terms of my generosity. If she wanted to plan her own trip, she was welcome to do so with her own money, but this was my gift, and I wasn't going to be pushed out of it. Meanwhile, Linda was blowing up my phone with angry texts. She called me every name in the book, accusing me of ruining everything and being a terrible brother. I simply forwarded all her messages to our parents, letting them see for themselves what their precious baby girl was really like. My dad called me back a little while later, offering to mediate the situation. He suggested a conference call with Linda, where she would apologize to me, and then I could rebook her ticket. Part of me wanted to refuse outright. Why should I be the one to extend an olive branch when she had tried to kick me off my own trip? But another part of me was curious to see how this would play out. I knew Linda well enough to know that a genuine apology from her was about as likely as snow in Hawaii, so I agreed to the call. My dad added Linda to the line, but she was too angry to realize it was a conference call. Dad started off by telling her that she had acted meanly by canceling my tickets, and that she should apologize. Before he could even finish his sentence, Linda exploded. "Apologize to that jerk, my butt," she snapped. "I did the right thing. He was going to ruin everything with his controlling attitude." There was a long, awkward silence after that. I could practically hear the gears turning in my dad's head as he realized that they had been enabling Linda's behavior all these years. Without another word, he hung up the call. I gave it a few minutes before calling him back. "Do you now see how cruel your daughter is?" I asked him. "Or do you still want me to take her on this trip?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he finally spoke, "I'm torn between two of my children," he said. "I don't know what to do." And part of me felt bad for him, but a bigger part of me was just relieved that finally, my parents were seeing Linda for who she really was. As I sit here now, I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. On one hand, I know I've done the right thing. I refuse to be a doormat, to let Linda walk all over me and take advantage of my generosity. On the other hand, I'm sad that it's come to this. This wasn't how I envisioned this trip going at all. I wanted this to be a family trip, a chance for all of us to reconnect and create new memories together. And no matter how I feel about Linda, she is still part of the family. My brother and I might be able to enjoy the trip without her, but I know my parents will be upset by her absence. But you know what? Maybe this is the wake-up call our family needed. Maybe now my parents will finally see that their constant coddling of Linda has created a monster. Maybe this will be the push we all needed to address the issues that have been simmering under the surface for years. So that's where things stand right now. I'm packed and ready to go on a trip I planned and paid for, but the joy and excitement I once felt have been replaced by a knot of anxiety in my stomach. My brother is still coming, my parents are on the fence, and Linda is probably plotting her revenge as we speak. Whatever happens next, at least I can say I finally stood up for myself. And hey, if all else fails, I hear Hawaii is beautiful this time of year, even if you're there alone. So guys, aita for canceling my sister's trip that I bought with my own money. Update 1. Hey Reddit. Up here with an update on the whole trip fiasco, because things got even messier, if you can believe it. So remember how I canceled Linda's ticket after she tried to kick me off my own trip? Well, apparently, that was just the beginning of her master plan to ruin everything. After I told everyone in the family group chat, Linda went into full meltdown mode. We're talking nuclear-level tantrum here. But instead of just accepting that she'd screwed up and maybe, apologizing like a normal person, she decided to double down on the crazy. She tried to rope my brother into her schemes. One night, out of the blue, she calls him up with this brilliant idea. She pitches him on co-sponsoring the trip with her so they could all go without me. Yeah, you read that right. She wanted to team up with our brother to essentially steal the trip I'd planned and paid for. Now, my brother may not be perfect, but he's not an idiot. His first question was, naturally, "Do you even have that kind of money?" Linda's response, "No, I don't have it right now, but I'll pay you as soon as I can." I wish I could have seen my brother's face when she said that. I imagine it was a mix of disbelief and, "Are you freaking kidding me right now?" For context, Linda's idea of a job is working part-time at a local coffee shop. And when I say part-time, I mean she shows up when she feels like it, which isn't often. She's been fired from more jobs than I can count, because she thinks showing up on time and actually working is beneath her. So yeah, her promise to pay as soon as she can is about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. My brother decided to see how far down this rabbit hole Linda was willing to go. He asked her if she was serious about this plan. Her response: "Hell yeah, but if the Hawaii trip is too much to bear, we can go to Mexico." I swear, sometimes I wonder if Linda and I are actually related. Mexico. Mexico. She wanted to downgrade a fully paid trip to Hawaii to a budget trip to Mexico that my brother would have to fund. The audacity of my sister is truly breathtaking. My brother, who apparently has a much better poker face than I do, managed to keep it together long enough to point out the obvious. Why would he trade a free trip to Hawaii for a trip he'd have to pay for? And to add insult to injury, he knew he'd end up being Linda's personal Instagram photographer the whole time. Linda, true to form, didn't take this rejection well. She hung up on him and proceeded to blow up his phone with a barrage of insults that would make a sailor blush. Apparently, he's a selfish jerk, and a mommy's boy for not wanting to bankroll her vacation. The irony is completely lost on her, I'm sure. But Linda wasn't done yet. Oh no, she still had one more card to play: the guilt trip. For the next few days, she was constantly at our parents' house, crying and carrying on about how we were abandoning her and tearing the family apart. She painted herself as this poor, innocent victim, who was being cruelly excluded from a family vacation. To their credit, my parents stood their ground this time. They told her that if she wanted to come on the trip, she needed to apologize to me and make things right. Of course, in Linda's world, apologizing is something other people do. She refused, insisting that she had done nothing wrong and that I was the one who needed to apologize to her. For what, you ask? For always trying to make her look bad, and buying everyone's love with money. Yeah. Because apparently, planning a nice family vacation is now a sinister plot to undermine her. My parents did try to play peacemaker. They called me, asking if I would consider being the bigger person and letting Linda come along. But I stood my ground. I told them that I wasn't going to reward Linda's behavior by giving in to her demands. If she wanted to come, she needed to own up to her actions and apologize, simple as that. The day of the trip arrived, and it was tense to say the least. My brother was excited, bouncing around like a kid on Christmas morning. My parents, though, they looked like they were heading to a funeral rather than a tropical paradise. As we boarded the plane, I could feel the weight of their disappointment. It was written all over their faces: we should all be here, the whole family. But you know what? That's on Linda, not me. I refused to let her actions ruin this trip for everyone else. Once we landed in Hawaii, though, things started to turn around. It's hard to stay mad when you're surrounded by pristine beaches, crystal clear water, and breathtaking sunsets. I threw myself into making sure everyone had an amazing time. We went on a private luau, tried snorkeling, and even took a helicopter tour over the islands. Slowly but surely, I could see my parents starting to relax and enjoy themselves. But of course, Linda couldn't let us have this one nice thing without trying to ruin it. Throughout the week, my phone was constantly buzzing with angry messages from her. She'd swing wildly between rage: "I hope you all get sunburned and eaten by sharks," and self-pity: "I can't believe my own family would abandon me like this." My parents checked in with her occasionally, but even they were starting to see through her act. It's amazing how much clearer things become when you're not in the midst of one of Linda's drama storms. By the end of the trip, we had a suitcase full of incredible memories, and maybe a few too many souvenir t-shirts. My parents, while still sad that Linda wasn't there, admitted that they had a wonderful time. They even thanked me for all the effort I'd put into planning everything. When we got back home, I discovered that Linda had blocked me on all social media platforms. Apparently, seeing pictures of our trip was too much for her to handle. She was furious with our parents for choosing me over her and threatened to cut them off too. Of course, that threat rang a bit hollow, considering she still lives in their house rent-free. She didn't spare our brother either, calling him a freeloader for going on the trip. Because apparently, in Linda's world, accepting a gift from your sibling is freeloading, but expecting your brother to fund your vacation is totally reasonable. The cherry on top of this drama Sunday, Linda declared that she never wanted to see me again. And you know what? I am okay with that. I'm tired of walking on eggshells around her, tired of her constant drama and entitlement. Don't get me wrong, it hurts. Despite everything, she's still my sister. I wish things could be different. But I refuse to set myself on fire to keep her warm anymore. I stood up for myself, set a boundary, and stuck to it. If that makes me the bad guy in her story, so be it. Maybe one day Linda will grow up and realize that the world doesn't revolve around her. Then we might be able to mend our relationship. But until then, I'll hold on to the memories of that incredible trip. A trip that happened because I finally said enough to Linda's entitled behavior. And hey, if nothing else, at least I've got a killer tan and some great stories to tell. Silver linings, right? Update 2. Alright Reddit. It's been a few months since the great Hawaii debacle of 2024, and I'll be honest, I was hoping things would have calmed down by now. If anything, they've gotten even more ridiculous. After we got back from Hawaii, I dove headfirst into work, partly because I had to make up for the time off, but also because I needed a break from all the family drama. I figured I'd give everyone some space to cool off, and Linda would take this time to reflect on her actions and grow as a person. Yeah, I know, I'm a hopeless optimist. While I was busy adulting, my brother and I may have indulged in a bit of petty revenge. We flooded our social media with pictures from the trip. Think perfect sunsets, mai tais on the beach, all of us with big smiles and only slightly sunburned faces. Was it mature? Probably not. Did it feel good? You bet your sweet bippy it did. Fast forward about 3 months. I finally had some time off and decided to swing by my parents' place for dinner. As I pulled up to the house, something felt off. It took me a minute to realize what it was. Linda's beat-up Volkswagen Beetle, a gift from our parents for her 21st birthday, wasn't in the driveway. When I got inside, the first thing I noticed was that Linda's room was empty. Not just, she's out for the day, empty, but someone moved out, empty. The walls were bare, the closet was open and cleaned out, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Despite everything, Linda is still my sister, and the idea of her out there on her own. Well, let's just say I've seen how she adulted before, and it's not pretty. I found my parents in the kitchen looking lighter, like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. When I asked about Linda, they exchanged a look that spoke volumes. I swear sometimes I wonder if Linda and I are actually related. Mexico. She wanted to downgrade a fully paid trip to Hawaii to a budget trip to Mexico that my brother would have to fund. The audacity of my sister is truly breathtaking. My brother, who apparently has a much better poker face than I do, managed to keep it together long enough to point out the obvious: why would he trade a free trip to Hawaii for a trip he'd have to pay for? And to add insult to injury, he knew he'd end up being Linda's personal Instagram photographer the whole time. Linda, true to form, didn't take this rejection well. She hung up on him and proceeded to blow up his phone with a barrage of insults that would make a sailor blush. Apparently he's a selfish jerk and a mommy's boy for not wanting to bankroll her vacation. The irony is completely lost on her, I'm sure. But Linda wasn't done yet. Oh no, she still had one more card to play the guilt trip. For the next few days she was constantly at our parents' house crying and carrying on about how we were abandoning her and tearing the family apart. She painted herself as this poor innocent victim who was being cruelly excluded from a family vacation. To their credit, my parents stood their ground this time. They told her that if she wanted to come on the trip, she needed to apologize to me and make things right. Of course, in Linda's world, apologizing is something other people do. She refused, in insisting that she had done nothing wrong and that I was the one who needed to apologize to her. For what you ask for, always trying to make her look bad and buying everyone's love with money, yeah, because apparently planning a nice family vacation is now a sinister plot to undermine her. My parents did try to play peacemaker. They called me asking if I would consider being the bigger person and letting Linda come along, but I stood my ground. I told them that I wasn't going to reward Linda's behavior by giving in to her demands. If she wanted to come, she needed to own up to her actions and apologize, simple as that. The day of the trip arrived and it was tense, to say the least. My brother was excited, bouncing around like a kid on Christmas morning. My parents, though, they looked like they were heading to a funeral rather than a tropical paradise. As we boarded the plane, I could feel the weight of their disappointment. It was written all over their faces. We should all be here, the whole family. But you know what? That's on Linda, not me. I refused to let her actions ruin this trip for everyone else. Once we landed in Hawaii, though, things started to turn around. It's hard to stay mad when you're surrounded by pristine beaches, crystal clear water, and breathtaking sunsets. I threw myself into making sure everyone had an amazing time. We went on a private luau, tried snorkeling, and even took a helicopter tour over the islands. Slowly but surely I could see my parents starting to relax and enjoy themselves. But of course Linda couldn't let us have this one nice thing without trying to ruin it. Throughout the week my phone was constantly buzzing with angry messages from her. She'd swing wildly between rage, I hope you all get sunburned and eaten by sharks, and self-pity, I can't believe my own family would abandon me like this. My parents checked in with her occasionally, but even they were starting to see through or act. It's amazing how much clearer things become when you're not in the midst of one of Linda's drama storms. By the end of the trip, we had a suitcase full of incredible memories, and maybe a few too many souvenir t-shirts. My parents, while still sad that Linda wasn't there, admitted that they had a wonderful time. They even thanked me for all the effort I'd put into planning everything. When we got back home, I discovered that Linda had blocked me on all social media platforms. Apparently, seeing pictures of our trip was too much for her to handle. She was furious with our parents for choosing me over her and threatened to cut them off too. Of course, that threat rang a bit hollow considering she still lives in their house rent-free. She didn't spare our brother either, calling him a freeloader for going on the trip, because apparently in Linda's world, accepting a gift from your sibling is freeloading, but expecting your brother to fund your vacation is totally reasonable. The cherry on top of this drama Sunday, Linda declared that she never wanted to see me again, and you know what, I am okay with that. I'm tired of walking on eggshells around her, tired of her constant drama and entitlement. Don't get me wrong, it hurts. Despite everything, she's still my sister. I wish things could be different, but I refuse to set myself on fire to keep her warm anymore. I stood up for myself, set a boundary, and stuck to it. If that makes me the bad guy in her story, so be it. Maybe one day Linda will grow up and realize that the world doesn't revolve around her, then we might be able to mend our relationship. But until then, I'll hold on to the memories of that incredible trip, a trip that happened because I finally said enough to Linda's entitled behavior. And hey, if nothing else, at least, I've got a killer tan and some great stories to tell. Silver linings. Right. Update to all right Reddit. It's been a few months since the great Hawaii debacle of 2024, and I'll be honest, I was hoping things would have calmed down by now. If anything, they've gotten even more ridiculous. After we got back from Hawaii, I dove headfirst into work, partly because I had to make up for the time off, but also because I needed a break from all the family drama. I figured I'd give everyone some space to cool off, and Linda would take this time to reflect on her actions and grow as a person. Yeah, I know I'm a hopeless optimist. While I was busy adulting my brother, and I may have indulged in a bit of petty revenge. We flooded our social media with pictures from the trip, think perfect sunsets, mai tais on the beach, all of us with big smiles and only slightly sunburned faces. Was it mature? Probably not. Did it feel good? You bet your sweet bippy it did. Fast forward about 3 months, I finally had some time off and decided to swing by my parents' place for dinner. As I pulled up to the house, something felt off. It took me a minute to realize what it was. Linda's beat-up Volkswagen Beetle, a gift from our parents for her 21st birthday, wasn't in the driveway. When I got inside, the first thing I noticed was that Linda's room was empty. Not just she's out for the day, empty, but someone moved out empty. The walls were bare, the closet was open and cleaned out, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Despite everything, Linda is still my sister, and the idea of her out there on her own, well, let's just say I've seen how she adulting before, and it's not pretty. I found my parents in the kitchen looking lighter, like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. When I asked about Linda, they exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Turns out they'd finally done what they should have done years ago. They'd cut the cord. Now, before you start thinking my parents are heartless monsters who kick their daughter to the curb, let me give you some context. This has been a long time coming. See, Linda has never been big on responsibility, or work ethic, or basic human decency. She's bounced from job to job, never lasting more than a few months, because apparently showing up on time and doing what you're paid to do is like totally unfair. A year ago, my parents finally put their foot down and told Linda she needed to start paying rent if she wanted to keep living at home. You'd have thought they'd asked her to donate a kidney. She threw a fit worthy of a toddler, calling them every name in the book and accusing them of not loving her. But my dad stood firm. He told her she could either pay rent or find somewhere else to live. Faced with the prospect of having to support herself, Linda grudgingly agreed to pay rent. Want to guess how many times she actually paid in the past year? 3 whole months out of 12. Every month it was a new excuse. I had to buy new work clothes, my car needed repairs, Mercury was in retrograde, and it's bad luck to pay rent during that time. I wish I was making this up. After we got back from Hawaii, Linda really ramped up the drama. She blew up at our parents, screaming about how they'd abandoned her and chosen me over her. When they tried to calm her down and gave her the gifts we brought back for her, she literally threw them back in their faces. That was the last straw for my dad. He told her to pack her bags, that he was done enabling her behavior. Linda, realizing she'd finally pushed too far, did a complete 180. Suddenly she was all tears and apologies, clinging to our mom, and promising she'd do better, that she'd pay rent on time, that she'd get her act together. But my parents had finally wised up to her manipulation tactics. They stood firm. They helped her find a small apartment, and even paid the first 2 months' rent for her. My dad also gave her a stern talking to about responsibility and growing up. I'll be honest, I thought this was still too generous. Linda was being handed an opportunity on a silver platter while the rest of us had to work our butts off. But I kept my mouth shut. At least she was out of the house, right? For the first couple of months, things seemed to be going okay. Linda would stop by for dinner occasionally, but nothing too out of the ordinary. But then my mom noticed a pattern was showing up more and more often, always around dinner time, and she started staying overnight more frequently. At first my parents wrote it off as homesickness, but as the weeks went by and Linda's visits became more frequent and longer, they started to suspect something was up. Finally, after about 4 months of this, they sat Linda down for a chat, and that's when the truth came out. Linda hadn't paid a single month's rent since moving out. Not one. She'd been dodging her landlord, couch surfing with friends, and mooching meals off our parents to avoid going back to her apartment. When my mom asked her what she'd done with her salary from the job she'd miraculously managed to keep for more than a month, Linda's response was peak Linda. "I had to buy shoes for work." I'm sorry, what? Unless she's working as a centipede impersonator, I'm pretty sure she didn't need to spend 3 months' worth of rent on shoes. My mom, still trying to be supportive, offered to loan Linda some money to get caught up on rent, but Linda, in her infinite wisdom, insisted that she should just move back home instead. That's when my dad stepped in. He'd finally reached his limit. He told Linda in no uncertain terms that she was on her own now. No more bailouts, no more free meals, no more living at home. He even went as far as to say that if she showed up again asking for help, they wouldn't answer the door. Harsh maybe, but after years of enabling Linda's behavior, I think my parents finally realized that tough love was the only way forward. Of course, Linda didn't take this well. She tried every trick in her book, crying, pleading, guilt-tripping, even threatening to cut them out of her life as if that was supposed to be a punishment. But my parents didn't cave. With our parents standing firm, Linda turned to her last resort, our brother. She called him up, spinning some sob story about how cruel and unfair everyone was being to her. My brother didn't fall for it. He told her straight up that he was barely making ends meet himself and couldn't help her financially. Then Linda, in a move that honestly impressed me with its audacity, asked if he'd be willing to borrow money from me, and then give it to her. Why didn't she just ask me directly, you wonder? Well, according to Linda, asking me for help would boost my ego and make her feel like a loser. I mean, if the shoe fits, right? My brother, showing more patience than I would have even though they always fought together, suggested that if she needed money that badly, she should swallow her pride and ask me herself. Linda's response? She called him my bootlicker and accused him of being my pet who runs behind me for free meatloaf. I don't even know what that means, but I'm pretty sure it's not a compliment. So here we are. Linda is out on her own, probably couch surfing and dodging her landlord. My parents are finally standing firm on their boundaries. My brother and I are apparently in some sort of master-pet relationship that revolves around meatloaf. News to me. But okay, and me. I'm sitting here marveling at the absolute chaos that is my family. I'm glad my parents have finally stopped enabling Linda's behavior. It's long overdue, and maybe this will be the wake-up call she needs to get her act together. I know some people might think I'm being too harsh. But she's family, they'll say. You can't just cut her off. And you know what? They're right. Linda is family. She'll always be my sister, no matter what. But being family doesn't give you a free pass to treat people like crap. It doesn't mean you get to manipulate and guilt-trip and throw tantrums when you don't get your way. Being family should mean you treat each other with more love and respect, not less. I know this isn't the end of the Linda saga. Knowing her, she's probably already plotting her next move, figuring out how to worm her way back into our parents' house, or guilt-trip one of us into bailing her out. But for now at least, there's a sense of peace in our family that's been missing for a long time. So that's where things stand now, Reddit. Linda's out on her own, my parents are sticking to their guns, and I'm here sharing this saga with a bunch of internet strangers because, let's face it, sometimes life is so ridiculous that you just have to laugh. Thanks for listening to my rant. If there are any new developments in the Linda saga, I'll be sure to update. But for now, I'm going to go make some meatloaf. I hear it's great for bribing siblings. Update 3. Well, you know what they say about karma. Turns out it's got nothing on my sister Linda when it comes to making unexpected returns. It's been about 6 months since my last update. 6 blissful, drama-free months where I almost forgot what it was like to have my life turned upside down by Hurricane Linda. I should have known it was too good to last. It's a quiet Sunday afternoon. I'm at my parents' house for our newly stated weekly family dinner, sans Linda, of course. Mom's bustling around the kitchen, Dad's watching the game, and my brother and I are locked in an intense battle of wits. Okay, we're playing Mario Kart, but it gets pretty intense. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. We all freeze. Nobody ever knocks. We all have keys, and our friends and extended family know to call before dropping by. For a moment, we all just look at each other, silently asking, "You expecting someone?" Then we hear it. That voice. That whiny, entitled voice that has haunted my nightmares for the past year. "Mom? Dad? Is anyone home? It's me, Linda." I swear in that moment you could have heard a pin drop. Hell, you could have heard an ant sneeze. We're all just staring at the door like it's about to burst open and unleash the zombie apocalypse. Dad's the first to move. He gets up, squares his shoulders like he's preparing for battle, and opens the door. And there she is. Linda, looking like she's been through hell, to be honest. Her hair, which she usually spends hours styling, is pulled back in a messy ponytail. Her clothes, typically designer labels she can't afford, are wrinkled and look slept in. For a split second, I feel bad. Then she opens her mouth, and any warm, fuzzy feelings I might have had evaporate faster than a snowball in Hawaii. "Daddy," she says, "I'm home." I have to hand it to my dad. He doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, blocking the doorway, and says in the calmest voice I've ever heard, "No, Linda, you're not." Linda's face crumples like she's been slapped. She tries to push past him, but Dad stands firm. "We talked about this, Linda," he says. "You're not welcome here anymore, not until you get your act together." And then the waterworks start, full-on, Oscar-worthy sobs. "But Daddy," she wails, "I have nowhere else to go. They're going to arrest me if I don't pay my rent. Don't you love me anymore?" Now I've seen Linda pull some manipulative stunts in her time, but this takes the cake. She's standing there, crying her eyes out, looking for all the world like a lost little girl instead of a grown woman who's repeatedly screwed over her own family. I can see Mom wavering. She's always had a soft spot for Linda, and seeing her baby girl in distress is clearly tearing her up. But before she can say anything, my brother steps in. "Arrest you?" he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "For not paying rent? Come on, Linda B. We weren't born yesterday." Linda's tears dry up real quick at that. She glares at my brother like she's trying to set him on fire with her mind. "Stay out of this," she snaps. "This is between me and my parents." "Oh hell no, I've had enough." I stand up, walk over to the door, and look Linda straight in the eye. "No," I say. "This is between you and all of us. You don't get to waltz back in here and pretend the last year didn't happen. You don't get to manipulate Mom and Dad anymore. You made your choices, Linda, now you have to live with them." "Oh, look who it is. The golden child, always so perfect, aren't you?" "Well, guess what? Nobody likes a goody two-shoes. You think you're so much better than me, but you're not. You're just a stuck-up jerk who doesn't know how to have fun." I'm about to retort when Dad cuts in, his voice like steel. "That's enough, Linda, you need to leave now." Linda looks at him, then at Mom, clearly hoping for some support. But Mom stays quiet. She looks torn, but she doesn't contradict Dad. "Fine," Linda spits. "Fine, I see how it is. You've all turned against me. Well, I don't need any of you. I'll figure this out on my own. Don't come crying to me when you realize what a mistake you've made." And with that, she turns on her heel and storms off. We watch her get into her beat-up Volkswagen, how she's still keeping that thing running is beyond me, and screech out of the driveway. For a long moment we all just stand there in silence. Then Mom bursts into tears. Dad wraps her in a hug, murmuring comforting words. My brother and I exchange a look. We both know this isn't over. The rest of the evening is subdued. We eat dinner, but nobody's really tasting the food. We're all lost in our own thoughts, processing what just happened. Later, as I'm helping Mom clean up, she turns to me with tears in her eyes. "Did we do the right thing?" she asks. "Should we have let her stay?" I take a deep breath. "Mom," I say gently, "you know as well as I do that letting her stay wouldn't have solved anything. Linda needs to grow up and take responsibility for her actions. We can't keep enabling her behavior." Mom nods, but I can see the pain in her eyes. "I just worry about her," she says. "Is she eating enough? Does she have a place to sleep? What if something happens to her?" I give her a hug. "I know, Mom. I worry too. But Linda's an adult. We have to trust that she'll figure things out. And if she really wants to change, She knows what she needs to do. As I drove home that night, I couldn't help but chuckle. Who needs soap operas when you've got family like mine? I should really start writing this stuff down. Who knows, maybe one day I'll turn it into a book. Living with Hurricane Linda, a survival guide for the chronically entitled sibling. Bestseller material right there, folks. Bestseller material. So that's the latest in the Linda saga. Reddit. Will I ever master the blue shell in Mario Kart? Seriously. That thing is the bane of my existence. Thanks for listening, Reddit. Your support and advice have been a lifeline through all this craziness. Here's hoping the next update will be about Linda turning her life around and becoming a productive member of society. But let's be real. It'll probably be about her trying to sell essential oils or joining a cult or something equally ridiculous. Catch you on the flip side, Reddit. I'm off to practice my Mario Kart skills. Got to be prepared for the next family showdown after all. My sister and fiancé planned for 7 months to steal my $23,000 savings and humiliate me in front of 200 guests. But karma came faster than expected. My sister borrowed my clothes, my friends, and finally my men. When I was 16, she persuaded my crush, Zach Moreno, to accompany her to prom instead of me by claiming I had been talking about another boy. When I was 22, Mom moved in with my college boyfriend Ryan while I was studying abroad in Italy, claiming she was helping him deal with depression after his father died. My parents repeatedly defended her with the same stale excuses. Vanessa doesn't mean to hurt you, Mom would say, stroking my hair as I grieved. She just has a magnetic personality. People are drawn to her. Your sister's not malicious, Dad would say. She's just young and doesn't think things through. But Vanessa was always thinking things thoroughly. I discovered her diary at the age of 15, which contained comprehensive plans for snatching my friends, opportunities, and life. She wrote about Zach. Lauren is so boring. I bet I could persuade him to notice me in a single chat. Regarding Ryan. He's too wonderful for Lauren anyway. She does not appreciate what she has. But I believed Ethan Ward was different. We'd been together 4 years and engaged for 8 months. We'd met in a restaurant where I was working as a waitress to pay for nursing school, and he was a line cook with greater goals than money. Ethan enjoyed how I made him laugh during his biggest kitchen disasters, like scraping scorched sauce off pots at 2 a.m. He practiced new recipes. He appreciated how I supported his goal of launching a restaurant by putting my whole savings account, $23,000, to his business plan when banks refused to lend him money. He appreciated how I believed in him after his own family labeled him a failure for dropping out of college to go culinary school. Ethan had already witnessed Vanessa's manipulation of men. He'd been there during family dinners when she'd openly flirt with my high school boyfriend Brandon, right in front of me, only to claim she was just being polite when confronted. He'd rolled his eyes at her wedding dress shopping advice. Lauren's very practical, but wouldn't something more form-fitting be better? You want Ethan to feel aroused, not comfy? He'd laughed when she accidentally poured red wine on my engagement photos at last year's Christmas party, claiming the lighting made me seem washed out and offering to reshoot them with her photographer friend. Your sister is exhausting, he informed me after the party. I don't know how you put up with her constant drama. I defended Vanessa as I usually do. She intends well, she just does not have a filter. The rehearsal dinner was excellent. We had reserved a private dining room at Bella Vista, the restaurant where Ethan and I had our first formal date. 50 of our closest family and friends packed the room with laughter and champagne toasts. Ethan grabbed my hand beneath the table as my father delivered his speech about finding your person, how glad he was to welcome Ethan into our family, and how he'd seen Ethan grow from a struggling cook to a man deserving of his daughter's love. Vanessa sat across from us, stunning in her sapphire bridesmaid dress, which cost me $400, toasting our pleasure with champagne, and that smile I'd known my entire life. She had insisted on sitting right across from Ethan, insisting it was the perfect location for shots. Throughout dinner, she'd lean forward when Ethan talked, laugh a bit too loudly at his jokes, and touch his arm when discussing the wedding. She's just excited for you, Ethan said quietly as I noticed her actions. Vanessa's always been dramatic. Vanessa stood with tears in her eyes during the maid of honor speech, gripping the microphone as if she were addressing the United Nations. Lauren has always been my role model, she explained, her voice breaking with genuine passion. She's taught me about loyalty and the importance of always supporting those you care about. When Ethan entered her life, I witnessed my sister become the happiest version of herself. Ethan, you're getting someone who will fight for your dreams and support you no matter what. Lauren, you are getting someone who recognizes your brilliance. She raised her glass with trembling hand. To Lauren and Ethan, may you always choose each other first, no matter what challenges come your way." The room erupted with applause. Ethan stroked my cheek and whispered, "Your sister really loves you." I felt awful about ever doubting Vanessa's intentions. 2 nights later, I was unable to sleep. Wedding nerves, I mused. Our big day was in 18 hours. I'd previously laid out my dress, a vintage-inspired A-line with hand-sewn pearls that my grandmother wore in 1952. I confirmed the final head count with the caterer, 147 people, double-checked that the rings were safely tucked in Ethan's best man's pocket, and informed the photographer about the special shot with my parents' wedding bands next to ours. My phone had alarms set for every hour to remind me to drink water and eat something. At 5 a.m., I gave up on sleeping and decided to surprise Ethan with coffee at his apartment on our last morning as an unmarried couple. I had gotten him his favorite dark roast from the 24-hour cafe and some fresh bagels. My key turned in his lock as it had hundreds of times before, the same lock I'd assisted him in installing when he moved into the one-bedroom flat above Mrs. Lou's flower store. I found them in his bed. My sister, my fiancée. The white silk lingerie I'd purchased for our honeymoon, $300 in delicate lace from the boutique Vanessa recommended, tangled around her ankles. The engagement ring, which I had watched him save for over 8 months while working double shifts, shone on the nightstand next to empty champagne glasses and what appeared to be leftover takeout from Russo's, the Italian restaurant where we had celebrated our 6-month anniversary. Vanessa saw me first. Instead of embarrassment or astonishment, I noticed triumph in her eyes. She had been waiting and planning for this time. "I was going to tell you," she continued, gently rising up and not trying to cover herself. Ethan realized he chose the wrong sister. Ethan hurried for his boxers, stammering apologies for what had just happened, for being confused, and for still loving me. His face was flushed with embarrassment and worry, sweat dripping on his brow as he sought to find words to express what I was experiencing. "Cla, this isn't what it looks like," he added, the most cliché lie imaginable. But Vanessa interrupted him with a laugh that chilled my blood. She laughed the same way she had when she told our parents that I had broken Mom's antique vase when we were 12. The laugh indicated that she had won again. "Stop pretending to be sorry, Ethan. We had been planning this for months. Tell her about your hotel room in Vegas when you attended that restaurant conference. Tell her about Christmas and how you shouted my name in your sleep. Tell her about last week when you mentioned you wished you had met me first." My knees nearly buckled. The Vegas conference was in March, 7 months ago. Vanessa had remained in the guest room next to us at my parents' house for Christmas. Last week, Ethan seemed aloof and reported work stress. "Tell her about the loan," Vanessa said, her voice becoming stronger and more confident. "Tell her how you're planning to use her savings to open a restaurant with me instead." The room swirled. My $23,000. The money I'd saved by working 60-hour weeks as a nursing assistant, picking up extra shifts over the holidays, and foregoing meals to save every penny. The money that was going to go towards our dream restaurant, Ward's Place. "Vanessa, stop," Ethan murmured softly, but she was on a roll now. "Tell her about the apartment we viewed at last week. The one with the large kitchen and garden view. Tell her how we plan to depart shortly after the wedding, take her money, and start over in Portland." Portland. Ethan mentioned Portland recently, claiming that a chef buddy had offered him a position there. I had urged him to think about it, thinking it would be beneficial for us to start over somewhere new. They planned my humiliation for months, while I was arranging flowers and scheduling cake tastings, mailing save the dates and picking centerpieces, verifying RSVPs, and finalizing seating charts. Ethan claimed he worked late nights at the restaurant and came home smelling like perfume from the female waiters. Vanessa canceled our sisterly shopping trips because she had a date with someone she couldn't tell me about yet. They'd both been so helpful with wedding planning, insisting on hiring the photographer and videographer themselves because they had connections who could save us money. "We chose Sophie Allen," Vanessa had stated of the photographer. "She's amazing at candid pictures. She will catch every moment." Now I understand why. I walked away without speaking. They were still yelling my name as I descended the small steps, Ethan's voice breaking as he begged me to listen, and Vanessa's shrill and demanding as she implored him to leave me go. "Dear Claire, please," Ethan shouted from his window as I got into my car. "Let me explain." I drove slowly away, observing him in my rearview mirror as he stood half-naked at his window, obviously aware that his life was about to implode. For the next 6 hours, I sat in my car at Sunset Beach, where Ethan had proposed 13 months before. He had arranged an extravagant sunset picnic, complete with my favorite Thai food and a playlist of music that were meaningful to our relationship. When he got down on one knee, he talked about starting a life together, about how I was his closest friend and future all in one. "I can't imagine doing any of this without you," he exclaimed, shaking his hands as he opened the ring box. "You make me better at everything." I should have cried, called my parents and canceled vendors. Instead, I felt something cold and calculating creep into my chest. Vanessa had taken everything from me since we were kids, and I had always forgiven her because family was supposed to forgive. This time though, things were different. This wasn't a borrowed garment or a stolen boyfriend. It was my future, money and existence, which she had plotted to destroy. I drove home around 11 a.m. I discovered my parents in the kitchen, frantically calling vendors to cancel the wedding. Mom was sobbing after a talk with the florist about losing her deposit. Dad appeared 10 years older, with scruffy hair, as he complained with the caterer about their cancellation policy. "Sweetheart," Mom exclaimed when she spotted me, her mascara streaking down her cheeks. "Ethan called." He explained the confusion to Vanessa. "He claims it's only cold feet. These things happen to couples before major commitments. Maybe you two can figure it out if you just talk about it." Even now they were on his side. Vanessa was their lovely kid who could do no wrong, and Ethan felt like family after 4 years. I was simply the hurt party who needed to be more understanding. "There's no confusion," I stated calmly, placing my purse on the counter. "The wedding is still happening tomorrow, just not the way anyone expects." My parents exchanged concerned glances. Dad cleared his throat. "Honey, perhaps you're in shock. This is a lot to process. Why don't you sit down and we can figure out how to proceed?" "I'm not in shock," I murmured, pouring myself a glass of water with steady fingers. "I am thinking clearly for the first time in months." And I answered, "The wedding is still happening." I secluded myself in my childhood bedroom and began to work. First, I contacted my cousin Lucas, who worked in IT security for a company that protected celebrities from stalkers and corporate espionage. Lucas had always been my favorite relative. He was 3 years older, incredibly smart, and had never succumbed to Vanessa's manipulation. When we were youngsters, he was the only one who confronted Mom when she lied about damaging items or stealing money from our grandmother's purse. "I need a favor," I replied when he responded. "Remember when you said I could ask for anything after I assisted you with your divorce?" Lucas's ex-wife had attempted to take him for everything, including his dog and his grandmother's wedding band. I'd spent 3 months assisting him in documenting her affair and attempts to hide assets. When the divorce was finalized, he received full custody of his dog and kept everything she attempted to steal. "Name it," he exclaimed immediately. I explained the situation, the affair, the money, and the planned betrayal. Lucas listened without interrupting, occasionally emitting nasty grunts. "Those pieces of shit," he remarked as I finished. "What do you need?" Lucas has designed security systems for famous weddings, set hidden cameras in offices for business investigations, and assisted numerous friends in gathering evidence against cheating spouses. He understood the concept of prudence. Most importantly, he knew revenge. "I need to know everything," I explained. "How long this has been going on, what they've been planning, whether there are others involved, and I need it documented in a way that can't be questioned or denied." "Give me Ethan's address and phone number," Lucas asked. "I can place micro cameras in his apartment within 2 hours. His phone can be cloned if I have physical access for 30 seconds. How technical would you like to get?" "As technical as necessary. And Lucas, I need this done legitimately. Everything must be allowed if it comes to that." "Leave it to me. Ethan's apartment building does not have security cameras, correct? And his lease most likely includes conventional language granting management access for maintenance. I'll pretend to be a cable repairman. Half of the buildings in that neighborhood have been experiencing internet problems this week." Next, I called Sophie Allen, the wedding photographer Vanessa had personally suggested. Sophie specialized in candid moments and had an amazing portfolio of photographing genuine emotions at weddings. Her website included comments from brides who praised her ability to capture the real story of their big day. "Sophie, this is Claire Hayes. You are photographing my wedding tomorrow." "Oh my God, Claire, I am so excited. Vanessa has told me so much about you. Are you feeling nervous about your upcoming wedding? You sound a little stressed." "Interesting," Vanessa informed her about me. "Actually, I'm phoning because our plans have changed. I have a pretty particular shot list for tomorrow, and I need to know if you're willing to capture some unexpected moments." "Of course. I take satisfaction in getting photos that other photographers miss. What did you have in mind?" "I need you to record everything that happens tomorrow. Everything. even if it appears improper or awkward, particularly if it appears incorrect or uncomfortable. Can you do that? There was a pause. Vanessa said that you might want some dramatic photos. She mentioned that you enjoy telling truthful stories. I'm completely on board. Should I bring additional memory cards? Vanessa had been planning this for a while, arranging for a buddy to capture my humiliation. Perfect. Bring everything you own. And Sophie, there may be some video components to tomorrow's event. Do you feel comfortable with live streaming? Absolutely. I do a lot of social media integrations. Will this appear on Instagram Stories or Facebook Live? Something like that. One more thing. I need you to keep this conversation between us. The surprise elements will not function if word spreads. Your secrets are safe with me. Vanessa always claimed you were more inventive than others gave you credit for. After I hung up, I sat there staring at my phone. Vanessa had been planning this humiliation for months, arranging for her photographer buddy to capture my breakdown. She presumably envisaged viral recordings of me sobbing at the altar, content that would stick with me forever. Then I made the hardest decision of all. Mrs. Ward, I responded when Ethan's mother answered the second call. This is Lauren. I want to tell you something essential concerning tomorrow's wedding. Patricia, Ethan's mother, had never liked Vanessa. She dubbed her, that manipulative little peacock, after Vanessa brazenly flirted with Ethan's married brother at our engagement party, including hair flipping and inappropriate touching while his wife was in the toilet. Mrs. Ward was a traditional Baptist, with strong beliefs about moral behavior and women who hurled themselves at taken men. What is wrong, my dear? She inquired instantly, picking up on my tone. You sound upset. I told her everything, about how they met, about the months of falsehoods, about how they planned to embarrass me at my own wedding and steal my funds, about the Portland apartment and the restaurant they intended to start with my money. The pause was so long that I assumed she'd hung up. I could hear her breathing, short and sharp, as if she was attempting to contain herself. Those sinful children, she eventually said quietly, her voice quivering with wrath. After everything you've done for that boy, after you supported him through culinary school, after you. When Ethan's father labeled him useless, he was especially harsh during family dinners, continually comparing Ethan to his prosperous older brother, who worked in finance. I had spent countless evenings rebuilding Ethan after his father had torn him down. Mrs. Ward, I have a plan, I explained, but I need your help. Sweetheart, tell me what you need. That boy has been destined for a fall his entire life, and Vanessa is the type of lady who will pull him straight to hell. Mrs. Ward has waited 30 years to replace someone like Vanessa. She grew up in a small southern village where women who stole other women's husbands were punished harshly and publicly. She recognized the importance of a good old-fashioned reckoning. I outlined my plan. Mrs. Ward listened and occasionally made approving sounds. Are you sure this is legal? She inquired when I had finished. Lucas is managing the technical aspects. Everything will be documented correctly, and legally, all I'm doing is allowing the truth to be revealed, at my own wedding. Good. Ethan must learn that his actions have consequences, and Vanessa must grasp that not everyone will just give her what she wants. There's one more thing, I explained. I need you to ensure that Ethan comes up tomorrow. If he tries to run or cancel, this will not work. Oh, he'll be there, Mrs. Ward stated coldly. I will make sure of it. That boy owes you an explanation, in front of everyone who has come to support your relationship. The least he could do is face the music. I awoke at 6 a.m. on my wedding day, feeling more tranquil than I have in months. My phone was already humming with texts, bridesmaids inquiring about timing, suppliers checking specifics, and relatives requesting directions to the chapel. Vanessa texted me at 6:15. Ethan told me everything. I'm very sorry, sis. I never intended for this to happen. Can we speak before the ceremony? I need to explain. I stared at the message for an entire minute. Even now she was lying, attempting to mislead me one more time, possibly convincing me to gently cancel everything and slink away as she and Ethan rode off into the sunset with my money. I replied, of course. See you at church. We will have plenty of time to discuss. She had no idea I spent the night perfecting every aspect for her special day. Lucas had texted me at 3 a.m. Package delivered. Everything is in place. You're going to adore the supplementary footage. Supplementary film meant he'd discovered more than I had anticipated. Vanessa and Ethan had undoubtedly been careless, believing they were safe after the ceremony was finished. My hair and makeup team arrived at 8 a.m. I kept the original appointments, informing them that there had been some adjustments, but that we would proceed as planned. Tara, my makeup artist, observed my calm mood. "You seem really zen for a bride," she commented as she applied my foundation. "Usually by now, brides are crying or yelling or both." "I'm exactly where I need to be," I said. Which was true. At 10 a.m., I arrived at St. Mary's Catholic Church wearing my bridal gown. The guests were already arriving. 200 people who had taken time off work, purchased gifts, reserved hotel rooms, and traveled from as far away as California to celebrate what they hoped would be my happily ever after. I saw Ethan's college roommates in the parking lot, laughing and fixing their ties. My nursing school friends gathered around the door, enjoying the flower arrangements I had spent months choosing. Vanessa waited in the bridal room, dressed in the sapphire bridesmaid dress I had purchased for $400. She appeared nervous for the first time in her life, messing with her hair and obsessively checking her mirror. When I went in, she leapt up, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. "Lauren, I need to explain." "No explanation needed," I remarked, gently fixing her hair. "You want Ethan, you can have him." Her face lit up with relief and victory, the same smile she used when she persuaded our parents to let her keep my bedroom when I left for college. "Really? Are you not mad?" "How can I be mad?" I smiled serenely. "You are my sister. If you believe Ethan is your soulmate, who am I to stand in the way of genuine love?" Vanessa absolutely sparkled. She'd gotten everything she wanted without facing any consequences, again. In her mind, I was the same pushover sister who always gave in when she wanted anything. "You're being so mature about this," she added, hugging me gently to prevent smudging our makeup. "I was worried you'd make a scene." "Me? Create a scene?" I laughed. "When have I ever caused a scene?" "Never," she replied swiftly. "You've always been quite sensible. That's why Ethan and I expected you to understand eventually." "There's only one minor change to the ceremony," I replied nonchalantly, helping her touch up her lipstick. "Since you two are so in love, I thought you should be the one to walk down the aisle today." Vanessa's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "I've arranged for you to marry Ethan instead, right now, in front of everyone." Her face lost its color. "Lauren, we can't just—" "Why not? You adore him, and he loves you. Everyone's already arrived. The flowers are paid for, the cake is ready, the photographer is set up, and I've arranged for a very unique documentation of your big day." I could see her thoughts racing. This was not how she had intended to kidnap my fiancé. She planned to do it slowly and deliberately, portraying herself as an innocent victim carried away by unexpected love. She wished to be the tragic heroine of a romance tale, not the homewrecker who ruined her sister's wedding. "But what are you going to tell everyone?" she inquired softly. "The truth," I replied simply. "That my sister and my fiancé found their soulmate in each other. That I'm stepping aside for true love. That everyone should witness the beginning of your beautiful life together." Vanessa realized she was stuck. If she refused, she'd come across as a manipulative homewrecker. If she accepted, she'd be married to Ethan before she could consider the ramifications. And walking back now would mean explaining to 200 guests why she couldn't marry the man she'd been having an affair with for months. "Where's Ethan?" she inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. "Get ready in the men's suite. He's very pleased to marry you, Vanessa." He continued saying that you are everything he has ever desired in a woman. It was a lie. Ethan had spent the morning texting me furiously, begging to talk, and swearing that everything was a mistake. He made 17 calls between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Before, I had banned his phone number. I forwarded all of his texts to Vanessa instead, with the following note. "Your groom seemed apprehensive. Perhaps you should soothe him." Vanessa stood at the back of St. Mary's in a hastily changed wedding dress borrowed from our cousin Hannah, who happened to be the same size and had brought her dress for photos. The assembly mumbled in uncertainty as Pastor Green approached the microphone. "Due to unexpected circumstances," Pastor Green carefully read from the script I'd given him, "we're celebrating the union of Ethan Ward and Vanessa Hayes today, instead of Lauren Hayes and Ethan Ward." The murmurs became louder. I sat in the front row, near to my parents, who were ashamed and perplexed. Dad continued whispering frantic inquiries, which I answered with calm smiles and vague statements about love finding a way. Vanessa's grin was brittle as she proceeded down the aisle toward Ethan, who stood at the altar looking like he was about to vomit. He kept looking at me urgently, perhaps hoping I'd halt this lunacy. The organist played Here Comes the Bride as the congregation witnessed the oddest wedding ceremony they'd ever seen. Sophie, the photographer, snapped away excitedly, exactly as I had ordered. She'd placed herself ideally to capture both Vanessa's fake smile and Ethan's obvious sadness. When Pastor Green asked if anyone was opposed to the union, I could feel 200 pairs of eyes on me. The hush lasted for what seemed like hours. I smiled calmly and offered a modest, supportive nod for the ritual to proceed. Ethan, Pastor Green asked, examining his notes, do you consider Vanessa to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live? Ethan looked at me once more, his eyes begging. I kept my tranquil expression. He had no option now. His mother was staring at him from the second row, and 200 guests were waiting for his response. Vanessa gripped his hands so firmly that her knuckles became white. I do, he croaked. Vanessa, do you consider Ethan to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to retain, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both live? Vanessa paused for a moment, possibly thinking that, for richer or poorer, would not work out as she had anticipated, but she lifted her chin proudly, giving the performance of her life. I do. You may kiss the bride. The kiss was awkward and fleeting, more like a peck than a passionate hug. Sophie got everything, including the wedding party's uncomfortable expressions and the guests' bewildered remarks. During the cocktail hour, I played the ideal gracious sister. I strolled through the gathering, explaining that love had simply taken a different road, that I was overjoyed to see my sister and Ethan together, and that sometimes the universe had other plans than ours. You're handling this so well, said Mrs. Liu, Ethan's elderly neighbor who had known him when he moved into the apartment above her flower store. Most women would be devastated. Vanessa and Ethan belong together, I replied, smiling serenely. I can see it now. Sometimes it takes a dramatic occasion to disclose the truth. Ethan's college mates appeared perplexed, but went along with it. Vanessa's sorority sisters felt thrilled with what they viewed as a romantic twist fit for a reality TV show. The older relatives spoke among themselves, evidently astonished but not wanting to create a disturbance. Vanessa and Ethan sat at the head table for supper, looking increasingly uncomfortable as reality struck in. They married each other without a prenup in front of everyone they knew. Ethan constantly checking his phone, most likely hunting for an escape route that did not exist. Vanessa kept her beautiful grin, but I could see terror developing in her eyes. The dinner was exactly what I had planned for my wedding to Ethan: salmon with lemon caper sauce, roasted veggies, and wild rice pilaf. The cake remained the three-tiered vanilla and raspberry masterpiece I had spent hours crafting with the baker. Even the flowers I chose, white roses and baby's breath, reminded me of my grandmother's garden. Everything was perfect for Vanessa's big day. That's when I stood up and revealed my wedding gift. Before we cut the cake, I said, striking my champagne glass with a silver knife, I have a special surprise for the happy couple. The room became quiet as the visitors focused their attention on me. Vanessa and Ethan looked perplexed, but hopeful, as if I was ready to deliver a tearful speech about stepping aside for true love. As most of you know, I said, Vanessa and Ethan's love story has been blossoming for a long time. I felt it would be great to share that journey with you all. The lights darkened, and a giant screen fell from the ceiling, the same one we had leased for a display of childhood memories and love moments. Lucas had positioned himself at a corner table, laptop open and ready to begin the presentation. Sophie has done an amazing job documenting their relationship, I added, nodding at the photographer who was still taking pictures. But today, I want to share some earlier footage that really captures the depth of their connection. The video begins with Vanessa and Ethan in bed together at his apartment, 3 months prior to the incident. Lucas's covert cameras had filmed everything in crystal clear high definition. The video showed them joking about how naive I was as they planned their strategy for breaking up with me after the wedding. Lauren's always been so trusting, Vanessa commented in the video while lying naked on my fiancé's bed. She has no idea we've been planning this since March. The room went completely silent. 200 shocked visitors took a collective breath in. Tell me again about the money, Ethan murmured on television, stroking his hands down Vanessa's body. 23,000. She had been saving for years. She won't be able to touch it until we get married and move to Portland. We'll have enough to open the restaurant and leave before she can do anything about it. The video continued, months of planning. While Vanessa tried on my wedding dress at his apartment, Ethan practiced his breakup speech. Vanessa calculated how much money they'd save by retaining all of the wedding vendors I'd already paid. Ethan mentioned how simple it would be to trick me into signing over power of attorney for the restaurant business. Vanessa was on the phone with someone a week ago, and she said, "Lauren's always been pathetic. She'll undoubtedly beg Ethan to take her back after the wedding, but we'll have already left. She lacks the courage to fight for anything." 200 guests stared in startled silence as the reality unfolded on the screen in painful detail. Ethan's mother rose up and left halfway through, her face contorted with disgust. My parents sat transfixed with fear. Vanessa's sorority sisters were shooting everything with their phones and most likely publishing it on social media. When the movie concluded, I stood up with the microphone, my face calm and pleasant. "Surprise," I exclaimed happily. "I thought everyone should know what kind of love story they were celebrating today." The room erupted. Guests began to stand and leave, with some throwing their napkins on their tables in disgust. Ethan's groomsmen seemed ready to fight him. Vanessa covered her face in her hands as her new mother-in-law's acquaintances walked by, grumbling about moral decay and the decline of family values. But I wasn't done. "One more gift," I said as turmoil erupted around us. Lucas rose from his corner table and nodded. Every phone in the room received the same text message, a link to a private website where the complete video was released, as well as screenshots of Ethan and Vanessa's text chats plotting my humiliation and their financial treachery. "Just so everyone can remember this special day," I added pleasantly. "The website has all of Lucas's footage from the past week, including some nice chats about how they want to disappear to Portland with my life savings. Vanessa, dear, you might want to examine your social media. I have already tagged everyone we know," Vanessa shouted as she looked at her phone. The video was being shared on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok quicker than she could erase notifications. Lucas had made it impossible to erase by uploading it to many platforms at once and sending it to every gossip blog and local news station in the city. "The hashtag is #our sisterly love," I added helpfully. "Feel free to share your thoughts." Ethan eventually found his voice, his cheeks flushed with humiliation and wrath. "Lauren, you are insane. We can have the marriage annulled." "Actually," I answered, bringing out a folder full of legal paperwork, "you can't. You're both over 18, mentally competent, and said 'I do' in front of 200 witnesses. In this state, consummation is not required for a legal marriage, and there is no evidence of force." Lucas assisted me in conducting in-depth legal study. "Congratulations. You're stuck with each other." "This is revenge pornography," Vanessa screamed, pointing to the television, where her naked image was still visible. "I will sue you." "Actually," Lucas announced, addressing the audience as if he were making a legal presentation, "everything was filmed in places where you had no expectation of privacy. Ethan's apartment building lease specifically includes the installation of surveillance cameras in communal areas in response to recent break-ins. The building management organization lawfully installed them after obtaining tenant authorization. Ethan signed the papers 3 months ago. Furthermore, the church ceremony was a public affair that you both agreed to have filmed. I've got the permits, consent documents, and legal opinions to prove it." Ethan grasped Vanessa's arm, knuckles white with rage. "We're leaving." "Good idea," I remarked pleasantly. "Your honeymoon room at the Hilton has already been paid for and is sadly non-refundable. The penthouse package includes champagne and rose petals. I figured you'd love the irony." Vanessa yelled at Ethan about ruining her life as they hurried through the kitchen to evade the irate guests and cameras who had begun to arrive following Lucas's social media post becoming viral. "This is entirely your fault," she screamed. "You called her stupid. You claimed she wouldn't fight back. You are the one who intended to steal her money," Ethan yelled back. "You said it'd be easy." Their voices faded as they vanished into the parking lot, leaving behind a room full of astonished guests, abandoned bridal gifts, and a 3-tier cake that would remain unfinished. The cleanup took 2 hours. Guests left in tiny groups, with several stopping to apologize to me for not detecting the deceit sooner. Ethan's college pals appeared especially embarrassed. They'd suspected something was wrong but hadn't said anything since they didn't want to get engaged in relationship drama. "We should have told you," remarked Tyler, Ethan's culinary school roommate. "Ethan has been acting strangely for months, canceling plans and lying about where he was going. We assumed he was simply stressed about the wedding." Mrs. Ward was the last to depart. She hugged me hard with tears in her eyes. "I'm so proud of you for standing up for yourself," she told me. "That boy got all he deserved. And Vanessa, well, she'll soon discover what kind of man she married." What do you mean? I asked. Ethan has always been selfish and weak. When things get rough, he flees. Vanessa believes she has won a fantastic treasure, but she will realize that she is married to a coward who will blame her for everything that goes wrong in their lives. The next morning, I awoke in my childhood bedroom for the first time in months, free of tension in my chest. My phone had hundreds of messages, but not the ones I was expecting. Friends and extended relatives were offering their support. They had long thought Vanessa was manipulative, but had never seen proof. The video highlighted trends they'd noticed but dismissed. The way she undermined other women, flirted with taken men, and constantly positioned herself as the victim while causing drama. I always knew something was off about Vanessa, my college roommate Melissa texted. Remember how she attempted to convince me you were gossiping about me behind my back? Now I realize she was only attempting to isolate you from your pals. After seeing the video, Ethan's restaurant investors pulled out, with $150,000 in pledged finance gone overnight. Vanessa's job, a conservative law practice specializing in family values, sacked her for moral turpitude and behavior according to the firm's Christian standards. Ryan, Ethan's brother, sent the sweetest message. Thank God you dodged that bullet. Ethan has been a selfish jerk since we were kids, and Vanessa is ideal for him. Two narcissists deserve one another. Mom has never been happy to be incorrect about someone. 3 months later, I received a text from Vanessa. I want a divorce. Ethan is a nightmare, and everyone considers us as parasites. Please help me. I'll repay the money. I took a screenshot and shared it on social media with the caption, "Some people never learn. P.S. What money? I never gave you money." The comments were savage. People who had seen the wedding video had shared it with their acquaintances, and it had spread well beyond our small neighborhood. Vanessa and Ethan had become internet famous as the worst people ever, and proof that karma exists. Vanessa and Ethan remained married a year later, not because they wanted to, but because neither could afford to hire a divorce lawyer. Their reputations and jobs were devastated. They had moved to 3 different states, but Lucas's video accompanied them wherever they went. Social media algorithms ensured that anyone who searched for their identities found the wedding video. Vanessa had to legally alter her name and was employed as a clerk at a petrol station in Wyoming. Ethan was washing dishes at a truck stop diner, his aspirations of owning a restaurant forever dashed. Every time they tried to restart, someone recognized them from the video. Meanwhile, I'd spent the year traveling, starting my own nursing consulting business, and rediscovering myself without Ethan's weight on my shoulders. The money I saved for his restaurant became the initial investment for my own business, which helps hospitals enhance their patient care practices. Last month I got engaged to Lucas, the cousin who had helped plan the perfect retribution. He recognized loyalty, creativity, and the value of sticking up for oneself. As we worked together to repair my life, our friendship inevitably evolved into something more. You know, I fell in love with you during the planning phase, he informed me as he proposed. Watching you take control of your life like that, it was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. Vanessa sent a furious congrats card to my parents' house that read, "Hope your marriage lasts longer than your capacity for forgiveness." I replied with a simple, "It will." I eventually learned to select those who pick me first. The wedding takes place next spring. Vanessa and Ethan aren't invited, but I'm sure they'll find a way to watch the video online. After all, Lucas has already pledged to broadcast the entire event under the hashtag #OurRealLove. The guest list contains everyone who attended the first wedding. They're all excited to celebrate a true love tale this time. Mrs. Ward will escort me down the aisle, as my father died last October. Even Ethan's college friends are coming, bringing their wives, eager to see the woman who exposed those cheaters. What is the best part? Every vendor from the original wedding has given their services for free, including the photographer, florist, and caterer. They all want to be a part of a genuine celebration after unwittingly participating in Vanessa and Ethan's lie. This time, the cake designer explained, we're making something sweet enough to wash away the bitter taste of last year's disaster. I could not agree more. After 18 months of work, my dad destroyed my thesis laptop hours before submission, saying I didn't deserve a future. But I earned highest honors. My name is Elise. I'm 24 years old, and my father slammed my laptop against my skull 2 days before my PhD thesis deadline. I had been working on the thesis for 18 months. My mother laughed in the corner as blood streamed down my temples. Dad stood over me, his face distorted with anger. What's your future? That's a joke, he spit. You don't deserve a future. You're just a leech. I never anticipated my educational journey would end this way. If you're watching, I grew up in Millbrook, a little industrial town where the factory whistle regulated life better than any clock. Our humble two-bedroom house located on the outskirts of town, its peeling paint a daily reminder of what my father termed having realistic priorities. My father, Victor Morgan, had worked at the steel mill for 27 years. His calloused hands and constant scowl were the consequence of what he proudly described as real work. In his opinion, education was a luxury for those who were too soft to work hard. Marion, Mom, worked part-time at the local cafe when she wasn't maintaining the house exactly as Dad desired. She learned early in their marriage that contradicting him resulted in days of quiet or heated confrontations. She gradually became his echo, confirming his beliefs in order to avoid becoming their target. She would occasionally join him in mocking my intellectual interests, her uneasy laughter serving as a screen against being the next target of his scorn. My older brother, Andrew, was the golden child. He dropped out of high school during his junior year to work alongside his father at the mill. "Now that is a real Morgan," Dad would say proudly at family gatherings, clasping Andrew's shoulder. "None of that book nonsense, just honest work." Andrew readily absorbed these lessons, mimicking Dad in both viewpoint and manner. By the age of 20, he had his own apartment and a stable paycheck, both of which my parents believed to be the pinnacles of success. Meanwhile, I quickly learned that I like learning. Words captivated me. Numbers had mysteries that I longed to uncover. Science projects in our kitchen would cause me to lose track of time until Dad stormed in and demanded that I stop wasting food on silliness. Mrs. Whitaker, my third-grade teacher, was the first to notice. "Elise has remarkable analytical skills," she informed my parents during a conference. They just attended because it was required. Dad glanced at the wall and Mom nodded nicely, both forgetting her remarks before we arrived at the parking lot. By 5th grade, I had won the district spelling bee. The local newspaper published a little piece featuring my photograph. I was happy, clutching my certificate, as my classmates' parents took photos. Mine never appeared. "Had to work overtime," Dad claimed. I subsequently overheard him telling Andrew that it was silly to celebrate learning how to spell phrases that a normal person could simply look up. In 7th grade, my scientific project on water quality in local streams received state distinction. The principal personally called home to deliver the news. Mom said, "That is nice," in the same tone she used to acknowledge the weather forecast. When I asked if they would drive me to the state competition 2 hours away, Dad laughed. "We aren't wasting gas just so you may play scientist. This will not put food on the table." High school became my refuge. I joined every academic club I could find, staying after school until the last possible moment before leaving for home. My English teacher, Mr. Callahan, loaned me books from his own library. "Your mind is exceptional, Elise," he once told me. "Do not let anyone dim your light." Miss Rivera, my math instructor, remained late to assist me prepare for advanced placement examinations. "College will open doors you cannot even imagine," she urged. When I became valedictorian, the principal personally invited my parents to the event. They did not attend. Dad had planned a fishing excursion with Andrew. Mom claimed to have a migraine. I presented my speech in front of a throng of strangers, fighting back tears while other students went to hug their ecstatic parents afterwards. I stood alone until Mr. Callahan appeared with a little wrapped gift. It was a journal with the inscription, "Your journey has just begun. The world requires your voice." That night, I made a secret pledge to myself. I would be the first Morgan to attend college. Not just any college, but the greatest one that will accept me. Education would be my escape from the limited future my family anticipated for me. Each rejection of my accomplishments just strengthened my resolve. Each disdainful word strengthened the basis of my resolve. I applied for scholarships in secret, utilized school computers to complete applications because we didn't have internet at home, and set up a special email address that my parents would never discover. To avoid receiving mail at our residence, I got a teacher to serve as my primary contact. While my peers shared their college acceptance letters with supportive families, I kept mine hidden under a loose floorboard beneath my bed, bringing them out at night to reread by flashlight. My fingertips tracing the embossed institution logos like treasure maps to another life. As my family celebrated my graduation, Dad simply remarked, "So, you start at the mill next week, correct?" When I finally mustered the nerve to inform them of my full scholarship to State University, the silence lasted 10 agonizing seconds until Dad slammed his plate against the wall. "Do you think you are too good for honest work? Is it too wonderful for your family? Books and theories do not nourish people, Elise. Real work works. Mom just gazed at her lap, and Andrew smiled and said, "Always knew you were weird." That night, I packed what little I had, knowing the bridge I was crossing was on fire behind me. Despite the terror twisting in my stomach, each item I packed into my luggage seemed like recovering a piece of myself they'd never completely recognized. My first day of college orientation seemed like I had stepped onto another planet. Families helped unload cars loaded with dorm supplies, with mothers fussing over bed layouts and fathers assembling furniture. I came alone on a Greyhound bus, carrying one suitcase and a backpack containing everything I possessed. The scholarship covered tuition and basic room and board, but not anything additional, such as spending money, a laptop, or extra clothes and supplies. "Are your parents arriving later?" Leah, my roommate, inquired as her mother organized their closet space, and her father set up a little fridge he had purchased as a surprise. "They had to work," I told a lie. The first of many over the next 4 years. The truth was too complex and terrible to communicate to these strangers, whose parents embraced them goodbye with tears and pleased grins. The first semester was the most difficult transition. Without a laptop, I spent hours in the computer lab typing papers while other students worked comfortably from home. The financial aid office assisted me in obtaining a work-study employment in the cafeteria, but the hours were limited and the income barely met basic needs. I got a second job waiting tables at a cafe near campus, working nights and weekends while attempting to maintain the GPA required for my scholarship. 3 weeks into October, my meticulously planned budget fell apart when I had strep throat. The doctor appointment and medication drained my modest cash. With nowhere else to go, I swallowed my pride and called home. Mom responded, her voice immediately guarded. "Is everything all right?" she inquired, implying, "Are you finally abandoning this college nonsense?" "I am a little short on money this month," I explained. "I got sick and had some medical bills. I was wondering if I could borrow $100 until my next paycheck." The hush lasted till Dad picked up the phone. "We already have money difficulties. Welcome to the real world, college lady. Maybe now you'll realize what actual responsibility feels like." He hung up without saying anything further. That night, I slept in my car for the first time, unable to pay for both my prescription and my share of the dorm expenses. Leah had family visiting, so I made excuses to stay with a buddy to avoid shame. I spent 2 weeks alternating between the back seat of my 15-year-old Honda and the 24-hour university library, showering in the gym before class. Nobody noticed. I became indistinguishable, just another exhausted student among thousands. By Thanksgiving, most students had gone home for the holiday. I took on extra shifts at the diner, earning double pay and huge tips from customers who felt sorry for the poor college girl working on a holiday. With those cash, I was able to get a small studio apartment off campus at a lower rate than the dorm. It was in a problematic area, but it was mine. Despite these challenges, I thrived academically. My lecturers recognized my hard ethic and intellectual interest. Dr. Patel, my introduction to psychology lecturer, was the first of many mentors who would help define my academic career. After I completed a report on the psychological effects of economic uncertainty on family dynamics, she invited me to stay after class. "This analysis shows remarkable insight," she told me. "Have you ever considered majoring in psychology?" That conversation paved the way for new opportunities. Psychology provided a framework for understanding my own experiences. As I studied family systems, attachment theory, and resilience characteristics, I noticed commonalities in my own childhood. Knowledge became more than just an escape. It was also a source of healing. By sophomore year, I'd established a rigorous but sustainable schedule that included morning classes, afternoon library study sessions, evening work shifts, and late-night homework. I survived on ramen noodles, free campus event food, and the rare lunch bought for me by a professor during academic discussions. To save money on my apartment utility bills, I learned to look for buildings with the finest heating in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. Junior year offered a research assistant employment that paid more than my previous service jobs. Professor Whitmore chose me above dozens of applications based on my academic performance. "Your perspective on socioeconomic factors in family psychology is unusually nuanced," he told me. "Most pupils my age had merely a theoretical comprehension of these topics, if only he knew how intimately I understood them. Each theory I examined shed light on another facet of my family's dynamics. Each academic paper I read helped me put words to experiences I had only felt before." By senior year, I discovered my academic passion, investigating how family settings influence scholastic attainment and psychological development. The irony was not lost on me that my own family had become my most important research. I graduated summa cum laude with departmental honors. Several professors pushed me to apply to graduate programs and provided wonderful recommendations. I felt vindicated when I received my graduate school acceptance letter, which included a teaching assistantship that would cover the majority of my fees. I had proven myself despite all odds. In a moment of optimism, I called home to share the news. Mom responded, sounding older than I remember. I got accepted into the graduate program at State, I added, attempting to keep the pride out of my voice. Full funding and a teaching position. Oh, she stopped. Okay, more school then. Elise, when do you plan to obtain a real job? Mom, this is a legitimate job. I'll be teaching and conducting research. Dad must have been listening on the extension because his voice abruptly cut in. So, the perpetual learner continues to postpone maturing. Some of us have had genuine jobs since we were 16, but I think that is beneath the professor wannabe. I ended the call shortly after, reminding myself of why I had limited communication with them in the first place. Nonetheless, some infantile part of me yearned for approval, recognition that what I had done was worthwhile. That hope now appeared as unrealistic as expecting water from a stone. With graduate school ahead, I needed to find affordable apartments close to university. However, the teaching stipend would barely cover the necessities. After calculating expenditures, I made a difficult decision. I'd rent a small flat in my hometown, 20 minutes from university. The rent was much lower than university area apartments, and I could make the drive. I told myself it was all about money, but maybe a part of me still craved the family connection I'd never had. Graduate school enhanced every aspect of academic life. The homework became more difficult, the expectations increased, and the rivalry grew fiercer. However, for the first time, I felt completely in my element. My college struggles had prepared me for this strain in ways that my more wealthy classmates were only starting to appreciate. My research narrowed down on family psychology, specifically the effect of parental attitudes toward education on children's academic achievement and self-esteem. Every study article I produced revolved around this issue, exploring it from various theoretical perspectives. My lecturers observed the exceptional depth of my analysis. Most students your age approach these topics theoretically, Dr. Halverson said about one of my articles. Your work shows a remarkably nuanced understanding of the lived experience. If only she understood how personal this research was to me. Every statistical correlation I examined mirrored events from my own childhood. Every case study contained echoes of my own experience. I was both the researcher and the subject, but I kept this fact disguised under academic terminology and scientific rigor. 3 months into the program, my meticulously managed budget crumbled when my automobile required substantial repairs. The teaching salary barely covered rent, utilities, and food, leaving nothing for emergencies. After exhausting all other possibilities, I grudgingly contacted my parents. I just need a place to stay for a month or two while I save for a new car, I said, hating the vulnerability in my voice. I can pay some rent, help with chores, and I will be at the university most days anyway. To my amazement, they agreed without much debate. Dad grumbled about coming back with your tail between your legs, but Mom appeared almost delighted to have me back home. Maybe, I stupidly assumed, time had eased their attitudes. Maybe my dedication may finally gain their appreciation. The first week went remarkably smoothly. I put up a modest workspace in my previous bedroom, which is currently primarily used for storage. I developed a practice of leaving early for university and returning late, limiting our connection time. Mom would periodically leave plates of food in the fridge with my name on them. Dad kept his opinion to a few muttered remarks about career students, but nothing directly aggressive. This tenuous peace enabled me to concentrate on drafting my thesis idea. My past study had naturally led me to this topic. Educational resilience in first-generation college students, family dynamics, and psychological coping mechanisms. My thesis committee warmly accepted it, citing its potential benefits to better understanding impediments to higher education access. Dr. Halverson consented to be my principal consultant, providing valuable assistance and support as I established my study technique. The initial research phase proceeded nicely. I conducted literature reviews, created survey items, and received Institutional Review Board approval for human subjects research. I organized interviews with 20 first-generation college students, carefully selecting individuals whose experiences would provide different perspectives on the topic I was researching. Each interview lasted 2 to 3 hours and provided valuable qualitative data that both verified and complicated my initial notion. As the workload increased, so did tensions at home. What started as subtle jabs turned into daily commentary on my obsession with schooling and concerns about when I'd join the real world. Dad was especially upset with my laptop, which represented everything he loathed about intellectual pursuits. "Staring at that screen all day will rot your brain," he would say, purposefully turning on the television at full power while I was working. "People who type for a living are just pretending to work," Mom repeated her usual pattern of passive reinforcement. "Your father just wants what is best for you," she would reply in response to particularly harsh statements. Perhaps a comfortable office job would be preferable to all this stress. Simpler. Simpler. As if I desired simplicity. As if I hadn't spent my entire life fighting for a simple escape. My brother Andrew began visiting more frequently. When I was immersed in thought, he would burst into my room without knocking, ask irrelevant questions, or remind me of family obligations I had allegedly neglected. Each interruption sapped vital time and mental energy as I battled to regain my concentration. Sleep became a luxury that I could rarely afford. I started working through the evenings when the house was quiet, getting a few hours of sleep in the early morning before traveling to university. The physical and emotional weariness mounted, but my determination only became greater. Every impediment they erected spurred my determination to complete my thesis, to demonstrate once and for all that their restricted perception of my worth was incorrect. 6 weeks before the submission deadline, Dr. Halverson evaluated my paper and provided important criticism that required significant adjustments. "Your analysis is solid," she said, "but you should rearrange your conclusions to better meet the theoretical framework. These links are inherent in your work, but they should be explicit." This setback was accompanied by technological troubles that corrupted some of my backup data. I missed several days of work, forcing me to piece together difficult statistical analyses from memory and scattered notes. The pressure increased as the deadline approached, with seemingly insurmountable problems. Every day, I felt the thesis slip further from completion. The night I overheard my parents discussing me in the kitchen was the tipping point. I came downstairs for coffee, hoping to remain up for another all-night writing session. Their voices came from around the corner. "She thinks she is so smart with all those books and big words," my dad said. "What use is a fancy degree if you still live with your parents at 24? At the age of 19, Andrew acquired his own place. "I worry about her," Mom said, not in defense but in agreement. "All this schooling, and for what? No husband, no children, just papers that no one will ever read. Waste of time and money," Dad concluded. "Should have gone to work after high school like a normal person." I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. The weight of them pressed down on me. I could almost feel each sentence embed itself further in my head. With newfound motivation, I worked for 20 hours straight, powered by coffee and wrath. The hours merged into one another, and the world beyond my screen vanished. My fingers glided across the keyboard with mechanical accuracy. By the time daylight broke, I had rebuilt the lost analysis and applied the majority of Dr. Halverson's recommended changes. My thesis was 90% complete. Only the final pieces remained, with 48 hours to submission. That morning, Dad increased his interference. He barged into my room every 30 minutes, making minor demands or comments. Each encroachment was like a hammer breaking glass, shattering my concentration. It took me longer and longer to collect my thoughts again. Mom joined in, but more subtly. She insisted on taking breaks to eat meals I didn't desire, or to help with domestic activities that couldn't wait. "Your thesis will still be there tomorrow," she responded dismissively when I mentioned the deadline. "Family comes first." The last 24 hours were a struggle of wills. I had retreated to the dining room table, which was the only place with enough space for my reference materials. My notes, research articles, and drafts were carefully organized. Dad purposely turned on the television in the next living room and switched to a sports station at full blast. The sound echoed through the walls. When I requested him to lower it, he went on a diatribe about ungrateful children. My house. My rules. I labored all night, finishing the last adjustments as sunlight began to shine through the curtains. Only formatting and one final proofread remained. The submission deadline was 12 o'clock. I felt fatigued, yet triumphant. I had surmounted every impediment they had set in my way. The thesis was excellent. It was truly fascinating work, with significant contributions to my field. For the first time in weeks, I let myself feel a flicker of pride. When Dad walked into the dining room, coffee mug in hand, everything changed forever. The morning of my thesis submission day began with deceiving tranquility. Birds chirped outside my window. Sunlight seeped through the poor blinds, creating faint patterns on the crowded floor. I'd been awake for over 36 hours straight, fueled by black coffee and pure willpower. My eyes burned from gazing at the screen, but a sense of satisfaction overcame the tiredness. Just a few more hours, I reminded myself. With just a few more hours and 18 months of work, my thesis would be complete. The home was peaceful. Too quiet. I tiptoed into the kitchen for my 5th coffee refill. The microwave's digital clock illuminated at 7:06 a.m. There were less than 5 hours left until the noon deadline. I only needed to finish the final proofread, arrange the references to academic standards, and create the submission package. If nothing goes wrong, I'll finish with plenty of time left over. My workspace was arranged on the dining room table. I had moved there the previous evening after Dad took over the living room for a loud basketball game. My references and notes were carefully arranged into piles, each representing a portion of my thesis. My laptop, an old model that I had bought second-hand with my teaching stipend, hummed steadily as it processed the enormous document. The first sign of problems occurred about 7:30 a.m. when Dad emerged from his bedroom. On his days off, he usually slept in until about 8 a.m. His early look immediately threw off alarms in my thoughts. He paused in the kitchen doorway, eyes narrowed as he examined my workspace. "Still playing student, I see," he said, his voice bearing that old dismissive tone. "Normal people are heading to work right about now." I bit back the response that had formed instantaneously in my head. "Just a few more hours," I reminded myself. "Do not engage. Don't give him an excuse." "Good morning, Dad," I responded, keeping my tone calm. "I'll be done shortly. My submission is due by noon." He grunted and moved to the coffee maker. Submission. A fancy name for homework. When I was your age, I already had a family. The words hung in the air like an outdated accusation. I'd heard them hundreds of times before. Today they scarcely registered. I went back to my screen. Mom appeared next, with her hair still in curlers. She pursed her lips as she studied the dining room table. "All these papers everywhere," she said. "We need to set the table for breakfast." "I just need a few more hours," I explained, trying not to sound desperate. "It's due today. It represents the conclusion of 2 years of study." "Work?" Dad sneered in the kitchen. "Typing is not working. Try hauling steel beams in 100-degree heat. That's work." Mom placed a hand on my shoulder. To anyone else, it may have been supportive, but I noticed the subtle pressure in her fingertips. "Surely you may take a quick break for family breakfast. We hardly see you anymore." The irony of this statement was nearly hilarious. For weeks they had complained about my presence, about my laptop, about my documents cluttering their area. Now, family togetherness was a priority, and it happened to be right when my deadline was approaching. "I really cannot stop right now," I stated firmly. "The formatting is extremely precise, and I need to concentrate." Dad appeared at the doorway, holding a coffee mug hard. "Your mom asked you to clear the table for breakfast. This was not a request." His speech had a deadly edge that I recognized from boyhood. That tone was always used before punishments and intense anger. Still, I could not give. Not today. Not with everything at stake. "I will eat later," I offered as a compromise. "You and Mom can use the kitchen counter. I just need to finish this." His face clouded. "Ungrateful. That is what schooling does. It makes children believe they are too good for family meals. Too vital to respect the house rules." Mom used her normal peacekeeping line. "Victor, please let her finish her school project. She can join us later." However, her statements lacked conviction. We all knew it. Dad slapped his mug down, spilling coffee over the rim. "Project, she is 24 years old and spends her time on school assignments, while actual grown-ups work." I tried to ignore his voice by focused solely on my screen. "Just keep working. Do not engage." Every minute of distraction was a minute lost, and the deadline was fixed. Andrew showed up unannounced at 9:30. His visits became disturbingly frequent during my thesis completion phase, always coinciding with periods of intense concentration. It was as if he had an internal radar that detected when I was in the midst of anything vital. The front door opened without a single knock. His booming voice filled the house immediately, breaking the fragile bubble of concentration I had been attempting to preserve. "Have a family breakfast." "Mom told me you were cooking, Dad," he said, dropping his keys loudly onto the counter so the sound echoed. He walked toward the dining room, peeking over my shoulder without asking. His gaze flickered to the TV. "Are you still writing that paper? I thought you'd be done by now." "Thesis," I corrected reflexively, my gaze fixed on the text. And yes, I am finishing it today. Andrew laughed briefly and dismissively. Thesis, paper, homework, whatever, same thing, right? He did not wait for a response. Hey, did I tell you about my promotion at the mill? He is currently the supervisor. Full benefits, pension. The works. Dad's face lit up instantaneously, a reaction I'd never seen in response to any of my accomplishments. That's my boy, he declared, beaming with pride. This is real job, real rewards. Enough of this degree nonsense that never ends. The contrast was nearly physically excruciating. My chest tightened, like if my father's words were pressing down on it. I had to physically stop myself from reacting by biting down on the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. I took a long breath, focusing my concentration back on my citations. I would not be baited. I would not give them the satisfaction of knowing their remarks were reaching me. The next 2 hours were a flurry of planned sabotage. Passive-aggressive comments, unnecessary noises, and thinly veiled hatred. Mom came into the dining room repeatedly, dusting surfaces that did not require cleaning. Dad turned up the television volume in the living room every 15 minutes until I could hear the commentators as if they were standing next to me. Andrew made loud phone conversations directly behind my chair, pacing just enough to brush against my workspace each time he moved by. By 11:30 my nerves had frayed to the breaking point, but the finish line was within sight. The thesis was formatted properly, citations are verified, abstractly polished, everything was ready. All that left was a final save and submission via the university site. I truly intended to make it. Despite everything. Despite them. That is when the internet connection failed. I looked at the error notice with astonishment. No link is available. I checked my phone. There is no service there either. With growing dread, I strolled into the living room, where Dad was sitting in front of the television, his streaming service running flawlessly, high-definition picture included. The internet is out in the dining room, I remarked, straining to maintain my voice. I need to submit my thesis in the next 30 minutes. Can you check the router? He kept his gaze fixed on the television. Internet's working fine for me. But it's not working on my laptop or phone, I said, dread creeping into my voice. Please, this is vital. I need to submit by noon. He turned slowly, his face unreadable. Funny how these emergencies always revolve around your schoolwork. Never seem to have technical difficulties when it comes to assisting your mother with tasks. The revelation came with chilling clarity. Have you done anything to the internet? A faint, contented smile pulled on the corner of his lips. My house. My internet. Perhaps I turned on parental restrictions. Perhaps the dining area is suddenly a computer-free zone. Blood raced to my face. My voice shook from the effort of restraint. I need to submit my thesis. This is my future, Dad. He laughed, and the sound was entirely devoid of humor. What's your future? That is a joke. He stood up and loomed over me. What future does unending schooling provide? Andrew has a house, a promotion, and a normal life. What have you got? A stack of papers that no one will read, plus student debt. Mom arrived in the doorway, drawn by the rising noises. Instead of intervening, she remained calmly, her presence an implicit confirmation of his actions. I need to get this submitted, I said as I moved for the router. I'll reset the connection myself. His hand shot out and bruised my arm. You don't touch anything in my house without permission. Let go of me, I muttered, pulling my arm away. This is insane. I only need internet access for 5 minutes. Your work? He scoffed. Do you mean your excuse for avoiding real responsibility? Your lofty education, which leads you to believe you are superior to us? Something inside of me cracked. This was never about my education. This has always been about your insecurities. You're threatened because I selected a different path. His expression turned into rage. You ungrateful little... I cut him off. I am not ungrateful. I'm ambitious. I am determined. And I will not allow you to damage my future because you do not comprehend it. I turned and headed into the dining room to get my laptop. If I had to drive to campus, I would. The 30-minute journey would probably make me late, but I had to try. I heard him follow, his big footsteps causing the floor to quiver. I reached for my laptop as soon as he entered. You think you're so much smarter than everyone, he continued, speaking dangerously quietly. So much better than your family because of your precious education. I did not respond. I was completely concentrated on obtaining my materials as rapidly as possible. Time was running out. Look at me when I'm talking to you, he said. I continued packing. I said, look at me. I turned, hugging my laptop against my chest like a shield. I need to go, we can discuss this later. There is nothing to talk about, he murmured, moving closer. You must learn respect. You need to understand your place. My place is not here, I said, the truth echoing through my own ears. It never was. Something changed in his gaze, a frightening spark. Later, I'd recognize it as the moment when his desire for control took precedence over everything else. In that moment, he was no longer my father, but rather a man who could not endure to be challenged. Your future, he said, his voice oddly calm. That is a joke. His hand shot out at my laptop. For a brief time I imagined he might simply take it away, hide it until the deadline passed, a petty punishment. But I couldn't have predicted what happened next. He yanked the laptop from my grasp with the force of decades of physical labor and ferocious wrath. Our gazes locked for just a fraction of a second. There was no pause in his voice, no moment of parental reconsideration, only hard, purposeful rage. The laptop then landed hard on the side of my head. The collision ripped through my skull like a bullet. Pain erupted instantly, white-hot and excruciating. The device's corner struck just above my right temple, and I felt the skin tear open. Warm wetness started running down my face. The punch knocked me backward till my shoulders smacked the wall. My vision clouded and darkened at the edges. Through the haze, I saw my laptop fall to the floor, the screen separating from the keyboard with a horrible snap of plastic and electronics. 18 months of work vanished in an instant. You don't deserve a future, Dad said, hovering over me as I slid down the wall. You are just a leech. The most shocking sound came next. Laughter. My mom's laughter. She stood at the doorway, high and scared, and watched. Not intervening. I am not calling for assistance. There is no evidence of maternal protection. Instead of assaulting his daughter, her husband simply laughed, as if he had delivered a little inappropriate joke. Victor, she finally replied, still giggling. That's enough now. Enough. Blood was already dripping into my eye. My thesis, graduate degree and future were all in pieces on the floor. And for my mother, this was simply enough. Dad loomed over me, chest heaving, as if astonished by his own deeds but not at all sorry. Clean yourself up, he said finally, and clean up this mess too. He turned and went away. Mom followed him like a shadow. The kitchen was filled with the mundane noises of coffee being poured and the refrigerator door opening and closing, as if nothing unusual had occurred. As if he hadn't just crossed an indelible border. I stayed on the floor for several minutes, stunned and immobile. The anguish in my head pounded with every heartbeat. When I finally touched my temple, my fingers turned scarlet with blood. The incision was deep enough that I'd probably require stitches. More immediately troubling were the nausea and dizziness, which are clear indicators of a suspected concussion. With shaky hands, I collected the broken parts of my laptop. The screen was supported by a single wire from the keyboard. The case was split, with plastic parts spread like shrapnel on the floor. I tried to press the power button. Nothing. Not even a glimmer of life. The machine that supported my entire academic career has died. Panic cut through the ache. I needed those files. There had to be some way. I stumbled to the restroom, grasping the counter to keep myself stable. The mirror revealed an inch-long cut over my right temple. Blood was still flowing freely. My eye had already begun to swell, indicating a huge bruise before morning. I pressed a clean washcloth against the area and applied pressure. The bathroom light was really bright. When I moved my head too quickly, the room whirled. I should have gone to the ER, but the thesis deadline loomed greater than my physical well-being. Noon. Less than an hour remained. I returned to the dining room, a washcloth placed to my head. Andrew was now sitting at the table, going through his phone as if nothing unusual had occurred. Dad really got you good, he said without looking up. Should have known better than to talk back. The casual way he recognized the assault, without condemnation, was nearly as unsettling as the crime itself. I need to get my thesis files off this laptop, I replied, ignoring his comment. Do you have a computer that I can use? I need to submit by noon. He laughed. Are you still anxious about homework since Dad pushed you to next week? Your priorities are off, sis. Please, I pleaded, hating the imploring tone in my voice. This is my graduation thesis, everything I have worked for. I only need to access the files. He shrugged. Sorry, I left my laptop at home. Besides, the stuff is toasted. There's no chance you'll get anything out of it. I knew he was correct. The destruction was devastating. Nonetheless, I had to try. With trembling hands, I gathered the broken pieces into my bag. Blood continued to flow through the washcloth, and there was no time to treat it properly. I needed to leave. Mom arrived at the doorway as I prepared to go. Where do you think you are going? She asked, as if I were a teen violating curfew rather than an ill adult. Go to the hospital, and then to campus, I said without glancing at her. I couldn't stomach seeing the woman who had laughed while I was bleeding. Your father is still upset, she explained, dropping her voice. Maybe you should wait for him to settle down. I apologize for provoking him. The folly of her suggestion struck me as a second blow. Apologize? For what? For seeking education? Are you expecting basic human respect? For having my skull split open by my father? Don't be dramatic, Elise, she groaned. It was simply a small dispute that escalated. Family disagreements occur. It wasn't a disagreement, Mom. This was an assault. Her expression stiffened. Now you're simply acting ridiculous. Your father will never. He just did. I pointed to my wounded head. Look at me. Check out what he did. She looked at my damage with chilly detachment. You'll probably need a few stitches. I can drive you to urgent care after lunch. After lunch? The remarks left a bad taste in my mouth. As if my deadline, career, and future were not fading by the second. I am leaving, I stated firmly, gathering my bags, and I am not coming back. Dad's words resounded from the living room. If you go out that door, do not bother returning back. Ungrateful children do not get second chances in this house. Mom's eyes implored and accused simultaneously. I see what you've started. Just apologize, and this will all be over. No more, I replied. Goodbye, Mom. You'll regret this, I heard her say. When your fancy education leaves you alone with no family, you'll regret choosing books over blood. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. With my broken laptop gripped to my breast and blood still pouring down my cheeks, I stepped into the dazzling sunlight of a future that had suddenly become disconnected from everything I'd labored for. The dizziness hit me strongly as I approached my car. Concussion symptoms worsened, making it difficult to focus. My phone said 11:40. No time to get to campus. There is no method to restore my files. There is no chance of extension without proof. But for the first time in my life, I had no plan, and surprisingly, no dread. I started the car and drove away from the house, which had served as both a jail and a battlefield for the previous 24 years. Whatever came next, I'd confront it without being weighed down by their toxic expectations. Blood might be thicker than water. However, it was never intended to be spilled by those who claim to love you. I drove aimlessly for 20 minutes, my mind clouded by agony and horror. Blood had poured through the washcloth, and the aching in my head got worse with each passing minute. Eventually, I arrived at Riverside Park, an empty public space on a weekday morning. I parked behind a shady oak tree and finally allowed myself to experience the full impact of what had occurred. The tears came quickly and violently. Great heaving sobs that appeared to come from some primordial place I'd kept hidden for years. I sobbed for the little child whose accomplishments were routinely disregarded. For the teen who secreted college acceptance letters as if they were contraband. For the PhD student whose own father ruined her work out of resentment and fear. Most of all, I sobbed for the daughter who had spent her entire life seeking acceptance from parents who were fundamentally incapable of providing it. My phone made a piercing ding, interrupting the collapse. Dr. Halverson sent an email to Elise at noon. The deadline is coming. Please validate the submission status. Reality struck back with devastating force. The thesis. The deadline. My entire academic future is hanging in the balance. I checked the time. 11:52. With 8 minutes left, I was sitting in a park with a head injury and a damaged laptop. It appeared hopeless. Then something changed inside me. A weird calm descended, displacing panic and despair. If my family taught me anything, it was to be resilient in the face of overwhelming circumstances. I'd spent my entire life conquering their challenges. This was only one more hurdle, perhaps the most severe. First and foremost, I found a clean tissue in my glove compartment and applied it to my still bleeding temple. Then I quickly responded to Dr. Halverson. Emergency situation. I'm heading to campus right now. Please advise on the late submission protocol. The response arrived almost instantly. What type of emergency? Are you okay? I paused before deciding that honesty was the only alternative. A physical injury necessitated medical attention. Laptop was destroyed. Cannot access thesis files. I will explain in person. I started the car and drove to campus gently to compensate for my dizziness. My phone was pinging again. Dr. Halverson had said, "Go to University Health Services immediately. I'll see you there. Don't worry about your thesis right now." Her care, which differed from my family's reaction, brought tears to my eyes. I followed her directions and carefully navigated to the University Health Center. By the time I arrived, blood had soaked through the tissue and was running down my cheeks again. The receptionist took one glance at me and instantly directed me to an examination room. Gallagher, a middle-aged nurse with caring eyes and efficient hands, treated my wound while asking soft questions about what had happened. I found myself telling her the plain truth. My father smashed my laptop against my head when I tried to submit my thesis. I said the words, which sounded strange even as I spoke them. Her hands paused for a time before returning to their work. "This injury is consistent with what you're describing," she explained carefully. "I'm going to chronicle everything thoroughly. The doctor will be here momentarily to see if you need stitches, and we will need to check you for concussion." "I have a thesis deadline," I said, or had. It was noon. "Your health comes first," Gallagher stated firmly. "Academic deadlines can be extended due to medical crises. This definitely qualifies." Dr. Halverson arrived as the doctor was examining me. She took one glance at my injury, and her professional demeanor wavered somewhat. "Oh my God, Elise," she exclaimed. "What happened?" The doctor, who had just confirmed I had a slight concussion requiring 4 sutures, looked up. "Are you her professor?" Dr. Halverson nodded. "Thesis advisor." "Your student has sustained a significant head injury," he said. "Concussion protocols need to be followed. No screens, limited cognitive strain for at least 48 hours. "Of course," she replied promptly. "The deadline has been completely waived. We can negotiate extensions after she has healed." While the doctor was preparing to patch my wound, Dr. Halverson grabbed a chair beside the examination table. "Elise, the nurse claimed that your laptop was used as a weapon. Can you explain what happened?" For the second time that day, I described the circumstances leading up to my injuries. Dr. Halverson listened without interrupting, her expression becoming more concerned. After I finished, she took a long breath. "First of all, your thesis has not been lost. You sent me a draft 2 days ago, remember? We have that version at least." In the midst of the chaos, I felt a rush of relief. I had forgotten about the email. "Second," she added, "the university has protocols for circumstances like these. What occurred to you is assault, and we must report it. The university police station is right next door. Would you be willing to communicate with them once your medical treatment has concluded?" I paused. Filing a police report against my own father appeared to be a one-way ticket. However, he had already crossed an irrevocable boundary by attacking me. "Yes," I concluded, "I will report it." The next several hours were a haze of medical operations and public declarations. The doctor patched my wound while outlining concussion treatment standards. A university police officer recorded my testimony, photographed my injury, and documented the damaged laptop as proof. The student services coordinator arranged me emergency temporary accommodation in a graduate apartment complex, as returning to my parents' house was clearly not an option. Throughout it all, Dr. Halverson stood by my side, advocating for me with various university departments. She assisted me in obtaining an emergency deadline extension for my thesis submission and arranging for IT assistance to attempt data recovery from my destroyed laptop. "The graduate school dean has approved a 2-week extension given the circumstances," she told me as we sat in the student services office. "And the IT department believes they may be able to recover your files from the hard drive, which seems intact despite the external damage." "I do not know how to thank you," I murmured, overcome by her kindness. "You do not need to thank me," she said firmly. "This is what academic communities are meant to do. Assist one another. What occurred to you is outrageous, and ensuring you can do your work despite it is the bare minimum we can provide." Her remarks hit a deep chord. Support, community, concepts so different to my family's experience that they appeared practically mythological. Yet here they were, providing actual assistance when I most needed it. By late afternoon, the immediate issue was resolved. My wound was treated, a police report was filed, temporary housing was provided, and academic arrangements were made. The IT department had grabbed my laptop and promised to try data recovery overnight. I was told to relax and follow concussion protocol, which included no reading or screen time for at least 24 hours. As Dr. Halverson led me to my temporary housing, she offered a question that caught me off guard. "Elise, is this the first time your father has used physical violence against you?" "Yes," I responded angrily. "The emotional abuse has been constant, but this was the first physical attack." She nodded carefully. "I suspected as much based on your research focus. Many family psychology scholars are drawn to the field because of personal experience." Her insight was frightening yet validating. "Is it so obvious?" "Only to someone familiar with the patterns," she informed me. "Your understanding of family dynamics has always been extraordinarily nuanced for someone your age." Now I understand why. We arrived at the apartment complex, and she assisted me in settling into the plain but pleasant emergency housing unit. Before leaving, she left a business card on the counter. "This is the contact information for the University Counseling Center," she told me. "They have crisis counselors on call 24 hours a day. Please consider phoning them. What you have gone through is distressing, and processing it with expert help might be useful." After she departed, I sat on the edge of the foreign bed, drained both physically and emotionally. The day's events were bizarre and intense, like something out of a dream. My head throbbed despite the pain medicine, and my thoughts kept returning to the moment when metal and plastic collided with bone, when blood poured down my face as my mother smiled. I took up Dr. Halverson's card and the phone. Some burdens were too enormous to bear alone. The next morning, a university IT worker knocked on my door, holding a small external hard disk. "We were able to recover most of your files," he explained. "Despite the laptop's damage, the hard disk remained amazingly intact. We've transferred everything to this external drive." I accepted it with trembling hands caused by a combination of medication, tiredness, and deep relief. "Thank you. You have no idea what this means." "Just doing my job," he said, smiling. "The tech department wishes you a speedy recovery." After he went, I connected the drive to the loaner laptop given by Student Services. There was my thesis, complete with the exception of the final few modifications I had made the morning of the incident. This was a miracle given what could have happened. Despite the concussion protocol's warning against screen time, I spent the next several hours finishing the final formatting and changes. My head ached, and my eyesight momentarily clouded, but resolve trumped physical discomfort. By late afternoon, I had submitted the completed thesis through the university's website. Moments later, the confirmation email arrived. The thesis had been received. Submission was recorded. Those 5 words meant victory over every impediment my family had thrown in my way. Despite their efforts to disrupt my studies, despite physical and emotional assault, property ruin and personal pain, I had succeeded. The thesis was submitted. The degree requirements would be completed. The future they said I didn't deserve remained mine to claim. As I closed the laptop, a powerful realization came over me. Instead of supporting me, the relatives who should have stood by my side attempted to ruin me. However, their hostility had molded the toughness that enabled me to overcome the harm they caused. The ultimate response to their hostility was not hatred or retribution, but accomplishment on my own terms. With that in mind, I called the university's legal office to inquire about seeking a restraining order. To remove any prospect of return, several bridges had to be burned down rather than simply crossed. My parents had made their decision. Now I was creating mine. The physical healing process began with 4 stitches above my right temple. The wound healed beautifully, leaving a little scar that would diminish but never totally disappear. In some ways, it seemed appropriate, a permanent visible reminder of the moment that severed my final link to my family of origin. The concussion symptoms lasted nearly 3 weeks. Headache, sensitivity to light, and occasional dizziness, but progressively faded as my brain healed from the blow. University Health Services followed my progress with weekly appointments, and the campus counseling facility became a fixture in my schedule, with twice-weekly sessions that helped me process not only the assault but also the years of emotional abuse that preceded it. My thesis defense was postponed by a month to allow for my rehabilitation. When the big day arrived, I stood in front of my committee with the confidence that comes from having survived the worst and still going on. The questions were hard but fair, and my solutions were clear and well-reasoned. At the end, Dr. Halverson declared what I had barely dared to hope for. Highest honors. A unanimous decision. Those remarks echoed in my thoughts as I strolled across campus later. Highest accolades. After all, I hadn't just succeeded, I had excelled. The approval was nice, but more essential was the internal knowledge that I had overcome enormous challenges, No external acknowledgement could compare to the strength I discovered within myself. The restraining order against my parents was obtained uncontested. They did not attend the court, instead issuing a brief statement through their lawyer alleging that I was always prone to hyperbole and attention-seeking conduct. The judge evaluated the medical evidence, police report, and images of my injury before ruling their answer, concerning in its dismissiveness of documented assault. The order was approved for the maximum term, with the option to extend it if needed. As spring gave way to summer, the university delivered some surprising news. The department has an opportunity for a research assistant post with a moderate pay and on-campus housing for the forthcoming academic year. Dr. Halverson suggested me. Your thesis has attracted the attention of several faculty members, she noted when we met to discuss the chance. The interplay of family dynamics, educational resilience, and first-generation student experiences is becoming more relevant to our institutional aims. We'd like you to continue and develop this research. The post would allow me to stay in the academic setting where I had found support and purpose, while also putting my independence on a stronger footing. I agreed immediately. 2 months after the assault, while I was settling into my new campus housing and research position, an unexpected visitor arrived at my office door. Andrew stood awkwardly in the corridor, appearing both defiant and uncertain. "Can we talk?" he inquired, his typical bluster noticeably lacking. I hesitated, my hand involuntarily reaching for the thin scar on my temple. "That depends on what you want to say." He flinched at the gesture. "I am not here to defend them," he replied immediately. "What Dad did was wrong. Really wrong." The admission startled me to stillness. Andrew had always been our father's echo, confirming every criticism and disdain of my decisions. "Mom and Dad told everyone you fell and hit your head on the table," he says. "But I noticed the broken laptop. I know what happened, and you are only now accepting it, 2 months later." He looked down. "I should have said something that day. Should have stopped him or aided you later." I realized the apology was implicit rather than direct, which was typical of my family's emotional constipation in communication. Nonetheless, it marked a considerable shift from our previous dynamic. "Why are you here, Andrew?" I asked directly. "I got you something," he explained, reaching inside his jacket pocket. He produced a tiny box and placed it on my desk. To replace what was broken. Inside was a brand new laptop that was far superior to the destroyed second-hand model. The gesture was both touching and insufficient, a tangible answer to a deeply rooted issue. "Thank you," I replied thoughtfully. "But a laptop does not fix what happened." "I know," he confessed. "Nothing actually solves it. Dad had crossed a line that day. Mom, too, had a reaction." He paused, appearing to struggle with his next words. "I've been thinking a lot about how they treated you compared to me, how they always made your accomplishments appear insignificant while applauding me for trivial matters. It was unfair." Andrew's recognition was seismic. He had benefited throughout his life from the unequal allocation of parental approval, recognizing it needed a level of self-reflection that I did not believe he was capable of. "No, it was not fair," I acknowledged. "But it shaped who I am, for better or worse." "Mostly better looks," he observed, looking around my university office with apparent adoration. "You made it despite them. Maybe even because of them, in some strange way." His insight startled me. Maybe he was more insightful than I gave him credit for. "Will you stay in touch?" he inquired as he prepared to depart. "Not with them. Only with me. I would like to know how you're doing." I seriously evaluated the request. Andrew had participated in the familial dynamic that resulted in violence, but he was also a product of that environment, fashioned by the same forces that had nearly destroyed me. "We can try," I said hesitantly. It was a little but substantial opening. The capacity to deliberately reconstruct family connections on my own terms gave me a new level of power. As my research position became more permanent, I started combining my personal experiences into outreach initiatives for first-generation college students from disadvantaged families. Without disclosing the exact trauma, I was able to connect with students who were suffering comparable challenges: parental rejection, a lack of support, and deliberate undermining of academic ambitions. Family resistance to your education often says more about their insecurities than your choices, I would tell these youngsters. Your pursuit of knowledge threatens the status quo, challenges their worldview, and sometimes highlights opportunities they never had, or choices they regret not making. This approach enabled many students to depersonalize their objections, viewing it as a systemic issue rather than a personal failure. The opportunity to use my unpleasant experiences to help others became the most unexpected gift of my trip. 1 year after the assault, I was invited to present my study at a national conference on educational equity. Standing at the stage in front of hundreds of educators and scholars, I felt a deep sense of validation. My father's attempt to discourage me had resulted in professional recognition, meaningful work, and a community that appreciated precisely what my family had discarded. Educational resilience is not just about academic persistence despite socioeconomic barriers, I explained during my presentation. It is also about retaining self-belief when those who should be your strongest supporters turn out to be your biggest impediments. For many first-generation students, the most significant accomplishment is not the degree itself, but the psychological stamina required to seek it in the face of deliberate discouragement from those whose praise they most crave. The subsequent standing ovation was gratifying, but the true prize came during the networking session that followed, when student after student approached me to express how my framework had helped them comprehend their own family dynamics. I had translated personal suffering into professional insight that could help others. There could be no greater victory over the story that my parents had attempted to impose. As for my parents, the distance I kept proved to be the healthiest option. Andrew's occasional updates suggested that they had not modified their stance, characterizing the assault as a misunderstanding and portraying themselves as victims of an ungrateful daughter. Their refusal to admit the truth of what transpired just proved the validity of my decision to stay away from them. The most profound realization came gradually, through both professional research and personal reflection. Their treatment of me had never been about me at all. My father's fury, my mother's enabling, and my brother's initial involvement were all the result of their own limitations, anxieties, and unrealized potential. Understanding this did not explain their actions, but it did relieve me of the burden of wondering what I could have done better to gain their acceptance. Nothing. The answer was nothing, because their condemnation was never based on my decisions or achievements. It was about how those accomplishments reflected back on them, about their own lives. My achievement became a mirror they couldn't bear to look at, so they attempted to break it instead. In breaking away, I discovered the freedom to define family on my own terms. Colleagues who helped me through a crisis, students who shared their comparable experiences, mentors who saw my potential when my parents did not. These individuals became my chosen family. Connected not by blood, but by mutual respect, shared beliefs, and genuine concern for one another's well-being. 2 years after the laptop incident, I stood in my new apartment, hanging a framed copy of my master's degree on the wall. The little scar on my temple had faded into a thin silver line that could only be seen if you knew where to look. Like so many other parts of that day, it had faded, but not vanished, blending into who I had become rather than defining me. My phone rang with a message from Dr. Halverson. The curriculum committee has approved your planned course on family dynamics and educational resilience for next. After 18 months of work, my dad destroyed my thesis laptop hours before submission, saying I didn't deserve a future. But I earned highest honors. My name is Elise. I'm 24 years old, and my father slammed my laptop against my skull 2 days before my PhD thesis deadline. I had been working on the thesis for 18 months. My mother laughed in the corner as blood streamed down my temples. Dad stood over me, his face distorted with anger. What's your future? That's a joke, he spit. You don't deserve a future. You're just a leech. I never anticipated my educational journey would end this way. If you're watching, I grew up in Millbrook, a little industrial town where the factory whistle regulated life better than any clock. Our humble 2-bedroom house located on the outskirts of town, its peeling paint a daily reminder of what my father termed having realistic priorities. My father, Victor Morgan, had worked at the steel mill for 27 years. His calloused hands and constant scowl were the consequence of what he proudly described as real work. In his opinion, education was a luxury for those who were too soft to work hard. Marion, Mom, worked part-time at the local cafe when she wasn't maintaining the house exactly as Dad desired. She learned early in their marriage that contradicting him resulted in days of quiet or heated confrontations. She gradually became his echo, confirming his beliefs in order to avoid becoming their target. She would occasionally join him in mocking my intellectual interests, her uneasy laughter serving as a screen against being the next target of his scorn. My older brother, Andrew, was the golden child. He dropped out of high school during his junior year to work alongside his father at the mill. Now that is a real Morgan, Dad would say proudly at family gatherings, clasping Andrew's shoulder. None of that book nonsense, just honest work. Andrew readily absorbed these lessons, mimicking Dad in both viewpoint and manner. By the age of 20, he had his own apartment and a stable paycheck, both of which my parents believed to be the pinnacles of success. Meanwhile, I quickly learned that I like learning. Words captivated me. Numbers had mysteries that I longed to uncover. Science projects in our kitchen would cause me to lose track of time until Dad stormed in and demanded that I stop wasting food on silliness. Mrs. Whitaker, my third-grade teacher, was the first to notice. "Elise has remarkable analytical skills," she informed my parents during a conference. They just attended because it was required. Dad glanced at the wall, and Mom nodded nicely, both forgetting her remarks before we arrived at the parking lot. My sister's complaint ended my scholarship and exposed my coach's drug scheme. Now I'm planning revenge that could ruin her new life. I'm Ethan, a 19-year-old guy, and my 16-year-old sister Sophie absolutely wrecked everything our family had worked for over the last decade, and I don't think I'll ever forgive her for what she did. Let me start with some background. Our family has participated in competitive swimming for as long as I can remember. My father, Martin, 52, was a semi-professional swimmer in college until suffering a shoulder injury that halted his career. My mother, Clara, 49, worked as a swim instructor at the local community center for 15 years before taking on full-time responsibility for my career. They gave everything they had to make me successful. I started swimming competitively when I was 8 years old. By the age of 12, I was breaking area records. At 14, I qualified for the Junior Nationals. Last year, I was accepted by 3 Division I universities on full scholarships. I chose Northwestern because they have one of the greatest aquatic programs in the country, as well as an excellent alumni network in sports management. Sophie began swimming around the same time I did, but she never possessed the same natural skill. She was good enough for varsity at our high school, but she wasn't scholarship material. Our parents tried to encourage her, but they recognized where her true potential was. They dedicated the majority of their time and resources to my training, coaching, equipment, and competition-related travel expenses. Sophie was able to participate in local meets and had access to the same trainers, but the emphasis was obviously on my professional development. The problem with competitive swimming is that it's more than simply being fast in the water. There's an entire culture surrounding it, particularly at the elite level. The training is tough. The pressure is unrelenting, and you must make difficult choices about how far you are willing to go to win. Ryan Carter, my 41-year-old male coach, understood this better than anyone. He'd been coaching Olympic swimmers for almost 20 years, so he knew what it takes to compete at the greatest level. Ryan believed that mental toughness was equally vital to physical conditioning. He would put us through activities designed to tear down our psychological boundaries. This sometimes entailed training in painful conditions. Sometimes it meant going beyond what we thought were our boundaries. And sometimes it required coping with uncomfortable situations. Ryan began working more closely with me around 2 years ago on what he called advanced conditioning techniques. These weren't just about swimming faster or growing strength. They were about creating the mental toughness that distinguishes excellent swimmers from great ones. The training intensified, but the benefits were undeniable. My times dropped substantially, and college scouts took note. Sophie was also in Ryan's program, but she trained alongside the other high school swimmers. She did not engage in the advanced conditioning sessions since Ryan stated that she was not prepared for that level of training. My parents agreed with this evaluation, as did I. Sophie had always been more sensitive than me, and advanced training necessitated a level of mental toughness that I was not sure she possessed. The problem began approximately 6 months ago. Sophie started asking questions regarding my training sessions with Ryan. She wanted to know why I was staying late after normal practice, why I went to his house on weekends for extra coaching, and why she wasn't invited to these sessions. I tried to explain that the training was specifically tailored for swimmers of my level, but she persisted. My parents and Sophie had multiple conversations about this. They emphasized that different swimmers require different forms of coaching, and Ryan's advanced program was only for individuals competing on a national level. Sophie appeared to accept the explanation, but I could tell she was still upset by it. Things worsened when Sophie started dating Liam, a 17-year-old male from her chemistry class. Liam was not a swimmer and held strong views about competitive sports. He kept telling Sophie that our family relationships were problematic, that our parents played favorites, and that my secret training sessions with Ryan were suspect. Liam began showing up at our swim events and asking pointed questions about the program. He would make comments about how much time I spent alone with Ryan, so he began researching Ryan's background online. He discovered that Ryan had been involved in some sort of scandal at his last coaching post, though the specifics were never revealed and no charges were ever filed. Sophie started spending more time with Liam and less time in the pool. She began missing practices and turning up late for team meetings. When my parents challenged her about her waning dedication, she accused them of only being concerned about my achievement. She claimed they had never supported her swimming career in the same way they had mine, and they were unaware of what was really going on in Ryan's program. The problem came to a head 3 weeks ago. Sophie had been acting strangely for some days, missing family dinners and spending the majority of her time in her room or out with Liam. My parents were becoming dissatisfied with her attitude, and there had been frequent disagreements regarding her responsibilities to the team. On a Tuesday evening, I returned home from one of my advanced training sessions with Ryan. These sessions typically lasted 3 hours and included intense physical fitness, mental preparation exercises, and technical development. I was exhausted and went directly to my room to shower and prepare for bed. Around an hour later, I heard shouts from downstairs. Sophie was disputing with our parents about something, and her voice became increasingly aggressive. I could hear my mother attempting to calm her down, but Sophie insisted that she couldn't keep quiet any longer, and that someone needed to know the truth. I walked downstairs to see what was going on. Sophie was standing in the living room, holding her phone, while my parents tried to persuade her to sit down and chat calmly. When she saw me, she pointed at me and began ranting about how I was a victim and that our parents were allowing something terrible to happen. My father asked Sophie what she was talking about, and she said that she had been documenting things for weeks. She took out her phone and showed them photographs of text messages between Ryan and me. The texts were about training schedules and technique adjustments, but Sophie saw them as evidence of something wrong. She also had images of Ryan's house, which she had snapped while following me there for weekend training sessions. She claimed that the fact that I was traveling to his house alone was evidence that something was wrong, despite the fact that these sessions were common procedure for competitive swimmers and that our parents were well aware of them. My mother tried to explain that Sophie was misinterpreting the issue, but Sophie insisted she had already made up her mind. She informed us that she had spoken with someone from the State Athletic Commission and had filed a formal complaint against Ryan's coaching practices and the framework of his training program. At this moment, my father lost his fury and warned Sophie that she was risking my entire future because of her jealousy and misunderstanding. He claimed she was being duped by Liam, who didn't understand competitive swimming and was flooding her mind with questionable thoughts. Sophie stated that she didn't care about my swimming career if it meant remaining silent about what she thought was going on. She claimed she had an obligation to speak out, regardless of the implications for me or our family. The next morning, I awoke to see my parents loading my possessions into luggage. They informed me that Sophie had carried out her threat, and that Ryan's initiative would be investigated. They told me I needed to go reside with my Uncle Robert, a 47-year-old male, in another state until the problem was settled. My mother was crying as she helped me pack. She kept repeating that Sophie had wrecked all we had worked for, and that my college scholarship would most likely be cancelled once the probe became public. My father was mainly silent, but I could tell he was angry. They drove me to the airport on the same day. Before I departed, my father informed me that Sophie was no longer welcome in their home and that they were investigating legal alternatives to deal with the damage she had done to my reputation and profession. I've been staying with my uncle for the past 3 weeks. He's been helpful, but he doesn't understand competitive swimming, so it's difficult to express the whole extent of what Sophie has done. My college coach contacted last week to let me know that Northwestern is reconsidering my scholarship offer awaiting the conclusion of the investigation. Ryan's program has been temporarily suspended, and the scandal has impacted the college prospects of numerous other swimmers on our team. The local swimming community is divided, with some backing Ryan and others believing that Sophie was correct to speak up. My parents have been keeping me informed on the situation back home. Sophie appears to continue live with Liam's family and has been cooperating with investigators. She has given them access to all of her documents and lengthy remarks about her issues with Ryan's coaching practices. What upsets me the most about this whole affair is that Sophie never approached me directly with her concerns. If she had any questions about my training or suspected something inappropriate was going on, she could have asked me. Instead, she acted behind everyone's back, making assumptions based on inadequate facts. I understand that she may have felt excluded or jealous of the attention I was receiving, but damaging my profession and our family's reputation was not the appropriate way to deal with those sentiments. Our parents made significant sacrifices to support my swimming, and Sophie understood how important it was to all of us. Now I'm in limbo, unsure whether I'll be able to return to competitive swimming or if my college ambitions are utterly shattered. My relationship with Sophie is probably gone, and my parents are considering disowning her totally. I'm just not sure how she could do this to our family. We've always been close, and I believed she supported my swimming career even if she wasn't as successful herself. Discovering that she's been surreptitiously documenting events and constructing a case against Ryan seems like a betrayal. Has anyone else experienced a family member destroying their job or future? I'm not sure how to proceed from here, or if there is any way to undo the harm that has been done. Update 1. I never imagined I'd be back here so soon, but things have become far worse than I anticipated. Sophie's inquiry has entirely blown out of hand, and new information is emerging that I did not expect. First, let me update you on what happened shortly following my first article. I was still staying with my Uncle Robert when the State Athletic Commission finished its preliminary inquiry of Ryan's coaching program. They interviewed Sophie and several other swimmers from our squad, as well as reviewing all of the paperwork she submitted. What they discovered appeared to be far more problematic than simply inadequate teaching practices. The investigators determined that Ryan had been giving numerous swimmers, including myself, substances that were not properly disclosed to our parents or the athletic commission. These weren't just protein powders or typical sports nutrition items. They were forbidden substances in competitive swimming. Ryan had described these as cutting-edge recovery supplements that would allow us to train harder and recover faster. He claimed they were entirely legal and that several Olympic swimmers used identical products. He made us pledge not to discuss the supplements with our parents or other coaches, since he claimed the compositions were unique and he didn't want other programs to mimic his methods. I'd been taking these vitamins for over 18 months without questioning them. Ryan would deliver them to me during our private training sessions, and I absolutely trusted his knowledge. The vitamins appeared to be effective because my performance improved considerably throughout this time, and I felt more energized and focused while training. When the investigators evaluated samples of these supplements, they discovered many compounds banned by both the NCAA and international swimming bodies. Some of these chemicals can cause major health concerns with long-term usage, and all would have resulted in instant exclusion from competition if discovered during drug testing. The hardest aspect was that I had no notion I was using prohibited substances. Ryan had convinced me that everything he was providing was legal and safe. When the investigators described what was in the supplements, I knew that my better performance over the previous year and a half was primarily attributable to performance-enhancing medications. This means that every record I established, every scholarship offer I received, and every accomplishment I achieved during this time was tainted by chemicals I had no idea I was using. The NCAA promptly terminated my eligibility for collegiate swimming, and Northwestern formally rescinded its scholarship offer. But that isn't the worst aspect about this upgrade. 3 days after the supplement disclosure, Liam called me directly. I was astonished to hear from him because we had never gotten along, and I imagined he was calling to brag about Sophie being proven correct. Instead, Liam told me something that completely transformed my perspective on the entire scenario. He claimed that Sophie had not actually launched the probe into Ryan's program. According to Liam, Sophie told him months ago that she was concerned about my training but was scared to say anything since she didn't want to jeopardize my profession or upset our parents. Liam claimed he was the one who urged Sophie to chronicle what she was seeing, and he was the one who looked into Ryan's background and discovered the previous controversy at his former coaching post. More importantly, Liam was the one to call the State Sports Commission and file the original complaint. Sophie apparently urged Liam not to submit the complaint, but Liam told her that he couldn't stand by and watch what he thought was happening to me. He explained that Sophie was divided between wanting to protect me and not wanting to ruin my swimming career, so Liam made the decision for her. When Liam filed the complaint, he utilized Sophie's documentation and submitted it in her name because he believed the complaint would be taken more seriously if it came from a family member rather than Sophie's boyfriend, who was not a swimmer. Sophie had reluctantly agreed to his proposal, but Liam said she never intended to be the public face of the complaint. She had hoped that the inquiry would be completed quietly, and that if Ryan was exonerated of guilt, the whole matter would be shelved without any impact on my career. This discovery significantly impacted my perspective on Sophie's actions. She hadn't betrayed our family out of envy or hate. Rather, she was trying to protect me while simultaneously preserving my swimming career. Liam had twisted the circumstances so that it appeared Sophie was leading the probe. I immediately called Sophie to confront her with what Liam had told me. We hadn't spoken since the night she argued with our parents, and I wasn't sure if she'd answer my call. When she responded, she began crying before I could say anything. Sophie verified Liam's version of events. She stated that she had been concerned about my training for months, particularly after noticing changes in my behavior and physical appearance that she suspected were due to the supplements Ryan was providing me. She had tried to raise her concerns with our parents, but they disregarded them as envy. She told me she never wanted to file a complaint against Ryan, but Liam persuaded her that I was in danger and that someone needed to step in. When Liam filed the complaint in her name, Sophie felt compelled to publicly support it, despite her fear of the implications for our family. Sophie frequently apologized for not contacting me directly with her worries. She stated she was terrified I wouldn't trust her, and she was concerned Ryan had persuaded me to keep secrets from our family. She stated that she had no intention of making the probe public or affecting my scholarship. After speaking with Sophie, I realized that our parents had responded to the incident without fully knowing the circumstances. They imagined Sophie was acting out of jealousy and spite, while in fact she was attempting to shield me from something she truly believed was dangerous. I called my folks to tell them about my conversation with Liam and Sophie. My father was angry with Liam for manipulating the issue, but my mother was curious as to why Sophie had not felt safe approaching them with her concerns. My parents drove to Liam's house the same day to confront Sophie and hear her side of the tale. According to Sophie, they had a lengthy talk during which she expressed how alienated she had felt from our family and how concerned she had been about my training with Ryan. My mother stated that they had been so preoccupied with my swimming career that they had failed to address Sophie's worries or make her feel as if her thoughts were valued. My father said that they had ignored Sophie's concerns too quickly and that they should have examined them instead of presuming she was acting out of envy. Sophie agreed to return home, but the harm to our family bonds had already occurred. The investigation revealed that Ryan had been administering prohibited chemicals to many swimmers without their knowledge, and several families were now dealing with the fallout from their children's tainted achievements. The local swimming community was in disarray. Parents were outraged by the supplements, swimmers were distraught by their destroyed careers, and there were suspicions that Ryan could face criminal charges for giving illegal chemicals to youngsters without sufficient medical supervision. My personal situation remained unaltered. Even though I realized Sophie was trying to protect me, my swimming career was over. The pills had irreversibly tarnished my eligibility for college competition, forcing me to take a completely new road forward. The most difficult thing was recognizing that my better performance over the previous year and a half was not the result of my own hard effort and inherent skill. I had been unintentionally cheating, and whatever accomplishment I was proud of during that time was practically pointless. Sophie and I were gradually mending our relationship, but things with our parents remained tricky. They were torn between guilt about disregarding Sophie's worries and fury over the demise of my swimming career. Our family relations had been utterly upended, and neither of us knew how to proceed. The inquiry was still underway, and there were speculations that Ryan could face more serious charges. Several other families were contemplating legal action, and the State Sports Commission was investigating all of Ryan's former swimmers to establish the scope of the supplement scheme. I was still staying with my uncle while we discussed our future moves, but I knew I would eventually have to come home and confront the reality of my predicament. My aspirations of swimming in college were shattered, and I needed to reassess my entire future. Update 2. The matter has taken another dramatic turn, and I'm not sure our family will ever recover from what we've discovered over the last month and a half. The examination into Ryan's teaching program has revealed details that go much beyond the supplement issue I mentioned in my previous post. After the illicit chemicals were discovered, the State Athletic Commission broadened their inquiry to include Ryan's whole coaching career and business dealings. What they discovered stunned everyone in our swimming community and had legal ramifications that none of us anticipated. Ryan had been running what authorities describe as a systematic fraud scam involving many swimmers and their families for the past 5 years. The pills were only one component of a much wider scheme that included forged training records, manipulated competition results, and financial fraud. Ryan had been charging families a premium for his advanced coaching program, saying that he had connections with Olympic training facilities and college scouts who would promise athletic scholarships to swimmers who exceeded specific performance thresholds. He provided families with elaborate training plans and progress reports that made it appear that their children were making outstanding development. What families didn't realize was that Ryan was changing training data and competition statistics to make swimmers appear more successful than they were. He would report phony times to college scouts, make fake training videos of swimmers performing better than they could, and even bribe officials at smaller contests to record inaccurate results. The illegal substances were part of this scam because they allowed swimmers to briefly achieve the performance levels Ryan claimed they had attained naturally. When swimmers raced at higher-level competitions where drug testing was more common, Ryan would modify their supplement regimens or find ways to escape testing entirely. My parents had paid Ryan more than $40,000 for my advanced coaching program over the previous 3 years. This included training fees, competition travel expenditures, and equipment payments, all of which Ryan said were required for high-level training. Other families had paid comparable amounts, and detectives estimate Ryan received more than $500,000 from families in our region alone. The most distressing revelation was that Ryan had been actively targeting families like ours, parents with unfulfilled athletic goals who were willing to invest extensively in their children's athletic careers. He would discover swimmers with innate talent and persuade their parents that with the correct coaching and financial support, their children might earn athletic scholarships and possibly Olympic success. Ryan appeared to be quite effective at understanding family dynamics and capitalizing on parents' competitive drive when it came to their children's athletic success. He would instill artificial competition among swimmers and their families, motivating parents to invest more money and time to keep their children ahead of the other swimmers in the program. This explains why our family ties have become so strained in recent years. Ryan had been gradually persuading my parents to devote more resources to my training while making them believe Sophie was not dedicated enough to justify the same amount of effort. He had effectively leveraged our family's competitive dynamics to get more money and power. Investigators questioned other families in Ryan's program and discovered similar patterns of dysfunction and financial distress. Parents had taken out loans, depleted college savings accounts, and even refinanced their homes to pay for Ryan's coaching program. Several families faced major financial troubles as a result of their investments in what turned out to be a fraudulent operation. The emotional impact on the swimmers has been severe. Aside from me, there were 12 other swimmers who had been using the illegal supplements without their awareness. All of these swimmers have lost their college sports eligibility, and several had already enrolled in institutions on swimming scholarships that have since been withdrawn. 3 swimmers from Ryan's program had already begun their freshman year of college when the probe conclusions were released. They were promptly suspended from their respective teams, and their scholarships were withdrawn. 2 of them had to drop out of school completely because they couldn't afford tuition without their athletic scholarships. Sophie has been plagued with intense remorse about her involvement in revealing Ryan's scheme, despite the fact that she eventually saved myself and other swimmers from years of further mistreatment. She continues repeating she wishes she had spoken up sooner, but she also worries that if she hadn't acted so quickly, additional families would have been dragged into Ryan's plan. Our parents have been battling with personal shame and financial difficulties. Aside from losing the money they put in Ryan's program, they must also confront the fact that they grew so preoccupied with my swimming career that they disregarded Sophie and harmed our family connections. They have been attending counseling sessions to focus on their parenting style and relationship concerns. The financial impact on our family has been substantial. My parents had planned to utilize some of their retirement assets to augment my college fees, even though I had a full scholarship, but they now need to reassess their financial strategy. They are also considering filing a class action lawsuit against Ryan to recoup some of the money they spent for his coaching program. Ryan was arrested 6 weeks ago on allegations of fraud, distributing prohibited narcotics to minors, and conspiracy. His coaching license has been permanently withdrawn, and he faces several years in prison if convicted of all counts. His assets have been frozen as detectives work to recoup funds for the families he deceived. The ripple effects on our local swimming community have been massive. The facility where Ryan conducted his program has lost the majority of its membership, and several other coaches have been investigated to ensure they are not participating in similar schemes. Parents are becoming increasingly wary of premium coaching programs, demanding greater transparency regarding training techniques and expenses. For me, the last 2 weeks have been spent realizing that my entire athletic identity was constructed on lies and deceit. The swimmer I believed I was does not exist, and the accomplishments I was proud of were the product of prohibited chemicals and falsified competition results. I've started taking classes at a nearby community college to figure out where I want my life to go. It's been difficult to adjust to being an ordinary student rather than an exceptional athlete, but I'm discovering new interests and abilities that I never had time to pursue when my entire life focused around swimming. Sophie and I have started spending more time together, and our connection has gradually improved. She's been assisting me with researching job alternatives and college programs that would be a suitable fit for my current abilities and interests. She's also been really kind with me as I process my anger and disappointment with the situation. The hardest aspect is that I still like swimming, but I am unable to engage in competitive swimming due to my permanently contaminated eligibility status. I've been swimming recreationally at the community center, but it's a very different feeling when you're not practicing for competitions or aiming for certain performance goals. Our family is still attempting to restore trust and communication, but it is a slow process. We are all dealing with the fallout from Ryan's deception and attempting to figure out how to move forward. The counseling sessions have been beneficial, but there is still a lot of damage to be repaired in terms of our relationships and personal self-esteem. Sophie has decided to give up competitive swimming entirely. She claims that the entire experience has caused her to lose interest in the sport, and she wants to focus on other activities that do not involve the same level of competition and possibility for exploitation. She's been experimenting with photography and journalism, which was influenced in part by her research documentation. Ryan's criminal trial has yet to begin, and it will very likely take several months. Meanwhile, detectives continue to review his papers and interview family members to uncover the entire extent of his fraudulent operations. Additional charges may be made when new evidence becomes available. Civil actions against Ryan and his coaching program are now underway, but lawyers have told families that even if we win, Ryan's assets may not be sufficient to completely recompense everyone who was duped. Many families may never recover the money they put into his scheme. Update 3. It's been over 9 months since the scenario began, and I wanted to share a final update on how things have turned out. Ryan's criminal trial ended last month, and while there was some sense of justice, the fallout for our family and the other families involved has been mixed. Ryan was convicted of the majority of the counts brought against him, including fraud, distribution of banned narcotics to minors, and conspiracy. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison and forced to pay compensation to the cheated families. However, the restitution amount was far lower than what families actually lost, because Ryan had already spent the majority of the money he earned from his coaching program. Our family received approximately $6,000 from the restitution fund, a fraction of what my parents had given Ryan throughout the years. The class action lawsuit is still proceeding, but lawyers do not expect families to receive any extra compensation because Ryan's assets were restricted. The most significant breakthrough for me was learning that 3 institutions were willing to consider awarding me academic scholarships based on my grades and standardized test scores. Because I was so focused on swimming, I never truly considered furthering my education based on intellectual quality, rather than physical skill. I accepted an academic scholarship to a state university about 3 hours away. The scholarship does not cover all of my expenditures, as a full athletic scholarship would. But when combined with financial aid and a part-time work, I may attend college without placing a pressure on my parents' finances. I'm studying in sports administration with a concentration in business ethics. My encounter with Ryan's bogus scheme piqued my curiosity in learning how sporting organizations may better protect young athletes from exploitation. I hope to eventually work in compliance or supervision roles for sports groups. Sophie began her senior year of high school in the autumn and has already moved on from competitive swimming. She joined the school newspaper and has written pieces on child sports and athlete safety. Her work recording Ryan's program proved to be good preparation for investigative journalism, and she is thinking about pursuing communications or journalism in college. Our family ties have greatly improved in recent months, however we are all still absorbing the effects of Ryan's manipulation on our family dynamics. My parents have been a lot more mindful of not favoring Sophie over me, and they've encouraged both of us to explore our own interests, rather than focusing solely on physical performance. The counseling sessions helped my parents recognize how their concern with my swimming career had impacted Sophie and our family connections. They've tried to foster Sophie's interests in journalism and photography with the same enthusiasm they had for my swimming. Though Sophie occasionally appears uncomfortable with too much attention, my bond with her is probably stronger than it has ever been. We've both learned to express our concerns and thoughts more directly, and I admire her bravery in speaking up about Ryan's program, even though she knew it would have major ramifications for our family. The larger swimming community in our area is still recuperating from the controversy. Several other coaches have developed more transparent processes and improved oversight to avoid similar incidents. Parents are becoming increasingly wary of premium coaching programs, asking extensive inquiries regarding training methods and pricing. 5 of the other swimmers involved by Ryan's supplement regimen have also lost their college athletic eligibility indefinitely. The majority of them are seeking academic scholarships or attending college without athletic funding. 2 swimmers elected to take a gap year to sort out their next moves, while 1 enlisted in the military. Ryan's scam has had the greatest financial impact on families, and they are still struggling. One family had to sell their home because they took out a second mortgage to cover coaching expenses. Another family is coping with huge debt that will take years to repay. Ryan's approach has long-term financial ramifications for certain families. Ryan's coaching facility was permanently closed following his imprisonment, and the building currently houses a different firm. The pool, where I spent thousands of hours training, has been converted into a fitness facility. Sometimes I drive past and reflect about all the time and energy I spent there, but I try not to focus on what could have been. I still swim recreationally several times per week, primarily for fitness and stress relief. It took several months for me to be able to enjoy myself in the water, without worrying about competition times or training goals. Swimming is now something I do for leisure, which is certainly better than my previous obsessive relationship with the sport. Looking back, I believe Sophie spared me from years of further exploitation and severe health concerns from the forbidden narcotics. While losing my swimming career was upsetting at the time, I'm thankful that the truth came out sooner rather than later, when the ramifications could have been far worse. I have no touch with Ryan, and am not interested in connecting with him. Several other families have gotten letters from him expressing regret for his conduct, but I don't believe whatever he says will change my feelings about what he did to me and the other swimmers in his program. My parents have become increasingly wary of persons who promise remarkable results in exchange for large financial investments. They've also become advocates for increased control and regulation of kids' sports programs, and they occasionally speak at community gatherings about warning flags that parents should look out for. Sophie and I intend to continue our work to avoid such exploitation of young athletes. She's been working on a series of stories about youth sports safety for her school newspaper, and I'm thinking about writing about my own experiences for my college newspaper once I've settled into my academic program. The entire ordeal taught our family that sports success is not worth sacrificing family connections or financial stability. We're all working toward our respective goals now, but with much better communication and more realistic expectations of what success looks like. I'm not sure I'll ever totally recover from losing my swimming career, but I'm creating a new identity that isn't just based on athletic achievement. College has been difficult but gratifying, and I'm discovering skills and interests that I never had time to cultivate when my entire life was centered on training and performance. This will be my final update on the matter. Our family is moving forward, and while Ryan's manipulation will always have an influence on us, we will not let it define our future. Sophie and I are doing fine. Our parents learned from their experiences, and we're all better equipped to safeguard ourselves and others against similar exploitation. Story 2. My parents threatened to boycott my wedding unless I invited my sister, who had shattered my 5-year relationship by sleeping with my partner. What occurred next astonished everyone. I, a 28-year-old female, never expected to find myself in this predicament, but here I am. My sister Olivia, a 26-year-old female, and I were quite close growing up. We shared a room in our little suburban home, whispering secrets late into the night and daydreaming about our future. Olivia was always the more gregarious one, with a talent for art and music, whereas I was the studious kind, nose buried in a book. Despite our disputes, we remained linked. Our parents, Thomas, 55, and Grace, 53, taught us to put family above all else. Dad worked long hours as a construction foreman to support us, while Mom worked part-time and took care of the house. They instilled in us a strong sense of loyalty and taught us the value of sticking together through thick and thin. Little did I know how much my familial loyalty would be tested in the coming years. Ryan, a 30-year-old male, and I met during our sophomore year in college. He was a senior, charismatic and popular, who shared my enthusiasm for literature. We bonded over our common love of classic novels, and we spent many hours in quaint coffee shops talking about our favorite authors. Ryan was my first serious boyfriend, and I fell hard and quickly. Ryan decided to stay in town and work for a small publishing business after graduation. Our relationship grew stronger, and we soon began discussing our future together. We moved in together after graduation, sharing a small but comfortable apartment near the city center. Ryan was always supportive of my marketing career goals and encouraged me to aim high. Olivia, on the other hand, had decided to follow her passion for art rather than attend college. She worked several jobs to support herself while attempting to establish a name in the local art community. I admired her tenacity and determination, even though our parents were dismayed by her decision not to pursue more study. Ryan and Olivia hit it off from the start. They shared an interest in indie music and abstract art, frequently engaged in passionate debates about the newest gallery openings or underground bands. I was overjoyed that my boyfriend and sister got along so well, never suspecting that their relationship would develop into something more sinister. Ryan and I were doing well 5 years into our partnership. We'd weathered the storms of early adulthood together, including job changes, financial difficulties, and the death of our beloved childhood dog. We had even begun casually researching engagement rings online, fantasizing about a future wedding and the family we would create together. In contrast, Olivia's life was more turbulent. She moved from job to job, trying to make ends meet while pursuing her art. There were times when she'd crash on our couch, and Ryan and I would assist her financially. I didn't mind. After all, she was my sister, and I wanted to support her aspirations. Everything changed on a wet Tuesday in April. I had a large presentation at work and discovered I had left some important data on my home laptop. Knowing Olivia was staying with us that week, I contacted and requested her to send the files to me. She agreed, and I didn't think anything more about it. Hours later, After nailing my presentation, I checked my inbox to find Olivia's files. But there was something else. Olivia had mistakenly left an email thread open when she transmitted the files. My heart stopped as I read the letters between her and Ryan, which contained intimate details and arrangements for their secret rendezvous. I felt as if the ground had vanished beneath me. The two individuals I trusted the most in the world had deceived me in the worst way. I left work early, my thoughts reeling, and confronted Ryan in our apartment. He attempted to downplay it at first, stating it was simply a few innocent flirtations. However, as I shared more of what I had read, his excuses disintegrated. Ryan eventually disclosed to Olivia that he had been having an affair for 6 months. He claimed it began innocently. Late-night conversations while I was sleeping or working late. A common interest for art that grew into something more. He stated he never wanted to hurt me, that he was confused about his emotions. I couldn't endure hearing it any longer and urged him to go. Confronting Olivia was even more challenging. I approached her modest studio apartment, my hands trembling as I knocked on the door. When she opened it, her expression sank. She realized I'd found out. Unlike Ryan, Olivia did not try to offer excuses. She looked me in the eyes and told me she had fallen in love with Ryan, that they hadn't planned it, but couldn't resist their feelings. The following several months were a haze of agony and hatred. I moved out of the apartment I shared with Ryan and stayed on a friend's couch until I could locate my own place. I put myself into work, picking up extra assignments to keep my mind occupied. I cut off all contact with Ryan and Olivia, blocking their phone numbers and social media profiles. My parents were devastated by the news. They attempted to mediate at first, encouraging me to hear Olivia out and contemplate forgiveness, but I couldn't handle the thought of being in the same room with her. The treachery was too new, too deep. They eventually stopped pushing, but I could see the sadness in their eyes every time the subject came up. After nearly a year of treatment and self-reflection, I felt ready to date again. That's when I met Lucas, 32, at a charity auction for the local animal shelter. He was tall, with nice eyes, and a soft grin that put me at ease right away. We bonded over our mutual love of dogs and our volunteer experiences at the shelter. Lucas was kind and compassionate as I discussed my past. He never pushed me to go faster than I felt comfortable with, always respecting my limits. Slowly but steadily, I found myself falling in love again. This time with a man who actually cherished and respected me. 2 years into our relationship, Lucas proposed on a morning trek to our favorite viewing point. It was simple, private, and beautiful. As we started planning our wedding, I felt a mixture of excitement and dread. The thought of walking down the aisle again triggered memories I'd rather forget. Everything was going fine until my dad mentioned inviting Olivia to the wedding. They contended that she is still family and should be present on my special day. The very suggestion made my stomach turn. How could I celebrate the most joyful day of my life with someone who had given me so much pain? I firmly refused, informing my parents that Olivia's presence would just bring up sad memories and could ruin the day. Lucas agreed with me, saying that our wedding should be about our love and happiness, not attempting to patch relationships that may be beyond repair. My parents did not take it well. They accused me of being petty and unwilling to move forward. They even threatened not to go if Olivia was not invited. Some of our relatives also got involved, accusing me of selfishness for separating the family and asking me to be the bigger person. But I don't believe I am in the wrong here. Olivia deceived me in the worst manner possible. She slept with the man I believed I'd spend my life with. I've worked hard to overcome that grief and create a new life with Lucas. I don't want anything to compromise my newfound contentment and calm. So, Reddit, am I an asshole for not inviting my sister to my wedding? Am I being petty, or do I have the right to remove someone who has badly injured me from one of the most important events in my life? Update 1. I'd want to thank everyone who left helpful comments and advice on my first article. The response was amazing, and it gave me the confidence to have a difficult but essential conversation with my parents. I invited them over to supper last week, determined to clear the air and establish some boundaries. The evening started quite stressful. Mom kept trying to shift the talk toward wedding plans, while Dad was unusually silent. After we finished our meal, I took a big breath and went in. I went into depth about how Olivia's actions had affected me, including the sleepless nights, trust issues that nearly ruined my relationship with Lucas, and the therapy sessions I required to get through my anguish. I told them about the panic attacks I used to get anytime I saw a pair resembling Ryan and Olivia, how I'd lost weight because food lost its flavor, and how I'd poured myself into work to avoid dealing with my feelings. I explained how Lucas had been gentle with me, comforting me during nightmares and consoling me when my doubts threatened to overtake me. To my amazement, Mom burst into tears midway through my explanation. Between sobbing, she revealed that they had pushed for Olivia's inclusion out of remorse. Olivia's life had spiraled downward after the tragedy. Olivia, according to my parents, had lost her job at the gallery where she had previously worked. Her drinking, which had previously been sociable, had progressed to the point that she was rarely sober. She'd been in a number of short-lived, destructive relationships, including one that left her in the hospital with a fractured arm. Mom and Dad felt responsible for not seeing Olivia's problems sooner. They scolded themselves for applauding her free spirit without acknowledging that she may have required more guidance and assistance. In their thoughts, bringing Olivia to the wedding was a chance to reintegrate her into the group and possibly help her get her life back on track. While I sympathized with Olivia's hardships, I made it clear that this did not excuse her behavior or erase the anguish she caused me. I reminded them of all the instances they had assisted Olivia financially and emotionally over the years, emphasizing how supportive they had always been as parents. I highlighted that I am not responsible for Olivia's well-being, and I should not have to give up my peace of mind for her. Dad, who had kept silent for the majority of the conversation, suddenly piped out. He told me a story about his own background that I had never heard before. Apparently his older brother had done something similar when they were younger, betraying Dad's trust significantly. They had never really reconciled, and I could see sadness in Dad's eyes as he recounted decades of stressful family reunions and squandered possibilities. He stated that he did not want the same for Olivia and me, which is why he has been pushing for reconciliation. But he also admitted that he couldn't compel forgiveness, and that healing had to happen on my own terms. Dad apologized for pressuring me and promised that he and Mom would respect my decision regarding the wedding. He also told me that they would attend, with or without Olivia. My parents agreed to speak with the relatives who had been causing me problems and explain the issue. They vowed to stop any future attempts to guilt-trip me into inviting Olivia. After this emotional chat, I felt as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Although my feelings remained unresolved, I felt heard and understood by my parents for the first time since the ordeal began. Lucas, who had made himself scarce during the dinner to allow us peace, was quite supportive when I told him later that night. He held me while I cried, a mixture of relief and anguish sweeping over me. He advised we take a weekend trip to decompress and refocus on our wedding planning. We had a wonderful weekend at a nearby beach town, simply enjoying each other's company and finalizing some wedding plans. We chose our wedding cake, chocolate with raspberry filling, planned the celebration playlist, and even practiced our first dance on the beach under the starlight. This event has increased my appreciation for Lucas. He's been my rock through it all, constantly prioritizing my sentiments and wholeheartedly supporting me. I am more confident than ever that I am marrying the right guy. The wedding is less than 2 months away, and I'm looking forward to celebrating our love with those who actually care about us. I still feel sad over Olivia's absence, but I know this is the best decision for my mental health and happiness. Thank you again, Reddit, for assisting me in standing my ground and prioritizing my well-being. Your support has meant more than you realize. Update 2. It has been a crazy few weeks since my last post, and I have some unexpected news to offer. I got Olivia's letter around 3 weeks ago. The envelope lay on our kitchen counter for days, and I hesitated whether to open it or throw it away. Lucas, ever the voice of reason, argued that reading it would bring some solace, even if I choose not to reply. Finally, on a peaceful Sunday morning, I mustered the confidence to open the letter. It was many pages lengthy and filled with Olivia's distinctive looping handwriting. As I read, I could practically hear her voice in my thoughts, recalling late-night chats and secrets from our youth. Olivia began by acknowledging the grief she had caused me, accepting full responsibility for her actions and offering no excuses. She wrote of the downward spiral her life had taken when Ryan left her, and how she had turned to drink to alleviate her remorse and shame. She claimed to suffering from depression, which had begun long before the episode with Ryan but had increased dramatically thereafter. Her admission that she was going to rehab stunned me the most. She had apparently been in a treatment facility for the previous 6 months, focusing on her sobriety and mental wellness. She wrote of the grueling treatment sessions, group gatherings, and the difficult task of confronting her demons. Olivia mentioned that part of her healing process was making amends to individuals she had harmed. She clarified that she did not seek forgiveness, and respected my decision not to include her at the wedding. Her intention in writing was just to apologize and inform me that she was attempting to become a better person. The letter concluded with a story from our childhood. I stood up for her against some bullies at school. Olivia said that she had always admired my strength and honesty, and that betraying me was her biggest regret in life. I'd want to say I felt a rush of forgiveness after reading the letter, but the truth is that it left me torn. A part of me remained furious and sad, while another sensed a glimmer of the sisterly affection we had shared. I decided to take some time to examine my emotions before making any decisions. After a few days of deliberation and numerous conversations with Lucas, I agreed to meet Olivia at a neutral site, a quiet cafe in town. Seeing her in person after 3 years seemed weird. She appeared smaller, with black circles under her eyes, but she exuded a sense of tranquility that had not previously existed. Our communication was difficult at first, with long pauses and unsure phrases. But as we talked, things became easier. Olivia restated what she had said in the letter, her voice breaking with emotion as she apologized once more for the hurt she had caused. She told me more about her sober journey and the work she had done in therapy. Olivia even showed me a journal in which she had been writing letters to me as part of her recovery, despite the fact that she had no intention of sending them. Reading excerpts from her genuine, unedited thoughts during those sad days was eye-opening. I'm not going to lie. That was an emotional meeting. We both cried as we discussed the past and the sorrow we had both endured. Olivia revealed that she and Ryan had split up just months after I discovered them, their relationship withering under the weight of guilt and anger. She hadn't communicated with him since. By the end of our appointment, I felt a sense of closure that I hadn't realized I needed. The wrath that had been burning inside me for years began to subside, and was replaced by a complex mix of sadness, relief, and cautious hope. After much deliberation and conversation with Lucas, I have decided not to invite Olivia to the wedding. It's too soon, and I want to enjoy my special day without additional worry or mental issues. However, I've agreed to try to re-establish our friendship gradually, beginning with occasional text messages and perhaps coffee meets in the future. Olivia appreciated and respected my decision. She even sent Lucas and me a modest gift, a lovely hand-painted letter wishing us success in our marriage. It reminded me of the cards she used to make for my birthdays when we were younger, which brought back bittersweet memories. I understand that this journey of healing and rebuilding trust will be long and possibly difficult. There are still times when the anguish of betrayal resurfaces, reminding me of everything we have lost. But for the first time in 3 years, I am optimistic about having my sister back in my life eventually. The wedding preparations are in full flow. Lucas and I are delighted to celebrate our love with our closest friends and family. While Olivia will not be present, I am more at peace with that decision now. Our special day will be spent looking forward to our future together, rather than lingering on past hurts. Update 3. It's been 6 months since my wedding, and I wanted to provide you with a last report on this chapter of my life. The wedding day was simply wonderful. Lucas and I exchanged vows in front of our loved ones in the stunning vineyard setting we had chosen. The weather was beautiful, with a moderate wind and clear blue skies that seemed to reflect the delight I felt in my heart. I walked down the aisle on my father's arm, my gaze riveted on Lucas's. All of the drama and pain of the previous years seemed to fade away in that instant. As I stood at the altar with my soon-to-be husband, all I could feel was love and appreciation. The ceremony was modest and personal, with readings picked by our closest friends and vows written by ourselves. There wasn't a dry eye in the house as Lucas promised to always be my safe haven, and I promised to be a constant companion through all of life's adventures. The reception was a happy occasion. The meal was wonderful, the wine was plenty, and the dance floor was full all night. My parents were on their best behavior, praising Lucas and me, and making no mention of Olivia. It was great to see them so joyful and supportive. Olivia, on the other hand, complied with my requests and did not attempt to contact me on the wedding day. Instead, she delivered a gorgeous bouquet of sunflowers, my favorite flower since childhood, to my hotel room. The accompanying note congratulated us and wished us a life of happiness. It was a lovely gift that I valued more than I anticipated. Since the wedding, Lucas and I have adjusted into married life, which has been fantastic. We recently purchased our first home together, a quaint craftsman-style house with a modest backyard. We've enjoyed making it our own by painting the walls and adding a garden. It feels nice to be starting a life together and making new memories in a space that is genuinely ours. My relationship with Olivia is gradually improving. We've had a few more coffee meetings and are now texting on a regular basis. Our chats are still somewhat guarded, but there is a developing comfort between us that reminds me of our previous connection. Last month we even ate dinner with our parents. It was tense at beginning, with everyone trying to avoid certain topics. However, as the evening went, the atmosphere became more familiar. Olivia remains committed to her recovery and has been making significant improvements in her life. She's back in school, training to be a counselor for disturbed teenagers. She thinks her own experiences have given her insight into the difficulties that young people encounter, and she wants to help others avoid the mistakes she did. Seeing her progress and commitment to changing her life has aided me in my forgiveness journey. Olivia recently requested if she might exhibit some of her artwork at a local gallery. I hesitated at first, recollections of her previous artistic undertakings bringing up conflicting emotions, but I decided to go anyway, with Lucas by my side for encouragement. Walking into the gallery, I was taken aback by the transformation in her work. The chaotic, dark pieces of her turbulent years were replaced by brilliant, hopeful canvases that appeared to throb with life. One painting in particular caught my eye: two interwoven trees with branches reaching for the sky. Olivia later told me that it mirrored her hope for our relationship, to grow together again after being apart. While we are not back to being best friends, and I doubt we will ever be, I am glad we are striving to mend our friendship. It's a lengthy process, with occasional setbacks when past hurts resurface, but it feels right. We're learning to be sisters again in a way that honors our separate paths and who we've become. I would want to thank everyone who helped me through this difficult time. Your guidance and encouragement helped me stay strong and make the best decisions for myself. I've learned a lot about setting boundaries, self-care, and the power of forgiveness, not for the benefit of the other person, but for my own peace of mind. Looking back, I learned that the healing process isn't linear. There are good and bad days, periods of growth and moments of uncertainty. But I'm pleased of how far I've come, and I'm enthusiastic about the future with Lucas. To anyone in a similar situation, remember that it is acceptable to prioritize your personal well-being. Healing takes time, and you don't have to forgive somebody until you're ready to do so. Trust your intuition, surround yourself with helpful people, and do not be hesitant to seek professional help if necessary. As for me, I'm looking forward to the next chapter in my relationship with Lucas. We're talking about starting a family soon, and the prospect of becoming parents both excites and scares us. Whatever problems come our way, I am confident we will face them together. My mom slapped me for asking about my own donation. 3 days later, her pastor called me demanding $10,000. So I took her down with one legal letter. Hello, I'm Lena, and last Easter Sunday, my mother smacked me across the face in front of our entire extended family for refusing to write another check to her church. However, that wasn't the worst part. 3 days later, Pastor Reed called me personally, not to inquire about my well-being, but to inquire about when I would be reinstating my $15,000 annual contribution to the building fund. That's when I realized my mother had been using my money to establish herself as the most generous family at Grace Community Church for the previous 6 years. I never expected that sticking up for myself would lead to the discovery of a web of falsehoods that stretched over my entire life. However, the folks who raised you to be good are often the ones who take advantage of your goodness. As I drove into my parents' home on Easter Sunday morning in Riverside, Ohio, the March air still had the bite of winter. Mom has been messaging since 7 a.m. about arriving early to assist with the ham, but I suspected it was more about making sure I looked nice before the rest of the family came. My Honda Civic appeared humble next to Dad's newly washed Silverado and Clara's dazzling Audi SUV, which were already parked in the circular drive. I pulled the store-bought dinner rolls from my passenger seat, fully expecting Mom to say something about how she had been up since dawn, cooking everything from scratch. The front door was unlocked, as is customary on family gathering days, and the aroma of brown sugar and cloves hit me the instant I went inside. Classical music wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of pots clattering and Mom's voice directing traffic. The Mitchell family home on Maple Street had not changed much since I was a child. The same beige walls are lined with family photos in similar gold frames. The same burgundy carpet that revealed every trace of lint. The same formal living room that no one was allowed to live in. Clara's laughter could be heard from the kitchen. She was undoubtedly already Mom's favorite helper, while I was invariably tasked with setting the table or folding napkins. Mom emerged in the hallway wearing her best Easter dress, a navy blue outfit with pearl buttons that she had purchased specifically for church this morning. Her hair was groomed in exquisite waves, and her makeup looked professional. She drew me into a hug that felt more like a performance than love, the kind where she could whisper instructions without anybody else listening. "Lena, honey, you look tired. Did you remember to bring the offering envelope I gave you last week?" She whispered into my ear. Pastor Reed mentioned the building fund is still short for this quarter. I drew back, little perplexed. "Mom, I already set up the automatic transfer for this year. The first payment went through last month." I had certainly planned for my yearly $15,000 donation to be divided into quarterly payments, something I had begun doing 3 years ago to better manage my nonprofit salary. Her smile tightened almost subtly. "Well, yes, but there are always additional opportunities to give. The church is doing such important work, and our family has always been known for its generosity. She took my elbow and led me to the kitchen. Come say hello to everyone. Clara brought the most beautiful flowers. The kitchen was filled with typical pandemonium. Dad stood near the coffee pot in his Sunday khakis and button-down shirt, his hair still showing comb marks from this morning's church service. Clara arranged white lilies in a crystal vase, her movements precise and beautiful. She looked up as we arrived, her grin warm but calculated. Lena, perfect timing. I was just telling Mom about Eric's promotion. He's going to be managing the entire Northeast region now. Clara's husband Eric emerged from the pantry holding a bottle of wine. His fine watch caught the light as he extended his hand for the customary polite handshake. Congratulations, I responded, actually meaning it, despite the simmering competition between Clara and me. That's really exciting. Thanks. We're actually looking at houses in the Riverside Heights area now. You know, something with more space for when we start a family. Clara's hand rested on her flat stomach in a seemingly rehearsed position. Of course, we want to stay close to the church. Community is so important. This announcement made Mom happy. Isn't that wonderful? Clara and Eric understand the value of putting down roots, being part of something bigger than themselves. The suggestion lingered in the air like the aroma of ham. I lived downtown in a leased loft, went to church occasionally, and at 28, showed no signs of settling down with the type of man Mom might brag about at church social gatherings. I kept myself busy organizing the dinner rolls in a basket, attempting to avoid the usual sting of being found lacking. I didn't disagree with the value of community, but Grace Community Church had always seemed more like a social climbing opportunity than a spiritual home. The church was wealthy, primarily white, and appeared to prioritize charity giving as a status symbol over practical work. Lena's been so generous to the church too, Mom began abruptly, her voice carrying that special tone she used when she wanted everyone to pay attention. Haven't you, honey? Pastor Reed was just telling me how much he appreciates your family's commitment to the building fund. Something in her phrase made me pause. Your family's obligation, not yours. I looked at her, but she had already moved on, inspecting the ham in the oven with theatrical care. Uncle Henry came 20 minutes later, accompanied by his wife and my cousin Nora, plus 2 additional carloads of family I had only seen on vacations and funerals. The house was filled with the happy noise that comes from people who love each other, but don't always like each other very much. Everyone assembled in the dining room, where Mom had set the table with her wedding china and excellent silver that needed to be hand-washed. His words were, Grace, thanking God for family, for blessings, and for the opportunity to give back to the community that had given us so much. The amens resonated around the table, and the subject turned to pot roast and glazed carrots. Uncle Henry discussed how his landscaping business was picking up for the spring. Nora presented updates about her nursing program. Eric dominated much of the talk, telling stories about his new job and their house-searching travels. I found myself largely listening, contributing when specifically requested, but feeling strangely removed from the entire event. There was a performative quality to it all, as if we were all playing roles we had been assigned long before. Clara was the successful daughter who had the ideal marriage. I was the artistic one who had yet to figure out her life. Mom and Dad were the community's pillars of generosity and respect. Lena, Nora was asking about your job at the nonprofit, Mom added, bringing me back into the discussion. Tell her about the work you're doing with homeless families. I smiled at Nora, delighted to be discussing something I was genuinely interested in. We're working on a new program to help families transition from temporary housing into permanent situations. It's challenging, but really rewarding when you see someone get back on their feet. That's so admirable, Nora replied. It must be hard though, seeing all that need up close. It is, but it's also inspiring. People are so resilient when they're given real support, instead of just charity that makes the giver feel good. The remarks came out more pointed than I had intended, and I noticed Mom's stern glare across the table. Well, charity is important too, Eric remarked. I mean, without people willing to give generously, organizations like yours couldn't function. Absolutely, I agreed. I just think it's important that the giving actually helps people, instead of just making the donors feel better about themselves. An awkward quiet fell over the table. Uncle Henry cleared his throat and asked Dad about the upcoming busy season at the hardware store. The subject changed smoothly to business and weather forecasts, but I could see Mom's disdain emanating from her end of the table. Mom stopped me in the kitchen after dinner, as the men gathered in the living room to chat baseball and the women began clearing dishes. Clara was at the sink, methodically rinsing plates, but I could see she was paying attention. Lena, I need to talk to you about something, Mom whispered quietly. Pastor Reed mentioned that there might be some confusion about your donation this year. I placed down the serving platter that I had been drying. What kind of confusion? Well, apparently the amount that came through was less than what the church was expecting based on previous years. Mom's voice had taken on that cautious, measured tone she used when she was going to ask for something she knew I didn't want to give. Mom, I gave the same amount I give every year, $15,000, just split into quarterly payments instead of one lump sum. Clara looked away from the sink, her demeanor perfectly neutral. Maybe there was a banking error or something. I don't think so, I replied softly. I can check my bank statements, but I'm pretty sure everything went through correctly. Mom sighed, full of maternal disappointment. The thing is, honey, the church really needs that money for the new fellowship hall. Construction costs have gone up, and Pastor Reed is counting on our family's continued support. Our family's support? Well, yes, the Mitchell family has always been known for our generosity. Your father and I have been giving to the church for 30 years, and when you started contributing, it really meant something to Pastor Reed. It showed that our values were being passed down. I felt something chilly settle into my gut. Mom, are you saying that the church thinks Dad is the one making my donations? The hush lasted too long. Clara had become very still at the sink, and Mom's face had assumed the smooth, blank expression she used when she was prepared to lie. It's not about who gets the credit, Lena. It's about the family being seen as united in our commitment to the church. But I write the checks. My name is on the donation forms. Yes, but you use our address, since you move around so much. And Pastor Reed knows you're our daughter, so naturally he associates it with our family's overall giving. The parts were beginning to fit together in a way that made me feel sick. Mom, does Pastor Reed think that you and Dad are giving $25,000 a year instead of 10? Her cheeks reddened slightly. I don't see why the specific breakdown matters. What matters is that Grace Community is receiving support from faithful families. It matters because it's my money. And if people think it's coming from you, then you're getting credit for my generosity. My voice grew louder, and I could see Clara casting worrisome glances toward the dining room, where the rest of the family was still gathering. Don't be so dramatic, Lena. No one's stealing anything from you. We're all part of the same family, working toward the same goals. Are we? Because it seems like you've been letting people think you're more generous than you actually are, using my donations to boost your reputation at church. Mom's expression tightened. That is completely unfair. Your father and I have been faithful members of Grace Community since before you were born. We raised you to understand the importance of giving back. If you're suddenly concerned about getting personal recognition for your donations, maybe you need to examine your motives. The accusation landed like a smack. Here I was, trying to figure out why my donations were being credited to my parents, while I was being accused of having selfish reasons. This isn't about recognition, I responded, my tone taut with repressed rage. This is about honesty. If Pastor Reed thinks our family is giving $25,000 a year and you're not correcting that impression, then you're lying. How dare you accuse me of lying? Mom's voice had become dangerously quiet. After everything we've done for you, all the values we've tried to instill, this is how you talk to your mother. Clara turned away from the sink, her hands still soaking. Maybe we should all just calm down. It's Easter, and family is more important than money. It's not about the money, I emphasized. It's about the principle. The principle? Mom's voice rose now. The principle is that you support your family and your church without keeping score. The principle is that you're grateful for the blessings you've received instead of acting like some kind of victim. I'm not acting like a victim. I'm asking for honesty about where my money is going and who's getting credit for it. Your money? Mom repeated the words as if they were unpleasant. Everything you have because your father and I raised you right, sent you to college, supported you when you decided to work for pennies at some nonprofit instead of getting a real job. And now you're worried about getting credit for your donations. The unfairness stole my breath away. I had paid my own way through college using scholarships and loans. I'd never asked them for money as an adult. I had been donating to their church for 6 years, expecting nothing in return, except that the money go where I wanted it to go. I'm not asking for credit, I explained, my voice cracking. I'm asking you to stop taking credit for something you didn't do. And that's when she struck me. The slap came so fast that I didn't see it coming. I was standing by the kitchen counter trying to convey my viewpoint when suddenly my cheek burned and my head rang. The sound resonated around the kitchen, like a gunshot. Clara gave a gasp. The talk in the dining room came to a halt. I could hear chairs scrapping across the floor as people attempted to find out what had happened. I stood there, one hand raising involuntarily to touch my cheek, staring at my mother in utter shock. She hadn't touched me once in the previous 28 years. She was breathing quickly, her cheeks flushed with fury and possibly embarrassment. "Don't you ever talk to me like that again," she demanded, her voice low and spiteful. "Not in my house, not in front of my family, you ungrateful, selfish little girl." The words hung in the air between us, like poison. I could hear footsteps approaching from the dining room and voices inquiring if everything was all right. But all I could think of was the look in my mother's eyes. It wasn't all anger, it was colder, more calculated, as if she saw me as an impediment to be overcome rather than a daughter to be loved. I picked up my purse from the counter where I had left it earlier. My hands were remarkably steady, but I could feel a tremble beginning deep in my chest. "I'm leaving," I explained quietly. "Lena. Wait." Clara reached for my arm, but I drew back. "I'm done." I proceeded through the dining room, where my entire extended family sat still in their chairs, forks halfway to their mouths, eyes wide with surprise and embarrassment. Uncle Henry attempted to stand, but I shook my head. "Happy Easter, everyone," I remarked, my tone remarkably regular. "Thank you for dinner." I let myself out of the front door and took careful steps to my car. I could hear voices behind me, yelling out my name, but I didn't turn around. I got into my Honda, started the motor, and drove away from Maple Street for what I thought would be the final time. It wasn't until I got 3 blocks away that I began crying. Not the dramatic wailing type of crying you see in movies, but the calm, constant tears that occur when you know something fundamental has changed in your life and there is no turning back. I drove to Layla's apartment complex and waited in the parking lot for 10 minutes, attempting to gather my thoughts enough to explain what had occurred. Layla Rodriguez had been my closest friend since college. She was the type of person who would drop everything to help you relocate or bring you soup when you were sick. She worked as a county social worker, so she recognized the value of family as well as the harm that families can cause. When she opened her door and saw my face, she asked no questions. She simply pulled me inside, prepared tea and waited for me to find the words. "She hit me," I finally murmured, sitting on Layla's couch with a mug of chamomile to warm my hands. "My mother actually slapped me because I questioned whether she was taking credit for my church donations." Layla's dark eyes burned with rage. "She what?" I recounted her the entire event, beginning with the unpleasant chat in the morning and ending with Mom's hand touching my cheek. Layla listened without interrupting, her expression darkening with every detail. "Lena, that's not just about money or credit, that's about control. She's been using your generosity to boost her own status. And when you called her on it, she got violent. I keep thinking I must have said something wrong, or pushed too hard." "No," Layla replied firmly. "You asked reasonable questions about your own money. Her reaction tells you everything you need to know about her motives." That night, I stayed at Layla's, sleeping on her couch and attempting to figure out what had happened. My phone buzzed with texts from Clara, each of which said something like, "Mom is really upset and you should apologize." Nothing from Mom herself. And nothing from Dad. Monday morning arrived dark and drizzling, which matched my attitude well. I went to work at the Riverside Family Services Center, and my position directing marketing for the homeless aid program felt like the most honest thing I'd ever done. I spent the day preparing grant proposals and updating the website, thankful for work that didn't require me to act like everything was all right. Pastor Reed called on Tuesday afternoon. I was going over spreadsheets for our upcoming fundraising drive when my desk phone called. The caller ID indicated Grace Community Church, and for a brief time, I pondered leaving the call on voicemail, but curiosity won out, and I answered on the 4th ring. Lena Mitchell speaking. "Lena, this is Pastor William Reed from Grace Community. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." His speech had the practiced warmth that church leaders develop through years of pastoral care. But something below it caused me to sit up taller in my chair. "Hello, Pastor Reed. What can I do for you?" "Well, I wanted to reach out personally about a rather delicate matter. It seems there may have been some confusion regarding your family's donation commitment for this year's building fund." I felt my stomach drop. After everything that had transpired on Easter, I didn't want to have this conversation with my family's pastor. "What kind of confusion?" "Our records show that the Mitchell family pledged $25,000 for this year's building campaign, but we've only received $15,000 so far. I wanted to check if perhaps there was a delay with the remaining payment, or if there were any issues I should be aware of." The words struck me like freezing water. "Pastor Reed, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I donated $15,000, which is my annual contribution. I've never pledged $25,000. There was a lengthy delay on the other end of the telephone. "I see. Well, perhaps I should clarify. When your mother and I discussed the building fund back in January, she indicated that the Mitchell family would be increasing their total contribution this year. She mentioned that you had done very well financially and were eager to give more generously. My hand squeezed around the phone. My mother told you I wanted to give more money. She spoke very highly of your commitment to the church and your desire to follow in your parents' footsteps of generous giving. I believe her exact words were that you understood the importance of sacrificing for God's work. I closed my eyes and tried to digest what I was hearing. Not only had my mother taken credit for my donations, but she had also reportedly promised the church more money, without consulting me. Pastor Reed, I need to be very clear about something. I give $15,000 to Grace Community every year, and that's my personal decision, and my personal money. My parents contribute separately from their own funds. If my mother suggested that I would be giving more, she was mistaken. Another uneasy quiet. I appreciate your clarification, Lena. However, I do hope you'll understand that the church has made commitments based on the pledges we received. The construction company is depending on these funds, and we've already had to take out a loan to cover the shortfall. The guilt trip was so apparent it was almost offensive. I understand that funding is important, but I can only be responsible for what I actually pledged, which was $15,000. Of course. I wouldn't want to pressure you, but I do wonder if perhaps you might consider whether God is calling you to stretch your faith through increased giving. Your parents have always been such wonderful examples of sacrificial generosity. Again, my parents were held up as the benchmark, with the suggestion that I was falling short if I didn't meet their claimed degree of generosity. Except, I was beginning to suspect that their reputation for generosity was mostly due to my contributions. Pastor Reed, can I ask you something? When you think of the Mitchell family's total annual giving, what amount comes to mind? Well, I don't like to discuss specific numbers, but your family has consistently been among our most generous supporters. I believe the total has been around $25,000 to $30,000 annually. My parents gave $10,000. I gave $15,000. The math was straightforward, but Pastor Reed had been persuaded to assume it was all down to Mom and Dad's selfless gift, rather than understanding that more than half of it was my own contribution. I think there may have been some miscommunication about how our family's giving is structured, I added quietly. My donations are separate from my parents' donations. We're not giving as a single unit. I see. Pastor Reed seemed perplexed now. Your mother always presents the family contributions as a unified commitment. She's spoken so beautifully about how your father has worked hard to provide for the family, and how that enables everyone to give generously to God's work. The picture became clearer and more frustrating by the minute. Mom not only took credit for my money, but she also created a story in which Dad was the provider, allowing everyone else to be kind. Meanwhile, I was working full-time and donating from my own pay to a church where I was barely acknowledged as an individual. Pastor Reed, I need to clarify my position. Going forward, I'll be making my own donation decisions independently. If there were any commitments made on my behalf without my knowledge, I can't be held responsible for those. I understand your position, Lena, though I admit I'm somewhat surprised. Your mother spoke so passionately about the family's shared vision for supporting the church's growth. My mother doesn't speak for me when it comes to my financial decisions. The comments came out stronger than I had intended, and I could detect a shift in Pastor Reed's tone when he reacted. Of course not. I certainly didn't mean to overstep. However, I do hope you'll pray about whether you might find it in your heart to help us through this difficult situation. The building fund is so close to its goal, and every dollar makes a difference. I'll think about it, I responded, knowing full well what I was going to say. Thank you for calling, Pastor Reed. Thank you, Lena, and please give my regards to your parents. Your mother mentioned that Easter dinner was lovely. After hanging up, I sat staring at my computer screen without seeing anything. Easter dinner was amazing. Right up until Mom struck me for questioning her sincerity regarding these donations. The fact that she had spoken to Pastor Reed about Easter as if it had been a joyful family gathering felt like an extra layer of dishonesty. I opened my laptop and accessed my online banking. There it was, my automated quarterly donation of $3,750 to Grace Community Church, made through the March Fund. I took a screenshot of the transaction and then navigated back through past months. Every payment is always on time and in the exact amount. Then I had another thought. I opened a new browser tab and browsed to the Grace Community website. Most churches list their big benefactors in yearly reports or newsletter acknowledgments. I found what I was looking for in the previous year's stewardship report, a list of families who had contributed more than $10,000, organized by giving level. The Mitchell family were in the $25,000 category, not Thomas or Janet Mitchell, not Thomas, Janet, or Lena Mitchell, it's just the Mitchell family. As if we were some type of financial entity where individual contributions were irrelevant. I felt nauseous. For 6 years, I had consistently given money to a religion that did not even recognize me as a person. Every dollar I provided was absorbed into my parents' reputation, allowing them to be hailed as great philanthropists while I went unnoticed. I contacted Layla during my lunch break because I needed to discuss what I had discovered with someone who could help me think straight. "That's financial fraud," she replied right after I detailed the phone call. "Maybe not legally, since you did authorize the donations, but ethically, it's completely wrong." What's really bothering me is that Pastor Reed seemed genuinely surprised to learn that I make my own giving decisions, like it had never occurred to him that I might be a separate person with my own relationship to the church. Because your mother has spent years presenting you as an extension of their family unit, rather than an adult with your own autonomy. It's a classic control tactic. I keep wondering if I should have seen this coming. There were signs like how Mom always wanted to know when I'd made my donations, or how she'd mentioned my generosity to other church members. "Lena, you trusted your mother to be honest about something as basic as where your money was going. That's not naive, that's normal. The fact that she violated that trust says everything about her character and nothing about your judgment." That afternoon I wrote an email to Pastor Reed. I kept it simple and professional, noting that I would continue to donate $15,000 annually as agreed, but that any additional commitments made on my behalf were not permitted and would not be honored. I also requested that future messages regarding my donations be sent to me directly rather than through my parents. I did not submit it immediately. Instead, I saved it as a draft and chose to sleep on it. But that evening my phone started ringing. First, there was Clara. "Lena, Mom is really upset. She says you were rude to Pastor Reed and made the family look bad." I was honest with Pastor Reed about my own donations. If that made anyone look bad, maybe they should examine why. "Can't you just apologize for the sake of family harmony?" "Apologize for what? For not giving money I didn't promise to give?" "You know what I mean. Mom's been crying all day." The manipulation was so obvious it was almost comical. Mom beats me, lies about my donations, is caught in her lying, and I'm supposed to apologize to make her feel better? "Clara, did you know that the church thinks Mom and Dad give $25,000 a year instead of 10? "I don't really pay attention to those details." "Well, you should. Because if they're taking credit for money they didn't give, that affects the whole family's reputation." "Why does it matter who gets credit? We're all family." That word came up again. We're all family, as if being connected somehow eliminated the requirement for fundamental honesty and respect. "It matters because it's lying, Clara. It matters because I work hard for my money, and I should get to decide how it's acknowledged when I give it away." "You're being really selfish about this." I hung up. 20 minutes later Dad called. His approach was different, more conciliatory, but still aimed at convincing me to back down. "Lena honey, I think there's been a big misunderstanding here. Your mother never meant to take credit for anything you've done." "Dad, Pastor Reed told me that Mom promised I would increase my donation this year without asking me first. How is that not taking credit for my money?" "She was just trying to show the pastor that our family is committed to the church. Sometimes she gets a little enthusiastic about these things." "A little enthusiastic? She let the church believe you two were giving $25,000 a year when you're actually giving $10. There was a prolonged pause. "How did you know how much we give?" The question took me off guard. I didn't until I started putting the pieces together. Pastor Reed said the Mitchell family gives $25,000 to $30,000 annually. I give 15, so I figured. "You figured we only give 10? Dad's voice had become cooler. "I didn't figure anything judgmental about it, Dad. $10,000 is generous, but it's not $25,000. And letting people think it is becomes a problem when they start expecting more. Your mother has devoted her life to that church, Lena. She volunteers for every committee, organizes half the social events, and brings meals to every family in crisis. If the pastor wants to recognize our family's overall contribution to the community, that includes more than just money." He was correct about Mom's voluntary activities, but that was not the issue. I'm not questioning Mom's service to the church. I'm questioning why my financial contributions are being absorbed into your reputation instead of being acknowledged as my own choice. Because you are our daughter, and we have trained you to be generous and faithful. Because when you give to the church, it reflects the values we instilled in you. But I am not a child anymore, Dad. I'm 28 years old, and I have my own work and relationship with my faith. When I want to offer money, that is my decision. And we're proud of that decision. We have never said differently. So why does Pastor Reed believe you are the one making sacrifices to enable everyone else's generosity? Another lapse in stillness. I think you're reading too much into casual conversation, Lena. Am I? Because Pastor Reed highlighted how hard you work to care for your family, which allows everyone to give freely. That is not a casual conversation, Dad. That's a specific narrative about who is accountable for the money. Look, your mother is upset and puzzled by all of this. She hit you and feels bad about it. Can't we simply put this behind us and go on as a family? There was the closest thing to an acknowledgement of what had happened on Easter, wrapped in a request to forget about it and pretend everything was well. Daddy, she didn't simply smack me. She accused me of being ungrateful and selfish for asking honest questions regarding my own money. And now she's claiming that I was rude to Pastor Reed when all I did was explain that she cannot make financial obligations on my behalf. She is your mother, Lena. She loves you. Love doesn't give someone the right to lie about my money or hit me when I object. You are not flawless, you know. Maybe you should approach these conversations with a bit more humility. I hung up on him too. By Thursday, the pressure campaign was in full swing. I received texts from 3 different aunts. All variations on the theme of family is more important than money and your mother is heartbroken. Uncle Henry called to say he didn't know all the details but hoped I would consider the bigger picture. And my cousin Nora weighed in with a carefully worded message about forgiveness and moving forward. The fact that I had been physically assaulted for inquiring about my own donations did not seem to register as relevant information. What struck me the most was that no one asked for my side of the story, as if they all assumed I had done something wrong and needed to apologize. Friday afternoon I emailed Pastor Reed. That evening my phone called again. This time, it was Mom. Lena Elizabeth Mitchell, I cannot believe you would embarrass this family the way you have. There was no hello, no apologies for assaulting me, no indication that we would need to talk about what had happened, only immediate attack mode. Hi Mom. Don't you say hi to me, Mom. Pastor Reed called me today. Deeply concerned about your email. He claimed you were expecting special appreciation for your donations while refusing to honor the family's promises. That was not what I said at all. He claims you assured him you wouldn't be liable for any agreements made on your behalf. That's exactly what you said, because you promised him money without consulting me first. You told him I wanted to raise my donations, but I never said anything like that. Lena, I was attempting to aid the church. The building fund was running low, and I knew you cared about the community. Then you should have asked me instead of making promises with my money. It isn't simply your money. Everything you have is the result of your family's upbringing and the ideals we taught you. When you donate to the church, you represent all of us. I am expressing myself, Mom. I am an adult who makes my own decisions concerning my income. Your own income from a job working with homeless people instead of using the education we paid for to build a real career. There it was. The underlying reason of her rage wasn't church donations at all, but my failure to meet her expectations of what my life should be like. Mom, my job is real. It's a meaningful job that benefits others. It's a hobby job with no remuneration. If you'd married someone stable, like Clara did, or gone into business, as we suggested, you'd have the wherewithal to make a real impact instead of dabbling in charitable work. I am making a difference. And I have resources. I have enough money to donate $15,000 to your church each year, which appears to make me generous enough to improve your reputation, but not responsible enough to manage my own finances. How could you say we are using you for money? Everything we've done has been for your benefit. Are you claiming credit for my donations, including promising the church that I will give more without being asked? I have never taken credit for anything. I just informed Pastor Reed that the Mitchell family supported the church's mission. If you want to start keeping track of who gives what, you might think about how much your father and I have put into raising you. It's not about keeping score, Mom. This is about basic honesty. Honesty? Do you want to talk about honesty? How about being honest and honoring your parents rather than humiliating us in front of our pastor? I did not disgrace anyone. I clarified my own financial commitments. You made us look like liars. The revelation remained in the air between us. She'd basically admitted that they'd been misrepresenting their donating, but it was my fault for bringing it up. Mom, if clarifying the truth makes you look like liars, maybe the problem isn't what I said. Don't you dare lecture me about truth, you ungrateful little brat. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us? By making us appear horrible in church. I don't mean to make you appear awful. I'm attempting to ensure that my personal contributions are acknowledged. Honestly, your contributions wouldn't exist without everything we gave you. First, your education, your values, your opportunities. If you think you can just take credit for everything you've accomplished without acknowledging where it came from, you're more selfish than I thought. I've never denied that you raised me or that my values came from my upbringing. But giving money to charity is my choice, made with my income, from my bank account. That's not selfish, Mom. That's just factual. Facts. She spat the word as if it were profane. You want facts? Here's a fact. You're 28 years old, unmarried, working a job that barely pays your rent, and living alone in some apartment downtown like you're too good for family. You donate money to get attention and recognition because you don't have anything else in your life worth bragging about. The savagery stole my breath away. Not only the words, but their deliberate nature. She had recognized and weaponized every insecurity I'd ever confessed with her in a single paragraph. I donate money because I believe in the church's mission, not for attention. Then why do you care so much about getting credit? Why can't you just be happy that the money is helping people? Because when you take credit for my generosity, it becomes your generosity instead of mine. And when you promise additional money without asking me, you're spending my resources without my consent. Resources. She chuckled, but it wasn't funny. What resources? You make $35,000 a year working for a nonprofit. The only reason you can afford to give away $15,000 is because you don't have a family to support or a real life to maintain. My life is real, Mom. Is it? When's the last time you brought someone home for dinner? When's the last time you made any effort to find a husband or start a family? You give money to the church because it's easier than building actual relationships. I had to end this conversation before things got any worse. I'm not going to continue discussing my personal life or my donation decisions. I've been clear with Pastor Reed about my position, and that's final. Your position, like you're some kind of business executive instead of our daughter, who's forgotten where she came from. I haven't forgotten anything, Mom. I just refuse to be treated like a child when it comes to my own money. Then stop acting like a child. Stop being so selfish and stubborn. Apologize to Pastor Reed. Commit to the building fund contribution you should have made in the first place. And remember that family loyalty means something. And if I don't? The silence was lengthy enough that I assumed she had hung up. Then you'll have to live with the consequences of your choices. The warning was vague but obvious. I was given an ultimatum. Comply with their requests or risk punishment. I can live with the consequences of being honest about my own donations, Mom. We'll see about that. She hung up. I sat on my couch, staring at the phone in my fingers, trying to figure out what had just happened. In 1 week, I went from being a devoted daughter who willingly donated to her family's church, to an ungrateful, selfish and difficult child who deserved to be punished for expressing fundamental financial autonomy. But something changed in me during that talk. Mom's brutal precision in her personal attacks indicated something significant. This was not truly about church donations at all. This was about maintaining control by putting me in a dependent, childish role in which my decisions and achievements could be incorporated into the family narrative without regard for my unique identity. I opened my laptop and started writing an email to Grace Community Church's administrative office. If they wished to regard the Mitchell family as a single financial unit, they were about to find out what happened when a member of that unit decided to resign from participation. The next morning, I would contact the church's finance secretary and ask that my name be removed from any family-based contributor recognition. My future donations, if any, will be made independently and acknowledged individually, or not at all. But first, I needed to figure out how much effect my money had on my parents at Grace Community Church. I spent Saturday morning at the Riverside Public Library, using their computers to look into Grace Community Church's financial records and public filings. What I discovered made my stomach turn unexpectedly. The prior year's annual report from the church included more than just a list of donations. It included thorough breakdowns of committee leadership, volunteer appreciation, and special awards for noteworthy efforts. The Mitchell family received recognition for more than simply their $25,000 contribution. Mom was named chair of the Ladies Auxiliary, co-chair of the annual charity auction, and received the Faithful Servant Award for outstanding community service. Dad's name appeared on the Finance Committee and the Building Fund Oversight Board, both of which had a substantial impact on how the church's money was spent and which projects received priority funding. I compared their volunteer involvement to the timing of my donations. Mom had been elected chair of the Ladies Auxiliary exactly 6 months after I made my first substantial contribution to the church. Dad joined the Finance Committee the next year. Every elevation in their church leadership appeared to coincide with my continuous giving pattern. The most damaging evidence, however, came from the Building Fund Committee's meeting minutes, which were public record, because the church was pursuing city construction licenses. The December meeting notes included a direct quotation from Dad. The Mitchell family stands ready to lead by example in this campaign. We believe in putting our money where our faith is. Our money, we have faith. He was practically speaking for me in formal church business, pledging resources that I had never consented to provide. I printed everything out and drove to Layla's flat. When I arrived, she was still in her jammies and appeared much more calm than I was. "You look like you haven't slept," she added, pouring coffee for me without asking. "I've been doing research." I put the printouts across the kitchen table. "Look at this." Layla reviewed the documents while I recounted what I had discovered. Her expression darkened as she read the meeting minutes and donor acknowledgments. "Lena, this is worse than I thought. They're not just taking credit for your money, they're using your donations to buy influence, and then wielding that influence to make commitments on your behalf." That's what I was thinking. Dad's on the committee that approved the building fund budget, which means he had input into how much money they planned to raise. And then he stood up in meetings promising that our family would contribute more. It's a conflict of interest at minimum. He's using inside information about church finances to make promises with money that isn't his, and he's doing it from a position of authority that he obtained partly through your donations. I slumped onto Layla's kitchen chair, overwhelmed by what I had discovered. "I thought this was just about them taking credit for my generosity, but they've been using my money to build a power base at church. And now that you're pushing back, they're afraid of losing that power. That's why your mom is so angry. It's not really about the church or your faith, it's about their status in the community." Layla poured my coffee and sat across from me. "What do you want to do about this?" "I don't know. Part of me wants to expose everything, show the church exactly how the Mitchell family's generous reputation was built. But part of me just wants to walk away and never think about any of these people again. Those aren't mutually exclusive options. You can expose the truth and then walk away. But if I do that, I'm not just hurting my parents. There are other people at church who genuinely care about the community and the building project. If my revelations cause a scandal, it could hurt programs that actually help people. Lena, you're not responsible for cleaning up other people's messes. Your parents created this situation by lying and manipulating. If there are consequences for the church, that's on them, not you." She was correct, but it still seemed overwhelming. I never wanted to be the one who pulled down institutions or caused community strife. I only wanted my contributions to be appreciated, honestly. Clara texted me, "Mom wants to know if you're planning to come to church tomorrow. People are asking questions." I showed Layla the message, and she rolled her eyes. "People are asking questions because your mother probably told them some version of events that makes you look like the problem. I can't face going to church right now. The thought of sitting there while Pastor Reed gives a sermon about forgiveness and family values, knowing what I know about how the finances really work, it makes me sick." "Then don't go. You don't owe anyone your presence at church, especially not when they're treating you this badly." I spent the rest of the weekend at Layla's house, helping her arrange her wardrobe and trying not to worry about what was going on at Grace Community Church that Sunday morning. But Monday brought a new level of strain that I was unprepared for. Carol Jensen, the church secretary, phoned me at work. Her tone was carefully neutral, as is customary for church workers when giving uncomfortable leadership messages. "Lena, Pastor Reed asked me to reach out about your donation status for this quarter. Our records show some confusion about whether you'll be fulfilling the commitment that was made on behalf of your family." "Carol, I sent Pastor Reed an email explaining that I didn't make any additional commitments beyond my regular annual donation." "Yes, he mentioned that, but he's concerned about the discrepancy between what was pledged and what we've received. The building fund is depending on those commitments. I understand that funding is important, but I can only be responsible for commitments I actually made." "Of course. But Lena, I hope you'll consider that your family has always been such strong supporters of the church. Your parents' leadership has been invaluable to our community." There it was again, mild pressure veiled in recognition of my parents' donations, as if their volunteer work required me to provide money I hadn't pledged to give. "I appreciate everything my parents do for the church, Carol, but my financial decisions are separate from theirs." "I understand. Pastor Reed just asked me to make sure you knew how much the church values the Mitchell family's partnership. He's hoping we can find a way to work through this misunderstanding." "There's no misunderstanding on my end. I've been very clear about my donation intentions." "Of course. Well, if you change your mind or want to discuss options for supporting the building fund, please let me know." After I hung up, I knew the church's pressure campaign had only just begun. They were not going to take my situation gently. They planned to keep pushing, using my parents' reputation and their own authority to attempt to wear me down. That afternoon I called Nathan Cole, a lawyer Layla had recommended who specializes in nonprofit and family law. His office was downtown, in one of those renovated historic buildings that attempted to strike a compromise between professional legitimacy and approachable appeal. Nathan was probably in his early 40s, with graying hair and a placid manner that suggested he'd witnessed every conceivable type of family financial stress. I described the incident as he took notes on a legal pad. "So your parents have been misrepresenting your donations as part of their own giving." They used that false reputation to gain leadership positions at the church, and now they're using those positions to make financial commitments on your behalf. He summarized. That's the core of it, yes. And when you attempted to clarify the situation, your mother physically assaulted you. Hearing it so clearly made it sound even worse than it felt at the time. She slapped me. Yes. Lena, what you're describing could potentially be fraud depending on how the church's donation records are maintained and whether your parents received any direct benefits from their false reputation. What kind of benefits? Leadership positions that come with decision-making authority, social status that could benefit them professionally or personally, access to church resources or facilities. If they gained tangible advantages by lying about their giving levels, that could cross legal lines. I had not considered the professional viewpoint. Dad's hardware store conducted a lot of business with church members, and Mom's volunteer leadership most likely created doors in the community that helped them financially. What would you recommend? First, document everything, every conversation, every email, every piece of evidence about how your donations were misrepresented. Second, formally withdraw any authorization for your parents to speak on your behalf regarding financial matters. Third, consider whether you want to notify the church leadership about the misrepresentation. Would that create legal problems for my parents? Possibly. If the church has been making financial decisions based on false information, they could have grounds for action against whoever provided that false information. But Lena, that's not your responsibility to prevent. Your parents created this situation. Nathan led me through the process of documenting financial abuse, which is apparently more widespread in familial situations than I had previously understood. He provided me with paperwork for tracking communications, and a template for formally notifying institutions that my parents were not permitted to make commitments on my behalf. One more thing, he added as I prepared to depart. If this escalates, if they start threatening your employment, or trying to damage your reputation in the community, document that too. Retaliation often reveals the true motives behind the original deception. I drove home feeling better prepared to face the problem, but also more aware of how serious it had gotten. This was no longer just a financial disagreement among family members. It was possibly a legal issue with serious ramifications for everyone concerned. That evening, I sent formal letters to Grace Community Church and my parents. The letter to the church requested that my gift records be kept separate from any family accounts, and that I be informed directly regarding all aspects of my donations. The letter to my parents stated that they were no longer authorized to make financial commitments on my behalf and that I would hold them accountable for any debts imposed in my name. I did not send either letter promptly. Instead, I addressed my Uncle Henry, my father's brother, who had always appeared to be the most rational member of the extended family. Lena, I'm glad you called. I've been worried about you since Easter. Uncle Henry, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Of course. How much do you think Mom and Dad give to Grace Community Church every year? There was a pause. I don't really know the specifics, honey. Why? Because I've been giving $15,000 annually, and I just found out that the church thinks it's all coming from Mom and Dad. They've been taking credit for my donations and using that false reputation to gain leadership positions. Are you sure about that? Your parents have always been generous people. I'm sure about my own donations, Uncle Henry. I have bank records, and I'm sure about what Pastor Reed told me regarding the family's total giving. Another pause. That does sound problematic if they've been misrepresenting things. It gets worse. Mom promised the church I would increase my donation this year without asking me. When I questioned her about it, she slapped me. She what? She hit me, Uncle Henry, in front of the whole family. Jesus, Lena. I didn't know it had gotten physical. So everyone knows there was some kind of conflict, but nobody knows the details. Your mother told us there had been a misunderstanding about church donations, and that you'd gotten upset and left. She made it sound like you'd overreacted to something minor. She's been spinning the story to make me look like the problem. It sounds like there's a lot more going on than I understood. Lena, what do you need from me? The question took me off guard. After a week of family members urging me to apologize and give in, having someone ask what I needed seemed revolutionary. I need people to know the truth. I need them to understand that I didn't overreact or create drama over nothing. I was defending myself against lies and manipulation. I believe you, and I'll make sure other people know there's more to the story than what your mother has been saying. Thank you. That means more than you know. Lena, can I ask you something? What do you want to happen now? Do you want to repair things with your parents, or are you done with them? I had been avoiding the question, but Uncle Henry's forthright approach compelled me to face it. I don't know if repair is possible, Uncle Henry. This isn't just about money or church donations, it's about them treating me like a child whose decisions don't matter, taking credit for my choices and then getting violent when I object. I can't pretend that's okay. I understand. And for what it's worth, I think you're handling this with more grace than I would under the circumstances. After we hung up, I felt lighter than I had in days. Having one family member admit that my stance was logical helped me feel less solitary and weird, but my relief was fleeting. The next morning I received a call that altered everything. Lena, this is Dr. Patricia Kaplan from Riverside Family Services. I'm calling because we've received some concerning information about your employment here. My blood ran cold. Dr. Kaplan was the executive director of the organization where I worked, a lady I admired greatly and whose opinion was important to my career. What kind of concerning information? I received a call yesterday from someone claiming to be a board member at Grace Community Church. They expressed concerns about your professionalism and suggested that you might not be a good fit for an organization that works closely with faith-based community partners. The room began spinning. Dr. Kaplan, I think there may be some misunderstanding. I've been having a personal dispute with my family about church donations, but it has nothing to do with my work performance. That's what I suspected. The caller couldn't provide specific examples of unprofessional behavior, and your work here has been exemplary. But Lena, I need you to know that someone is actively trying to damage your professional reputation. Did they give a name? They said they were calling on behalf of the church leadership, but they wouldn't identify themselves specifically. However, they seem to have detailed knowledge of your family situation. My parents had upped their attacks on my career. They were so desperate to get me back in compliance that they were willing to destroy my livelihood. Dr. Kaplan, I want to be completely transparent with you about what's been happening. I told her the entire tale, beginning with the Easter dinner confrontation and ending with my discovery of the financial fraud and the church pressure campaign. She listened without interrupting and occasionally asked clarifying questions. Lena, I appreciate your honesty. Based on what you've told me, it sounds like you're being subjected to financial abuse and retaliation for standing up for yourself. That's completely unacceptable. I'm so sorry this has spilled over into my work life. I never wanted my personal problems to affect the organization. You're not the one who made it affect your work. Someone else chose to attack your professional reputation as a way of pressuring you personally. That tells me everything I need to know about their motives and character. What should I do? First, document this call and any other attempts to interfere with your employment. Second, consider whether you want to pursue legal action against whoever made that call. False statements intended to damage someone's professional reputation can constitute defamation. And my job? Your job is secure, Lena. Your work speaks for itself, and I'm not going to let someone's personal vendetta affect our staffing decisions. But I do want you to let me know immediately if you receive any more calls or contacts related to this situation. After hanging up, I sat at my computer, attempting to figure out what had just transpired. My parents did not just lie about my donations or slap me when I disagreed. They also attempted to harm my job because I refused to comply with their demands. The treachery was so complete and deliberate that it finally clarified something I'd been confused about all week. This was not a family dispute that could be settled by communication or compromise. This was war, and my parents had made it clear the moment they chose to attack my livelihood. I opened my laptop and emailed both letters I'd written the night before to Grace Community Church, officially removing my donations from my parents' accounts. The one to my parents, alerting them that they no longer had permission to speak on my behalf in any way. Then I contacted Nathan Cole to schedule an emergency appointment. If my parents wanted to escalate this argument to the point of destroying my career, they were about to discover that I too could escalate. But first, I had another call to make. Layla responded on the first ring. They tried to get me fired, I stated without hesitation. What? Someone from Grace Community Church called my boss and tried to convince her I was unprofessional and shouldn't work for an organization that partners with faith-based groups. Lena, that's illegal. That's defamation and interference with employment. I know. I'm meeting with the lawyer this afternoon. Good. Are you okay? Actually, I think I am. For the first time since this whole thing started, I'm not confused about what I should do. They just made it very clear that they see me as an enemy to be destroyed, rather than a daughter to be loved. What does that mean for you? It means I'm done trying to preserve relationships with people who are willing to attack my career to get their way. It means I'm going to fight back with everything I have. I'm proud of you. Don't be proud yet. Wait until you see what I do next. Nathan Cole relaxed back in his leather chair as I completed outlining the attempt to undermine my employment. His attitude had changed from professional concern to something resembling fury. Lena, what you're describing crosses several legal lines: defamation, intentional interference with employment, possibly conspiracy if multiple people were involved in coordinating these attacks. He took out a fresh legal paper and started writing. We need to move quickly to protect you and document everything. What kind of protection? First, we're going to send cease and desist letters to your parents and to Grace Community Church, demanding that they stop making any statements about you to third parties. Second, we're going to formally request that the church provide records of who authorized that call to your employer. Can they refuse? They can try, but if we have to file suit to get the information, a judge will order them to produce it. Churches aren't exempt from accountability when they engage in defamatory conduct. Nathan led me through the steps of preparing a legal case. It would necessitate meticulous documentation of every conversation, financial record, and occasion in which my parents or the church falsified information about me. The idea of turning my family turmoil into a legal concern seemed absurd, but the alternative was to let them continue to damage my reputation and livelihood. There's something else we should think about, Nathan added. If your parents have been using your donation history to gain influence at the church, and if they've been making financial commitments based on that false influence, the church itself might have claims against them. What do you mean? Think about it. If the church budgeted for a $25,000 donation from your family based on your parents' representations, and they can only actually collect $15,000, the church has been financially harmed by your parents' deception. I hadn't considered the possibility that my parents may face sanctions from the church itself. Grace Community Church was a major institution in Riverside, with wealthy members and considerable political clout. If they learned they had been duped, they would have resources to seek accountability that I could never equal as an individual. Would that help my case? It could. If the church pursues action against your parents for misrepresentation, it corroborates your claims about their deceptive behavior. Plus, it shifts some of the pressure off you. Instead of being the daughter who's causing problems for the family, you become the whistleblower who exposed fraud that harmed the church. I left Nathan's office with a large packet of documents to fill out, and a time frame for legal action that felt both terrifying and inspiring. For the first time since Easter Sunday, I felt in control of the situation. However, that evening came an unexpected event. Clara called when I was reheating leftover Chinese cuisine, her voice filled with barely controlled worry. Lena, we need to talk. Can you meet me somewhere tonight? What's wrong? I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you come to Corner Cafe on 5th Street? I'll be there in 20 minutes. Her voice was urgent, unlike anything I'd heard from my generally composed older sister. Despite my better judgment, I consented to meet her. Corner Cafe was practically deserted at 8 p.m. on a Tuesday. Only a few college students with laptops and an older couple eating dessert. Clara was already present when I arrived, seated in a corner booth with 2 cups of coffee going cold in front of her. She appeared weary, with her typically flawless makeup somewhat smudged and her hair pulled back in an untidy ponytail. Thank you for coming, she murmured as I sat in the booth across from her. You sounded upset on the phone. What's going on? Clara looked around the cafe, as if to ensure no one was listening, before leaning forward and lowering her voice. Eric and I had a long conversation with Mom and Dad tonight about everything that's been happening with you and the church. Okay. Lena, there are things you don't know, things that make this situation much worse than you realize. My stomach constricted. What things? Dad's been having financial problems with the hardware store for almost 2 years. The big box stores are killing his business, and he took out a loan against the store to keep it operating. I didn't know that. Nobody was supposed to know. But the loan payment is $1,500 a month and some months he can barely make it. I waited for her to continue, sensing that there was more. The reason Mom has been so involved with church leadership is because Dad was hoping to get some of the church's business. They need suppliers for the building project, and if Dad could land that contract, it would save the store. The pieces were fitting together in such a way that I felt nauseous. So when Mom told the church that our family was giving $25,000 instead of $15,000, she was trying to boost Dad's chances of getting the supply contract. It's worse than that, Lena. Dad already got the contract 3 months ago. It's worth $80,000 over the next year. I stared at her. He got a business contract based on a lie about our family's donations. The contract was awarded after a committee vote. Dad was on the committee that approved the building budget, and Mom was chair of the fundraising subcommittee. They used the influence they gained from your donations to position themselves for the business opportunity. That's fraud, Clara. That's actual criminal fraud. I know. Her voice was hardly audible. And there's more. Clara persisted despite my reservations. The $15,000 difference between what the church expected from our family and what they actually received, Dad covered it.
Sam.
What do you mean he covered it? He wrote a personal check for $10,000 to make up the shortfall so the church wouldn't know that Mom had been lying about the family's giving level. My mind was reeling. So Dad paid $10,000 to cover up Mom's lie about my donations because they needed to maintain their false reputation to keep the business contract they obtained fraudulently? Yes. And the $10,000 came from where? The failing hardware store. Clara's face wrinkled. He borrowed it from Eric and me. He told us it was for store inventory. But after tonight's conversation, we realized what it was really for. I felt like I was slipping down a rabbit hole of deception that was just getting deeper with each discovery. My parents had not only claimed credit for my gifts, they had also used that false credit to acquire a company contract, then borrowed money from Clara to cover up their lies when I refused to donate any more. Clara, why are you telling me this? Because Eric and I are financially tied to this now. If Dad's fraud gets exposed, if he loses the church contract, he can't pay us back. And if the store fails, we're out $15,000 that we were planning to use for a house down payment. So you want me to stay quiet to protect your investment? No. She shook her head firmly. That's what I thought I wanted when Eric and I drove over there tonight. But after seeing how Mom and Dad talked about you, after hearing what they've been saying to other family members, I realized I can't be part of this anymore. What have they been saying? Clara took out her phone and read through text messages. Mom has been telling everyone that you're having some kind of mental health crisis, that you've become paranoid and delusional about money, and that the family needs to present a united front to help you through your breakdown. She showed me screenshots of group text chats between various relatives. The narrative was continuous and terrible. According to Mom, I had become obsessed with receiving credit for my charity donations. I was making baseless charges against the family and was in serious need of professional assistance and family support. She's been positioning herself as the concerned mother trying to help her troubled daughter while simultaneously undermining everything you've said about the donation situation. And people believe her? Some do. Others are asking questions. But Lena, she's been very strategic about this. She's not denying that there was confusion about donations, she's framing it as evidence of your mental instability. The level of skill in the manipulation was amazing. Mom had discovered a method to acknowledge the facts while entirely altering their interpretation. Yes, there was some uncertainty about donations, but only because I was experiencing psychological issues that made me worried about family finances. What about the call to my boss? That was Pastor Reed, but Mom encouraged him to do it. She told him that you were showing signs of instability and that your employer should be aware that you might not be reliable. And you believe this? You thought I was having a breakdown? Clara appeared ashamed. For a while, yes. The way Mom presented it, it seemed like you were overreacting to normal family dynamics. But tonight, when I pressed them for specifics about your supposed mental health issues, everything fell apart. What do you mean? I asked Mom to explain exactly what you had said or done that indicated psychological problems. All she could point to was your insistence on getting credit for your donations and your refusal to give more money to the church. And that convinced you? That plus some things Eric noticed. He pointed out that your behavior had been completely normal at Easter dinner, until the moment Mom put you on the spot about the condo donation. He said you handled that situation with more composure than most people would have managed. I felt a wave of thankfulness for my brother-in-law, whom I'd never been especially close to but who appeared to be paying attention when it mattered. So what do you want from me now, Clara? I want to help you expose the truth. Eric and I have decided that we'd rather lose our money than be part of covering up fraud. Even if it means Dad loses the church contract, and the hardware store fails? Even then. Because if we help cover this up now, where does it end? What happens the next time Mom and Dad need money or influence? Do they use our reputations the way they used yours? Clara had reached the same conclusion I had been debating all week. It wasn't simply about money or church contributions. It was about a pattern of manipulation and control that would only worsen until stopped. What kind of help are you offering? I have records. Dad asked me to help him with some paperwork related to the church contract, so I have copies of the bid documents and the committee meeting minutes. I also have bank records showing when he borrowed money from us and when he made the donation to cover the shortfall. You'd be willing to provide those to my lawyer? Yes. And I'd be willing to testify about what Mom and Dad told us regarding their strategy for getting the contract. Clara, if this goes to court, it could destroy them. Dad could face criminal charges for fraud. And they could lose everything. I know. But Lena, they tried to destroy your career to cover up their lies. They've been systematically undermining your reputation with the entire extended family. At what point do we stop enabling their behavior? She was correct. But the thought of potentially wrecking my parents' lives felt overwhelming. Even after everything they'd done, the prospect of being accountable for their financial ruin made me sick. I need to think about this. I understand. But Lena, there's something else you should know. Mom and Dad are planning to escalate their campaign against you. What do you mean? They're going to file a police report claiming that you've been harassing them and making threats. They want to get a restraining order that would prevent you from contacting them or coming to family events. On what grounds? I haven't harassed or threatened anyone. They're going to claim that your emails to the church and your demands about donation records constitute harassment, and they're going to say that your refusal to respect their authority as parents creates a threatening environment. That's ridiculous. No court would issue a restraining order based on emails about donation records. Maybe not. But they can make you spend time and money fighting it. And in the meantime, they get to tell everyone that their daughter has become so unstable that they needed legal protection from her. The strategic reasoning that drove their approach was terrifying. They were willing to use the judicial system to manipulate the story and drive me into a defensive position. When are they planning to file this report? Tomorrow morning. I had fewer than 12 hours to decide whether I should fight back with everything I had or try to de-escalate a situation that had already gotten out of control. Clara, if I go forward with legal action against them and if you provide evidence, what happens to your relationship with Mom and Dad? It's probably over. They'll never forgive me for taking your side, especially if my testimony helps expose their fraud. And you're okay with that? She remained quiet for a long time, staring down at her coffee cup. I love Mom and Dad, Lena. But I can't love them more than I love the truth. And I can't build my future on money that was obtained through fraud and covered up through lies. What does Eric think about all this? Eric thinks our parents raised us to have integrity. And that integrity means standing up for what's right, even when it's painful. He says, if we help cover up fraud now, we become accomplices to it. I stretched across the table to squeeze Clara's hand. For the first time since Easter, I felt like I had an ally in my family who recognized the true nature of the battle. Okay, I'll call my lawyer tonight and tell him to expect new evidence, and Clara, thank you for choosing to tell me the truth. Thank you for giving me the chance to choose. We sat in silence for a few minutes, both of us contemplating the gravity of our recent decision. Clara then took out a manila envelope from her purse. These are copies of everything I have: bank records, contract documents, meeting minutes, text message screenshots. I made them before I called you tonight, in case I lost my nerve about helping you. I took the envelope and felt its weight, both physically and metaphorically. There's one more thing, Clara explained. Uncle Henry called me before I came here. He said he's been asking questions around the extended family, and he's discovered that several people are uncomfortable with Mom's version of events. What kind of questions? He's been asking people to think about whether your behavior at Easter really seemed like that of someone having a mental breakdown, or whether it seemed like someone standing up for themselves. And he's been pointing out that none of Mom's explanations account for why she hit you. And what are people saying? Cousin Nora said she always thought there was something off about Mom's story. Aunt Diana said she was surprised by how calmly you handled the situation at Easter, given that you'd supposedly been acting irrationally. Uncle Frank said he'd never seen you be anything other than reasonable and mature. So Mom's claims about instability didn't ring true. So the narrative is starting to crack. It's starting to crack. But Lena, that's also why Mom and Dad are escalating to legal threats. They know their story isn't holding up under scrutiny, so they're trying to shut down the conversation entirely. I left Corner Cafe with Clara's evidence and a clear idea of what I needed to accomplish. My parents had made their decision to assault my career and reputation. Now they intended to utilize the judicial system to completely silence me, but they had overlooked two critical aspects. First, I had allies they were unaware of. Second, they had committed actual crimes that could be proved by paperwork. I contacted Nathan Cole from my car and left a voicemail informing him that I had new evidence and wanted an emergency meeting first thing in the morning. Then I called Layla and begged to spend the night at her apartment. Of course. Are you okay? I'm about to destroy my parents' lives, Layla, and for the first time since this whole thing started, I'm completely certain it's the right thing to do. What changed? I found out they've been committing fraud. They tried to frame me as mentally unstable, and they're planning to file false police reports to get a restraining order against me. Jesus, Lena, how did this escalate so quickly? It didn't escalate quickly. It was always this bad. I just didn't understand the full scope of what they were doing. What happens now? Now I fight back with everything I've got. And I stopped caring about protecting people who never cared about protecting me. That night, laying on Layla's couch and staring at the ceiling, I remembered the person I'd been 2 weeks before. Someone who generously donated to her family's church, attended holiday dinners, and attempted to maintain peace despite feeling unappreciated and disregarded. That girl was gone. In her place was someone who recognized that sometimes the folks who raised you to be good are the ones who seek to exploit that kindness. Someone who understood that sometimes protecting yourself means demolishing the illusions that others rely on. Tomorrow I would give Nathan Cole enough evidence to file criminal charges against my parents. I would offer documentation that could lose Dad his business and land both of them in jail. And for the first time since Easter Sunday, I could sleep soundly knowing I was finally fighting for myself with the same zeal they were battling against me. Nathan Cole came at his office at 7 a.m., an hour ahead of his usual schedule, after getting my voicemail. I was waiting in the parking lot, clutching Clara's envelope and a thermos of coffee that I'd hardly tasted. "Lena, you look like you haven't slept." "I haven't. But I have everything we need to stop this before it gets worse." In his office, I spread Clara's paperwork across his conference table and explained what my sister had revealed regarding the business contract, the borrowed money, and my parents' plan to file fraudulent police reports. Nathan carefully read each paper, occasionally asking clarifying questions and taking notes. When I was done telling everything, he sat back in his chair and whistled quietly. "This is significantly more serious than I initially understood. What you're describing isn't just family dysfunction or even simple fraud. This is organized conspiracy involving multiple parties and institutions." "What does that mean legally?" "It means your parents could face federal charges, not just state-level fraud prosecution, conspiracy to defraud a religious institution, obtaining money under false pretenses. And if we can prove the call to your employer was coordinated, potentially RICO charges." The acronym sounded sinister. RICO? Racketeering laws. They apply when multiple people work together to commit crimes through an ongoing enterprise. If your parents coordinated with church officials to misrepresent donations, obtain contracts, and then retaliate against you for exposing them, that could qualify. I looked at the documents sprawled across the table. In less than 2 weeks, my family's Easter meal disagreement had escalated into probable federal criminal charges. "Nathan, I need to understand something. If we pursue this fully, what happens to them?" "Best case scenario for your parents, they lose the church contract, face civil lawsuits for financial damages, and deal with professional reputation destruction. Worst case, prison time, asset forfeiture, and permanent criminal records." "And the church?" "Grace Community Church will likely face its own investigation. If they awarded contracts based on false information, if they participated in retaliating against you professionally, they could lose their tax-exempt status and face civil liability." The extent of the potential repercussions was startling. I had began this effort to gain honest recognition for my donations. Now I was sitting on evidence that might devastate many institutions and land people in prison. "There's something else we need to address right away," Nathan added. "You mentioned they're planning to file false police reports this morning." "According to Clara, yes. We need to get ahead of that. I'm going to call the Riverside Police Department and request a meeting with a detective. We'll present our evidence first, establish that your parents have motive to file false reports, and protect you from their preemptive strike." Nathan made the call while I sat, trying to process how fast everything was happening. Within an hour, we were seated across from Detective Maria Ramirez in an interview room at the police station, going over the entire timeline from Easter supper to the present. Detective Ramirez was a lady in her 40s with a calm, professional manner that suggested she'd witnessed every type of family financial wrongdoing. She made copious notes and posed probing questions regarding specific dates, amounts, and communications. "Miss Mitchell, do you have any evidence that your parents explicitly intended to defraud the church when they began misrepresenting your donations?" I took out my phone and showed her the text message screenshots Clara had provided. In a 6-month-old discussion between my parents, Dad wrote, "The church contract decision is next week. Make sure they know how much the Mitchell family contributes." Her answer was, "I'll talk to Pastor Reed about our family's commitment to the building fund. Between Lena's money and our reputation, we should have no problem." Detective Ramirez examined the messages. "This suggests premeditation. They knew they were using your donations to enhance their reputation for business purposes." "There's more," Nathan said, giving him printouts of the committee meeting minutes where Dad promised additional family donations. After evaluating everything, Detective Ramirez looked up with an expression that I couldn't read. "Miss Mitchell, I need to tell you that about an hour ago, your parents did file a report claiming you've been harassing them with demands for money and making threats about exposing private family business." My stomach sank. "Are you going to arrest me?" Number based on what you've shown me here, the report appears to be an attempt to discredit you before you could present evidence of their crimes. That's called anticipatory retaliation, and it actually strengthens your case. What happens now? Now we open a formal investigation into fraud, conspiracy and filing false police reports. I'll need to interview your sister, examine the church's financial records, and speak with anyone who can corroborate your account of events. Nathan and I left the police station with the weird sensation of handing over control of my family's fate to the authorities. There was no turning back now. That afternoon, when Detective Ramirez began her investigation, I received an unexpected call. "Lena, this is Pastor William Reed. I think we need to talk." "Pastor Reed, my lawyer has advised me not to discuss the situation directly with anyone from the church. I understand your position. But there are developments you should be aware of. Can you meet with me and our board president this evening? I promise this isn't an ambush or an attempt to pressure you." Something about his tone indicated real concern rather than manipulation. Against Nathan's advice, I agreed to meet at Key's Church at 6 p.m., with the understanding that I would leave immediately if the talk turned heated. Grace Community Church appeared less imposing in the early evening light, more like the community institution it was intended to be rather than the power center it had become under my parents' control. Pastor Reed was waiting in his office with Margaret Dawson, the board president, and a retired bank executive whom I had met at numerous church occasions over the years. Both appeared uneasy, as if they had been having painful chats. "Lena, thank you for coming. Please, sit down." I remained standing. "Pastor Reed, I want to be clear that I'm here to listen, not to negotiate about donations or family reconciliation." "I understand, Lena. This afternoon we received a visit from a police detective asking questions about your family's donation history and your father's contract with the church." "Okay." Margaret Dawson spoke up. "We've spent the last several hours reviewing financial records, committee meeting minutes, and correspondence related to your family's involvement with the church." And Pastor Reed appeared to be in genuine pain. "We've discovered significant discrepancies between what we believed about your family's giving and what the records actually show." "What kind of discrepancies?" "For the past 3 years we've been operating under the understanding that your parents were contributing approximately $20,000 annually, with additional family contributions bringing the total to $25,000, or $30,000, but the actual records show your parents have given exactly $10,000 each year. Your contributions have been $15,000 annually. We somehow lost track of the fact that you were making separate donations." Margaret Dawson took out a folder. "More concerning is what we've discovered about the contract award process. Your father was involved in budget discussions where he had access to information about expected donation levels, and he used that information to make promises about family giving." "Are you saying he had inside information when he bid for the supply contract?" "We're saying there was a clear conflict of interest that wasn't properly disclosed. Committee members aren't supposed to bid for contracts related to projects they help oversee." Pastor Reed leaned forwards. "Lena, we owe you an enormous apology. We allowed your individual contributions to be absorbed into your family's reputation, and we failed to recognize the ethical problems with your father's dual role as committee member and contractor." "What does that mean practically?" Margaret Dawson replied. "It means we're canceling your father's contract and launching a full review of our governance policies. It also means we're implementing new procedures to ensure individual donors are acknowledged separately from family accounts." "And the building fund shortfall that I was supposed to cover?" "There is no shortfall," Pastor Reed stated. "We've discovered that your father made a $10,000 donation in March specifically to cover the gap between what we expected from your family and what we actually received. When we account for that correctly, the building fund is exactly where it should be." I felt both vindicated and saddened. The church was finally accepting the truth, but only after a police inquiry. "Pastor Reed, there's something I need you to understand. The call you made to my employer wasn't just inappropriate, it was defamatory and potentially criminal." He grimaced. "I realize that now. Your mother convinced me that you were struggling with personal issues that might affect your professional judgment. I see now that she was manipulating me to pressure you into compliance. What are you going to do about that?" "I've already called Dr. Kaplan at Riverside Family Services to apologize and clarify that the church has no concerns about your professional capabilities. I've also submitted a formal statement to the police explaining my role in that incident." Margaret Dawson added, "The board is also prepared to provide a written statement supporting your professional reputation, should you need it for any future employment situations." I appreciated their efforts to make amends, but the harm to my relationship with the church seemed irreversible. "I think I'll be finding a new place to worship." "I understand," Pastor Reed replied calmly. But Lena, I hope you'll consider that Grace Community Church made mistakes in governance and oversight, not in fundamental values. We want to do better, and we've learned important lessons from this situation. The lessons you've learned came at the cost of my family relationships and my sense of safety in this community. I'm glad you're implementing better policies, but I can't pretend this didn't happen. Of course. But please know that you'll always be welcome here if you choose to return. I left the church feeling emotionally exhausted, but legally vindicated. Pastor Reed's admissions would bolster the case against my parents and show that even the church acknowledged they had been duped. The next morning, news arrived that changed everything again. Detective Ramirez called to tell me my parents had been arrested. Both Thomas and Janet Mitchell were taken into custody this morning on charges of conspiracy to commit fraud, filing false police reports, and interference with employment. Your father faces additional charges related to the conflict of interest in the contract process. What happens now? They'll be arraigned later today. Based on the evidence, I expect significant bail amounts and conditions that prevent them from contacting you or your employer. Will there be a trial? That depends on whether they accept plea agreements. The prosecutor is prepared to offer reduced sentences in exchange for full restitution to the church and formal apologies to you and your employer. And if they don't accept plea deals? Then we go to trial and they face maximum penalties for all charges. I spent the remainder of the day receiving calls from extended family members, most of whom were surprised by the arrests and perplexed about what had transpired. Uncle Henry had been working to refute Mom's story about my mental health, but the criminal charges forced everyone to consider the possibility that I had been speaking the truth all along. Clara called that evening, in tears. Lena, I'm so sorry. I knew they were lying and manipulating, but I never imagined it would lead to arrests. You did the right thing by giving me the evidence, Clara. None of this would have been exposed without your help. But they're our parents. Seeing them in handcuffs on the local news, it's devastating. It is devastating. But they chose to commit crimes rather than admit they were wrong. That's not our fault. What happens to the hardware store now? I don't know. That's up to the courts and their creditors. 3 weeks later, my parents agreed to plea deals. Dad pleaded guilty to fraud and conflict of interest charges, and was sentenced to 2 years probation and $50,000 in reparation to Grace Community Church. Mom pleaded guilty to filing false reports and slander, and she was sentenced to 1 year probation and required to formally apologize to me and Dr. Kaplan. The hardware business is closed forever. The building was sold to cover court costs and reparations. My parents relocated to a modest apartment across town, and, according to Clara, Dad found work as a part-time employee at a competitive hardware business. I never interacted with them again, though Clara sent occasional updates. Mom had told relatives that I had destroyed the family for money, neatly ignoring her involvement in the deceit and manipulation. Dad was devastated by the loss of his business and reputation, spending the most of his time watching television and avoiding interaction with former clients and church members. The extended family separated into camps. Uncle Henry, Clara, Eric and a few cousins kept contact with me and admitted that I had been harmed. Others supported my parents or just withdrew from the matter, refusing to take sides in a disagreement that had harmed the family's public image. Layla assisted me in finding a new church where I could worship away from the daily reminders of family conflict. I continued to work at Riverside Family Services, where Dr. Kaplan's encouragement had shielded my career from my parents' sabotage efforts. My annual philanthropic giving rose in part because I was no longer concerned about how my offerings would be perceived. 6 months after being arrested, I received an unexpected letter. Grace Community Church informed me that they had developed new governance policies in response to the problems in my situation. They had established a clear distinction between financial contributors and contract vendors, implemented individual donor recognition systems, and trained staff to recognize indicators of financial abuse in families. The letter included an offer to return to the congregation, as well as a formal acknowledgement that my contributions had been unfairly ascribed to others. Pastor Reed included a personal remark at the bottom. Your courage in standing up for truth has made our church stronger and more ethical. We hope you'll consider that a positive legacy from a painful experience. I retained the letter but did not return it to Grace Community Church. Some wounds provide insight but never completely heal. Clara and Eric finally gave birth to a daughter named Emma. I took on the role of Aunt Lena, which brought me unexpected joy and reminded me that family can be chosen and made, rather than suffered out of duty. On Emma's first Christmas, Clara asked, "Do you miss Mom and Dad?" "I miss the parents I thought I had," I said to her. "But I don't miss the people they actually were." "Do you think they'll ever understand what they did wrong?" "I think they understand they got caught. Whether they understand the deeper problems with their behavior, I doubt it." Any regrets about how you handled things? I thought about the question thoroughly. I regret that it had to escalate so far. I regret that they chose lies and manipulation over honesty. But I don't regret standing up for myself or exposing the truth. Even though it destroyed the family? Clara, they destroyed the family when they decided to treat me like a resource to be exploited rather than a person to be respected. I just made their choices visible. That evening, I sat in my downtown flat, which I had redecorated after getting a minor settlement in the defamation case against the church. The place felt peaceful in a way it hadn't before, when I was preoccupied with family turmoil and church politics. I reflected on the girl who had walked into that Easter meal 2 weeks before her life imploded. She'd been foolish in some ways, believing that family meant protection and love meant honesty. However, she had also been courageous enough to raise questions when something felt wrong and powerful enough to defend herself when attacked. The trip from Easter supper to this peaceful Christmas evening had cost me a family, a church, and several months of emotional pain. But it had taught me something more valuable. That I could withstand treachery, fight for the truth, and establish a life based on my own principles rather than other people's expectations. Sometimes those who raise you to be good want you to be simple to govern. Standing up for yourself can sometimes entail breaking the illusions on which others rely. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is to refuse to give in to their worst inclinations, even if they label it betrayal. I never received the apologies I had hoped for from my parents. But I got something better. The knowledge that I had operated with integrity during a difficult scenario. That insight was more valuable than any connection based on falsehoods and deception. My phone buzzed with a text from Layla. Dinner tomorrow? I'm creating the spaghetti dish you enjoy. I smiled as I typed back, yes. Thank you for being my actual family. Some stories may not conclude with reconciliation or forgiveness. Some stories conclude with clarity, boundaries, and the calm satisfaction of knowing you chose the truth over comfort. It was one of those stories. I was finally at peace with it. Up next, thank you for watching. Take care. Good luck. After hearing today's story, perhaps it has prompted you to consider new questions or recalled old memories. Every day on Reddit, new experiences and moments spark new tales, which connect us all. Everyone's life journey is unique, and we all try to interpret the world in our own manner. These moments serve as a reminder that we are all human, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and always learning new things. If you love this article, please share it with your friends. Your views and feedback are always valuable to us because they inspire us to create even better material. Every tale has a distinct perspective, and our goal is to comprehend everyone's point of view in order to create diverse and relatable material. Stories like these remind us that everyone's journey through life is unique, and hearing other people's stories teaches us new things. You can also share your own experiences with us. We value your experiences as well. If you enjoyed this video, please provide feedback. We strive to generate content that always brightens your mind and inspires you with fresh thoughts. If you've seen this video before, your feedback is still valuable. Every piece of input helps us enhance our material and provide our readers with a different viewpoint. Today, what we witnessed was only a fraction of the numerous stories shared on Reddit and around the world. It's a reminder that we all try to comprehend life by sharing our experiences with one another. This movie was just one example of how we try to connect with others via storytelling and learning about different aspects of life. We aim to continue sharing stories that will help us all learn and grow together.